Here, civilization is far advanced. It has brought forth a race of supermen, men and women like ourselves, but advanced to the absolute peak of human perfection. As we near Krypton, we see high walls and gleaming turrets. We approach the magnificent Temple of Wisdom, and there in a great hall, Jor-El, Krypton's foremost man of science, is about to address a meeting of the planet's governing council.
Attention! Attention, gentlemen! Jor-El speaks.
Members of the council, I have completed my solar calculations, and much as I dread uttering these words, I have come to the conclusion Krypton is doomed.
Did I hear him right?
Gentlemen, hear him out.
These internal quakes we've been experiencing, these volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, gas escaping from giant craters, all point to only one thing, gentlemen. Krypton is utterly and finally doomed.
Why, the man's mad. He's absolutely...
One moment, gentlemen. One moment. There is no cause for anxiety. I am certain Jor-El has made a mistake. True, we have had a few minor quakes and eruptions, but nothing very serious. There must be some error in your calculations, Jor-El.
No, there is no error, Roseanne. I only wish there were. The sun is gradually drawing Krypton closer to it. Within a month, possibly only a week, the gravitational pull will be so tremendous that Krypton will not be able to weather the strain. And then our planet will explode like a giant bubble, destroying every living thing on it.
Gentlemen, assuming for the moment, Jor-El, that what you say is true, how are we to avoid it? What can we do to stop it?
There is only one way. As you all know, I have been working on a spaceship designed for interplanetary travel. With time and united effort, we might transport the entire population of Krypton to another world.
Impossible. Where would we go?
To the Earth. My studies tell me the atmosphere of the Earth is very nearly the same as our own.
You have been working too hard, Jor-El. You need a rest. Believe me, we have the utmost respect for your knowledge and integrity. But this is carrying it too far. Planets as large as Krypton do not explode, Jor-El.
Wait! Do you hear that, gentlemen? It's the forewarning of doom. Every moment is precious now. Quakes like that are sounding the death knell of Krypton. It will happen, gentlemen, and happen soon. When the last great eruption comes...
When it comes, Jor-El, it shall find all of us ready. If Krypton is to die, we shall die with it. The parting would be much too severe.
Very well. Laugh if you like, Roseanne, and you members of the council. I have no time to laugh. My wife, Lara, and my infant son are dear to me. It is not my wish to stand by and see them destroyed. Laugh, all of you. But a time will come, and that time is perhaps very close at hand, when you will wish you had heeded the words of Jor-El. Now you think me a fool, but remember what I have said, gentlemen, when Krypton is shattered into 1,000 million stars, when the glorious civilization we have built is no more, when you and your families are swept from the face of Krypton like dust.
Order, gentlemen. Order. You have heard Jor-El speak. Is it your wish that we devote time and money to the building of spaceships for the transportation of Krypton's population to another planet? No! I'm sorry, Jor-El. The council has spoken.
Yes, and signed the death warrants of every living thing on Krypton. Well, I have done my best to convince you. Now all that remains for me is to proceed with my own means of salvation, my own spaceship, to save the lives of those near and dear to me. As for the rest of you, may the gods have mercy on your souls.
Jor-El is mad. He is absolutely mad.
Lara, I didn't see you.
I came out to take the air on the terrace. It's been terribly hot all day. Is that because we're being drawn to the sun, Jor-El?
Yes.
What did the council have to say about that?
I didn't mention it.
Is the model of your spaceship almost finished?
Yes, I just drove the last rivet. How does it look?
Splendid. But will it work?
That remains to be seen. If it does work, I shall immediately begin construction of another just like it, only much larger. One big enough to carry all three of us to another world.
Jarell, when will that be? Every moment that we spend waiting and wondering...
Yes, I know, Lara. It's been hard on all of us, and particularly hard on you. How is the boy?
Sleeping, Jarell. That quake this afternoon frightened him. But he's all right now. Can't you come in and look at him? You scarcely see him these days, what with working all hours on the spaceship model.
It can't be helped, dear. I'm racing against time. Right now, I'm anxious to know whether the model will behave as I hope.
How does it operate?
Very simply. When all is ready, I throw this switch. That closes the circuit, and electric energy builds up pressure in the atomic generators. Then, at the final moment, the pressure forces the ship from its carrier and speeds it on its way.
But where does it go?
Wherever it's pointed. This one I'm directing to the planet Earth.
Earth? What is that, Jarell?
A planet smaller than our own, situated on the other side of the sun. It's inhabited by a race of people similar to ourselves.
Like ourselves?
Well, only partly, of course, my dear. They're about the same size, but nowhere nearly as developed. Very weak and helpless, and with all their faculties extremely limited.
How do you mean?
It's something like this. You know how far you step when you want to go somewhere?
Practically as far as I want. Why, one step takes me to Bratta's house near the fountain.
Exactly. Well, down where I'm sending this spaceship, it's quite different. An Earthman steps only 3 feet at a time at most, and everything else is in proportion.
And that's where we're going? Oh, how dreadful.
My dear, which would you rather do? Go to Earth and live, or stay on Krypton and die?
I'll do anything you say, Jarell, anything. It doesn't matter to me whether we live or die as long as we're together. It's only the boy I worry about.
Yes, I know. Oh, Lara, darling, don't worry. He'll be saved.
When are you testing the spaceship model?
In the morning. Just as dawn breaks, I'll send it on its way, watching its flight through a high-powered telescope to see whether it lands safely on Earth.
Is Earth the only planet place we can go to, Jarell?
We couldn't breathe on any other planet but the Earth. It happens to have an atmosphere similar to Krypton's.
I suppose you know best, Jarell. Are you coming in? It seems to have gotten oppressively hot.
Yes, it has. I wonder. Lara, do you hear that?
Yes, Jarell. What is it?
Subterranean explosions. Do you feel the ground trembling?
Yes, I do. Jarell, do you think...
Lara, I'm afraid it's come. Where is the boy, Kal-El?
What do you mean?
Get him quickly. This is the end.
Jarell, what can we do?
Nothing. I'm not ready. Oh, what a fool I've been to delay.
It isn't your fault, Jarell. You did all you could.
If only this model were large enough, we could take a chance.
Jarell, would it carry one of us safely to Earth?
Oh, I think so, but... Lara, where are you going? Stay here with me.
I'm getting Kal-El. If one of us can be saved, Jarell, it should be the boy.
No, Lara, come back. If one must go, it should be you. Lara, I said come back. Come back.
Here he is, Jarell. Still asleep. Goodbye, Kal-El.
Please, Lara.
No, Jarell, listen to me. We both stay here. Kal-El goes in the spaceship. If there is a chance, Jarell, one little chance, I want it for my son.
Maybe you're right, Lara.
Jarell, look. The sky. It's fiery red. The mountains. Look, the mountains are falling in. Jarell, what's happening?
The end of Krypton, Lara. Just as I foretold. This is the last great quake.
Jarell, listen. Explosions.
Here, quick, give me the boy.
Kal-El. What are you doing, Jarell?
Opening the door, putting him inside.
Jarell! The house, it's swaying. It's breaking apart. Look, Jarell.
There, he's safe inside. Now for the switch. Stand back, Lara.
Oh, Jarell, will he reach the Earth?
Only the gods know. But there's a chance. The only chance. Stand back now, Lara. I'm going to throw the switch.
Jarell, it's getting dark. I can't see. What happened?
Fire. Smoke from the center of the planet. Not much time now.
Hold me, Jarell. Has the spaceship gone?
No, not yet. Waiting for pressure. We may have been too late. If it doesn't work up soon... Wait! Lara! It's off! It's on its way!
Jarell! Where are you?
Here, beside you, Lara. Listen, can you hear me? Our boy, Kal-El. Our son, Lara. He's on his way. On his way To Earth!
Khalil!
So the tiny rocket ship roars into the uncharted heavens as the mighty planet of Krypton explodes into millions of glowing fragments, glittering stars to remain forever in the night sky. Jor-El and Lara, devoted parents of the tiny boy, perish in the giant quake that destroys Krypton. But what of the rocket ship? Does it reach the Earth? Does it find its mark in all the far-flung darkness of space? Remember, don't miss the next installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a giant bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman! And now, Superman, eighth wonder of the modern world, visitor from a distant planet whose strength knows no limits, whose endurance is beyond anything humanity has ever known. We have seen how the child of Jor-El and Lara was placed in the rocket ship and sent on his way to Earth. During the long journey of the rocket ship to the Earth, the child has become a man. The rocket landed in a desert. Superman stepped forth full grown to explore this strange new world in which he found himself. Today, as our story continues, we find him hovering with his curious power above a quiet highway in Indiana. A trolley car is just pulling up the hill, and as Superman wheels and turns in curious flight, unseen below, a man and a boy come out of the shed that serves as waiting room.
Morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Going into town.
Yes, that's right, John. Taking Jimmy to the fair.
That is a great show, all right. Well, I reckon you're my only passengers. Make yourselves at home. I'm going to get me a drink of water.
All right.
Why, Dad, we've got the trolley all to ourselves.
Yeah, regular private car.
Where'd the motorman go?
And just over to the spring for a drink. It's a mighty hot day.
You'd better hurry or we'll be late.
We can't start without the motorman.
But we are starting. Look, Dad. The doors have closed. We're moving.
Yes, what happened?
Dad, I want to get out.
The brakes. Something happened to the brakes.
Let's get out, quick. Open the doors.
They're jammed. They're tight shut.
Dad, we're going faster and faster. We're going downhill. Dad, what are we going to do?
Jimmy, come here.
The window. Out the window, Dad. Get it open. Smash it.
Oh, wait.
Jump, Dad, jump.
No. It's too late. Going too fast.
We've got to, Dad. Look, there ahead, there's a tree.
Jimmy.
A tree's falling right in the tracks.
Look, there in the sky. It's a man.
Why, he's flying.
It can't be. It's not possible.
Dad, he's coming straight at us. He's swooping down. He's carrying off the roof. Dad!
Quick, grab hold of me.
No, put me down. Let me go.
Stop it.
One under each arm. Out through the top. Hold on. We're going to crash. Well, we just got out of that in time. The trolley car's a wreck. Smashed into a million pieces.
Where are you going? What are you doing to us?
What's happening? Put us down.
Don't be frightened. You're all right. I had to get you out of there in a hurry. Pulling off that roof was the only way. Now we're going down again. Down. There you are. Safe and sound in a field.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Quite all right, Professor. Getting you and the boy out of that car was nothing.
I can't believe it.
Who are you, anyway? Where do you come from?
I have no name. I come from a world that no longer exists. Here in this world of yours, men would call me a Superman.
It's a dream. A wild, impossible dream.
But, Dad, it happened. We saw it. He flew down, took us under his arms.
And out of the car, that's all. Nothing so strange about that.
And you saved our lives, Jimmy's and mine. I don't understand even now, but I'm grateful.
Are you, Professor?
Well, do you doubt it?
Would you do something to prove it?
Would we? Anything at all.
Then make me a promise. Promise that you'll say nothing at all about what's happened.
What? Don't you want people to know?
Not just yet. I want no one to know, except those I help. Will you promise?
Well, if you wish.
I do, believe me.
Then you have our word. Is that all?
No. You've given me your promise. Now I want your advice.
You want advice from us?
You know this world. I'm a stranger. You know the people in it. And I have still to find them out.
You want to meet men, is that it?
Not meet them, Professor. Observe them. Study them. See them at their best and their worst. Know which to help and when help is needed. If you can tell me that...
Dad, can we help him?
Well, I think so, Jimmy, if that's what he wants.
It would mean a great deal to me.
Well, my friend, if we can call you that.
I hope we can.
My first friends on this earth.
To mingle with people, to see men at the highest and the lowest, if that's what you want. Now, let me think. Now, how about a newspaper, a great metropolitan daily?
A newspaper?
Well, yes, join their staff. Be a reporter.
Oh, but you can't do it in those clothes. Not that blue costume with the cloak and shield on your breast. Gee, you couldn't.
Jimmy, these are the cloak and the shield of Superman. If I become as other men, I shall dress as other men.
Well, you'll have to assume some kind of a name. What do they call you?
I have no name.
Well, how about Clark Kent? That sounds all right.
Yes, why not? It's usual enough. Won't attract attention.
Clark Kent. Clark Kent. Yes. And about joining a newspaper. That should give me an opportunity to learn the troubles of men, to know whom to help and when help is needed. I'll do it. Many thanks to both of you for your advice.
Well, no thanks are necessary. If there were only something more...
Just this. Remember your promise. Never to reveal my identity. And now, goodbye. I've stayed too long, and I'm off. Goodbye. 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 They're right. Superman must become a reporter. A reporter by the name of Clark Kent. Clark Kent. I'll do it.
City room. White.
Listen, Chief. You better get somebody in that railroad story right away.
Anything break?
Looks bad. I don't know where your dope came from, but it sure was right.
Well, where are you now?
At the yards out of town. If I were you, I'd have somebody watch the man they call the Wolf.
The Wolf?
That's what I do, Chief. Watch him. Trail him. Follow him every minute. He's at the bottom of this as sure as you're born. Oh, hey, I gotta beat it. Someone's coming. Oh.
Excuse me, Mr. White. That young man's still waiting.
What young man? Oh, the one who wants a job? Well, let him wait. Who have we got that's free?
McCann's on the coast. Grayson's down in Virginia. Most of the day men are full up.
I knew it. Confound it's always the way. Something breaks and nobody to handle it.
What is it, Mr. White?
Railroads. Sabotage. I didn't believe it, but there may be something in it after all. If there is...
Yes, sir?
If there is, Miss Smith, it'll be the biggest story since Lindbergh. And me short-handed. Oh, what's the use?
Yes, sir. About that man.
Oh, send him in. Send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Kent. Mr. White will see you now.
Thanks.
You want to see me? Close that door.
Yes, sir. My name is Kent. Clark Kent.
What can I do for you, Mr. Kent?
Well, Mr. White, you can give me work, I hope.
Work? On the paper?
Yes, sir. I'd like to be a reporter.
Oh, you'd like to be a reporter. What papers have you worked on?
Well, none, sir, but
Oh, you haven't. But you think you'd be a whiz. Well, I'm afraid I can't use you, Kent.
You mean you haven't any openings?
Not for greenhorns. I'm sorry if I'm blunt.
But, Mr. White, even if I am a greenhorn, suppose I brought you a good story.
And where would you get it? I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Kent.
A really good story?
Such as?
Such as the complete inside on the man called the Wolf on the Western Railroads.
What's that?
You heard me. Do you want that story?
Do I want it? Well, I should say I do. But look here.
I think I could get it for you, Mr. White.
What do you know about the Wolf?
A little bit.
Where did you ever hear his name?
In connection with railroads, Mr. White.
Oh, stop beating around the bush. I only heard the beginning of that myself yesterday morning. Not a paper in the country's carried a line, and yet...
And yet I come in here and talk about it. I think I could do something with it, Mr. White.
Now, look here, Kent. Mysterious secret messages have threatened to tie up every railroad in the country, beginning with the Western. For a while, the road paid no attention, and then the crack flyer on the P&R went off a bridge.
Yes, I read about that.
Yeah, naturally. But you didn't read about the warnings because they weren't printed.
Weren't printed?
No, and they won't be. Not until we've checked all the angles. And then this man, the Wolf.
Oh, yes, the Wolf.
Now, where do you come in? How did you get to know the Wolf? Excuse me. City room, White.
My friend, tomorrow night, the Silver Clipper leaves Denver for the west. It will not arrive in Salt Lake City.
Hey, what's that? Who's this?
I have been called the Wolf. Goodbye.
Hey, come back here. Come back here. Wait.
Yes, Mr. White?
Where did that call come from?
I'm sorry, sir. The party's been disconnected.
Ah, nuts.
Beg your pardon, sir, but if that call did come from the Wolf, I should be inclined to believe it.
Huh? How do you know who that was?
If I were you, I'd warn the officials in charge of the Silver Clipper.
Look here. You couldn't hear that phone. What is this? How do you know who called me?
As I was saying, Mr. White, suppose I brought you a good story. The story of the Silver Clipper and the wolf.
I take chances, Kent. I'm going to take a chance on you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
It's 2,000 miles. You'll have to hop a plane.
I'll get there, Mr. White, in spite of the weather.
Lord, I hadn't noticed the weather. Well, get to the airport anyway.
You rang, Mr. White?
Miss Smith, this is Clark Kent, temporarily attached to our staff. You'll note I said temporarily.
Yes, sir.
Kent leaves for the west by the first plane. Get him tickets and a $200 advance.
Mr. White, all planes are grounded.
That's all right, sir. I'll get there.
Take him outside. Show him what he needs to know.
Mr. White, I'd like to thank you.
Oh, let it go, Kent. Let it go. You get a story and you get a job. You're either clairvoyant or the luckiest guesser alive. Either way, I can use you. But if you miss out, well...
This way, Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Miss Smith. Nice of you to show me around.
Pretty lucky, I'll say. 100 good newspaper men walking the streets, and you stepped right into a job.
I say, I am lucky.
You wait in here. It's the anteroom of the cashier's office.
Well, I really don't need an advance.
Oh, playboy in disguise, eh? Wait here.
Oh, what a rotten night.
Don't fall out that window. It's 20 stories down.
Beautiful view, even in the fog.
You wait right here till I get your money. Then I'll introduce you to a few real newspaper men.
Planes grounded. 2,000 miles to go. Sorry, Miss Smith. I'm afraid I can't wait. Clark Kent may need a plane, but Superman doesn't. Up with a window. And out.
Ted, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too... What?
Miss Smith. What is it? Miss Smith. Oh, what's wrong?
That man! Did he go out, that Clark Kent?
Nobody went through the city room.
He didn't go out. Well, I left him right here, the window. Oh, the open window. He went through it, and it's 20 stories down.
How did he went out the window?
Out the open window, 20 stories above the ground. In the wink of an eye, Clark Kent, cub reporter for the Daily Planet, becomes Superman, eagle of the sky, winging his way west over city and plain, river and mountain, through the storm-swept night. But will he be in time? Can he checkmate the strange figure called the Wolf, discover the plot, save the Silver Clipper, roaring toward Denver at 90 miles an hour? And remember, don't miss the next installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Amazing figure from another world with powers and abilities never before realized by mortal men. Given a chance to make good by Perry White, city editor of the Daily Planet, young Clark Kent, who was really Superman, leaped out a window 20 stories above the ground and vanished in a swirl of fog. Secret warnings had come to the newspaper of a vague and sinister plot against the railroads of the West. And mild-mannered Clark Kent had received orders to go west at once and investigate. Already danger is forming in the path of the Silver Clipper, cracked train of the West Coast Railroad, roaring over the prairie on her way to Denver and Salt Lake. All planes were grounded by fog and sleet. But today, as our story continues, a strange figure hurtles through space. Red cape streaming in the whistling wind. Superman speeds to his assignment.
24 hours to go. The Silver Clipper leaves Denver tomorrow night on her way to Salt Lake City. And that man who calls himself the Wolf, have to find out who he is, too. Said the train would never get there. We'll see, Wolf. We'll see. If you're up to something, look out. Because the other side has Superman.
And as Superman wings his way westward, following the faint steel ribbon of the railway line below him, two men sit waiting in a tiny shack in the Colorado foothills. One of them is Keno Carter, gunman, gambler, bad man of the Southwest. Keno waits nervously, waits for some word from the figure across the table, the dark, shadowy figure who calls himself the Wolf.
Hey, listen, boss. Will you please tell me what we're doing out here now? The Silver Clipper ain't due till tomorrow. Don't even leave Denver till tomorrow afternoon.
Very true, Keno. But the Western Limited is due in exactly 10 minutes.
Well, what are you going to do with the Limited?
I warned various people and newspapers that something would happen to the Silver Clipper tomorrow night. As it will. So far, they've chosen to ignore me. Very well. When they see what overtakes the Limited in slightly less than 10 minutes, they will pay more attention to me when I call again.
Now listen, boss. What is this, a game? What are you trying to do?
Why ask me, Kino? Do I know any more than you? We're told to paralyze the railroads. That's all. But it's enough. We obey orders.
Well, whose orders? Where did they come from?
Yours come from me. And you know what happens, Kino, if you disregard them. Shall I tell you again?
No, never mind.
Very well. Come outside. Not long to wait now. If the limited is on time, we should begin to hear her.
I don't hear nothing.
She is on time. Have you done what I told you?
Yeah, I done it. But I don't see...
You will see, Kino, very shortly indeed.
Hey, what are you trying to do? Scare him to death?
Listen now to what I tell you.
I'm listening.
That train will be going over that trestle down there in another 7 or 8 minutes.
So what?
At the end of the trestle, as you can see, Kino, the track turns and runs along the cliff on the mountainside.
Yeah, I see.
The mountains to one side, very steep and abrupt, then the track, then the canyon, 300 feet deep.
Hey, listen. You going to throw him down the canyon? The whole 10 cars?
As I said before, all you have to do is obey orders.
All right. What do I do?
You wait till the train has crossed the trestle, then you fire the charge.
Right away?
Count 10, if you like.
All right. And then what?
Then events will take their natural course. After which you will come back and join me in the cabin.
Hey, she's coming. And coming fast.
Moving, my friend. Let her cross the trestle. Then count 10.
Good. Still following the railway. Ought to be getting fairly close to Denver. Looks like a long trestle up ahead. I'd get aboard that train if it weren't so slow. I'll drop down a bit and look it over. Might do it anyway. Ride in as Clark Kent. What's that man on the side of the mountain doing? Looks like he's got a charging battery for dynamite blasting. Something queer about that. Seems to be waiting. He's waiting for the train. Gonna blast it right off the tracks. This looks like some of your dirty work, Wolf. Well, here's where Superman takes a hand. I've got to stop that train. I'll get aboard and they'll stop to put me off because I have no ticket. But it's got to be fast. 90 miles an hour. Good speed for a train, but it can't leave Superman behind. There's the observation platform. What luck. Nobody on it. Now then. Grab the platform rail. There. Leap on board. Now to join the passengers is Clark Kent, cub reporter for the Daily Planet. Off with a cape, into ordinary clothes, and inside.
Tickets, please. All tickets. Tickets west of Pueblo. All tickets, please. Tickets, please. May I have your ticket, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, conductor, but I've lost it.
No, you've lost it. And I'm afraid that I'll have to ask you to pay the fare.
Now, you know, I'm terribly sorry, but I seem to have lost my money, too.
I thought so. You've been riding the blinds and figured you'd sneak in here where it's warm. Well, we know how to deal with bums like you.
Yes, that's right, conductor. Stop the train and put me off. I don't mind.
Huh? Say, who are you?
Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet. But that's all right. I ought to be more careful. Teach me a good lesson.
Well, I guess I'll take a chance if you're really a reporter. You're liable to write up a story about getting kicked off our train. You can stay where you are.
But look here.
I'll take care of you when we get to town. And if you're not a reporter...
No good, I overplayed it. Great Scott, I've got to do something, and quick, too. We're on the trestle. Where's that emergency cord?
Hey, what's going on here? Who pulled that cord?
I did, conductor. I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? Well, you better be sorry. Here, come back here. Come back here.
I can't stay, conductor. My conscience bothers me. I'll just jump off right where we are on the trestle.
You come back here.
No, I'll be all right. Don't worry about me.
I got you. No, you can't get away this time. Now, you stay right here.
I want to get
off.
off.
Well, you ain't getting off. You'll go to jail for this. You come back up them steps.
Look, up the mountain, conductor. That flash.
Hey, what the... What's going on up there?
It was a blast. An explosion up the mountain. Great Scott, conductor, look what's coming.
Oh, Lord save us, it's a rock slide. Tons of rock coming down on the track.
Listen to it.
And right ahead of us, too. Took the tracks out like two pieces of string. Oh, Lord. And now they're all coming out to find out what happened. It's all right. It's all right, ladies and gentlemen. No danger. Just a rock slide up ahead. That's all. There may be a slight delay.
Delay? You don't think you can dig through that, do you?
Now get back in the train, please. Get back. It's dangerous out here. Back on board, please. We may be held up a little while. Back on board, everybody, please. We'll be pulling out directly.
Now then, conductor, I think you owe me a vote of thanks.
Oh, you do you? Well, what makes you think that?
Well, use your eyes, man. Where would you be now if I hadn't stopped the train?
Huh? Well, now, there may be something in what you say. I'm not denying if we'd been going our regular speed, we'd have got that rock slide right about the third car.
I'll say you would. You'd have been down in that canyon, too. And it's 300 feet deep. As a matter of fact, that's where you were intended to be.
Oh, is it? Well, what makes you think so?
Goodbye, conductor. I'll see you later.
Hey, you come back here. Catch that guy. Joe, Mike, don't let him get away from the dog. Where'd he go? Catch him. Catch him, man. Get a hold of him, boy.
20 tons of rock. Why, that's nothing. Hardly a workout. Anything to put a crimp in the Wolf's plans. And Clark Kent, reporter, simply must be in Denver by morning. First of all, down into the canyon for the missing rails. There they are. Now, back to the roadbed. I never swept up a rock slide before, but there's nothing like trying. Here we go. Ha! Why, it's nothing. I'll have the line clear before that conductor knows I've gone. The Limited will be in Denver in an hour.
Well, Kino, all done? What happened?
No, nothing happened.
Nothing happened. What do you mean?
One of them things, boss. The train stopped on the trestle.
Stopped? That train never stops.
Well, it stopped this time, and a guy got out, and I didn't know, so I shot the stuff.
Yes, I heard it.
Well, didn't you come out to look?
I thought I'd better stay hidden.
Well, there was a rock slide, and that's all. The train wasn't scratched. The line's blocked, but the train ain't hurt.
This man who got out, who was he?
After the slide, I snuck down and joined the mob, see? I heard him talking about a newspaper guy and looking for him. Name of Clark Kent.
Kent? I don't know him.
Well, you better, because he knows us.
What's that?
I don't know. All I can tell you is they're looking for him.
Clark Kent, a newspaper man, who knew enough to stop that train. Well, we shall look for him too, my friend.
We'll have lots of time. They won't get the line clear this side of Sunday.
We shall look for this Mr. Kent, and when we find him... the train. They've decided to go back to Pueblo. Let's look. Kino, that train.
What?
It's going west.
Why, it can't be. Hey, well, what the...
But it is. It's on its way to Denver.
Why, it can't be. Why, there was 20 tons of rock on the line.
Look for yourself, Kino. It's not possible. It's not human. But look. Well, very well. We go to Denver too, Kino, at once, to find out what goes on, and to take care of Mr. Kent, the newspaper man. Get the plane ready.
Less than 24 hours to solve the plot and save the Silver Clipper. But now the Wolf is hard on Clark Kent's trail. What happens in Denver when daylight comes? When Clark Kent breaks the story, and when the Wolf meets Superman? Tune in and don't miss it. And remember, be with us again for the next thrilling installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman. When we last left Superman, he had arrived in Denver as Clark Kent, news reporter, to investigate a strange and deadly plot against the railroads of the West. He had been able to prevent the Continental Limited from being swept into a canyon by a rock slide. But now the unknown force is directed against the Silver Clipper, crack train of the West Coast Railway. Mysterious messages have warned that the Clipper, due to leave Denver at sundown, will never arrive in Salt Lake City. Morning newspapers have carried Kent's story of the rock slide. And while railroad officials and government men search desperately for clues, Kent himself walks briskly toward the great central station for a conference with the division superintendent. But meanwhile, the plot moves on. In a secret hiding place overlooking the railroad yards, the man called the Wolf talks with his subordinate, Kino. Listen.
So, very fine. At last, the unbelieving fools begin to take me seriously. You have read the stories, Kino?
I read 'em.
Well, why so sullen?
Well, I don't understand it. I tell you, that track was blocked for 100 feet, and yet 5 minutes later, the Continental went right on through.
Next time, my friend, please to observe more accurately. Obviously, the track was not blocked for 100 feet. It was not blocked at all.
But I tell you it was.
You should join forces with the conductor of the train. He swears that a tremendous figure in blue tights and a red cape appeared from nowhere, replaced the missing rails, cleared away 20 tons of rock, and made a safe passage for the train, all in a matter of minutes. Oh, yes. And he is now confined in the city hospital, that conductor, for observation.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I seen the same thing myself.
That will do, my friend. We have no time for pipe dreams. You were deceived by shadows. And now listen, there's work to do.
I'm listening.
I note that this story is signed by that newspaper man, Clark Kent, the one who was on the train.
Well, I told you about him.
I should like to be better informed. That fellow seems to know a great deal. How he knows, I have no idea. But he does. Also, I have checked up on him. He was assigned to cover the story back east, and seems to have arrived out here incredibly soon.
Must have flown.
Undoubtedly. But that's neither here nor there. Do you know where he is now?
I did what you told me. I trailed him. He left his hotel to go see the divisional superintendent of the railroad.
Did he? How lucky.
Lucky?
We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We've got them on the run. They're worried, Kino, and frightened.
I hope you're right.
They don't know which way to turn or what to believe. They'd like to keep the Silver Clipper in Denver tonight, but they don't dare. They don't dare, Kino. They can't admit they're terrified. And wait till they get my telegram.
Telegram?
Can you dress up like a messenger, Kino?
Huh?
Uniform and so on?
Oh, sure.
Excellent. You will put on your fake uniform and take this wire, also fake, to the superintendent.
Now?
At once. If you have luck, you'll find him with Mr. Clark Kent. You will also find, I think, that he is trying to locate a missing engine, Kino.
Missing engine?
Just so. If he finds it, I'll eat it.
Huh?
Never mind. Get your uniform on, Kino. Deliver the telegram personally. And bring back as much of the conversation as you can. You understand? Now, where's that conductor's story? Quite the funniest reading I've seen this week. A Superman, huh? Appearing out of the night. Well.
Hello? Yes, this is the superintendent speaking. What? Well, trace it again. Trace it from both ends of the line. Oh, nuts. Don't tell me you can't find it. Do you think a locomotive and tender could vanish into thin air? Check every station master and call me back. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Stupid idiots. Look here, we sent a spare engine and tender down the line last night, and now they can't tell me where it is.
What? On the main line?
Certainly. Never mind. Let's get back to this business, the Continental.
Any more news of that conductor?
No, not so far. Poor fellow's out of his mind.
What do you suppose he thought he saw? All that business about a Superman.
Yes, I only wish to heaven they'd never printed it.
Well, I didn't report that, believe me.
No, I know. And now look here, Kent. I've checked with your paper back east, and they tell me that it's all right, that you're here to do what you can. Now, what do you want to know?
Well, first of all, have you any idea what's back of this trouble on the railroads?
Not the slightest. If you ask me, there's a lunatic at large.
Oh, don't you believe it?
What else can I believe? It's too senseless, utterly mad.
Well, you had warnings.
Yes, which we ignored. We get them all the time from cranks and nuts.
But these warnings came true.
So what of it?
Well, do you still think they came from cranks and nuts?
All right, Kent. What do you think?
I think that one man or a group of men is trying to paralyze the country with fear.
Yes, but why?
I'm afraid we'll find that out later. Unless we can stop them.
Good Lord, we've got to stop them. This can't go on, Kent.
We'll do what we can.
What do you suggest?
I suggest that you don't let the Silver Clipper leave Denver tonight.
Oh, Kent, she's got to leave. Can you imagine what the reaction would be if she didn't?
You're taking a chance.
I can't help that. She's got to go.
Well, then we must work fast. We only have until this evening. I have one more idea.
Yes, what is it?
Well, if you read my story carefully, you'll see that I imply I know more than I printed.
Yes, I did notice that. Well, do you?
Not yet, but I expect to.
How?
The people back of this, particularly the man called the Wolf, will want to know just what I do know and where I got it.
Well?
I propose to show myself around until he catches up with me.
Will he?
I think so. I was shadowed this morning on my way here.
Good Lord. You were?
So I think he and his friends are just waiting their chance. And I'm going to give it to them.
Oh, Kent, don't do it. Why, if they'd wreck a train, why, they wouldn't think twice about it.
About putting me out of the way?
Yes.
Don't worry.
But why? What's the idea?
While they're finding out how much I know, I may be finding out one or two little items about them.
Well, I only hope... Here. How long have you been standing there, messenger?
Oh, I just come, boss. You the divisional superintendent?
Telegram?
Yes, sir. For you personally. They told me to bring it right in. I seen the door was open, so I walked.
hope they found that engine.
Well?
That's all, messenger. Get out.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. Say, where'd you get this wire?
Huh? Why, the office gave it to me. Said to bring it right over.
All right. Go on. Close the door behind you. Say, Kent, listen to this.
Yes?
Where an engine is now, a train will be tomorrow. The Silver Clipper will vanish like smoke, never to be seen by the eyes of living men.
Well, sounds like black magic.
I don't believe it. Why, they'd never dare.
Oh, they'd dare, all right. Is that telegram signed?
Yes. It's signed The Wolf.
The Wolf? Look here, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes?
That settles it. Have that wire checked. Find out who sent it and when and from where, if you can. My guess is you'll discover it's faked. I wish we'd held that messenger.
Well, Kent, what are you going to do?
Just what I said I'd do. Put myself in the hands of the Wolf and see who wins.
Superintendent speaking. What? What? Why, look here, that's not possible. It can't be. Man alive, think what you're saying. Now, look here, you tell that crew to report here in my office. That's right, at once. My God, Frizz, I bet I'll find out something.
Anything new?
Why, it's the silliest thing I ever heard. Wait, that telegram. Where an engine is now, I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a minute.
What is it?
Kent, that locomotive and tender. It passed through Kingston at 11:15.
Yes?
And it passed through Richville at 11:50.
Well?
It should have reached Lewisburg at 12:20, just 30 minutes later.
And it didn't? It wasn't on time?
On time? I had never got there at all.
Oh, well, that's easy. It left the rail somewhere in between.
Yes, you'd think so. But listen to this. A crew left Richville and a crew left Lewisburg. They met somewhere in between, just now in broad daylight. And neither crew had seen a sign of that engine anywhere.
That's not possible.
No, it isn't, is it? Black magic. Isn't that what you called it, Kent? I think I'm going mad like that conductor. Well, what are you going to do?
Do? I'm going out to hunt wolves. Anybody looking? No. Quick. Out of these clothes. Now, that window. Goodbye to Clark Kent temporarily. It's Superman's turn now to find out where those devils are hiding and to listen while they tell me what they know. Up, over the yards. Circle around a bit. Ah, there goes that messenger. Watch him. I'll land on that roof. Look down into the street. There he goes. The messenger. Into that house with the broken railing. Now then, I think I'll become Clark Kent again. Respectable representative of the Daily Planet. I'll just walk casually down that street and see what happens. Down we go.
So, he thinks he'll find out one or two little items about us, huh, Kino?
Yeah, that's what he said before they saw me standing there.
I think I should like to question that young man on various angles of the so interesting story he wrote for this morning's paper. What are you doing by the window?
Hey, Down there in the street. Look.
Huh? What is it?
It's him, walking right up to the house.
What? Is that Clark Kent? How did he know where to find me? Who told him?
I don't know. Hey, don't look at me like that.
How did he know which way to take to get here?
Here, search me, boss.
He knows too much. How does he know? Quick, Kino. Downstairs.
Hey, boss, what are you going to do with him?
There's a vault below us, Kino. Steel-lined and soundproof, with various devices to bring out information.
You going to take him there?
For a time. For a little conversation, my friend. Stop. Looks for the peephole. Is he coming?
Yeah, right this way. Hey, wait a minute.
Is anyone else in the alley?
No, it's empty. Here he comes. We'll jump out and grab him, huh?
All right. Be ready with your blackjack.
Now. Hey, where you going?
Quick, Kino. Let him have it.
Here, what's the big idea?
Hey, come on, jump him, boss.
Inside with him, quick.
Come on, you. No hanging back.
Good work, Kino. Good work. Down the iron stairway. Quick. Someone may have heard us.
He's trying to hang back. I'll fix him.
There we are. Shove him inside. Now, close the door. Now then, Mr. Clark Kent, the time has come for a little talk. Kino, my friend, you may prepare the aids to conversation.
Clark Kent in the power of the wolf. Or is the wolf, all unknowing, in the power of Superman? And meanwhile, where is the missing engine? Excitement, thrills, suspense. Tune in and follow the story. And remember, be with us again for the next thrilling installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Just a few hours to go before the crack train of the West Coast Railroad, the Silver Clipper, leaves Denver for Salt Lake City, where the mysterious power, through its agent, the Wolf, has sworn she will never arrive. And Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, Superman was last seen being dragged down a flight of steel stairs and thrown into the soundproof room of the Wolf's hideout near the railroad yard. It is late afternoon, verging toward sundown in the world above, and still the gangster Kino works on the unresisting form of Kent, bound and shackled to the wall before him.
Listen, you. I'm getting tired of this. How about talking?
I've already told you. There's nothing I care to talk about.
Wise guy, hey? Okay, we'll see how long you last at this.
Open the door, Kino.
Okay, here comes the boss. Wait till you see what happens now.
Well, Kino, what luck?
No luck at all so far. He ain't doing much talking. He's tough, boss. Still, I was just gonna...
Let it go, Kino. There's no more time. I did want to know where he got his information, but it won't matter.
That's what you think, Wolf.
That's what I know, my young friend.
What do you mean?
You'd like me to talk, huh? Very well, I don't mind in the least. In a few hours' time, Mr. Clark Kent, the Silver Clipper will leave Denver for Salt Lake. You recall what happened to the locomotive and tender last night?
Don't boast, Wolf. You didn't have anything to do with that. They'll find that engine.
Possibly. But they haven't found it yet. And let me tell you this, Mr. Kent. They won't find the Silver Clipper either. Kino.
Yeah, boss.
We're leaving at once.
Well, what about this guy?
He'll stay where he is, permanently.
What are you going to do, Wolf?
Nothing whatever. We shall leave you just where you are, for all time. Or until someone comes down here and finds you, which may take a month or two. Kino, the persuader.
Out like a light. And when he comes to...
When he comes to, we'll be 20 miles on our way to San Joaquin.
Hey, wait, boss. He's plenty tough. What if he breaks out?
Breaks out? Don't be silly, Kino. The walls are solid sheet steel, 3 inches thick. Then 5 inches of concrete. Then more steel. If he breaks out of that, I'll put him in the circus.
Okay. Reckon he's safe.
Come, Kino. Goodbye, Mr. Clark Kent. You'll forgive me if I do not say, I hope we meet again.
But we will meet again, and very soon. And thanks for telling me where. On the road to San Joaquin, eh? Well, I'll give you a little while to get clear of town, and then I'll be seeing you, Wolf. Handcuffs, eh? It's a good thing for you I wasn't feeling playful.
All right, Kino. From now on, things will move.
Jump in, boss.
Take the lower road to the river, and then up toward the pass. Look, Kino. The sun's just going down over the railroad yards.
Hey, boss. There she is, the Silver Clipper. Just in from Shy. She'll lay over a while and then hit the line for Salt Lake.
And we'll be ready and waiting. Let's go.
20 minutes. That ought to give me time enough to get out of earshot. What was that he said about sheet steel 3 inches thick? You're a liar, Wolf. 2.5 at the most. Look at those walls bend. Well, you might have kept Clark Kent in a vault like this, but not Superman. There goes the concrete. And still more steel. Well, I'll just put my foot through that. And that's that. Now, up the stairs. I won't go out in the street. Attract too much attention. Just up to the roof for an easy takeoff. Oh, what's this? A skylight. And padlocked. Here goes. Out into the night in the fresh air. One jump and we're up. Up. And away. Now then, all I have to do is follow his car on the San Joaquin Road. Oh, yes. And a fellow called the Wolf is going to put Clark Kent in the circus. Here I come, Wolf.
Hey, watch where you're going, will you, boss?
Take it easy, Kino. In a moment, we'll be at the crossing of the San Joaquin River. Do you know where that runs?
Sure, down through Schooner Canyon Lake to the dam at Wallkill.
And do you know how Schooner Canyon got its name?
Who cares?
Oh, it's interesting, Kino. The canyon took its name from an old mining camp, now at the bottom of the lake.
I still don't see
It
why...
was a roaring camp, Kino, until they built the dam and turned the canyon into a reservoir.
Must have been tough to get to, down in a hole like that.
They had a railroad, Kino. They broke a tunnel through the canyon wall, laid the tracks through the tunnel, and down the canyon wall to the camp.
Yeah?
Ah, now you're beginning to understand. Exactly, Kino. The camp is under 1,000 feet of water, but the branch line tracks still lead to the water's edge. Through the tunnel, down the wall.
Hey, now listen, you don't think that you
Wait,
can...
wait. What was that?
I didn't hear nothing.
It sounded like a rushing of wind. Or wings. High over our heads.
Chicken hawk.
At night?
Well, I don't hear it now, whatever it was. Hey, what about the canyon?
Well, Kino, that's where that spare engine went last night.
Into the lake?
Right into it, Kino. It left the main line after my men had attended to the switch, shut down the grade, roared into the tunnel, and disappeared forever in the waters of Schooner Canyon Lake.
Couldn't they stop?
No time. And the rails of the branch line were thick with grease.
Oh, you can't do it again. It's wholesale murder.
What of it? Not losing your nerve, are you, Kino? Look, we're here.
Hey, you left the road.
Naturally. We're on the back road above the old junction. Come along, Kino.
Where are we going?
Down the tunnel, just a few yards ahead. I'll show you what's going to happen. What's the matter?
Hey, what's that guy doing over there?
One of my workmen, I suppose. I have several. Where? I don't see him.
He dodged off again. Listen, now, I don't like this. Someone's sure to catch on.
Who? Don't be a fool, Kino. The only outsiders are the 2 members of the train crew on the engine. They jumped off last night just in time.
What, the engineer? Well, where is he?
He'll never jump again, nor will the fireman.
Well, where are they?
Up on the rocks above the tunnel, shackled down. Later, they'll be found lying dead beside the tracks. Sensation, Kino. Imagine the mystery and the terror. Train crew dead on the tracks. No sign of an accident. No sign of the train.
Oh, there he is again. Look.
Be quiet, will you? What are you talking about?
I seen it. A long red cape. He was just flying.
Kino, you're out of your head.
The conductor. That's what the conductor saw. Clearing the line for the Continental.
The conductor was seeing things, and so are you, Kino. Come along. Here's the tunnel.
I don't want to go in there.
Oh, yes, you do, Kino. I want you to. It's not far, but I want you to see what happens to trains and to people.
People? What do you mean?
You're weak, Kino. You see things in the dark. You might be tempted to forget who you're working for.
Oh, no, never, not me, boss.
Well, we'll just make sure of that. Keep going, Kino, until I tell you to stop.
The devil. The cold, inhuman devil. He's given himself away this time. I'll find those two trainmen. They're just the evidence we need. Where are they? Quick. Above the tunnel. Good thing I can see in the dark and through rocks. Ah, there they are. Chained down to die. But they won't die. Not this time. They'll be the witnesses that hang you, Wolf. No, it's all right. It's all right. I won't hurt you. Gotta break those chains. There. Now, one under each arm. I'll find a ranch house and drop them at the door. They won't know what's happened. Think they crawled there. And then back to get the police. Up! Up!
There, Kino. We're at the end of the tunnel. Look down the canyon.
Gee, it must be 1,000 feet across.
And would you like to know how deep? 300 feet down to water, and 1,000 feet more after that.
Yeah.
The Lake of Schooner Canyon. What's the time?
The flashlight. 7:15.
7:15. Kino, the Silver Clipper is 20 minutes out of Denver.
"20 minutes out of Denver, roaring up the Rockies to the crossing at San Joaquin. The cracked streamliner of the West Coast Railroad rushes through the dark at 80 miles an hour, destined for a watery grave at the bottom of Schooner Canyon Lake. Meanwhile, a strange figure hurtles through space, back the way he came. But will he be in time? Can he drop the injured men, warn the authorities, and get back to save the train without revealing who he is? Thrills, suspense, climax. Tune in and follow the story of Superman. Be with us again for the next thrilling installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Now, Superman. Events on the main line of the West Coast Railroad are rapidly reaching a climax. Speeding west, the Silver Clipper roars up the slope of the Rockies heading for San Joaquin Pass. Disaster, sudden and unseen, lies waiting for it in Schooner Canyon Lake, while Superman wings his way through space, searching desperately for the nearest mountain town. He finds it, drops down from the sky, and enters the office of the local chief of police in his character of Clark Kent, reporter. Listen.
Well, you talk good. I'll say that for you, Kent.
Well, if you don't believe me, telephone my paper and ask for verification. Or call the division superintendent of the West Coast Railroad at Denver.
The Silver Clipper's a West Coast train, isn't it?
Well, it is now, but it won't be long. I tell you, if something isn't done in a hurry...
Okay, but how are you going to prove it? Suppose I get up there to the San Joaquin and pull in a couple of guys. Why, how am I going to prove anything?
Well, I'll attend to that. You know the Circle Y Ranch?
Sure. What about it?
A couple of injured trainmen crawled in there a while ago. They were on that missing locomotive and tender.
They were, huh? Wait, you don't mean it.
I certainly do mean it. If you get those two men I told you about, the one who calls himself the Wolf and his henchman Kino, the mystery is solved.
Well, say, you begin to make sense, young fella. By God, I'll do it. What's your plan?
Get a fast car and head for the crossing at San Joaquin.
Yeah?
You know the old Schooner Canyon Junction?
Well, I reckon I can find it, even in the dark.
All right, get up there and hide. If we don't catch them red-handed, it's no good. That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, Kent. Say, that is your name, ain't it? Hey, where are you going?
I want to call my paper back east. Tell them to hold the presses for a big break. I'll pay for the call. Operator. I want Perry White, managing editor of the Daily Planet. Yes. Rush it, please. I'll hold the line.
Hello, White speaking.
Mr. White, this is Clark Kent.
Kent? Good Lord, man, I thought you were dead. Where have you been all day?
Tied up in a cellar, but I broke out. Listen, Mr. White, how long before you go to press?
Now, wait a minute. Why, I'm going to press right now.
Well, hold it, will you?
Stop the press? It better be good, Kent.
Oh, don't worry, it will be. The big break on the Western Railroad story.
Kent, are you kidding?
You know the warnings on the Silver Clipper? It's coming off tonight.
Where are you now?
In a police station in a little town on the main line.
What's going to happen?
I don't know, Mr. White, but I know this much. It won't be long. I've got to go now. Will you hold the presses?
Okay, Kent.
You won't regret it. I'll call you the minute I have something.
Kent, wait. What's all this about a mysterious flying figure? Something called Superman.
Oh, forget it, Mr. White.
Somebody's pipe dream, huh? There's been a lot of talk.
Well, forget it. I'm in a position to know. So long, Mr. White.
Good luck, Kent. I'll be waiting. Hey, stop the press. Replay coming. Top column on the Western Railroad. Get a rewrite back.
Superman, eh? I should say I am in a position to know. Hup. Not much time with the wolf waiting there at the canyon. If I don't get back in time to fix that switch, 40 miles more. Faster.
Listen, boss. Let's get out of this tunnel. I don't like it.
Not too long to wait now. What's the time, Kino?
5 minutes more if she's on time.
She was on time at Creedville.
Come on, boss. Let's beat it.
A very sound idea, Kino. In 5 minutes or something less, this tunnel will be a most unhealthy place.
What do you think will happen?
Something resembling the end of the world, Kino. Screaming brakes, rending steel, billows of steam. Yes, decidedly we should move, my friend. Come.
Where to?
Down to the tracks where we can observe the switch. Close to the scene of action, but not too close.
Listen, are you sure they can't stop in time?
Downhill at 90 miles an hour? Impossible, Kino.
What if she leaves the rails at the switch? What if she can't take the curve?
A chance, but not likely. Come on, man. Get moving.
Hey, someone's coming.
Hey, Thomas, you better be getting out of there. She's whistling for the highway.
Quick, Kino. Minutes count down.
There's the train. Traveling fast, all right. Ah, there's the junction. Got a minute, maybe less. Now then, what have those devils done to the tracks? Broken the seals and thrown the switch, eh? Well, it won't take long to fix that. And I'll just rip up a few of the old branch line rails. Just to be sure. There, that ought to settle things. Well, look who's coming.
Hey, boss. Who's that guy down by the switch? Look, he's tearing up the track.
Well, what are you doing? Where's your gun? Shoot.
Don't worry, boss. I'll get him. I never missed yet. Got him, boss.
No, you didn't. There he is. You missed him, you fool.
Never mind, boss. I won't miss him this time. Hey, you.
Kino, what's the matter with you? All right, then, rush him.
The train. Here comes the train.
Get that man away from there, Kino.
Boss, beat it. It's him. I see him now. It's the man with the red cape.
The train. Run, Kino, run. Make for the car.
Made it. Threw the switch just in time. Go on, Silver Clipper. High ball for Salt Lake City in the west. Now then, after those lads in the car. What did you do? Here I come.
I tell you, it was him. The guy in the red cape, the Superman.
Shut up, Kino. Whoever it was, I'll settle with him. He threw the switch back and saved the train.
Faster, boss, faster. Get away from here.
Keep your head, Kino. There's something about this I don't understand.
Boss, look out. He's right behind us. He's over our heads. Look.
What is that thing?
He's down there in the road ahead. He's standing there. Look out. We're going to crash.
Sorry to disturb you, gentlemen. Don't try to get away.
Why, you put me down.
Let me go.
In one moment. Just now, while I hold both of you with one hand, I've got something else to do. That car, for instance. You won't need it again. Where you're going, have to make this accident look convincing.
Car! Look what he's doing to the car, boss. He's wrecking it.
There. No one will ever ride in that again. Hello. Here comes a car. Heard the crash. Must be the police. Well, so long, gentlemen. I'm leaving you now, and if you ever wreck another train or try to, think what you've missed this time. Goodbye.
Hey, here's where that crash was. There's a couple of guys lying on the road. Hey, grab them, boys. Why, I wouldn't wonder if they were the fellas that newspaper man was talking about. They tried to make a getaway and cracked up. Well, look where their car got to.
Man alive, looks like a cyclone hit it.
Yes, doesn't it? Or that Superman they keep talking about. Good evening, Chief.
Say, there you are. Why, it's the reporter. Well, howdy, Mr. Kent.
Well, I see you got them all right.
Yes, but there wasn't no train wreck. I guess we scared them off.
Keep
huh?
him off. Keep him off. We done it. Put me in jail. Put me anywhere. But don't let that guy touch me again. He just came flying through the air.
Say, he's nuts. Off his head. But that was a confession if I ever heard one.
Yes. And if you'll drag the bottom of Schooner Canyon Lake, you'll find that missing engine and tender.
What?
And don't forget those 2 trainmen at the Circle Y Ranch. They'll be your star witnesses. Well, congratulations, Chief. You've caught the train wreckers all right.
And thanks to you, Mr. Kent. Well, hey, where are you going?
I've got to get back to town. My paper's waiting for the story. See you later, Chief.
Well, Kent, come on in. Well, it's fine to see you back. You've certainly made good in a big way.
Thanks, Mr. White.
And to show you what I think of you, I'm going to start you right out on another assignment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That's the best news I could possibly hear.
Now, wait till you do hear it, my boy. There are 1 or 2 things I want to ask you about first.
Yes, sir?
I know it sounds foolish, but all these rumors about the mysterious flying figure clad in a red cape and all that, you know anything about this, Superman?
Do I know anything about this Superman? Why, Chief, what a silly question.
All right, let it go. Now, I want to talk to you about your next assignment. Just pull up your chair.
Yes, sir.
Oh, confound it, I told him not to disturb me. Steady, room, White.
You've caught the wolf, my friend, for all the good it'll do you. The wolf has a master, and the master speaks to you now.
Here, say, who is this? Kent, get over here.
My compliments, Mr. Kent, on your first and last performance.
What's he mean?
You and your newspaper have interfered with my plans. Very well, my friend. In exactly 24 hours at this time tomorrow, you and your newspaper will be blown to 1,000 fragments. This is the Yellow Mask. Goodbye.
Hey, you! Wait! Come back here! Operator, who was that man? Find him and trace him! Find him!
Whose was the eerie voice calling Editor White on the phone? Who or what is the Yellow Mask? And can Clark Kent, without revealing his identity as Superman, solve the mystery in the newspaper office? Terrible, deadly danger threatens the Daily Planet. Superman has 24 hours' time. Tune in and follow the story. Now, don't forget, next time, the beginning of Superman's latest adventure. Tune in and don't miss it.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Amazing figure from another world with powers and abilities never before realized by mortal men. When we last saw Superman in his disguise as young Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet, He and his editor, Perry White, had just received a warning telephone message from a mysterious voice, which identified itself as the Yellow Mask. In exactly 24 hours, said the mask, the Daily Planet would be blown to 1,000 fragments. Horror-stricken, Kent and his chief stared at each other in the humming office. Then pandemonium. Sirens wailed in the streets. Police searched the building for bombs. Today, as our story opens, we find ourselves far from the doomed offices of the Daily Planet. Dr. Sven Dahlgren shows an unexpected visitor about his laboratory, explaining its wonders, and also explaining his latest invention. Listen.
Please do not touch that window frame.
So? It is not clean, perhaps. It looks clean.
Oh, yes, quite clean, but it is wired. It carries a powerful electric charge.
Most interesting. Are you also experimenting in electricity, Dr. Dahlgren?
You have come to see my latest discovery, have you not, Professor Schmidt?
Indeed.
And so have others. You're not the first. Others would not only like to see it, but gain possession of it.
No, I cannot believe it.
Oh, it's quite true, I assure you. For weeks past, ever since word got out of what I was doing, I've been annoyed, even threatened.
Threatened, Dr. Dahlgren? By whom?
I don't know. Queer voices over the telephone, mysterious visitors in the dead of night. Yes, that is why I had the laboratory wired.
But what do they want?
They want my invention. They realize that whoever owns it controls a practically unlimited power.
Unlimited power? Is that true?
Certainly, Professor Schmidt. Unlimited power for destruction. Which is why I'm determined to keep the discovery a closely guarded secret. In the world today, my friend, there is destruction enough. Men are at one another's throats like dogs gone mad. No, I will never be a party to war and bloodshed. Ah, but come, I waste time. Into this room. Professor, don't brush against the metalwork. There it is, on the table, Professor.
That is the machine. So small.
My latest development. Small, light, compact, but deadly. Now then, please stand exactly where you are. And watch closely what happens to that glass on the edge of the table. Watch.
It's amazing. The glass was shattered.
Now, watch that small steel ball.
Why, it's gone.
Vanished. Blown into atomic dust.
Then it's true. I didn't believe, but it's true.
Certainly it's true. Based on the power of atomic force. Everything in the universe has a certain vibration point, Professor Schmidt. My machine focuses a beam of vibrating infragamma rays wherever I choose to direct it.
And then?
Any object in the path of the beam begins to vibrate. At a certain point, depending on the object, atomic force is overcome, and the object simply disappears, explodes, if you like, into nothing.
Doctor, you say any object?
Any object whatsoever, at distances up to a mile.
Unbelievable, my dear doctor. Let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thank you.
You have done me a great service, Doctor. You have placed in my hands an instrument of destruction that will at last give me what I have been seeking. Absolute control of the world and every living thing in it.
What? What do you mean?
You have been horribly misled, Dr. Dahlgren. I am not Professor Schmidt of Hawthorne University. Mere men who work under me know me by quite another name. I am destined to become supreme ruler of the universe, and with this deadly machine.
Get out of my laboratory! Get out before I...
You won't do anything, Doctor. Not if you value your life. This gun I hold in my hand is fully loaded. Take care.
You're mad, utterly mad. How far do you think you'll get with that machine? The police will...
Beyond the reach of the police, I assure you. I have laid my plans with great care, Doctor. First, I shall destroy the building which houses one of your great newspapers, because a reporter on that paper foiled my plans in the West and succeeded in jailing 2 of my men. When that is done, I will go about the task of creating for myself the position I rightfully deserve. Emperor of the world. And now I must go.
Put that machine down. Put it down, I tell you. Michael, stop him.
No living thing can stop me now. Goodbye, Doctor.
Don't let him get away. Michael.
Doctor, what's happened?
Catch him, Michael, catch him.
Doctor, what's the matter? You're pale.
He got away with the atomic beam, Michael. Do you know what this means? That lunatic, he has in his hands the power of life and death. He is a walking symbol of death.
Where is Clark Kent? The minute he gets back, send him in.
Here I am, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent, where have you been?
Down in the cellar helping the police.
Turn up anything? Any sign of a bomb?
Not a thing, Mr. White. We combed the building from top to bottom. Anything turn up here?
Not so far. What's the time?
It's 4 o'clock. If that fellow really meant business, we've only got about 2 hours to go.
Call in your office, Mr. White.
Oh, thanks, Lois. Oh, by the way, Kent, I don't think you know Miss Lane. Lois, this is Clark Kent.
Oh, how do you do?
You wait here till I get back, Kent. I won't be a minute.
Oh, the boy wonder, huh?
Why, Miss Lane, what do you mean?
Well, they tell me you talked yourself into a job, went out west, and came back with the biggest story of the month, all in less than a week.
Well, I guess I was pretty lucky.
I'll say you were lucky. Now you're the white-haired boy, eh?
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
Got the old man hypnotized. He thinks you're Horace Greeley.
I'm afraid I don't...
Oh, don't act so dumb. All this nonsense about a time bomb in the cellar. What's the big idea?
Miss Lane, I only wish I knew.
You mean to tell me you didn't make it up out of your head?
I certainly did not.
I don't believe it. Well, now what's the matter?
Listen. Don't you hear something?
Oh, I hear the presses in the basement.
No, outside. Pardon me a minute. Come to the window. Now, don't you hear anything?
What do you think you hear?
A plane. There's a plane out there flying low.
Well, I'll be... Now, look, Mr. Kent, this is a big town. You'll find quite a few planes flying around here all day and all night. If it bothers you, you better go back to the farm.
No, really, I
Yes,
mean it.
really, I mean it, too. Tell the old man about your big discovery. Here he comes now.
Well, anything new?
Yes, you're a star reporter. Heard a plane.
It was flying pretty low, Mr. White.
Well, what of it? Oh, I got a job for you, Lois.
Yeah, good job.
No. Go out and interview a scientist. Human interest stuff.
Who is he and where?
Dr. Sven Dahlgren. Got his own laboratory out on Haven Avenue. Look the number up in the book.
Who is he, Mr. White?
What's on his mind?
Leading American investigator in the field of atomic energy.
Must we...
Yeah, come on, get going, Lois. Get going. This paper's always been tied in with science. We've been after Dahlgren for a long time, and now he comes to us.
Why?
Well, he said somebody stole a new machine he invented. I couldn't make much sense out of it, but he seemed pretty worried. Wanted me to rush a story into print.
Oh, what's the matter with the police?
I suggested that, but he said he needed more than the police. Sounds cracked, but it may make a yarn. On your way, Garley.
All right, if you say so, Mr. White. I'll get right out there. So long, Mr. Star Reporter.
You come with me, Kent, into the office. I can't stand much more of this.
I know, Mr. White. It's nerve-wracking, this yellow mask business.
Worse than that. I don't know whether to believe it or not.
If we could only get a lead.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't give it a second thought. Just another crank. But I don't know, Kent. I swear I don't know. What's the time now?
5 after 4. Don't keep thinking about the time, Mr. White.
Confound it, what else can I think of? 2 hours more, and we may get blown to glory. What do you think?
About the yellow mask?
Can he do what he says?
Well, let's hope he can't, Mr. White.
But you're afraid he can. And the devil if it is, so am I. Now, if it hadn't been for that business out west...
Well, maybe you ought to empty the building.
No. You want us to be the laughingstock of the city? Suppose nothing happens.
On the other hand, suppose something does.
Well, they can't intimidate me. If the yellow mask means business, he'll find us right here at 6 o'clock. City room, White.
Mr. White, this is Dr. Dahlgren.
Yes, Dr. Dahlgren. One of our best people is on the way to your laboratory right this minute.
No, that is not why I call. I wanted to tell you...
Yes?
The man who stole my atomic beam machine mentioned a newspaper. He said...
Yes? What did he say?
Something about destroying a newspaper.
What's that again? Listen, Doctor! Hello, Dahlgren! Hello!
Yes, Mr. White.
I was cut off. Get me Dr. Dahlgren at his laboratory, quick.
Sorry, Mr. White. I'll call you.
We were cut off.
No, he was cut off. I'm sure of it.
You heard all that?
Mr. White, that scientist, what was he working on?
I don't know. Some kind of a gadget to release atomic force.
A machine?
I imagine so. Why?
Don't you see, Mr. White? There's our lead. The man who broke in and robbed him was the Yellow Mask.
Kent, I think you're right. Dahlgren just said the burglar mentioned destroying a newspaper.
Then I must be right. Now, look here. We've searched the building and haven't found a thing. No packages, no wires. If the Daily Planet is going to be blown up, it's got to be done outside. Maybe up above. That airplane.
Airplane?
It was flying too low for a transport. Mr. White, that plane was spying out the lay of the land. And at 6 o'clock with Dr. Dahlgren's machine, they'll come back again and...
Hello, Dahlgren?
I'm sorry, Mr. White. Dr. Dahlgren's telephone is out of order.
Kent, do you hear that? Dahlgren's line is dead.
Cut. That settles it, Chief. I'll be seeing you later.
Kent, where are you going?
After Miss Lane. Something's wrong at Dahlgren's. If it's the mask, well, there's not much time to stop him. So long.
Hey, kid, what's your hurry?
Yeah, got another front page scoop, Kent?
Oh, thank heaven. The locker room's empty. Quickly now. Out of these clothes. It's Superman's turn now. Oh, someone's coming. The window. Out. And up. Up. Not much time left. Got to find Miss Lane. Find out what's happened at Dahlgren's and stop the yellow mask. Higher we go. Higher. And faster. Faster. Faster.
Deadly peril hangs over the offices of the Daily Planet. Already the Yellow Mask is in possession of a mighty and terrible weapon. Time is growing short. But Superman is on the way. Powerful form streaking through the night sky, red cape whistling in the wind. Can he arrive in time? And what new unforeseen danger is already creeping in on the laboratory of Dr. Dahlgren, with Lois Lane about to enter, all unknowing? Tune in next time and follow the story. Remember, be with us again for the next startling transcribed installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
Superman, amazing, mysterious figure in blue costume and red cape who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. We last saw Superman streaking through the evening sky toward the laboratory of Dr. Sven Dahlgren in an effort to foil the plans of the Yellow Mask. It is some time after 4. On the stroke of 6, the Daily Planet, its building, its presses, and its staff will be blown to fragments unless Superman can solve the plot in the short time that remains. As Superman wings his way over the dimly glowing city, Lois Lane, the Daily Planet's girl reporter, is already at Dr. Dahlgren's laboratory, interviewing the scientist on the loss of his newly invented atomic beam, which the Yellow Mask has stolen. But even as the scientist and the girl sit talking, hidden eyes are watching them, and unheard voices pass and repass on an unseen secret relay. Listen.
Yellow Mask. This is Michael, reporting from the laboratory. The girl has arrived and is talking with the doctor. We are ready. When the signal comes, close the sliding doors and leave the rest to me. Then join us at the airport. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. There won't be no mistake this time. That's good. I have sworn to blow up the newspaper as the clock strikes 6. Yellow Mask does not fail.
And to my great relief, Miss Lane, after calling your newspaper, I discovered that this demented individual who had stolen my atomic beam machine had stolen nothing but a box of wires and rheostats, utterly useless to him.
What do you mean?
Well, the machine cannot operate unless it is loaded with atomic cylinders, small steel capsules containing the energy necessary to work the beam. I recalled that I had placed only 2 of the cylinders in the machine to demonstrate it, and both were fired.
But you have other cylinders, haven't you?
Oh, yes, but they're well protected. Look in there. What do you see?
Why, it seems to be a sort of inner room.
And what is at the extreme end?
Let me look. Why, it's a safe. A huge safe built into the wall.
And in that safe are a dozen atomic cylinders and a duplicate of the stolen machine.
You had 2 machines?
Oh, yes, a new one and an old one. That madman stole the new one. But never mind. Keep looking, Miss Lane. What do you see now?
Why, there are 2 doors rolling right out of the wall.
Exactly. Massive steel doors, Miss Lane, which cut off every part of the laboratory. The pair that you're looking at cut off the strong room. Now they roll back again.
What made them open?
Ah, I did something. You didn't see what, eh? Good, that's part of the secret.
Oh, Dr. Dahlgren, this will certainly make a story. Now, tell me about the machine, the atomic beam. Why do you think it was stolen?
Miss Lane, if I were a man gone mad with lust for power, determined to dominate the entire world, I could ask for no greater weapon than the Dahlgren atomic beam.
Good heavens, do you really mean that?
I do. That is why my secret will never be published unless I am assured the atomic beam can be used to benefit humanity and not destroy it.
Can you tell me how the machine works, Dr. Dahlgren?
Why, yes. The Dahlgren atomic beam, Miss Lane, is based on the almost limitless power of atomic energy. In the first place...
Ought to be getting there now. Deserted part of town, all right. Oh, I think I see a car. That's it. Lois's car, parked at the curb. I'll drop down on the roof, slip downstairs, and enter Dahlgren's house as Clark Kent, reporter. Down! Now then, down below. Wait a minute. What's that? Coming through the wall. Nobody else could hear it, but I can. It's a voice. A voice traveling on a radio relay.
Yes, this is the Yellow Mask. What now? This is Michael, reporting from the laboratory. No change. We are almost ready. Remember, when I give the signal, close the doors. No more now.
The Yellow Mask. Somewhere near here. And Michael. Who's Michael? And if I have any luck, I may find out from Dahlgren.
Yes?
Dr. Dahlgren, I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Kent. My man must be busy.
Thanks. You were talking to Mr. White, my editor, and something happened to the line.
We were cut off.
So I came right down to find out what you wanted to say. It may be important. Oh, hi, Miss Lane.
Well, Mr. Star Reporter, couldn't you find anything to do but come and horn in on my story?
Well, I see you're old friends.
I'm sorry, Miss Lane. This came up just after you left. Dr. Dahlgren, the Daily Planet has received a very dangerous threat from an unknown source.
A threat, Mr. Kent? What kind of a threat?
An escaped lunatic, Doctor. Someone who threatens to blow up the entire works at 6 o'clock tonight.
Doctor, the man who broke in here and made off with your invention. You told my editor he said something about destroying a newspaper. Do you remember what it was?
I remember quite well, Mr. Kent. He had picked up the machine, my new model of the atomic beam, and as he held me under his gun, he said, "First, I shall destroy the building which houses one of your great newspapers."
Dr. Dahlgren, did he mean the planet?
Well, my dear Miss Lane, I haven't any idea which...
Tell me, Doctor, could he make good that threat against the newspaper?
Mr. Kent, he could make good that threat against the world.
And we have 1 hour or less to run him down.
Well, I wouldn't worry, Mr. Kent.
Not worry?
Fortunately, as I have already explained to Miss Lane, and as I tried to tell your editor before we were cut off, the model which was stolen will not work.
What? Dr. Dahlgren, what do you mean?
Just this. By a lucky chance, the stolen machine was not loaded with the cylinders necessary to make it work.
Well, then you mean the newspaper's safe. It won't be blown up.
Not by the Dahlgren atomic beam. Wait, I will point out what I mean.
Just a second, Dr. Dahlgren. I'd like to ask you a question.
Certainly, Mr. Kent.
Is your name Michael? Or is there anyone in this house whose name is Michael?
Why, yes. Why do you ask that?
Don't you like the name Michael, Mr. Kent?
Who is it, Doctor?
Michael is the name of my servant. Why, Mr. Kent?
Nothing. I merely wondered. You were going to show us your invention, Dr. Dahlgren.
Oh, yes, to be sure. If you'll excuse me for a moment. No, stay right where you are. I'll get it out of the safe and bring it here.
Well, are your worries about being blown sky high quite laid to rest, Mr. Kent? You thought the paper would be blown up tonight, didn't you?
You know I did.
And yet you take the first chance you get to run out like a rat and leave the rest of them there to face whatever happens.
Oh, now look here. Mr. White sent me out on this assignment.
Now, I bet he didn't have to urge you much.
Oh, don't think that about me, Lois, please.
I can stand freshness and amazing luck and even boasting, but not cowardice, Mr. Kent. What are you doing?
I'm telephoning the office. Hello, operator. Operator!
Have you forgotten the phone's out of order?
Thought they might have fixed it. They haven't.
Well?
That wire. It goes through a conduit into the next room, and it's slack, loose. It comes away in my hand. Look!
What?
Lois, that wire was cut off clean by someone in this house while Dr. Dahlgren was talking to Mr. White.
by someone who didn't want Dahlgren to reveal any information.
Well, don't stand there like that. What do you think it means?
It means the thief knows that model won't work. He's found it out. Oh, where is Dr. Dahlgren? What's taking him so long?
Oh, Kent, the doors! The doors!
What doors? What are they doing?
The doors, they lead into the rooms, and Dr. Dahlgren's inside.
Oh, of it. Maybe he did it himself.
Dr. Dahlgren, are you all right? Dr. Dahlgren!
What are you doing? Let go of me! Get away from that safe, Michael! Michael!
Oh, Kent, someone's in there with him. Something's wrong. Oh, Kent, do something. Don't just stand there.
Well, I can't. There's nothing I can do.
Look out! Look out!
An explosion inside that room. Dynamite or nitroglycerin. Lois! Lois, are you all right?
I'm all right. Just stand.
Now, Lois, run down and bring the police. Phone the paper, quick.
What are you going to do?
I'll stay here. Maybe I can get in there. Go on, now run.
I'll be back, Kent. Wait for me.
I think it's time Superman took a hand. Clark Kent could never get through those steel doors. I had to get Lois out first, though. Now then. There they go. Almost through. It's springing out at the side. I'll just grab hold of the edges and pull them out of the walls. Now. Dr. Dahlgren. He's unconscious. And when he comes to, he'll see Clark Kent.
Kent, is that you? The safe. Look at the safe and the wall.
They blew the safe and got out through a hole in the wall. Dr. Dahlgren, who was it? Could you see?
I don't know. When I came in, they threw a cloth over my head. Kent, look. They came back. They found the machine wouldn't work. The cylinders were in the safe.
Doctor, the safe. It's empty.
Quite empty, gentlemen. The Dahlgren atomic beam will now be put to work.
That voice. Who is it? Where is it coming from?
It's a dictaphone outlet. Somewhere in the wall. I'll track it down.
Save yourself the trouble, Mr. Kent. We are leaving immediately. It's 5:30. You will remember what happens at 6. The yellow mask does not break his word.
Half an hour to go. 30 flying minutes while mysterious planes drone high in the air over the office of the newspaper. Can Clark Kent or Superman find the yellow mask, recover the Dahlgren invention, save the Daily Planet? And meanwhile, what of Lois Lane? Tune in the next installment and follow the story. Remember, be with us again for the next thrilling transcribed installment of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Strange and amazing figure from another world who has come to Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. As our story opens today, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, reporter, is just where we left him, in the laboratory of Dr. Dahlgren, bending over the reviving form of the scientist who has been stunned by the blowing open of his safe. Outside, a distant clock has just struck 5:30. Inside, Kent and the doctor stare at the empty safe, realizing that the steel cylinders necessary to operate the Dahlgren atomic beam have been stolen, and that the yellow mask can now make good his threat to blow the Daily Planet building to fragments on the dot of 6. Lois Lane has been sent to bring the police and warn the paper. Sirens wail as squad cars race toward the scene of the explosion. Meanwhile, the Yellow Mask himself watches grimly from a secret hiding place, waiting for the uproar to die down. Listen.
So the sound of the explosion has brought the police like bees to a honeypot. Very well, I shall wait until I am ready to leave, and then all of the police in the city will not stop me. Are both cars waiting?
All ready when you give the word, Chief.
Good. Who's this, Michael? Who's that with you?
I got a visitor for you, Chief.
You let me go. Put me down.
That girl, where did she come from?
She belongs to the fella from the newspaper. After the explosion, she went for the cops. I seen her coming down the stairs, and I thought maybe we'd better hang on to her.
You beast. Let me go.
Excellent, Michael. Well done indeed. Put her in the second car with the machine.
I won't go.
Bring her to the airport, Michael. Put her in the plane.
You heard what he said. Come along. Take it, Joe.
I won't. Stop. Put me down.
What'll you do with it, Chief?
That young man Kent has annoyed us before. I shall take no chances this time. If he hinders my plans in the next half hour, he signs this girl's death warrant. Start up the car.
And meanwhile, back in the laboratory of Dr. Dahlgren.
Oh, Kent, how did they know? Who told them when to come?
To steal the cylinders?
Yes.
Dr. Dahlgren, you remember I asked you if there was anyone named Michael hereabouts?
Yes, my servant. I've had him for years.
Well, Michael betrayed you to the Yellow Mask. He had a dictaphone in every room of the laboratory and told them of every move you made.
Michael did that? Where is he?
I don't know, probably following the mask. And that's where I'm going, too.
No, Kent, don't leave me. Come back.
Doctor, you'll be all right. The police are on the stairs right now. Sorry, I can't wait.
Hey, what goes on in here?
What's the trouble?
It can't go down. It's got to be up. Maybe the next landing. This'll do it. Out of these clothes. There. Up for the window. What's the time? Where's that clock? Good thing I can see in the dark. 25 minutes to 6. 25 minutes to find the Yellow Mask, or else... I don't know. Not much time, but here we go. Up! Up! One of two things. He's either going back to town or out to an airport. But first, I must warn White to clear the building just in case. Faster! Faster! 25 minutes!
Quarter to 6. Oh, Lord, Lord. Where is Miss Lane? Where's Kent? City room. White.
My friend, this is the Yellow Mask.
Mike. Miss Smith. Trace this call.
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. White. You cannot stop me now, nor can Mr. Clark Kent. If he is there, tell him that Miss Lois Lane is with me.
What? Lois Lane? You've got Lois?
Miss Lane is my hostage in my plane. If you or Kent or anyone else interferes with me now, Miss Lane will leave my company without a parachute. Goodbye.
Yes, Mr. White. We're tracing the call. I will let you know where.
No time. Oh, Lord, that devil means to drop Lois out of an airplane. Oh, Kent, is that you? Where have you been, man?
Never mind where I've been, Mr. White. Is Miss Lane here?
Kent, just this second, a call came from the mask. He's got an airplane, and he's got Lois.
What?
It's true. What did you find out at Dahlgren's?
Mr. White, it's bad. The mask got away with the atomic beam machine. He can wipe us out in a second.
What? Well, where are you going?
Call the nearest flying field, the one on the point. I can be there in 8 minutes. Have them warm up a plane.
You can't fly. What are you going to do?
Yes, I can, and I will. So long, Mr. White. I'm not running out on you.
Kent, wait!
It's our only chance, and I'm taking it. If you don't hear from me by 2 minutes of, there's nothing we can do. All alone in the hall. Out of these clothes. No time for opening windows. Last chance, Mask. But Superman still has time. If you can fly, so can I. I'll get to the field and take a plane myself. Faster! Faster!
What are you going to do with me?
Just sit where you are, my dear Miss Lane, for the time being. What's the clock say, Michael?
5 to 6.
Remove the cover from the atomic beam. Wait a minute. What's that behind us?
Too dark to say for sure. Looks like another plane.
Fools. Didn't believe me, eh? Well, they soon will. Look down, Michael, and tell me where we are.
Over the Daily Planet building.
Watch it, Michael. It will not be there long.
You beast! You fiend! What are you going to do?
Pay off a few scores, Miss Lane. All right, Michael. It works. The machine works. Now then, Michael, back over the planet building.
Any news from Kent? What's the time?
Kent hasn't called in so far, Mr. White. Wait a minute. Hey, anybody got a call from Kent?
No, nothing here.
Not so far, Mr. White.
All right, never mind that. What's the time?
Why, you asked me that just a minute ago.
I know I did. What's the time now? Miss Smith, what's the time?
3 minutes to 6, Mr. White.
Three minutes of 6. No time left now. There they are. Got to scare them off. All right, Mask. Here I come.
Hey, Chief, that other plane's right behind us.
Never mind the other plane. It's 2 minutes of 6. Swing down over the Daily Planet building.
All right. I got to bank and head back again. Here we go.
Please observe, Miss Lane. Once again, the whine of the atomic generators.
Oh, stop. You can't mean to do it. You won't.
Hey, look, Chief. The other plane's right on our tail.
I'll take care of that. Come here, Miss Lane.
Oh, let me go.
I told your friends what would happen if they got in my way now. Michael, release the door.
It's open. Just throw the catch.
Stop! Stop!
I said if they came too close, I warned them. Come here, girl.
No! No!
Hey, Chief, watch out. He's going to crash.
Too late. Out you go, Miss Lane. Out that door. There.
Look out! Look out!
Michael, down, down. Dive in the building. I'm throwing the switch of the atomic beam.
Look out! Look out! He's right on top of us. Here we come!
There. I crashed the planes. Jumped clear. That'll take care of the Mask. But Lois, she's falling. Plunging down 2,000 feet. Got to catch her. Down. Down. 1,500. 1,000. 800. 500. 200. There she is. Now. Now. Got her. She's safe. Now up. Up and away.
Whooping down, Superman saves Lois in the nick of time and bears her away to safety. Next morning, in the offices of the Daily Planet.
Well, Lois. Come in, sit down. That was quite an experience you had last night.
I tell you, Mr. White, I don't understand it. They threw me out of the plane, and I remember falling. That's all I do remember, clearly.
Well, that's almost enough. I imagine we all owe our lives to your friend, Clark Kent.
Clark Kent? What did he do?
Most amazing. At the very last minute, he went up in a plane, rammed the Mask just as he was about to touch off that infernal machine, and came down by parachute, just as you did.
As I did? Well, I don't remember any parachute.
You don't think you swam down, do you?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's all very hazy, but at the last minute, I seem to recall that a man appeared out of nowhere, just flying in the air.
You probably saw the Mask falling out of his plane.
Oh, no, this wasn't that kind of a man. He wore a long red cape, and he just took me in his arms and carried me away.
Oh, you're dreaming, Lois. Well, look who's here. Come in, Kent.
Good morning, Mr. White. Good morning, Miss Lane.
Oh, good morning. If you'll excuse me, Mr. White.
I don't know what Miss Lane has against me.
Oh, you mustn't mind her. Kent, I can't thank you enough for what you did. You saved all our lives.
Oh, I was just lucky, Mr. White. Crashed the planes and came down by parachute. Oh, by the way, was anything left of the Mask's plane?
Nothing left of either the plane or the Mask. Dr. Dahlgren's machine was ruined, too. Incidentally, he called earlier this morning to thank you and tell you that he's destroyed the duplicate of that machine and the plans for building it. He thought you'd approve.
Oh, I do. It was much too dangerous a device in the hands of the wrong person.
Oh, say, Kent, there's something been bothering me.
Yes?
Lois seems to think she was rescued by a man in a red cape, a Superman who flew through the air. Now, you remember that Western story you covered? There were rumors about such a man, red cape, flying through the air. Now, do you think...
It's too silly to talk about, Mr. White.
I know, but...
Hey, Mr. White, about that fire in the Sterling building.
Yeah, what about it? Don't go, Kent.
Just got a phone call. They think there's a girl trapped on the 20th floor.
What? A girl trapped? Can't they get her out?
Can't reach her.
Mr. White, let me cover that story. Maybe...
Maybe what?
Well, maybe I can do something. Can I cover it?
Sure, but if the fire department can't reach her, what do you think you can do?
What does Clark Kent mean to do? Does he intend to assume the blue costume and red cape of Superman and attempt a daring rescue of the trapped girl in broad daylight? Does he dare reveal himself as Superman before the thousands of people watching the fire in the street below? What will happen? Tune in next time and find out. And remember, don't miss the next installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. In his disguise of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, Superman has foiled the diabolical plans of the Yellow Mask, a maniac who thought himself emperor of the world. And now, a new adventure comes to the mild, spectacled reporter, who is known to the city room as Clark Kent. Not knowing what strange and exciting days are directly ahead, Kent listens eagerly as a photographer brings word of a fire in one of the city's largest buildings. Listen.
Hey, Mr. White. What about that fire in the Sterling Tower?
Yeah? What about it? Don't go, Kent.
Just got a phone call. They think there's a girl trapped on the 20th floor.
What? A girl trapped? Can't they get her out?
Can't reach her.
Mr. White, let me cover that story. Maybe
what, Kent?
maybe I can do something. Can I cover it?
Go ahead. But if the fire department can't reach her, why do you think you can?
Listen, you ain't heard of half of it, Chief. Hello, Miss Lane.
What's all the excitement, Mike?
Go on, Mike. Wait. What about photographs? Who's up there?
I'm going myself right away. But get this, will you? There's something phony about this fire.
Phony?
Yeah. Well, that's the dope I got. The fire marshal thinks maybe it's incendiary. Somebody set it on purpose. A firebug.
What?
Who did it?
Whereabouts in the building is it?
Did I hear you say something about a girl? Did she do it?
Listen, give me a chance, will you? There's a mining company got offices up in the tower. North Star Mining Company. That's where the fire started, and they think that's where the girl is.
They think?
Mr. White, we're wasting time. Mike and I can grab a cab and be up there in 5 minutes.
What's this, the star reporter turning fireman?
Maybe thinks he can save the girl. Come on, Galahad.
Yes, do hurry. When you get back, we'll have a special medal for you. Clark Kent, scoops and life.
Quit that, Lois. No time for fooling. On your way, Kent. Call back the minute you have anything.
Say, there's a hook and ladder on the street right now. It must have turned the another alarm. What do you say, Kent? Wait till I grab my camera. We'll hop a cab. Come on. Oh, boy, did we turn that corner on two wheels. How you doing, Kent?
I'm all right, Mike. Hey, look. You can see smoke in the sky up ahead.
Oh, this is a fire, all right. Ought to get some swell shots. Tough if that dame really is trapped. Say, speaking of dames, what's Lois Lane got against you?
Almost hit that traffic officer.
Hey, Eddie, if you gotta knock somebody off, don't pick on cops. Why does she cold shoulder you, Kent?
I don't know. Just seems to have taken a dislike to me.
Oh, boy, I'll say she has. And I can tell you why, too. You ain't got a chance with her, Kent.
No?
No. Ain't you heard? About that guy she says comes down from the clouds in a red cape and pulled her out of the wrecked airplane?
Oh, listen, Mike, there's nothing to that.
No, that's what you think, kid. You just ask her. She's got a real steady now. She's that way about Superman. What's the matter, Kent? Why don't you laugh? Ain't you got no sense of humor? Oh, boy, I think it's rich. Hey, here we are. Hey, this'll do it, Eddie. Find a place to park and stand by the rushback place.
Hey, Mike. There's the fire chief.
Oh, gee, look at that blaze, will you? Grab your hat, Ken. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. Stretch a line up there at the south corner. Get a hose crew under that east wall.
That wall is looking mighty bad, Chief. Due to topple any minute now.
Keep your eye on it, Grogan. And see if you can run a ladder up the ledge where that girl was.
She's gone, Chief. Reckon she couldn't stand the heat. Hey, here comes the press.
Hello, Chief. I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Don't bother me now, boys. We got our hands full. Lieutenant! Don't let your men get too close in there. Now just watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, Chief. About that trapped girl. Is she still up there?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. She must be a goner. Where you going with that camera?
We're just getting a couple of shots, Chief.
Get back out of there. See me later, will you, kid?
All right, Chief. Just one thing. What about the fire being incendiary?
See the fire marshal. He's the one to do the talking about that. Hey, Sanders, bring that water tower to the third story. Take it fast. They need another alarm.
Hey, listen, Kent. What do you say? If we could get up in that building across the street, we'd have a swell angle, see?
Good idea, Mike. There's a balcony up there. I'm afraid the chief won't like it.
Who cares? What he don't know won't hurt him. Come on, kid. This is going to be good.
Mike, you go ahead up there. I'm going to call the office. Didn't I hear the chief say to send in another alarm?
Yeah, that makes 4. Mighty big fire that takes 4 alarms in this man's town.
Uh-huh.
Okay, kid. When you come back, look for me where you see the most smoke.
Right.
Ready, Rome. Light.
Mr. White, this is Kent. Listen, the fire's terrific. 4 alarms.
4 alarms, eh? What's the chief say?
He won't say anything. Too busy to talk.
What about the fires being incendiary?
Well, I haven't found the marshal yet. Mike and I just got here. I thought I'd better phone you and tell you about the 4 alarms.
Right. Now listen, Kent. Keep phoning me whenever anything happens.
Mr. White, they expect the east wall to go down any second. Mike's got his camera set to watch it.
You tell him not to take too big a chance. And that goes for you too, Kent.
Don't worry. I don't take many chances. So long, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent. Wait, what about the girl? The one they said was trapped on the 20th floor.
Well, Mr. White, I don't know. She was in the offices of the North Star Mining Company, but where she is now, look, I'd better get back.
Well, go ahead. I'll wait for your call. Hey, get ready for plates on the Sterling Tower fire. Slug it, wall goes out in mammoth blaze.
Hey, right here, Kent. Out on the balcony. Come on, watch your step.
Mighty thick smoke here. Can't see a thing.
Well, it's a tough spot, all right. But every once in a while it clears, and boy, do I get a shot.
How about the wall?
All set to go. I better get that hose line out of there. Hey, look. Look over there at the wall. Ain't that a crack? Look up there.
Mike, you're right. I can see flames right through it.
Look at the chief down there in the street. He sees it.
He's calling his men back. Mike, what if it falls this way?
It won't. What's the matter?
Mike, look. High up. Up there above the ledge.
Hey, gee, Kent. It's her.
It's that girl. Up there on the 20th floor. Mike, she's managed to get to a window. What's she gonna do?
She can't do nothing. Wait till I get her focused.
Oh, never mind your camera. Call them down on the street.
They can't see her. They don't know she's there.
Hey, Chief! Hey! There, the girl at the window!
It's no use, Kent. They don't hear you. You can't do nothing.
Mike, look at her. You can see her at the window. She's trying to break the glass.
That won't help her. Look, in there behind her. Flames. Watch it, Kent. Here comes the smoke. Can't see. Where are you, Kent? Kent!
Back of the balcony. Good thing that smoke came when it did. Maybe I waited too long. Too long even for Superman. I'll try anyway. Up into the smoke.
Hidden from the crowd by billows of dense white smoke pouring out of the burning building, Superman wings his way through the air to attempt a daring rescue of the girl trapped on the 20th floor. Flames crackle and spit like things alive as he reaches the window. One blow smashes the glass. Superman drops into the room, now a roaring inferno. Sheets of orange flame envelop him. His keen eyes search the fire-gutted office. The girl is nowhere to be seen.
Flames. Hotter than a blast furnace. Hope she got back out of this. Must be inside. Where's that door? There we are. Cooler in here. Not for long. The fire's following me in. There she is, hiding in the closet. I can see her right through the door. If I wrap her in my cape, the heat won't get to her. Quick. There we are.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Quick, you'll be all right. That's it. Hold on. Now then, back. Back out of this. Not the way we came in. Through the flames and out and back. The tower. We'll just make it. Out the window. Onto the ledge. That crowd in the street. The wind has cleared the smoke. They'll surely see me this time. But it can't be helped. The wall, it's going. It's splitting. But not with us. We're away, just in time.
Watch that wall, Brogan. Get those men back. It's going any second.
Say, Chief, what about that girl on the 20th floor? Anybody seen her?
We can't get her. Even the extension ladders won't reach. We've tried everything.
Chief, look, up in the sky.
It's a man flying. No, it can't be.
It is, or we're both crazy. Look at him.
The wall's going. Watch it. Back, back. Everybody back, back, back.
As one wall of the burning building collapses into the street, Superman, like a bird in flight, carries the rescued girl to safety, drops down in an alley near the fire. There, he once again assumes the guise of Clark Kent reporter. Leaving the girl for a moment, he hurries in search of an ambulance doctor. Mike, the Daily Planet photographer, spots him. Together, they return to the alley with the doctor and the battalion chief.
Here she is, Doctor. I don't think she's badly hurt.
Unconscious. She may be burned. We'll see.
Aren't you a reporter, Kent?
Yes, Chief. Daily Planet. I'm with Mike.
That's right, Chief.
I know, but how did you happen to find this girl?
I was running to call my paper, and then I happened to see her staggering out of the rear of the building. Oh, how in the world she ever got down from the 20th floor is a mystery.
It's more than that, Kent. It's a miracle. I saw a man up there. I saw a man fly out of that window.
Oh, that can't be.
And me not there with my camera?
Well, I'm not crazy, Kent. Neither is Captain Grogan. We both saw him. Is she all right, Doc?
Probably won't come to for a while. Badly shot. Wait. She's coming around.
Oh, don't let them. They'll get away. Catch them. Stop them. They're in the big car.
Can't get this.
Quiet.
Stop. Stop. You don't dare. Catch them. Catch them.
She's out again. Here, quick. Get her in the ambulance. She's suffering from shock. Smoke poisoning.
Wait, Doctor. What was she talking about?
How should I know? You heard her, didn't you? Sounded like hysterical babbling to me. Okay, there. Coming through with the stretcher. Gangway, please.
Was it hysterical babbling, or has sudden, unexplained mystery risen from the ashes of the Sterling Tower building? Who is this girl, and how did she happen to be trapped in the 20th floor office of the North Star Mining Company? Who did she want stopped and caught? Clark Kent is suspicious. Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the story of one of Superman's most exciting adventures. And remember, tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, strange visitor from interplanetary space who has arrived on Earth to fight for the cause of justice, and in his disguise as Clark Kent, news reporter, to investigate the ways and lives of men. When we last saw him, Kent was one of a small group made up of the ambulance surgeon, the fire chief, a photographer from the Daily Planet, and the half-hysterical unknown girl whom Kent, as Superman, had just rescued from the blazing inferno of the Sterling Tower. As she was borne off to the ambulance, the girl broke into wild, delirious cries of, "Stop them, catch them, catch them," and then lapsed again into unconsciousness. Today, as our story continues, Kent is waiting in a reception room of the hospital, hoping that the girl, whose identity is still unknown, will recover enough to tell who she is and throw light on the mysterious origin of the fire, which authorities are convinced was purposely set. But meanwhile, as Kent waits in the reception room, a powerful black sedan speeds through the night, far out of town on a highway for the west. Two men are tense in the front seat. One holds the wheel, while the other nervously turns the dials of the car's radio. Listen.
Watch it, Bart. Curve coming up.
I'm not blind. I can see it.
Hey! You have to do that.
Listen, Joe, the more miles we put between us and the Sterling Tower, the better. And the quicker, the better, too.
You think it's all over?
Certainly it's all over. They'll never even find her, let alone catch on about us. What are you doing with that radio?
Picking up the late news.
Oh, what's the matter? Worried about your investments?
We might hear something.
Well, I can tell you one thing. North Star Mining went down. About 20 floors down.
Don't be so funny.
Yeah, and if that girl had ever got out with her story, it'd be lower than that. And us along with it.
And at the moment, on all fronts, there are no further developments. Locally, interest still centers on the mysterious fire which destroyed the Sterling Tower early today.
This is it. Listen.
Fire department officials are waiting to explore the ruins. To confirm suspicions, the fire was of incendiary origin.
What's that? Stop the car. Pull up.
Unfortunately, the only victim of the fire who can throw light on this angle is a former secretary employed by the North Star Mining Company.
What?
Company offices of the North Star Mining Company were on the 20th floor of the tower where the fire started, but the girl escaped under mysterious circumstances. She is now in a critical condition at the city hospital.
Escape?
She couldn't have. It's not possible.
Representatives of the district attorney's office are waiting to question the young secretary if and when her condition makes it possible.
Question?
Bart, you hear that?
Meanwhile, Metropolitan Police are searching for two of the mining company's chief executives who have mysteriously disappeared. Bartley Pemberton, company's president, and Joseph Deneen, treasurer and vice president in charge of operations, both of whom are wanted for questioning. If they...
Bart, why'd you shut it off? You want to hear the rest of it?
I heard enough, Joe. More than enough.
Hey, Bart, where are you going? What are you turning around for?
Where am I going? Where do you think I'm going, you fool?
But you're turning back.
You bet I'm turning back. Right back where we came from.
Bart, you're crazy. We gotta get away.
We can't get away. Not now. Not till we fix that girl so she can't squeal. Where did the guy say? City hospital?
Well, what are you gonna do?
Now listen, Joe, pull yourself together. You're in this just as much as I am.
I know, but...
A couple of that girl's relatives, her cousin and her old uncle, that's you and me, are going to call on her the minute she's well enough and see her alone.
We can't. They'll get us. Wait, Bart.
Wait, nothing. We've got to get to her before she sees the DA. Now, hang on.
Dr. Palmer wanted in surgery. Dr. Palmer wanted in surgery. Dr. Burns, report to 804. Dr. Burns, report to 804.
Boy, a hospital sure does a rushing business in doctors. Hello there, nurse.
Hello, Mr. Kent. Still waiting around?
Oh, sure. I haven't anything else to do.
Well, you're all alone now.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, the man from the district attorney's office gave it up.
Oh?
He said to call him when the girl wakes up.
How is she, nurse? Think she'll pull through all right?
She's pulled through already. It was just shock and smoke.
Well, then why can't I see her?
Well, she's still a little upset. She woke up a while ago and said something about a car and some men.
A car?
Yes, I think that's what it was. I'd have called you, but she dropped off again. I thought she needed her rest more than you did your interview.
Thanks, nurse. My pal. So she talked about a car, eh?
Yes, and two men. Say, where are you going?
Oh, just out on that sun porch. Get a little air.
Now, listen, that sun porch is open. You'll catch your death of cold.
Oh, no. I like the cold.
Oh, all right. Suit yourself. You've probably got at least an hour, but whatever you do, don't leave that door open.
I won't. She's right. It is cold. But what's a little thing like cold to Superman? I knew I'd find out something if I hung around here long enough. 2 men in a car, eh? Not much to go on, but I've an hour or so to look. 2 men in a car. And if they had anything to do with that fire, they're heading away from town. I wonder if they're the officers of that North Star Mining Company, Pemberton and Deneen. Well, if I catch up with them, I'll soon find out. Here we go.
Bart, what's the red lights? Don't want to get us picked up now, do you?
Shut up and keep your head. We're turning in at this parking lot.
Where's the hospital?
It's right around the corner. I'll ask the attendant to make sure.
Here he comes.
Evening, gentlemen.
Okay, Mac. How much to park?
50 cents for the first hour, dime for every hour extra.
We won't be over an hour. Oh, where's the city hospital?
Straight down the avenue. First block to the right. You can't miss it.
Don't worry, we won't miss it. And we won't miss her either. Come on, Joe. It's later than I thought. We better step on it.
What if the DA got there first?
We'll worry about that when we have to. Remember now, I'm her uncle and you're her cousin who she hasn't seen for days. All set?
Listen, are you sure
Come on, don't get chicken-hearted. Make it good. Short and snappy.
Okay.
No luck. Looked into 500 cars and haven't found a thing. Either that girl was raving or they slipped by me in the dark. Huh. Wait. There's a car coming up the road with 2 men in it. I'll drop down. No time to become Clark Kent. Here they come. I'll stand in the middle of the road. Oh, they're not going to stop. They're swerving. Well, I'll stop them.
Hey, what?
It's a police car. The last people in the world I want to meet right now.
Hey, yo, what's the big idea? You're trying to wreck us? Hey, come back! Back, he's flying! Up in the air! Plug him! Plug him!
Nice shooting, officer. One of those bullets bounced off my chest. Sorry, I can't wait to explain. Gotta get back to that hospital. Wasted enough time. That girl's probably ready to talk now. So long. Back to the city.
Dr. Winter, wanted an emergency. Calling Dr. Winter.
Well, Mr. Kent, are you still My goodness, where is he?
Are you looking for me, nurse?
My lands, don't tell me you've been out on that porch all this time.
Oh, why not?
Why, it's over an hour. Aren't you frozen?
Oh, not me. I like it. What about the patient? Is she awake?
Oh, yes. She even has some visitors.
Visitors? From the district attorney's office?
No, a couple of relatives.
Relatives? I didn't know she had any.
Well, evidently she has. An uncle and a cousin.
And they're with her now?
Well, they really shouldn't be, of course, but they were so anxious and they wanted to see her so badly that I stretched a point and let them in.
How long have they been with her?
Just went in. Well, what's the matter?
Nurse, let me go in and talk to them.
You? Why, I should say not.
Please, nurse.
Not until the doctor says it's all right.
Now, look, nurse, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put your picture in the paper. How's that?
You can't do that.
I will, I promise. A picture and a nice little story. How about it?
Well, you stay here till I call you. I'll see how she is.
2 relatives. This is the first time they show up, when the girl's been here over 12 hours and every paper in town's full of the story. Something mighty queer about this. What the? Somebody screamed.
The supervisor! Where's the supervisor? Call Dr. Peters, quick! Orderly! Orderly!
Which way did they go, Miss King?
Dr. Peters, where is he? Call him somebody!
Hey, what's going on? What happened?
Say, mister, 2 men. They were in one of the rooms. Anybody get through here?
No, I haven't seen a sign of them. Hey, wait. What did they do?
Nurse says they stabbed a girl. Hey there!
Stabbed a girl? Nurse! Nurse, where are you?
Oh, Mr. Kent, those men. They weren't her relatives. They went into her room and stabbed her.
Stabbed her?
The doctor. Miss Gray, where's Dr. Peters?
Nurse, how badly is she hurt? Is she dead?
I don't know. She's unconscious. Miss Gray, come in here and help quickly. Oh, thank heavens, Dr. Peters.
Yes.
In here, doctor.
Yes, right away, nurse.
Daily Planet, rewrite desk.
Listen, this is Clark Kent calling from City Hospital. Now get this, Mac.
Okay, Kent, shoot.
It's about that girl they rescued from the Sterling Tower fire. She's in the City Hospital accident ward, and a couple of alleged relatives got by the nurse and into her room.
Relatives, okay.
Only they weren't relatives. Nobody knows who they are, but they got into the girl's room and stabbed her. So far, the extent of her injuries is not known.
Not known. Listen, is she dead or isn't she?
Well, Mac, I don't know.
Well, find out, Kent. Find out and call back as soon as you can. I'll wait right here by the phone and hurry, will you? This sounds like it might...
Have Deneen and Pemberton, the 2 crooked owners of the North Star Mining Company, sealed their former secretary's lips forever? And why were they willing to risk arrest in order to get her out of the way? There are startling developments yet to come, thrilling adventures in which Clark Kent and Superman play a major part. Don't miss the next sensational installment of Superman. Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. In his disguise of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, Superman has foiled the diabolical plans of the Yellow Mask, a maniac who thought himself emperor of the world. And now, a new adventure comes to the mild-spectacled reporter, who is known to the city room as Clark Kent. Not knowing what strange and exciting days are directly ahead, Kent listens eagerly as a photographer brings word of a fire in one of the city's largest buildings. Listen.
Hey, Mr. White. What about that fire in the Sterling Tower?
Yeah? What about it? Don't go, Kent.
Just got a phone call. They think there's a girl trapped on the 20th floor.
What? A girl trapped? Can't they get her out?
Can't reach her.
Mr. White, let me cover that story. Maybe...
Maybe what, Kent?
Oh, maybe I can do something. Can I cover it?
Go ahead.
But if the fire department can't reach her, why do you think you can?
Listen, you ain't heard of half the Chief. Hello, Miss Lane.
What's all the excitement, Mike?
Go on, Mike. Wait. What about photographs? Who's up there?
I'm going myself right away. But get this, will you? There's something phony about this fire.
Phony?
Yeah. Well, that's the dope I got. The fire marshal thinks maybe it's incendiary. Somebody set it on purpose. A firebug.
What?
Who did it?
Whereabouts in the building is it?
Did I hear you say something about a girl? Did she do it?
Listen, give me a chance, will you? There's a mining company got offices up in the tower. North Star Mining Company. That's where the fire started, and they think that's where the girl is.
They think?
Mr. White, we're wasting time. Mike and I can grab a cab and be up there in 5 minutes.
What's this, the star reporter turning fireman?
Maybe thinks he can save the girl. Come on, Galahad.
Yes, do hurry. When you get back, we'll have a special medal for you. Clark Kent, Scoops and Life.
Quit that, Lois. No time for fooling. On your way, Kent. Call back the minute you have anything.
Say, there's a hook and ladder on the street right now. It must have turned another alarm. What do you say, Kent? Wait till I grab my camera. We'll hop a cab. Come on. Boy, did we turn that corner on two wheels. How you doing, Kent?
I'm all right, Mike. Hey, look. You can see smoke in the sky up ahead.
Oh, this is a fire, all right. Ought to get some swell shots. Tough if that dame really is trapped. Say, speaking of dames, what's Lois Lane got against you?
Oh, almost hit that traffic officer.
Hey, Eddie, if you gotta knock somebody off, don't pick on cops. Why does she cold shoulder you, Kent?
I don't know. Just seems to have taken a dislike to me.
Oh, boy, I'll say she has. And I can tell you why, too. You ain't got a chance with her, Kent.
No?
No. Ain't you heard? About that guy she says comes down from the clouds in a red cape and pulled her out of the wrecked airplane?
Oh, listen, Mike, there's nothing to that.
No, that's what you think, kid. You just ask her. She's got a real steady now. She's that way about Superman. What's the matter, Kent? Why don't you laugh? Ain't you got no sense of humor? Oh, boy, I think it's rich. Hey, here we are. Hey, this'll do it, Eddie. Find a place to park and stand by the rushback place.
Hey, Mike. There's the fire chief.
Oh, gee, look at that blaze, will you? Grab your hat, Ken. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. Stretch a line up there at the south corner. Get a hose crew under that east wall.
That wall is looking mighty bad, Chief. Due to topple any minute now.
Keep your eye on it, Grogan. And see if you can run a ladder up the ledge where that girl was.
She's gone, Chief. Reckon she couldn't stand the heat. Hey, here comes the press.
Hello, Chief. I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Don't bother me now, boys. We got our hands full. Lieutenant! Don't let your men get too close in there. Now just watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, Chief. About that trapped girl. Is she still up there?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. She must be a goner. Where you going with that camera?
I'm just getting a couple of shots, Chief.
Get back out of there. See me later, will you, Kent?
All right, Chief. Just one thing. What about the fire being incendiary?
See the fire marshal. He's the one to do the talking about that. Hey, Sanders. Bring that water tower to the third story. Take it fast. Take it another alarm.
Hey, listen, Kent. What do you say? If we could get up on that building and cross the street, we'd have a swell angle, see?
Good idea, Mike. There's a balcony up there. I'm afraid the chief won't like it.
Who cares? What he don't know won't hurt him. Come on, kid. This is going to be good.
Mike, you go ahead up there. I'm going to call the office. Didn't I hear the chief say to send in another alarm?
Yeah, that makes 4. Mighty big fire that takes 4 alarms in this man's town.
Uh-huh.
Okay, kid. When you come back, look for me where you see the most smoke.
Right.
Steady, Rome. White.
Mr. White, this is Kent. Listen, the fire's terrific. 4 alarms.
4 alarms, eh? What's the chief say?
He won't say anything. Too busy to talk.
What about the fires being incendiary?
Well, I haven't found the marshal yet. Mike and I just got here. I thought I'd better phone you and tell you about the 4 alarms.
Right. Now listen, Kent. Keep phoning me whenever anything happens.
Mr. White, they expect the east wall to go down any second. Mike's got his camera set to watch it.
You tell him not to take too big a chance. And that goes for you, too, Kent.
Don't worry. I don't take many chances. So long, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent. Wait, what about the girl? The one they said was trapped on the 20th floor.
Well, Mr. White, I don't know. She was in the offices of the North Star Mining Company, but where she is now, look, I'd better get back.
Well, go ahead. I'll wait for your call. Hey, get ready for plates on the Sterling Tower fire. Slug it, ball goes out in mammoth blaze.
Hey, right here, Kent. Out on the balcony. Come on, watch your step.
Mighty thick smoke here. Can't see a thing.
Well, it's a tough spot, all right. But every once in a while it clears, and boy, do I get a shot.
How about the wall?
All set to go. I better get that hose line out of there. Hey, look. Look over there at the wall. Ain't that a crack? Look up there.
Mike, you're right. I can see flames right through it.
Look at the chief down there in the street. He sees it.
He's calling his men back. Mike, what if it falls this way?
It won't. What's the matter?
Mike, look. High up. Up there above the ledge.
Hey, gee, Kent. It's her.
It's that girl. Up there on the 20th floor. Mike, she's managed to get to a window. What's she gonna do?
She can't do nothing. Wait till I get her focused.
Oh, never mind your camera. Call them down on the street.
They can't see her. They don't know she's there.
Hey, Chief! Hey! There, the girl at the window!
It's no use, Kent. They don't hear you. You can't do nothing.
Mike, look at her. You can see her at the window. She's trying to break the glass.
That won't help her. Look, in there behind her. Flames. Watch it, Kent. Here comes the smoke. Can't see. Where are you, Kent? Kent!
Back in the balcony. Good thing that smoke came when it did. Maybe I waited too long. Too long even for Superman. I'll try anyway. Up into the smoke.
Hidden from the crowd by billows of dense white smoke pouring out of the burning building, Superman wings his way through the air to attempt a daring rescue of the girl trapped on the 20th floor. Flames crackle and spit like things alive as he reaches the window. One blow smashes the glass. Superman drops into the room, now a roaring inferno. Sheets of orange flame envelop him. His keen eyes search the fire-gutted office. The girl is nowhere to be seen.
Flames. Hotter than a blast furnace. Hope she got back out of this. Must be inside. Where's that door? There we are. Cooler in here. Not for long. Fire's following me in. There she is, hiding in the closet. I can see her right through the door. If I wrap her in my cape, the heat won't get to her. Quick. There we are.
I can't stand this.
Quick, you'll be all right. That's it. Hold on. Now then, back. Back out of this. Not the way we came in. Through the flames and out and back. Up the tower. We'll just make it. Out the window. Onto the ledge. That crowd in the street. The wind has cleared the smoke. They'll surely see me this time. But it can't be helped. The wall, it's going. It's splitting. But not with us. We're away. Just in time.
Punch that wall, Grogan! Get those men back! It's going any second.
Hey, Chief, what about that girl on the 20th floor? Anybody seen her?
We can't get her. Even the extension ladders won't reach. We've tried everything.
Chief, look, up in the sky.
It's a man, flying. No, it can't be.
It is, or we're both crazy. Look at him.
The wall's going. Watch it. Back, back. Everybody back, back, back.
As one wall of the burning building collapses into the street, Superman, like a bird in flight, carries the rescued girl to safety, drops down in an alley near the fire. There, he once again assumes the guise of Clark Kent reporter. Leaving the girl for a moment, he hurries in search of an ambulance doctor. Mike, the Daily Planet photographer, spots him. Together, they return to the alley with the doctor and the battalion chief.
Here she is, Doctor. I don't think she's badly hurt.
Unconscious. She may be burned. We'll see.
Aren't you a reporter, Kent?
Yes, Chief. Daily Planet. I'm with Mike.
That's right, Chief.
I know, but how did you happen to find this girl?
I was running to call my paper, and then I happened to see her staggering out of the rear of the building. Oh, how in the world she ever got down from the 20th floor is a mystery.
More than that, Kent. It's a miracle. I saw a man up there. I saw a man fly out of that window.
Oh, that can't be.
And me not there with my camera?
Well, I'm not crazy, Kent. Neither is Captain Grogan. We both saw him. Is she all right, Doc?
Probably won't come to for a while. Badly shocked. Wait. She's coming around.
Oh, don't let them. They'll get away. Catch them. Stop them. They're in the big car.
Can't get this.
Quiet.
Stop. Stop. You don't dare. Catch them. Catch them.
She's out again. Here, quick. Get her in the ambulance. She's suffering from shock. Smoke poisoning.
Wait, Doctor. What was she talking about?
How should I know? You heard her, didn't you? Sounded like hysterical babbling to me. Okay, there. Coming through with the stretcher. Gangway, please.
Was it hysterical babbling, or has sudden, unexplained mystery risen from the ashes of the Sterling Tower building? Who is this girl, and how did she happen to be trapped in the 20th floor office of the North Star Mining Company? Who did she want stopped and caught? Clark Kent is suspicious. Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the story of one of Superman's most exciting adventures. And remember, tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Mysterious visitor from another world who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. When we last saw Superman in his character of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, he had just learned that the two swindlers, Bartley Pemberton and Joseph Deneen, were heading south in a high-speed cruiser in order to catch up with the freight steamer Madison on her way to Charleston. As our story continues today, Superman is winging his way down the coast, straining his eyes for the first glimpse of the powerboat or the freighter. But Pemberton and Deneen have caught up with the Madison. 4 sharp blasts of their whistle, red rockets, distress signals, and the freighter is motionless in the black water, waiting for the smaller boat to come alongside. On the deck of the cruiser, Bartley Pemberton gives a last quick order to the man at the wheel. Listen.
Pay attention, sailor.
Okay, Cap. Make it fast, Bart. They're dropping a ladder over the side.
Head her in there, sailor. And get this.
I'm listening.
We're going on board that freighter to get something, you understand? If we don't get it, there may be trouble. Big trouble.
So what?
So stick around to pick us up. We'll want to make a fast getaway, so stay close. Ready to beat it.
Get set, Bart. What do we do now?
Stand by to grab that ladder, Joe. All right, sailor.
Ahoy on that cruiser. We're waiting for you.
Don't worry. You won't wait long. Go ahead, sailor. Edge in toward that ladder. All right, Mr. Burns. Hold her under a dead slow bell and we see what's wrong with those fellows.
Aye, aye, Captain Anderson.
Ahoy down there. What about the cruiser? What's wrong with her?
Captain, sir. 2 men are coming up the ladder. They want to see you.
They want to see me. Ask them what they mean by sounding distress signals.
Well, there they are, Captain. Coming over the rail now. What do you want done with them?
They better have a mighty good reason for stopping us, Mr. Burns. If they haven't, I'll put them in irons.
Ahoy there. Bring those 2 men up to my cabin. Anybody else coming aboard?
No, sir. They say that's all.
Mr. Burns, hold us steady.
Steady, sure, sir.
Keep an eye on the weather, Mr. Burns. It's thickening up.
Very good, sir.
Sound your foghorn while we're hove to. Have Mr. Olson bring those men to my cabin.
And a few moments later, Pemberton and Deneen are ushered to Captain Anderson's cabin.
Come in.
Here they are, sir, the 2 men off the cruiser.
Come in, gentlemen. Captain. Am I addressing Captain Vincent Anderson? Yes, sir, you are. Captain, my friend and I have followed your ship, the Madison, all the way down the coast, hoping to catch up with you. Do you know you've stopped a vessel on government service?
Government service? I thought this was a freighter, a tramp.
Thank you for your description of it, sir. As it happens, we're carrying munitions. Munitions? Well, isn't that a bit dangerous, Captain? Don't worry. Transporting gun cotton and TNT isn't half as dangerous as giving false signals of distress, as you'll find out.
Just let us explain, Captain.
Captain Anderson, we've been sent by your sister, June. Before you sailed, she gave you a certain package of papers, didn't she? Sealed in oilskin? What of it?
Are they in that safe there on the wall?
What business is it of yours?
Your sister told us to get them. So if it isn't too much trouble, Captain...
One moment, mister. I suppose my sister gave you written instructions. A letter? Well? No, as a matter of fact, she didn't.
She didn't have time.
Oh, she didn't have time. Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I don't believe you. No, look here, Captain.
Say, listen.
I say I don't believe you. If this thing was so all-fired important, you follow me down the coast, make use of fake distress signals to get me to pick you up. You ought to be able to prove what you say.
Listen, Captain, we've got to have those papers.
You'll get them when we land at Charleston. And I've talked with my sister by phone, but not until then. Is that so, Captain Anderson? Stand where you are, please.
Why, you... What do you mean, pulling a gun on me?
I mean business, Captain. Keep your hands up. All right, Joe. Get after that safe.
You'll land in prison for this.
Quiet, please. Well, what about it, Joe?
Nothing doing, Bart. Have to blow it. Didn't he say there was soup in the hold?
That's right. Carrying munitions, aren't you, Captain? Show us how to get to the hold. Find out for yourself.
I said take us to the hold, Captain. I'm not fooling. Open the door, Joe. Now listen to me, Captain Anderson. You're going to take us down along the deck and into the hold.
No, I'll be shot if I will.
You'll be shot if you don't. We've come a long way, Captain, and done a good deal to make sure of those papers, and we won't stop now. Not even at murder. Get going.
Go on. Keep moving.
I'm right behind you, Captain, with this pistol in my pocket. If we meet any of your crew, keep quiet. All right, now move.
Out of the captain's cabin, along the deck, and into the echoing stillness of the hold.
All right, this will do nicely. Just sit down now and take it easy, Captain, while Mr. Deneen makes you comfortable. Tie him up, Joe.
What are you going to do, Bud? Carry some stuff back up to the cabin and blow the safe?
No, it'll take too much time. As long as those papers are destroyed, as long as they're lost, we're all right.
But if you don't get them out of the safe...
They'll remain in the safe, and the safe will remain on the ship, and the ship will be blown to pieces.
Blown up?
What do you mean to do, you murdering pirate?
What I mean to do, Captain Anderson, is to remove every trace of you and your ship.
Why, you'd never dare. You're out of your mind. You're a plain man.
Help! Help, Joe!
Go on and
Joe!
shoot him.
Help! Hit him over the head!
Help!
Why didn't you shoot him, Bud?
It's too noisy. They might hear us.
Listen, are you really going to blow up the whole boat?
Why not? Quick, we'll set a fire right down here. Far enough off to give us time to get away ourselves. And then we'll beat it. Nobody will ever know. Here, help me break into this case. It's marked dangerous. Keep away from fire.
This is it, all right.
All right. Now rip open these sacks. Spread it all around the floor. That's the way. All right, now make a little trail over to the door where we came in. I'll help you.
Where are you going to build a fire? You started here, we'd be caught ourselves.
Don't be a fool. How's our friend?
Out like a light. But he won't stay that way.
He won't have to. 5 minutes is all we need. All right, now give me a hand. We're going to build a fire. Work fast.
A flickering glow in the darkness of the hold. A thin spiral of smoke creeping up the companionway and curling out above the hatch covers on deck. Then sudden alarm, shouting and confusion. Wild ringing of alarm bells and frantic orders.
Hey, where's the captain? Where's the mate? Jump! Jump! She's full of gunpowder. We haven't got a chance.
Fire! There's fire coming up under the hatch. Mr. Burns, what do we do?
Haul away the starboard boats. Where's Captain Anderson? Haul away and stand by to abandon ship.
All right. All right, Joe, that does it.
Listen, Bud, we better be getting out of here. That's a life preserver?
Yeah. Look, there's the cruiser cutting through the fog. Come on, Joe, over the rail. Jump for it and swim. Come on.
Fire aboard the steamer Madison, loaded with high explosive shells and TNT. Boats go over the side, pull frantically for safety. And meanwhile, high up in the night sky, Superman sees a glow on the sea and heads swiftly downward.
What's that? Looks like a fire on the water. And it looks like the Madison, too. Down we go. Down, down. It is the Madison. She's afire, and her men have taken to the boats. I'll swing down and make sure they're all right. They won't see me in the fog.
Come on, pull. Pull hard. Mr. Burns, the captain. Where's Captain Anderson?
Ahoy there, Mr. Olson. Is the captain in your boat?
No, I thought he was with you.
With me? He's still on board. We've got to go back.
You can't do that, sir. Look at it. She'll go up any second. We can't go back now.
Captain's still on board. Have to get him quick. Down along the hull. If he'd been on deck, they'd have seen him. Must be down below. I'll hang on to this porthole and listen.
Clinging to the steep, slippery side of the Madison, Superman's keen hearing picks up sounds inside the hull.
Pounding. Someone's pounding inside the hull. No time to go up on deck and down the hatchway. I'll drive my way in from here, through the side. I wonder why they left the ship, why they didn't fight the fire. There, almost in. Once more. Hey there! Who was pounding?
Here in the after hold. Get me out quick. Break down the door.
There he is. Looks like the captain.
Fire and nitro aboard. Get out. Get out.
Here, hold up. You'll be all right. Oh, he's fainted. TNT, huh? No wonder they abandoned ship. Hey, that fire's getting mighty close. Come along, Captain. Good thing you can't see me. You'll be found floating in the water with a life preserver, and nobody'll ever know who saved you. Out we go. Quick!
Superman carries the unconscious form of Captain Anderson, wraps him in a life preserver, drops him in the sea near the lifeboats, and streaks again for the doomed ship.
Touch and go now. That stuff will explode any second. But I've got to find the safe and get those papers. There's the bridge. Down, down. Here we are. This is the captain's cabin, all right. And there's the safe. Well, one smash will open that up. And there's the package. Must be. Wrapped in oilskin, marked June Anderson. Pemberton, this is the time you lose. Now out. Fast. No time for the stairs. Out through the wall. And away.
Hey, Mr. Burns, stop. There's a man floating in a life preserver.
It's the captain. It's Captain Anderson.
Get him aboard. Quick. Haul him over the side. It is the captain.
How'd he get out here?
Never mind that. Pull! Pull! There goes the ship. We'll never get clear. Pull!
Outlined against a sheet of sudden orange flame, the steamer Madison explodes with a crashing roar, fills the sky with screaming shells, scatters flaring embers on the face of the sea. Do the boats get clear? What of Pemberton and Deneen? And meanwhile, what will Superman do with the precious oilskin package of papers? And what do the papers reveal? Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
When we last saw him, Superman had just rescued Captain Anderson from the steamer Madison and had found the hidden papers in the ship's safe, just as the burning vessel exploded in a sheet of flame and a rain of falling shells. Today our story continues back in the offices of Perry White, city editor of the newspaper on which Superman works as Clark Kent. Captain Anderson has come up from the south after seeing his crew landed safely. And his sister, who is now out of the hospital, has joined him and Kent and Editor White for a discussion of further plans. Captain Anderson is talking. Listen.
No, sir, I can't tell you a thing about it. The last thing I remember is beating against the hull with that fire getting closer and closer just beyond the door.
But, Captain, how did you escape? Your boat crew picked you up out on the water with a life preserver on.
Yes, Vince, how do you explain that?
I don't explain it, June. I tell you, I don't understand it at all. What do you think, Mr. Kent?
Well, really, Captain Anderson, maybe you were blown out of the ship by the explosion.
My men say the explosion came afterwards.
Well, it's just one of those mysteries of the sea. We'll have to let it go at that. Oh, what do you got there, Kent?
Why, it's a package a friend of mine in the Coast Guard sent me. Take a look, Miss Anderson.
Why, Mr. Kent, it's mine.
Why, that's it. That's the one June gave me.
What? Do you mean to tell me that's the package of papers that was in the ship's safe?
It certainly is.
Mr. Kent, where did you get it?
Well, I told you. A friend of mine in the Coast Guard found it floating in the water.
Well, that shows you what a high explosive will do. Here's a package locked away in a safe. Bang comes the explosion, and it's found floating around like a...
Like a dead fish?
Yes.
Well, never mind how it got there. The main thing is we have it. Miss Anderson, what's in it?
I'll show you, Mr. White. First of all, letters from Pemberton to a man named Bailey, their representative out west, practically admitting what they're doing.
Let me see it.
What else?
Well, then here's what they said was a map of the North Star Mine 3 miles southeast of Canyon City.
Well, what else, June? Why was all this business so all-fired important?
This letter alone's enough to put them behind the bars.
And here's the rest of it. A report from the government assay office saying that the ore from the North Star Mine is absolutely worthless.
Well, what do you think?
And they went on selling stock after that?
Yes. That's when I realized they were crooked.
Well, Kent, what about it? Any ideas?
Where did they live, June?
They had a house out in Green Park with a Filipino houseboy, number 23 Durant Street. Mr. Kent, where are you going?
I don't like the idea of sitting and waiting for things to happen. There may be something out at their house the police haven't found.
Who do you think you are, Kent? Sherlock Holmes?
Well, you never can tell, Mr. White. Do you mind?
No, of course not. I'm running an information bureau here, not a newspaper. Don't bother about me.
Well, I'll just have a quick look around. 23 Durant Street.
I'll stay here with June and check over these papers.
Good luck, Mr. Kent.
Thanks, Miss Anderson. I may need it.
Go ahead, Kent. Go ahead. Take all the time you want. But if you do happen to run into a story, just try and remember who you're working for, will you?
I won't be long, Mr. White. And if I don't find anything, I'll be right back. So long.
Doesn't sound like much, but it pays to look around. I'll just drop down into Green Park and have a chat with that Filipino houseboy. He may know more than he's told the police. Here we are. And there's Durant Street, with not a soul in sight. I'll just change back to Clark Kent, reporter, and see who answers the door. Down.
Well, looks deserted, all right. I'll try the bell. Hope somebody answers it. I'd hate to spoil this place by kicking in the door, and I do want to look around inside.
What you want, please?
Oh, gee, you surprised me. Can I come in?
No.
No? Look, I'm from a newspaper, Daily Planet.
No.
Wait a minute. Now, listen. How long since you've heard from your boss, Mr. Pemberton?
No.
Well, he evidently means no. Too bad, boy. If you don't want Clark Kent around,
Let's see how you feel about Superman. Might attract attention if I ruin the door. I'll just jump up on the roof and try the skylight. Here goes. And there's the skylight. Or rather, there was the skylight. Now, down the stairs to see what's what. When that houseboy sees me, he's certainly going to be surprised. This looks like somebody's room right here. And there's a desk, if the police have left anything in it.
Hey, what you do there? How you get in?
Oh, don't know me in my other clothes.
You get out. Get out quick.
Hey, put that gun down.
You no go, I shoot. I count 3.
Make it 10. Make it 100.
1, 2, 3. Oh, what's the matter? You no get hit.
Come closer and try again. Come a lot closer and you'll see how bullets bounce.
Hey.
All right, that's enough. I haven't any time to waste. Here's what happens to little Filipino boys who play with guns.
Let go. You let go.
Where are your bosses, Pemberton and Deneen? Quick, where are they?
I not know.
Don't tell me that. I can see it on your face as plain as day. Where are they? One more chance. Telephone. Who's calling this house on the telephone? Answer it.
No.
I said answer it. And if it's either of your bosses, just act natural.
Oh, please, no go to phone. They say...
Go on. What did they say?
They say they kill me.
Not over the phone. Get that receiver. And do just as I tell you. Go on.
Hello, please.
Hello. Is that you, Sita?
Yeah, this is me, boss.
Now listen. Do just as I tell you and do it fast.
Okay, boss.
Look in the desk in my room, and back of the second drawer, you'll find another drawer. You get that?
Yeah, I get it.
Now, in that drawer is an envelope with traveler's checks. Get it and put it in the mail.
Ask him where he is, quick.
Boss, where mail to, please?
Address it to John J. Jones, General Delivery, Canyon City, Idaho. You got that?
Yeah. That all, please?
That's all. Anybody been at the house?
Say no.
No, boss.
Okay. If anybody comes and asks for me, say you don't know a thing. So long, Sita.
Traveling under the name of Jones, is he? And he'll touch at Canyon City, Idaho. Much obliged, Sita.
How you hear that?
Never mind. But get this. You saw how those bullets bounced off my chest.
Yeah, I see.
Well, I'm going now. But if you breathe a word about my coming here today, I'll be back.
No, I no tell.
That's good. Because if you ever tell anybody, I'll come back here and bounce you off the sidewalk the way those bullets bounced off me.
No.
All right. Only be sure you remember it. Now I'm leaving you. Up through that skylight the way I came in. So long, Sita. What luck. Canyon City, Idaho. I bet I scared that houseboy out of a year's growth. Now back to the paper.
you ask me, the North Star mining story is getting hotter every minute.
Heading back toward town, Superman streaks through the sky, and presently, in the office of Editor White.
Well, Kent, this is the luckiest break I ever heard of. Canyon City, eh?
Mr. White, according to the map Miss Anderson showed us, Canyon City is near the North Star mine.
What? You mean they're heading out there to the mine? Why?
Well, Chief, I don't know for sure, but I can guess. They don't know about the papers being found.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, maybe they figure if they can get out there and ruin the mine, wreck it for keeps, nobody'll ever be able to prove it wasn't all right.
Kent, I'll take a chance. You're free to go where you like. Hire a plane. Get out there. I want you on the spot when those fellows are caught. I'll notify the local police.
Oh, Mr. White, don't do that.
Why not?
Well, they're probably traveling by car. If we leave now by plane, the Andersons and I, we'll get there first.
What of it?
Well, don't warn the police. Do you want every paper in the country to get that story?
But what if you run into them out there? You and the girl and Anderson.
Well, if we do, I can handle it all right.
You? Alone? Well, who do you think you are? Superman?
Gosh, no, Chief. I mean, we'll be all right.
Okay, Kent, okay. Get your money and get going. And good luck. And phone if anything happens.
Well, almost gave myself away that time. Do I think I'm Superman? Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. White, I do.
Down to the airport, into a fast plane with Captain Anderson and his sister June, over the Alleghenies, over the great basin of the Mississippi, west and still west to the cold, high stillness of the Rockies, when suddenly unseen disaster comes creeping along the wings, invisible to the passengers in the plane's cabin.
Where are we now, Mr. Kent? Have you any idea?
Your brother's the navigator, Miss Anderson.
Don't ask a sailor to find his way around up in the air. Besides, it's black as ink outside. I can't see the stars.
Oh, we went through a snowstorm a while ago.
Still in it. If you want me to make a guess, Miss Anderson, I'd say we're pretty close to Idaho.
Getting tired, June?
Oh, no. But I'm anxious to see what's going to happen.
So am I.
Say, what's wrong here?
Oh! Oh, what an awful lurch. Threw me right against the wall.
Watch it, we're tipping.
Say, something is wrong.
Mr. Kent, go ask the pilot. I'm frightened.
Look, he's opened his door.
All right, folks, take it easy.
Oh, what's wrong?
Ice on the wings, and one of the ailerons is stuck. I can't work it loose.
What? Frozen? How can you fix it?
I can't. Ordinarily, I'd go down to warmer air, but the mountain peaks are too high around here.
Oh, we're going sideways again. Vince, look out.
Hey, how about this? We're slipping down.
Pilot, what do you say?
I don't know. We're in a tough spot.
Kent, where are you going?
Out on the wing. Got to clear that ice off. Hey, watch what you're doing.
Mr. Kent, come back.
Say, that boy's got nerve. He's out on the wingtip. Didn't you see it? Kent! Kent!
Where is he, Vince? Well, he was hanging on that wing, and now he's gone. He's gone!
High over the wildest and cruelest peaks of the Continental Divide, while snow whirls about the wings and ice holds the plane in its deadly grip. And what of Clark Kent? What has happened? Did he lose his grip when the wing snapped and go plunging downward through the dark? Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman. When we saw him last, Clark Kent was out on the wing of an airplane, trying to free it of a deadly coating of ice which was sending the ship to certain destruction on the rocky peaks below. The plane was heading westward, carrying Kent and the Andersons toward the North Star mine, where they hoped to make final contact with the two gold mine swindlers, Pemberton and Deneen. Fearfully, the group in the cabin watched Kent crawl out through the dark and the snow. Then a scream from June Anderson. The plane took a sudden, sickening plunge, and Clark Kent vanished. Listen.
He's
down. Stop that.
I tell you, he's fallen.
Pilot, do something quick. Hang on. We're going into a tailspin.
We're plunging down.
Goodbye, Clark Kent. For the next few minutes, it's up to Superman. That plane, it's out of control, falling fast. I've got to get under it. What's below us? Looks like the worst part of the Rocky Mountains. Not much time. Here goes.
Pilot, shut off that motor. It's just pulling us down fast.
Oh, no, it's our only chance.
How high up are we?
1,000 feet to go. Less than that. 500.
Oh! We hit something! It's moving down!
We're slowing. We're leveling off. What's happened?
I don't know. We're stopping right in midair.
Look, we've stopped. We've stopped moving.
Oh, what is it? I think I'm going mad.
We're on the ground. Vince.
It's not possible. I can't believe it.
Say, was anybody hurt?
Mr. Kent.
Kent, we thought you were gone.
Me? Gosh, no, Captain Anderson. I just hung on by an eyelash until... Oh, say, pilot, that was the neatest landing I ever saw. Congratulations.
Why, Kent, I didn't... What do you mean?
Why, you set her down like a feather in the only level spot for miles. Well, so long, folks. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Kent, where are you going?
To get help or borrow a car. I see lights down the valley-way. You ask me, we're mighty close to where we want to be.
Meanwhile, in the light of a flickering oil lamp far down in the cold, damp galleries of the North Star mine, Pemberton and Deneen raised their heads to listen.
Hey, quit that a minute, Bart. I hear something.
Here, someone's coming. Douse the light.
Look, he's got a light himself. It's Bailey.
Oh, all right. Light up again. This way, Bailey.
Say, here's the stuff you sent me into town to get. And I brought back something else, too.
What is it?
News. There's a guy just blew in looking for the car. And he's looking for the North Star mine, too.
What? Who is he?
Don't know, Chief. But he got here in a plane with 2 other guys and a girl.
A plane?
Yeah. Cracked up just out of town. So this guy come looking for the car to bring the others back in. He wears glasses and talks like an Easterner.
Wears glasses?
Listen now, bet it's that reporter. Clark Kent. Who else? Where is he now, Bailey?
Well, by this time, he's probably on his way right here. He's had plenty of time.
Bart, what do we do?
Here. Here's what we'll do. It's our chance to get that Anderson girl for keeps. Bailey, you'll go back and meet them on the road, just as they get here.
Okay, Chief. Then what?
Let me think. Wait a minute. I have it. You tell Kent, he's the one with the glasses, see, that you're the sheriff. And you've been chasing him ever since he left town.
Chasing him? What for?
Now, get this. You say his editor's been calling him on the phone from back east. Wants to speak to him right away. And you'll take him to town with you.
Bart, what about the others?
Leave them here. Joe, you and I will handle the girl and whoever else there is. Now, you got that, Bailey?
Listen, what'll I do with this guy?
Can't you guess? Only make sure it's quiet and complete.
Okay, I'd better hurry. They'll be here in a minute.
All right, come on, Joe. Run for the elevator. We'll go up on top and wait. Come on, make it fast.
Say, is any one of you folks named Clark Kent?
Why, yes. I'm Clark Kent.
Boy, am I lucky. I'm the sheriff here, Mr. Kent.
Oh?
You're wanted back in town on the telephone. Fellow named White.
Gosh, I wonder what's on his mind.
I think you'd better go, Mr. Kent. It might be important.
Might be. It is, if he telephoned 2,000 miles.
Look, I'll run you back in my car if the other folks want to stay here.
Are we anywhere near the North Star mine, Sheriff?
Just about falling right into it.
Go ahead, Kent. June and I'll be safe enough. In case Pemberton and Deneen show up, I'll handle them.
Oh, come along if you're coming, young fella. That guy on the phone sure was in a powerful sweat. Jump right in here with me.
All right. I won't be long, Miss Anderson. Better stay by the car, Captain.
Now, what do you say we build a fire, June? Light up the scenery a little.
All right, I'll look around for some wood. Wait,
What's the matter?
there in the dark. I thought I saw something move.
No.
No! Baby, no!
Hey, what is this cotton? I got him. The sailor's out like a lark.
Neat work, Joe. This is the best thing that could have happened.
You think Kent hurt us, Bart?
No, not a chance. And anyway, Bailey's taking care of him. All right, drag her back to the elevator. When this mine blows up, Joe, in less than 10 minutes, every bit of evidence against us will blow up with it. Come on.
Say, what about this, Sheriff? We've been traveling quite a while.
Don't you worry.
Where's the town? Where are we going?
We ain't going. We're stopping right here.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, Kent. Go on, move.
But I don't want to get out. Where's the telephone? Say, what's the idea of that gun?
What's the idea of meddling into our affairs?
Your affairs?
Never mind. You sure won't meddle long. I'm going to fix you while Pemberton and Deneen fix them others. Now stand up and take it.
Watch what you're doing.
Now you're trying to run. I see you, and I never miss. Got him, just like that.
That's what you think, Sheriff. See how you like this.
Hey, what the... Get back away!
I'm somebody who's come to give you a lesson in manners. That'll take care of your car, and this will take care of you.
Leaping high in the air, Superman streaks for the entrance of the mine and drops into the inky blackness of the shaft.
Miss Anderson! Miss Anderson! Where are you? What's that? I hear something. I hear them talking. Pemberton and Deneen. Right through the galleries of the mine. That's where they are. What? They're going to blow it up. No time to find the entrance. I'll just drive straight to it through the solid rock. Here goes. Now
then, Miss Anderson, this is the last time you'll interfere with the affairs of the North Star Mining Company.
Better get moving, Bart.
Let me go! Let me go!
Don't waste your voice, Miss Anderson.
Come on, Bart. Less than 2 minutes to go. We gotta grab that elevator and blow.
Goodbye, Miss Anderson. In 2 minutes, you and the entire North Star mine will vanish in smoke and flame, with all the evidence against Joseph Deneen and Bartley Pemberton.
Bart, will you hurry? You want us to get blown up, too?
Au revoir, Miss Anderson. All right, Joe. Quick, run for the elevator.
Stop! Stop! Don't let me here!
I heard them, the devils. Leaving her there to die when the mine blows up. Only seconds to go now. There, almost in. One more wall to smash through. This'll do it. There.
Let me out of here, quick!
Miss Anderson, don't worry.
Who are you? I heard you. I thought the mine was falling in.
That's just what it will do if we don't get out of here quick.
No!
Here, I'll just pick you up. Don't be frightened.
Hurry!
Now, no time to run. Down the gallery. And up the shaft in one bound.
Quick! I hear it! The explosion!
Up, and we're away!
You're sure you're all right, Miss Anderson?
Mr. Kent, I tell you, I saw him. He carried me out of that gallery and up the shaft, right up to where you found me. A tremendous man in a blue costume with a flowing red cape. A Superman.
Oh, now, Miss Anderson, now just take it easy. Here comes your brother. Look who he's got with him, Pemberton and Deneen.
Now then, you swabs, that's all I want from you. I've got you, and I got you good. In 2 cents, I'll give you some more. Now stand still, you two.
Look what I found after the explosion, right near where the shaft was.
It's just broken rock. Old rusty bits of rock.
Miss Anderson, that's gold.
Gold?
Yes, it is. Pure gold. Here, look. Look at these nuggets. And I saw the vein, too. The explosion opened it up. Well, what do you think of that, Miss Anderson?
You mean the mine is good, after all?
It is now. And all the people who put their money into it, the poor old women that Pemberton thought he'd swindled, well, they'll get it back, and more.
Let me see that.
Stand back, you.
Mr. Kent, I can't believe it. Where are you going?
There's another prisoner out there somewhere. He called himself a sheriff. I'm going to pick him up, and then I'm going to phone my paper about that Superman you saw. It's the best story of the month, Miss Anderson. So long.
Looks as if Clark Kent might have a good deal to explain when he gets back east, when people begin checking up on Superman. But there's another mystery brewing, another incredible adventure which puts everything else to one side. Be sure you tune in the next installment and follow the story. Tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Superman walks the earth and mingles with men as mild, spectacled Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. As our story opens today, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, has just telephoned his story of the North Star mine to his editor, Perry White. White offers his congratulations and also gives Kent a bit of welcome news. Listen.
I'm all finished out here, Mr. White.
Nice work. Kent, you did a good job with that North Star mine story. Now, I've got a little surprise for you.
Surprise?
Ever hear of San Miguel Penitentiary? It's a model prison near where you are.
San Miguel? Sure, I've heard of it. So have you, don't you remember?
Remember what?
Well, that's where they sent the Wolf and Keno. The two fellows who tried to wreck that train, the Silver Clipper?
Hey, that's right. The Wolf and Keno. Well, if you see them, give them my regards.
Now, what's the idea, Mr. White?
Well, just this, Kent. We've sent Lois Lane out to San Miguel to do a feature story on the modern penitentiary. She's out there now. Join her and bring her back with you. You'll be company for one another.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. White.
Forget it. Have a good trip, Kent. Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. White. Operator. Hello, operator. Is there a garage in town where I can rent a car? Yes. Kennedy's? Okay, please connect me.
Hiring a car, Clark Kent heads out at once on the dusty road to San Miguel, 50 miles away. Meanwhile, in the prison itself, a strange unrest has taken possession of the men within the walls. All unknowing, the authorities escort Lois Lane on a tour of the prison. But even as Lois looks down from a window of the warden's office, two men fall casually into step in the exercise yard below. One is Keno. The other, the dark, sinister figure we have come to know as the Wolf.
All right, Keno. Just keep on walking. Not too fast and not too slow.
We can tuck around the corner of the steam plant, boss.
No. Better stay out in plain sight. Get this now, Keno. The break is set for today.
What time?
After supper in the dining hall. It's all arranged.
Hey, boss, what about the tunnel?
Keep quiet about the tunnel, Keno. Do you want to bring Tom, Dick, and Harry in on this?
All right. How far along is it?
Almost done. And so far, no one suspects a thing.
How could they when it's being drilled from the outside? That's what it means to have a guy like the Yellow Mask on your side.
Quiet. Here's a guard.
Keep moving there. No hanging around in the corners. Come on there, move. You're out here for exercise.
I knew the mask would spring us sooner or later.
It's about time, Keno. He's left us alone far too long.
What do you care if he gets us out now?
My friend, there'll be a settlement between me and the mask. I should never have gone to jail at all.
Now, he knows what he's doing, boss. And if you know what's good for you, just take what comes and don't tangle with him.
Don't worry, Keno. If he can use me, I can use him. I'll let him get us out of here, and then we'll see.
Well, what else, boss? They're going to ring the bell right away.
Remember what I say, Keno. Right after supper, before we've marched out, there'll be a disturbance. I've attended to that.
Who's in on it?
All the men we need. Most of them will head for the gates. I've arranged that, too. But you and I and a few more will rush the steam plant.
Well, what's that for?
Well, for one thing, it's close to the walls. For another... Never mind now. There goes the bell.
Hey, boss, look up there in the window of the warden's office. Hey, what's that Jane doing?
Oh, yes, I understand she's writing up the prison for a newspaper, Keno. Well, if she stays till supper time, she'll have a real story. And that's less than an hour to go.
Less than an hour to go. And all unconscious of the impending prison break, Lois Lane works up the details of her story, while the warden offers every assistance.
Anything else, Miss Lane? You've been at it since early afternoon.
Oh, I'm not nearly finished yet, Warden.
Well, you've seen about all there is to see. Aren't you getting hungry?
What time is it?
Very close to supper time.
That's another thing I want to know about. The woman's angle again, Warden. What do the men get to eat?
Good, wholesome food, Miss Lane. Nothing fancy, of course.
Could I watch them? See what they get tonight, for instance?
Well, it's more or less what you'll get yourself, Miss Lane, if you'll be my guest.
Oh, Warden, that's awfully nice of you, but... Well, would it be against the rules if I watched the prisoners in the dining hall?
6 o'clock dinner. 5:30 now. I'll tell you what. How would you like to see the infirmary?
Oh, fine.
Well, now, there's just about time, and when you get through there, why, I'll drop you off at the dining hall.
Whatever you say, Warden. Shall we start right along?
Time passes. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half hour, and suddenly the quiet routine of the prison is broken by frantic bells and the shrieking wail of the siren.
Warden, they've overpowered the guards in the dining room, barricaded themselves in.
Clancy, quick. Who's the leader?
The Wolf. Some of them are getting ready to crash the main gates. Better call out the militia. Warn the state police by short wave. You'd better hurry, Warden.
Calling State Police cars 5927. Right at San Miguel Prison. Close all roads leading to and from San Miguel. Stop all cars. Close off entire area. Stand by for further orders. I will repeat. Calling State Police cars 5927.
Sirens, state police, militia, all roads blocked off. And meanwhile, Clark Kent and his hired car speeds northward toward San Miguel through a forest of towering pine. Closer, ever closer, and presently a curious sound in the distance comes over the wilderness to his supersensitive ears. The road makes a sudden turn, and in the twilight he sees men in uniform barring his way. A police whistle stabs the quiet.
Haul it up, buddy. This is as far as you go.
Oh, what's the matter, officer? Roadblock?
Yeah, block right here. Turn around and head back where you came from.
Why, can't I get through?
Where you bound?
San Miguel. I have a date at the prison.
Yeah, what kind of a date?
Why, I'm a newspaper man, Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
A reporter, hey? How did you get wind of this so quick?
Wind of what?
Don't give me that stuff. Who told you about the riot at San Miguel?
Riot? When?
Right now, buddy. And we're under orders to stop all cars bound in or out.
Oh, look, officer. I'm sorry, but I've just got to go through.
What's the matter, Deaf? I said we're stopping all cars. Come to think of it, climb out of that jalopy.
If there's trouble at San Miguel, I just haven't time to stop.
Haven't time? Say, who do you think you're talking to?
I'm sorry. I'd like to stay, but I really can't. So long, officer. If I can't take my car, I'll just make a run for it. See you at San Miguel.
Hey, get that guy, Bill. Chase him. Catch him. Hey, look at him go. Hop on your motorcycle, Doyle.
I'll catch him. He can't play tricks like this on me. Jump in the sidecar.
There he goes, up ahead around that curve.
When I lay my hands on that fresh guy, I'll stretch him out like a rug. Hang on.
You'll be lucky if you even see him, Doyle. He's going like a jackrabbit.
So are we. We'll be hitting 75. My gosh, look. Will you look?
Who is that guy, Doyle? He's leaving us behind like we're standing still. Why, he's flying.
I'm seeing things. I don't believe it. Look, we're doing 75, 80. And he's getting further away every second. Look at him.
Sorry, boys. I'd like to stay and chat, but I can't do it now. If there's trouble at San Miguel, I've got to be there, and be there in a hurry. Up we go. And faster. Faster.
High over the desolate waste, Superman wings his way toward the gray walls and towers of San Miguel, scene of riot and danger, while inside the prison itself, in the offices of the warden...
Hello. Warden speaking. Why, yes, Colonel Belknap, but it looks bad. There's about 100 of them milling about the yard. Well, the rest are in the dining hall with their leader. You'll send 2 companies of militia? Good. Rush them, Colonel. Every moment counts.
Warden, they're going to rush the front gate. They've got a battering ram.
2 companies of militia are on the way.
There won't be time, Warden. You better call the tower, sir. Machine guns will drive them back.
No guns, Clancy. Warn the guards. I can't shoot them down in cold blood. Try tear gas.
Oh, we have, but there's too much wind for gas. Bullets are the only thing.
No, Clancy. Try tear gas again. Drop it from the roof. Now, hurry. They're at the gate. Hurry.
Ah, there's the prison. And there's the riot. That state trooper was right. Well, I think it's time Superman took a hand in this before somebody gets hurt. Down. Down.
Down out of the sky hurtles an amazing figure in blue costume and red cloak. Vaults a high wall, appears out of the tear gas smoke as the screaming convicts mass for a concerted rush on the main gates of the prison, carrying a huge timber as a battering ram.
Come on! Come on, bring up that timber!
All right, we got it. Grab hold, you guys. It's 20 feet long and 2 feet thick. Come on, let's go.
Hey, who's that guy? That guy in the red cape. Where'd he come from?
Stop that. Drop that timber.
Rush him. Knock him out of the way.
I said drop that timber. All right. It just means I've got to take it away from
Hey,
you.
what's he doing? What's it doing?
Hey, he's got the timber. He just snatched it loose. Back. Get back. He's crazy. He's swinging it like a baseball bat. Look out. Run back. Run.
Swinging the huge 20-foot timber like a bamboo cane, Superman clears a space before the main gates and drives the screaming, terror-stricken convicts back across the yard and into the cell block, where amazed guards put them swiftly under lock and key. But what of the Wolf and Kino and the handful of convicts still at large? And what of Lois Lane, trapped in the dining hall when the riot broke out? Is she in the clutches of the Wolf? Tune in next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, Superman. When we last saw Superman, he had just driven back a mass of rioting convicts at the Western Penitentiary of San Miguel, using a 20-foot timber as a weapon. For a moment, the situation is saved, but only for a moment. The Wolf and Kino are still barricaded in the dining hall with a few desperate convicts. As our story continues today, Superman has leaped into a cloud of tear gas and vanished. But already word of his unbelievable performance has reached the office of the warden and has also reached into the dining hall, the hiding place of Kino and the Wolf. Listen.
Hey, boss, where are you?
Here, Kino. What's the matter? Close the door.
Listen, I just heard from one of the guys that tried to rush the gates. They couldn't do it.
Why not?
They were stopped. Forced back into the cell block.
What stopped them?
Not what. Who? Hey, boss, it was a guy in a red cloak that jumped over the wall, right out of a cloud of gas.
What? A man in a red cloak?
Boss, it's the same one, the one that stopped us from wrecking the Silver Clipper, and broke up our car and turned us over to the cops. He's here at San Miguel.
No, it's not possible.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else, too. That reporter's here. That Clark Kent.
Clark Kent?
Yeah, I seen him myself, running around a corner to the warden's office.
So Kent's here, too, huh? We owe that smart young man something, Kino, and I think this is the time to pay him. Kent doesn't know it yet, but the minute he makes a move or gets in our way, well...
I get you. Say, how you gonna wake it?
Look, Kino, it's almost time. That gas is like a smoke screen over the yard.
So what?
Just this. When I give the signal, you and I and a few of the boys will dash across the yard to the steam plant.
Hey, boss, suppose they shoot at us from the towers.
Don't worry, they won't. In the first place, the warden doesn't want bloodshed. He's soft, you know that. He'll do his best to break the riot with tear gas.
He'll tell him to shoot if we make a break.
When we're ready to break out, Kino, they won't even see us. And they won't shoot when we rush for the steam plant. I've got a little trump card, Kino. A little surprise for the warden and Mr. Clark Kent. Help me fix this broken telephone wire, Kino. Open that box. If I can get the phone to work, I've got a little message for the warden. Now find that loose end.
And meanwhile, Superman, having forced the rioting convicts back into the cell block, unaware that the Wolf and Kino are barricaded in the dining hall, enters the warden's office as Clark Kent.
Who are you?
Is this Warden Bowman?
Yes?
I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Warden speaking.
Warden, I'm calling from the dining hall.
What? Who is this?
You don't need to know, but you should know this. Miss Lois Lane is right here with us.
You've got Lois Lane?
Quite so, Warden. At the moment, she's safe. but she won't be safe long unless you do as you're told.
Man, think what you're doing.
Oh, I've thought, Warden. I've had weeks and months to think. When we leave this place, the girl is going with us. If there's any shooting, she'll be the first one to stop a bullet.
Wait.
And if there's a reporter named Clark Kent in your office, tell him to remember, too. Tell him to remember the Silver Clipper.
Wait, come back here.
Warden, the Silver Clipper. The man who spoke to you was the wolf.
How did you hear that? How did you know who he was?
Never mind. If he's got Lois Lane, there isn't a second to waste. I'll be back later, Warden.
Hey, Kent, where are you going?
Just wait and see. I'm going to rush the dining hall. Have your guards ready when the mob comes out. So long.
Once outside the warden's office, hidden by the heavy clouds of rolling gas, Clark Kent in a split second becomes Superman, Man of Steel, and streaks for the roof of the dining hall.
Those devils. If they've really got Lois, I'll give them something they'll never forget. Ah, there's the dining hall. Look at those guards trying to force their way in with tear gas. They'll never make it. Watch how long it takes Superman. Down. Now then, won't take me long to get in there. I'll rip through this roof in no time.
With hardly an effort, Superman bends to the roof, seizes sheets of metal in his bare hands, strips them off like paper, crashes through planks and beams, and leaps into the dining hall.
Hey, what's that? That guy in the red cape. I seen him at the gate. Run, beat it!
All over, boys. The riot stops right here. Now open those doors and march out in the yard with your hands up. Go on, move.
Who is this guy? Run!
Quick! Keep moving. Out there and turn yourselves over to the guards. And if I were you, I'd have my hands up. Faster, boys, faster. And Kino. Didn't see them anywhere. Must be hiding in the cellar with Lois. But they won't hide long. Lois! Lois Lane, where are you? All right, if I've got to rip this place apart, I'll do it. But you'd better not be there when I find you, Wolf. Here I come.
But the wolf is not to be found. Under cover of Superman's attack on the dining hall, he and Kino, carrying Lois between them, have slipped out a side door into clouds of smoke and made their way to the steam plant close against the prison's outer wall. There, with a small band of helpers...
Boss, what do we do with the girl?
You beast! Let me go!
Throw her in the corner, Kino. No, don't untie her hands.
What are you going to do?
Keep you with us, Miss Lane, as an antidote for Mr. Clark Kent.
Clark Kent?
Quite so. If Kent bothers us this time, I'm sorry, but it won't be too healthy for you.
Kent? But he isn't anywhere near here.
Oh, pardon me, but he is. Right up there in the warden's office, Miss Lane.
Kent! Kent!
Stop it, Kino, stop it.
Yes, he'll be all right, but you better hurry, boss. They know we're here and they're getting ready to rush us.
All right, get the cover off the steam tunnel.
Be all ready in a minute. Hold them off.
Boss, they're getting closer.
You over there. Have you got the steam lines rigged?
All ready. The road just now will draw them in steam.
Here they come.
All right, turn on the steam. Point the nozzles down the yard. Let them have it.
While half of the wolf's men work frantically to open the tunnel beneath the steam plant leading to escape, the others fight off prison guards with live steam from the boilers. And meanwhile, not having found either the wolf or Lois in the cellar of the dining hall, Superman streaks back to the office of the warden as Clark Kent.
We're rounding them up now, sir. Came pouring onto that dining hall as if the devil was after them.
Half of them said the devil was after them. They yelled about a guy in a red cape. Said he came right through the roof.
What about the ones in the steam plant?
We'll get them, Warden.
Warden, any news of Lois Lane?
Kent, where have you been?
Down in the yard, around the dining hall. But I haven't seen a sign of Lois. Warden, what do you think?
Kent, I don't know.
Warden, sir, they've turned live steam into hose lines. Look, they're fighting off the guards.
The fools! What do they think they can gain by that? They can't get anywhere from the steam plant.
Warden, sir, I saw them. They ran across from the dining hall. They had the girl with them, Warden. They've got the girl in there in the steam plant.
Hey, where are you going, Kent?
Hey, call that reporter back. Stop him. Catch him.
A race against time. Lois in the power of the wolf. Kent dashes into the yard, heedless of the warning cries of the guards, plunges into a cloud of steam, and at once becomes Superman.
Hey, don't move back.
Oh, no, I won't. I'll have them out of there in no time. Steam can't hurt me. Go on, boys. Turn it on full. And watch out for yourselves, because here I come, right through that door. Now then. What? Where are they? Oh, they fastened those hose lines to the window. Lois!
No! Please!
There she is. Faded, too. Gotta get her out of here. Turn off that steam, quick. When she comes around, she'll just see Clark Kent. And so will all the rest.
Oh, the tunnel. Down that tunnel.
Hey! This way! Miss Lane says they gotta wait on the tunnel.
No, they didn't.
Hurry up!
We got him on the other side. Miss Lane, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, I reckon you can thank your friend Clark Kent for that.
Kent? I didn't see you. How did you get here?
Oh, gee, Miss Lane, never mind that now. Point is, I did get here, and just in time.
Was it you that got me out? I thought I saw a tremendous figure in a red cape.
Oh, gosh, I sure hate to disappoint you, Miss Lane. I guess you figured I was Superman.
Oh, no. Don't worry, Clark Kent. Why did you stop to look after me? If you'd been on your job, you'd have gone after those convicts down the tunnel. Oh, no. You'll never be confused with Superman.
Oh, look. Here comes the warden. Warden, is everything all right?
Hey, listen. We got them all but two. Two of those guys got away, broke through the tunnel, and got loose.
Warden, which ones? Which ones?
That fellow named Keno and the one they call the Wolf. Keno and the Wolf have escaped.
Lois Lane is safe and unharmed, but the Wolf and Keno have made good their escape, aided by the power of the Yellow Mask. And unknown to Clark Kent, a strange and terrible adventure lies directly ahead. Be sure to tune in next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, champion of the weak and the oppressed, tireless fighter for truth and justice. When we last saw him, Superman had just rescued Lois Lane from a gang of convicts at San Miguel prison, only to learn at the last minute that the two leaders of the riot, Keno and the Wolf, have made good their escape in the confusion. Alarms ring and sirens wail, but the two fugitives are nowhere to be seen. Kent and Lois return home, bringing their story of the riot. And by a curious coincidence, the Wolf and Keno arrive in the same city at about the same time. Following instructions, they make their way to the underground hideout of the Yellow Mask. Listen.
Now listen, boss. You sure you know where you're going? Certainly, Keno. Although why we were told to take this roundabout way, I'm sure I can't tell you.
Leave that to the mask, boss. He knows what he's doing.
Indeed, Keno. Then perhaps you can explain why he left us so long in that confounded jail.
Now, he knows what he's doing,
He
boss.
should never have let us go to jail at all.
Well, how could he help it? That guy Kent, the reporter.
It's his business to help it. He made fools of us.
Better not let him hear you say that, boss.
He'll hear me say more than that when I find him. Stop where you are. We've arrived.
Well, I don't see nothing. This is just a blank wall.
Watch, Keno. There. Keep looking, Keno. Look right at the wall.
Gee, it's a door. Open up right in the rock.
Inside, quick. And just in time, too. There's a police car not far off.
Hey, you think they're looking for us?
Possibly, but they'll never find us. Stand back, Keno, while the door closes.
Hey, it's pitch black. I can't see where I am.
It's a passage. Just walk straight ahead.
Is this where we'll find the mask?
I hope so, Keno. And when I do find him, there'll be a settlement which is quite a bit overdue.
Hey, boss, now think what you're saying.
Keno, I've made up my mind. The mask has run things far too long.
It's my turn now. Now, you can't say that. But I do say it. Why should I take second place? I'll run things myself. From now on, there's not room for both of us.
As to that, my friend, I entirely agree with you.
It's him. The mask.
Turn on the lights. In the house of the mask, my friend, be careful what you say.
Very well, masked. You heard me. It's either you or I. And since I happen to have a pistol here in my pocket...
So, you brought a pistol, Wolf. This is the last time you'll stand in the way of high voltage. That finishes the Wolf. Kino, I think I heard you use the term boss. You will remember after this to whom it applies.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. What did you want to see us about?
Plans, Kino. Great plans, in which you shall have a share. Plans that concern millions of dollars and thousands of lives. Stand quietly where you are, Kino, and listen.
And almost at the same time that the Yellow Mask tells Kino of his plans, Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet speaks to Clark Kent and Lois Lane of a new assignment.
Hello there, Lois. Come in. Close the door.
Did you want to see both of us, Mr. White?
I certainly did. You made out so well on that prison break that I'm going to send you and Kent out again.
Oh, gee, that's great, Mr. White.
I'm sure Mr. Kent could cover it much better alone.
Well, you're going along, Lois, so sit down and listen. Have either of you heard what's going on in Dryerville?
I haven't heard a thing about anything.
I have, Chief.
Oh, the human encyclopedia. He knows about everything.
Do you know where Dryerville is, Lois?
Only more or less, Mr. White.
Well, it's up in the hills. Flourishing little city of about 30,000. And since about 2 weeks ago, they've been calling it the Jinx Town.
The Jinx Town?
All those accidents. Is that why, Mr. White?
Well, first they thought it was funny, and then it got serious. Now they don't know what to think.
Why, what happened?
Curious, unbelievable accidents. Nothing very striking at first, just all the radio sets went out of whack.
All at once?
All at once. And then the telephones.
Say, that might have been serious.
It was, Kent. Then 2 days ago, although there hadn't been any rains, the town was flooded.
Flooded?
3 feet deep in water. Without any warning at all, the Jefferson River went over its banks and mighty near drowned them all out.
Mr. White, anything else?
That was 2 days ago, Kent. Yesterday, all the electric power in the city went off. And today, they were rocked by a series of earthquakes.
Earthquakes?
What, in this section of the country?
Well, heavy explosions far underground, and they don't know what to make of it. People are excited, naturally, and now they're just a little bit afraid.
Well, do you blame them?
Well, asking themselves what's behind all this.
And that's where you're sending me and Kent, Mr. White.
If you're sure you don't mind, Lois.
Well, I'd feel safer with a more adequate escort.
Oh, gosh, Miss Lane, I'll do the best I can to keep you out of trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. I'm usually able to do that much for myself. When do we leave, Mr. White?
As soon as you can. Get an advance from the cashier and hire a car.
A car?
What's the matter with the train?
I don't know. I just have a feeling.
Mr. White, what do you mean?
There's something back of this, Lois. I don't understand it. All these things aren't accidents.
Mr. White, you think they're intended?
I don't know, Kent. But if they are, well, I'd rather have you in a car than on a train heading into Dryerville. Come along. I'll see you as far as the cashier.
Yes, this is the Yellow Mask. This is A-15 reporting from the Daily Planet office. Go on, A-15. Reporter Clark Kent and the feature writer Lois Lane will arrive in Dryerville by automobile this evening. That is all.
Well, are you sure you know which way you're going, Mr. Kent?
Look, Lois, couldn't you call me Clark?
Sorry, for some reason I seem to prefer Mr. Kent, and I also prefer Miss Lane.
All right, Miss Lane.
As I was saying, are you sure you're on the right road?
Positive. There was a route sign back away, to Dryerville.
Then aren't we almost there? What time is it?
Too dark to see. Mind turning on the dome light? Thanks. It's 11:30.
Look out, there's a car coming.
Oh, I see it.
Look out, he's coming straight at us. What? Mr. Kent!
The idiot, he almost put us in the ditch. Driving like a maniac, too. What's the matter?
Nothing, Mr. Kent. Was there anything strange about that car?
Strange? How do you mean?
I thought... Well, of course I didn't get a very good look at it, but I thought I'd seen it before.
Not me.
I thought it passed us a while ago, going the other way.
What would he be doing that for? Oh, look here, Lois. I mean, Miss Lane. You're tired and upset.
Oh, no, I'm not.
No, I say you are. Now think about something else. How about switching on the radio, huh?
Thanks, I'd rather not.
Oh, come on. At least we'll get the late news.
Must you hear the news?
Why not? Give it a chance to warm up first. Look, Miss Lane, they're ahead. That's Dryerville.
Down there over the river?
Uh-huh. That's the Jefferson. We crossed the toll bridge, and then we're in Dyerville. Nothing doing on the radio?
I really don't know. Maybe it's broken.
Huh, lights up all right.
Look out. There's a car coming up behind us.
Yeah, and coming fast, too.
Mr. Kent, be careful. He's not turning out. Look out!
Why, the crazy idiot.
Mr. Kent, it was the same car.
You're right. Wait till I get his number. Hang on.
Oh. What's that?
Not the radio. I'm going to catch that fellow if it's the last thing I do.
Go back, Mr. Kent. What? Go back. Go back. Go back.
Mr. Kent, that voice. Where does it come from?
The radio. That's not possible. Someone called me by name.
Go back, Mr. Kent. Go back. Go back. Go back.
That car. That's where it comes from. There's a radio transmitter in that car. Now I've got to catch him.
Right ahead. There's the bridge.
No bridge or no bridge, I'm going to catch that car. Hang on, Lois.
It's gone, Mr. Kent. There's not a sign of it.
Well, there must be. It can't have vanished.
Mr. Kent, be careful. The toll bridge. There's a man there and the bars are down. Look out, we're going right through them. Did you have to go so fast? Just look what you've done to the gates. Lucky if they don't take away your license.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Can't you see the lights?
I'm sorry, officer. Really,
You bet you'll be sorry. Let me see your license, young fella. This here's a toll bridge, not a speedway.
I'll pay the toll.
I hope to tell you you'll pay the toll. And you'll pay for them gates, too. And about $50 for reckless driving.
No, it wasn't reckless driving, officer. I was chasing that car ahead, and I just
What car? What car ahead? You're the only car on this bridge in the last half hour.
I tell you, there was a car. I saw it.
Keep on, and you'll see pink elephants and green elephants.
All right. How much is the toll?
Never you mind the toll. That's the least of your worries.
The bridge. It's shaking. What's the matter?
The bridge. It's another quake. Run! Run!
Got to save the bridge and save Lois. Not much time. Good thing it's dark. They couldn't see Clark Kent change into Superman. If I can get down underneath it, down on the piers. Quick. It's going. Matter of seconds. Down. Down!
Down through the darkness, Superman plummets like an arrow, while the great structure of struts and cables sways and groans above the river, while the car containing Lois Lane slips, halts, and slips again nearer to the sudden brink that yawns suddenly where a moment before was solid pavement. Can the man of steel save the bridge of steel? Or have matters already gone beyond the power of even his incalculable strength? And whose was the voice on the radio? And what terrible fate hangs over the town of Dyerville? Tune in next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. When we last saw him, Clark Kent was traveling toward the mountain city of Dyerville with Lois Lane to investigate a curious chain of disasters and accidents that had held the city in a grip of fear for the past 8 days. But as they reached the toll bridge over the Jefferson River leading into Dyerville, the bridge suddenly trembled and swayed. Lois screamed as their automobile slid toward the guardrail, and Kent leaped away in the darkness. As our story continues, he has become Superman. Red cloak streaming in the wind, he plummets down through the night in a desperate effort to save the bridge and prevent the car from plunging into the river below. Listen.
That bridge is shaking like a tree in a high wind. If I can get down under it and hold it, find out what's wrong. Here we are. Why, the foundation's half gone. Blown apart as if it had been hit by a shell or a torpedo. Those girders are just hanging loose. If I can only put them back where they belong. I don't know. It's pretty far gone, but maybe I can make it. If I don't, the whole thing will fall up, crash in the river. Lois along with it. Now then, one more pull. Made it. Twisted that steel work back into place. Now to return to Lois on the bridge as Clark Kent. Up,
Up!
Oh, what's happened? Where are the lights? It's so dark. Kent!
Lois, I mean Miss Lane. Are you all right?
The bridge. What about the bridge?
Oh, don't worry about the bridge.
But what was it? What happened?
I don't know. Maybe the foundation gave way in the flood. We'll be all right if we keep going. Come on, get back in the car. Lucky it didn't roll off the bridge and smash up.
Kent, we can't cross now.
Oh, yes, we can. I've paid the toll.
Clark Kent, you fool. I'm not thinking about the toll. The bridge will go down with us.
No, it won't, Lois. It's safe now, I'm sure. Come on, get in. Here we go. Now, if you're the least bit afraid, just shut your eyes.
Clark Kent and Lois Lane cross the damaged bridge safely and arrive in Dyerville. Next morning, in the office of the city commissioner, they wait for an interview.
Oh, here he is now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. This is Miss Lane, I take it, and Mr. Clark Kent, both of the Daily Planet.
Sorry to bother you, Commissioner, but we're after a story about what's been going on in Dyerville.
Yes, come into my office and close the door.
All right.
Sit down, Miss Lane, Mr. Kent.
Thanks, Commissioner.
We won't take up too much of your time.
And don't worry. If you were ordinary reporters, you wouldn't take up any of it. I'd see to that. But I've had a call from your editor.
Oh, you have? From Mr. White?
Yes, Perry White of the Daily Planet. It's about you, Kent.
Me?
Yes, Mr. White tells me that you're not only a good reporter, but that you seem to have a knack of digging out what's back of things.
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
It's a knack or just dumb luck.
Well, either one will do me. Because if I don't get to the bottom of this business, and soon...
Just what's happening, Commissioner?
Well, have you heard about the Jefferson Bridge last night?
What?
The South Pier was carried away as if a giant monster had bitten a chunk out of it.
Good heavens, and we were on it.
Yes, but that's not all. Whatever it was, some human agency or mysterious force not only almost took the bridge away, but put it back.
What?
That's what I say. Most of the steel girders were torn loose from their rivets, but someone replaced them, twisted them together so they'd hold. Why, only a Superman could have done it.
Superman?
Well, just imagine that.
Well, forget about the bridge. It's the least of what's happened. There was the matter of the electric power. 3 days ago, it went completely out for no explainable reason.
And what about that flood, Commissioner?
Yes, the flood. And the earthquakes or explosions or whatever they were. I tell you, I can't stand much more of this. None of us can. Why, we never know from one moment to another what's going to happen next.
Huh. And there's no explanation? No clue of any kind?
Kent, not a one. What if they're not accidents? What if there's some human fiend behind all this? What's he trying to do? What does he want? Does he intend wiping the city off the map?
Oh, no. Take it easy, Commissioner. There's probably some very simple explanation.
Well, all right. Probably there is. But you find it, Kent. Go out and dig it up. Say, I've had the best men I know on it so far, and they haven't found a thing. I tell you, I'm at the end of my rope.
Well, Miss Lane and I may be able to help, Commissioner.
And I hope so, Kent, I hope so. Because if this madness doesn't stop soon, I think we'll all go out of our minds. If there's just one more catastrophe, one more unexplained accident... Hello? Yes, this is the Commissioner. What? Bart? When did it happen?
Mr. Kent, what is it?
Quiet, I want to hear.
What? Yes? Well, get every boat in the river, you understand? Every boat. Yes, call tugs and police launches. But land that barge. Get it out of trouble.
Listen, something's gone wrong on the river.
Yes, call me back. I'll be right here by the phone.
Commissioner, what is it?
What's happened?
There's a railroad barge with 15 tank cars on it, loaded with gasoline. It broke loose from its tug.
What?
It's drifting downstream toward the falls.
Toward the falls?
Yes, and they can't stop it. The tide's too strong. They can't do a thing.
Kent, where are you going?
Where do you think? Out to find that barge. I'll see you later, Commissioner.
What?
You wait here, Miss Lane. Some story in that. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Wait, I'll come too. Wait.
Sorry, Lois. Can't stop now. There's an emergency like that. It's time Clark Kent gave way to Superman. Here's a window. No one in sight. Good. We're up, and away!
Off like a streak of light, Superman leaps into the air, heads for the river, and disappears in a bank of mist. Meanwhile, the Jefferson River is a scene of terror and confusion. Whistles scream, but nothing can stop the swift course of the helpless railroad barge, caught in the rapid current and moving ever faster toward the falls. The two men on the barge are frantic with fear.
They can't get us. We're going faster and faster.
Dead ahead. Ain't that the falls?
No, we're going over. We're going over, sure.
We gotta jump. Jump and swim for it.
No, don't jump. Stay with the barge. It's our only chance.
I tell you, we'll be killed. Drowned. Smashed to pieces. Jump. Jump, I tell you. Jump. Ah, there's the barge. And there are the falls, too. Not much time. Got to dive down there, grab that barge load of railroad cars, and tow them back where they came from. I must be careful. One spark might set that gasoline off. Down into the water. Down. Now then. 3 good strokes and I'm there. 1, 2, 3. Got them. I've caught the barge. Now all I have to do is tow it back up the river. And without being seen. Here we go.
Superman, exerting his terrific strength, brings the heavily loaded barge around in the river, forces it upstream, eases it safely into a dock, and disappears again in the murky water of the Jefferson River. And presently, back in the office of the city commissioner, where Lois still waits.
There it is, that barge. It's gone over the falls. I hardly dare answer the phone.
Shall I take it, Commissioner?
No. Hello? Yes? What? You say it's safe? It slid back upstream? Floated into a dock? And it didn't go over the falls? Say, wait a minute. You're sure? What? Well, I don't care how it happened. All I need to know is they're safe. Oh, Miss Lane, that barge is all right.
Well, Commissioner, what's happened?
Well, I don't know. Some crazy, impossible story, but who cares about that? Yes, come in.
Hello, Commissioner. Hi, Miss Lane.
Well, hello there, Kent. I guess you've heard the news, too, huh?
About the barge? Yes, and I decided I might as well come back.
You didn't get your big story after all, did you, Mr. Kent?
Oh, there's still a story, Miss Lane.
What do you mean?
That affair of the railroad barge breaking away from its tug was no accident, sir.
What? Mr. Kent knows all the answers, Commissioner.
Those cars and that gasoline were meant to go over the Jefferson River Falls.
Oh, Kent, you're joking.
No, I'm not joking.
Mr. Kent, how do you know all this?
Very simple, Miss Lane. The steel cable joining the barge and the tug didn't break. It was cut.
Commissioner.
Yes?
Commissioner, have you heard? Did you get it?
Get what? What are you talking about?
Quick, turn on your radio.
Radio? What are you talking about?
Come on, it's on, Commissioner.
Yes.
Dierville.
What?
Calling the city of Dierville.
What's that?
Listen.
Calling the city of Dierville. The secret empire demands the sum of $1 million. $1 million is the price of Dierville. To be paid by midnight tomorrow. If it is not paid, Dierville will cease to exist. This is the Yellow Mask. Dierville, calling the city of Dierville.
Shut that thing off. What does it mean?
Kent, did you hear? The Yellow Mask. We thought he was dead. Killed when that plane crashed.
What's she talking about? Kent, what is it?
Commissioner, it means just this. Miss Lane and I have met the Yellow Mask before. It means that unless you raise $1 million by midnight tomorrow, Dierville will be wiped off the face of the earth.
Suddenly, like the shadow of a dreadful nightmare, the hand of the Yellow Mask hangs darkly over Dierville. Now the reason is clear for the long chain of accidents that plagued the city. The Yellow Mask has been placing the people of the town in the grip of a deadly terror. What will happen next? What can Superman do in the few short hours that remain? Tune in next time and follow the story. Be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. When we last saw him, Superman, as Clark Kent, stood amazed in the office of the city commissioner of Dierville with Lois Lane as the radio blared the threat of the Yellow Mask. Unless the sum of $1 million was paid within 36 hours, Dyerville would be wiped into oblivion. As our story continues, 24 of the precious 36 hours have already passed. Once again, Kent and Lois Lane are in the office of the commissioner, while a dark cloud hangs ever lower over the city's heart. Listen.
What's that? 12:30? 12:30.
Don't keep thinking of the time, Commissioner.
Confounded Kent, what else can I think of? You say yourself this fellow, this yellow mask, means what he says?
Yes, I'm afraid that's true enough. Commissioner, suppose you were going to destroy Dyerville. How would you do it?
Kent, you're out of your mind.
No, I see what he means, Commissioner. Is there any way you can think of, any sudden disaster that would destroy the city at once?
Why, fire, I imagine, or flood.
Flood?
Yeah.
You mean a flood from the river?
No, not exactly. Flood from the hills.
Flood from the hills? How do you mean?
Well, here, look here. Take a look at this map on the wall. It shows Dyerville and its suburbs.
Right up in a fold of the hills.
Yes, that's it, Kent. Right under the mountains. And you see that black line just above?
What's that?
Well, that's the Harley Dam, with the lake up above. Say, come to think of it, if I were bent on wiping Dyerville off the map, I'd blow out the Harley Dam, if I could.
Commissioner.
Yes?
If the dam did go out, what would happen?
The end of the world, Kent, so far as Dyerville's concerned. There's a lake behind it that's 10 miles long. Billions of gallons of water.
And it would all come down on Dyerville?
Every drop of it.
And wipe out the town? It could actually do that?
Yes, it could. Excuse me. City Commissioner's office.
This is your friend, the Yellow Mask, Commissioner.
The Yellow Mask?
Kent, the mask again.
I'm calling to remind you that you have only 24 hours to go. 24 hours before every man, woman, and child in Dyersville will drown like a rat, unless I get $1 million in cash. Tell your committee that. Goodbye.
Oh, wait. My heavens, I've got something to go on now. I'll have that call traced.
Save yourself the trouble, Commissioner.
What?
You won't find anything. We've dealt with the Yellow Mask before.
Yes, but where was he? What did he mean?
I don't know where he was, but it's plain enough what he meant. I heard what he said about drowning every man, woman, and child like a rat. He means to destroy the dam.
The dam?
Commissioner.
Yes?
We've got till midnight. Now, I've met the mask before and didn't come off second best.
This isn't the time for boasting, Mr. Kent.
I'm sorry, Miss Lane. Call it confidence if you like.
And don't stop to split hairs. What are you going to do?
Well, you stay here, Commissioner, in case the mask sends in another message.
Yes?
And meanwhile, Miss Lane and I will have a look at that dam. Oh, yes, and put in a call to the police and the National Guard. Have every available man on duty from now till midnight. Come along, Miss Lane.
Keep in touch with me by phone, Kent, and lots of luck.
We'll need it, Commissioner. So long.
Borrowing a car, Kent and Lois Lane start at once on the lonely mountain drive to the top of the Harley Dam. And meanwhile, safe in his secret hideout near the dam, the Yellow Mask gives quick instructions to his henchman, Kino.
Are you there, Kino? Come inside.
Okay, boss. What's doing?
There'll be a lot doing, Kino, quite a lot. Promptly at midnight, we destroy 30,000 people. Within the next half hour, we destroy 2.
Which 2?
That news reporter, Clark Kent, and his friend, Miss Lois Lane.
Where are they?
I have been informed they are driving toward the dam in a car. You will meet that car, Kino, and carry on from there.
Well, how do I stop them, boss?
Very simply. Look here. You see that dynamo in the corner?
Yeah.
I will start it going.
I know how it runs.
But you don't know how it stops, Kino, except in the usual way. But now, see here.
Hey, what's that little box?
A very useful invention, Kino. One of my own. Hardly bigger than a camera. But I point it at the dynamo. Watch carefully, Kino, and press this button.
Hey, the dynamo, it stopped.
Naturally. Anyone can do it. Even you, Kino, with my little box.
How's it work?
Never mind that, Kino. The point is that it does work, and that you can work it. Do you know the abandoned cabin where the road makes a right-angle turn?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Good. You will go there and be ready when Mr. Clark Kent comes by in his car.
What do I do, boss?
Hide inside the cabin. When you see the car approaching, point the box through the window directly across the road.
And what'll happen?
The car will stop instantly, Kino.
No fooling. Why?
Ignition trouble, Kino.
Oh.
The engine will stop running. And if you do your part thereafter, so will Mr. Kent.
Okay, boss. I guess I catch on.
That's all. Now go. Don't make any mistakes, Nita. I'm coming now.
And do you mind telling me, Mr. Kent, just what you propose to do when we get to the dam?
Oh, just look around, Miss Lane. See what we can see.
Do you think you'll be likely to see anything that's escaped the police?
Oh, I might. Surprises do happen. Hey, here's a crossroad or a turn or something. Wonder which way we go now.
Oh, don't you know the way?
Well, that fellow at the garage didn't say anything about a crossroad.
Well, why don't you stop and ask? Maybe there's somebody in that old cabin over there.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, we're all right. There's a sign. Harley Dam, turn right.
What's the matter?
That's funny. The motor stopped dead, just like that.
I'm not blind, Mr. Kent, nor deaf. I can see it stopped. Do you think if you brought your mind to bear, you could find out why?
Can't be we're out of gas. I filled up before we left. Oh, well.
What are you going to do?
Bring my mind to bear. And just sit where you are while I do it. Maybe there's something wrong with the wiring. I'll take a look.
Mr. Kent, look out!
Okay, boys, let them have it.
Hey, what's the big idea?
What are you doing?
Hey, come on, folks. You've got a date with the Yellow Mask. Come on, Come on, Lois. Yellow Mask wants to see you. Come on,
Overpowered, Kent and Lois Lane are dragged away from the car and carried into the abandoned cabin by the side of the road. Kent, realizing at once from Kino's words that the mask is behind the attack, pretends weakness in the desperate hope of learning the mask's plans. Tossed in a room by himself, tied hand and foot, he watches with interest as Kino enters and arranges a mechanism on the floor with wires.
What are you doing there? And what have you done with Miss Lane?
Miss Lane? Oh, she's okay, pal. Right in the next room.
Let me go!
Kind of restless, ain't she? Well, that won't last long. Not more than 5 minutes after I get this fixed.
What are you doing with that battery?
What do you think? I'm fixing up a nice little one-way ticket to dreamland for you and the gal both. There. Now, I reckon she's set.
What is that thing?
Don't worry, pal. You'll find out.
You're not figuring by any chance on blowing us up, are you?
Smart guy. Catches right on.
That's murder, Kino.
Only if they catch you.
I'd think twice if I were you.
So it's lucky you ain't me. Well, so long, pal. Me and the rest of the boys have a date up above near the dam, and we gotta keep it. So long, and pleasant dreams.
Oh, the devils. Planning to blow us up. Well, there are several ways of playing that game, my friend.
Help! Kent!
I can't stand it. Gotta get going. I don't see any reason for just lying here and watching that bomb go off. Here's where Clark Kent takes time out. It's Superman's turn. I'll just snap these ropes and take that battery thing apart. Now I think it's time to leave. We've got a date at the dam, too, Kino. I'm coming, Miss Lane. Locked the door, have they? Well, I need a little light exercise. Oh, she's fainted. That's lucky. So much the better. When she comes to, she'll never know what happened. I've got to pick her up and get out of here. I'd like to follow Kino to where the mask is hiding out. But I'm afraid to leave Lois here alone. It wouldn't do to take her with me. I'll go back to the dam. Up, up, and away!
Carrying the unconscious form of Lois Lane in his arms, Superman leaps into the sky and heads toward a patch of woodland near the dam, where he can arrive without being seen. And meanwhile, on the dam itself, troops patrol and police keep watch. Suddenly, a car roars up and stops with a wild scream of brakes.
Commissioner, we didn't expect you up here.
Well, never mind that, Sergeant. Quick, have you found anything?
No, sir, not a thing.
Has there been a reporter up here, a fellow named Kent?
Kent?
Yeah.
No, sir, nobody by that name.
Oh, here he comes now, and the girl with him. Oh, Kent! Kent!
Coming, Commissioner. Well, how did you get up here so fast?
I followed you. Just after you left my office, I got a message. But, great heavens, what's the matter with Miss Lane?
I'm all right. I don't remember.
Oh, we had a little accident driving up.
Accident?
Nothing serious, though, Commissioner.
Oh, well, is she hurt?
Oh, no. Miss Lane will be all right. Tell me now, you say you got a message?
Yeah, come out here, Kent. Out on top of the dam, where we won't be overheard.
All right.
Oh, you come too, Miss Lane.
Commissioner.
Yes?
What is it? Another message from the mask?
Now, wait a minute. I'll show it to you.
What's that? The dam! What's happening?
Kent, do you hear that? Do you feel it?
It's the dam.
Yes.
It's beginning to shake.
Get out of here. Run for the shore. Quick.
Come on.
Sudden crisis at the Harley Dam. What is the meaning of the ominous rumbling, and has it anything to do with the mysterious message the commissioner got? The message that brought him racing to the dam? Tune in next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman!
And now, Superman. When we last saw him, Superman, as Clark Kent, had come to the town of Dyerville with Lois Lane to save it from the grim designs of the Yellow Mask, who had threatened to destroy it unless the city paid him the huge sum of $1 million within 36 hours. Kent has discovered that the mask intends to wipe out the mighty Harley Dam above the city and sweep away every living thing in the resulting flood. But how the mask plans to break the dam, guarded as it is by heavily armed police, is still a mystery. Today, as our story continues, sudden terror has seized a small group standing on top of the dam. Less than 12 hours to go before the end of the time limit set by the Yellow Mask. But already strange rumbling shocks far below the surface of the water sound the warnings of disaster. Kent, Lois Lane, and the city commissioner of Dyerville, caught on the roadway of the dam, race wildly for the shore.
Hey, what's that, Miss Lane? All right, come on. Don't stop to look back.
Oh, Kent, is it going now?
No, I don't think so. Take it easy, Commissioner. That noise, whatever it was, it's all over now.
What's it there? Kent, I give you my word, I thought it was all over right that minute.
What was it? What happened?
I can't imagine. Felt like an earthquake shock.
Yes, or an explosion way down under the water.
Explosion?
Yes.
Say, it might have been at that.
But why? Even if the mask is going to blow out the dam, we've still got 10 hours by his own word.
Yeah, that's right. Till midnight tonight.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. Look, here's why I followed you out here. This letter came just after you left my office.
What is it?
It's a note. Don't ask me how it came, because I don't know. All I know is that I found it on my desk. I'd have sworn there hadn't been a soul in the room. Here, read it, Kent.
All right. To the City Commission. The secret empire is becoming impatient. I am not pleased with the way Dyerville meets my demands. Let there be more speed, or I may change my mind. Signed, the Yellow Mask.
More speed. May change his mind. Kent, what's he mean by that?
Commissioner, the mask may be fooling us. It's not like him to give such a plain warning.
Mr. Kent, I don't understand you.
Well, I mean just this. What if the mask doesn't mean to blow up the dam at all? What if he's got some other scheme?
Kent, why do you think that?
Well, he's let us know too much. Almost looks as if he wanted us all up here while he worked out another plan somewhere else.
If that's the case, what can we do?
Well, Lois, Miss Lane, you go back to town with the commissioner, back to the meeting. Isn't that your car right over there?
Yes, it is. Are you sure that's the best thing to do?
I'm not sure. Right now, nobody can be sure of anything.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Kent. Come along, Miss Lane. Start up, Peters. We're going back.
Mr. Kent, what are you going to do?
Oh, stay around and keep my eyes open and my ears.
All right. Get in, Miss Lane. That's it. And, Kent, whatever happens, try and get back to the meeting.
I'll do that, Commissioner. That's a promise.
Don't forget. And good luck to you.
Not only to me, good luck to all of us. Luck, huh? Well, we'll need a little luck. Now that they're gone, I think it's time Clark Kent gave way to Superman. Any of those policemen watching? No. I think I'll have a look underwater. Find out where those explosions came from. Here I go. Here's something. Looks like a piece of polished metal. And right up against the dam, too, where the crack is. I can get it loose from the bottom. Now then. Got it. Pried it loose. Now up in the air, and over to shore to see what it is. Up.
In the shelter of a group of pine trees, Superman examines the curious object. He is taken from the bottom of Harley Lake. Amazement shows in his eyes. He leaps again into the sky and streaks for the meeting chamber in the council hall of Dyerville, where fear-stricken citizens look at each other with pale, drawn faces.
I don't know what to do. No, there's no question. Don't you know better than to call me out now? Who is it?
There he is, Commissioner. Said you knew him.
Oh, Kent. Well, quick, man. Has anything happened?
Commissioner, where's Miss Lane?
She's all right. She's waiting in my office. What about the mask?
Well, Commissioner, I've found the reason for that explosion we felt this afternoon.
Yes?
It was a torpedo.
What? A torpedo?
That's what I said. An underwater torpedo fired from somewhere up the lake at the face of the Harley Dam. No wonder it shook.
Yes, but why? The time hadn't expired. What was the reason?
Well, number one, to terrify us. Number two, to show us what he could do. Commissioner, when the time comes, the yellow mask can blow that dam into 1,000 bits.
Kent, where is he? Can't we find him and stop him?
Well, we might if we had time. Right now, he could be anywhere on Harley Lake, and it's getting dark. No time for that, Commissioner. What's the meeting doing?
Oh, nothing. Talking it over, arguing back and forth. We have a radio in there in case the mask sends another message.
Oh?
And the proceedings are being broadcast so that everyone in Dyerville will know what's going on.
Oh, will they pay the money?
Well, I don't know. Do you think...
Look here, Commissioner.
Yes?
Now, tell me quickly. If the dam does go, how does the water come down on the city?
Billions of gallons, Kent. Well, there wouldn't be a chance.
No, that's not what I mean. What's its course? Which way does it go?
Down through the Jefferson Gorge and then into the valley. And Dyerville's right in the way.
Through the gorge?
Yeah.
Commissioner, if you could block that gorge, what would happen?
Why, I don't know. Yes, I do, too. The flood would go down the old riverbed.
And miss the city?
Miss it entirely and join the river again 2 miles below Dyerville.
Commissioner,
Yes?
could you dynamite that gorge? Block it up?
Well, I don't know. No, we couldn't. Not in the time we have.
Well, try it. Call in the Army. Have their engineers get right out there and set charges. It's your only chance.
Well, Kent, if you think... Well, if that's the only way... listen, they're calling for a vote. I've got to go back in there, Kent. You'd better come, too. They'll make a final decision. Come along.
All right.
Well, gentlemen, are you ready for the question, gentlemen?
Yes. Put it to a vote.
We've made up our minds.
They can't blackmail us. Gentlemen, it has been moved and seconded that no further action be taken in the matter of the demands made on Dyerville by the figure known as the Yellow Mask. All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary-minded? It is so voted. Gentlemen, you have made your decision, and I think a wise one. The people of this city cannot yield to the threat of fear.
Very well, gentlemen. You have made your decision, and I have made mine.
Where is it, Commissioner?
It's coming over the radio.
It shall not wait until midnight. I shall destroy your city now, at once, that others may know what it means to defy the will of the Yellow Mask. Run for your lives, you fools. Save them if you can.
Another threat. Yes.
I have released my torpedoes. The flood is already on its way.
Order, gentlemen. He can't mean it. That was just a threat. He can't do it. Now keep your seats,
Commissioner,
Yes?
whose voice was that broadcasting?
You heard it on the radio yesterday. You know who it was. But I don't believe him. Where's that news reporter? Where's Clark Kent? Where is he? Where's he go? Where's he gone?
Commissioner! Where's the commissioner?
Yes, Miss Lane. What's the matter?
Quiet! All of you. Listen. A phone call just came in, Commissioner.
Yes?
The dam. It's been blown to pieces. Harley Dam is destroyed. The flood is coming down on Dyerville.
Get the high ground. I've got to get to my family.
And meanwhile, where is Clark Kent? Vanished from the scene, changed in a twinkling to the flying form of Superman. Faster than an airplane, red cloak streaming in the wind, he rushes back up the valley to meet the boiling, roaring flood of Harley Lake, pouring down toward the narrow gorge of the Jefferson River.
If I ever worked fast, this has got to be the time. First to see if that devil was telling the truth, then to block up the gorge. It's one chance in 1,000. Even Superman can't hold back a flood. Oh, it won't hurt me. I can't drown. But it can kill every living soul in Dyerville. Faster! Faster! Ah, there it is. Going like a mill race. So you did it after all, Mask. Well, let's see if there's still time to stop you. Back to the Jefferson Gorge.
Racing ahead of the flood, Superman swoops down to the only place where it can be turned from the doomed city, the narrow bend of the man-made gorge. Rocky cliffs rise 100 feet on either side. Down thunders a towering wall of angry water.
There it is. Can't get there ahead of the water, but maybe I can block it off. Down,
Tearing at the granite walls, floodwaters raging on every hand, Superman rips into the living rock, sends great masses plunging to the foot of the gorge. But more is needed, and yet more. The water is thundering through. A great point of stone hangs high overhead.
One last chance. If I can rip that loose, crash it down there in the middle. Well, here goes. Not much time. Once more. It's cracking. It's starting to go. Now! It's down! It's done it! It's blocked the gorge! The flood's going down the old channel. It'll miss Dyerville by half a mile.
In the last second of time, Superman tears down the high rocky walls of Jefferson Gorge, turns aside the main stream of the flood, sends it down its old harmless channel, saves the city of Dyerville. And 2 hours later, in a telegraph office on the city's main street.
All right, here comes another sheet. Same address. Perry White, Daily Planet. Well, Mr. Kent, fancy meeting you here.
Hello, Lois. Well, they tell me it's all over. The flood missed Dyerville.
And once again, do you mind telling me where you've been all the time?
Oh, I don't know. Out and around.
Well, one thing's certain. This time it's my story and not yours.
Your story?
You bet it is. Your cowardly running away cut you right out of it. I've sent Mr. White a complete account of how Dyerville was saved from the flood. This is one time, Mr. Clark Kent, when you weren't in on it.
Hiding a smile, Kent turns away. Then the smile abruptly fades. Dyerville is saved, as Lois says. But what of the Yellow Mask? Suddenly Kent realizes that the mad menace is still at large. And who can tell where his next blow will strike? So be with us again next time and follow the exciting story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine, presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman!
And now, Superman. As our story opens today, Clark Kent sits at his desk in the city room of his newspaper, putting the finishing touches on a follow-up story about the bursting of the great dam at Dyerville, a strange adventure in which Superman played a thrilling part. But already an even stranger adventure is at hand. Above the clatter of typewriters and news tickers, Kent hears the door of a private office open behind him. He half turns in his chair just as Jay Hamlin, assistant to Editor White, calls him by name.
Hey there, Clark Kent.
Right here.
Come in here a minute. Close the door. This is something very special, Kent. And if Mr. White were here, I know that he'd want you to take it on. Oh, I don't think you know Miss Beecham, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Elsie, this is Clark Kent.
How do you do, Mr. Kent?
Delighted to know you, Miss Beecham.
Sit down, Kent. Pay close attention. You've heard of Dr. George Haven Beecham, haven't you? Explorer, scientist, archaeologist?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, Elsie's his daughter.
Oh.
Yes, I've known her since she was an infant. And her father is one of my closest friends. Now, here's the situation. Something mysterious and unusual has happened to Dr. Beecham. But suppose you tell the story, Elsie, huh?
It may sound a little silly to Mr. Kent.
Oh, I'm sure it won't. Go right ahead, Miss Beecham.
From the beginning, Elsie.
Well, it's this way. 9 months ago, my father went into the jungles of South America to supervise the excavation of some ancient tombs. He wrote to me regularly, and everything seemed to be quite all right.
How often did you hear from him, Elsie?
Oh, about once a week. The last letter came 2 days before he sailed for home. In it, he told me not to meet him at the boat.
Oh, that's strange. Did he give any reason?
Well, none at all. He said he'd phone me.
And did he?
Yes, he did. 2 hours after the boat docked.
Well, what did he say, Miss Beecham?
Practically nothing. He sounded almost ghostly, like a man afraid of his life.
Oh, now, you're just imagining things, Elsie. If I know your father, and I do, he's never been afraid of anything.
That's just what's had me worried. That and the instructions he gave me.
What were the instructions, Miss Beecham?
Well, first he told me he couldn't see me for quite some time.
That in itself isn't natural, Kent. Elsie and her father have always been devoted to one another.
I see. Go on, Miss Beecham.
He said he was going out to Brentwood for a while, that he had to be alone.
Did he say where in Brentwood, Miss Beecham?
The Stone House. But he warned me not to try to communicate with him. He said he was quite well and that he'd brought back a native servant to look after him. A half-breed named Zingri.
You did try to call him, though, didn't you?
I waited until yesterday. Then I couldn't stand it any longer.
You phoned?
Yes. There was no answer.
Oh. Well, that's queer. If your father was using the stone house in Brentwood as a hideaway, it seems to me he'd be there.
That's just how I felt, Mr. Kent. Now you know why I'm so worried.
Have you thought of notifying the Brentwood police?
Oh, no, I didn't dare. Father despises publicity. He'd be furious with me.
Oh.
There's only one thing to do, Kent. You take Elsie to Brentwood and find out what's what.
Well, I'd be glad to. Well, let's see. It's 6 now. Well, suppose we have dinner, Miss Beecham, and then drive out.
I'd love to, Mr. Kent.
Well, shall we leave now? We don't want to get out there too late.
Oh, I'm ready if you are.
Let me know the moment you find out anything.
Sure thing, Mr. Hamlin.
Goodbye, Uncle Jay, and thanks a million.
Forget it, and stop worrying.
Oh, goodness. What a dreary-looking place. Is this Brentwood, Mr. Kent?
This is Brentwood, all right, Miss Beecham. And I think that's Stonehouse, back of those trees and behind that iron fence.
Well, if Dad's there, he certainly doesn't want callers. Why, it looks completely closed up.
Yes, not a light anywhere. Oh, say, I guess we passed the gate.
The gate?
You know, leading into the grounds.
Oh. Well, what are you getting out for? Where are you going, Mr. Kent?
Well, I just thought I'd run back and see if the gates are open. Wait here a minute, will you?
Well, don't leave me alone here too long, Mr. Kent.
Don't worry, Miss Beecham. I'll be right back. I hope she doesn't try to follow me. Something about the look of this fence and gate I don't quite like. It's too carefully hidden away back of the shrubbery. Purposely hidden. I wonder why. Here we are. Now, I wonder if I can get through the fence or over it or... Oh! Electrified, eh? Quite a jolt, too. This looks like a job for Superman. Pretty smart, shooting high-powered voltage through an iron fence, but not smart enough. Get back out of the shrubbery and look around. Here's the gate. That's probably electrified, too. Well, I'll just kick it in and drive the car right through. Nothing like arriving in style. Here goes. Say, whoever built this gate certainly did want privacy. Well, he won't have it long. There, that does it. Now, back to Miss Beecham as Clark Kent.
Oh, here you are. Is everything all right?
I can't say just yet, but things are certainly opening up. Let's turn the car around and see what's going on at that house, eh?
Well, what are we going to do? Drive right in?
Sure, why not?
Well, it doesn't seem exactly as though we're wanted, Mr. Kent.
We'll find out soon enough. Here's the entrance.
Why, those gates. Did you say you just opened them?
More or less. Why?
They look like they were blown in a hurricane.
Well, they were old and rusty, Miss Beecham. They just fell apart.
Well, what are you stopping here on the driveway for? And why are you switching off the lights?
Now, look here, Miss Beecham. I'm going to tell you quite frankly that we may run into trouble.
Oh, Mr. Kent, what do you mean?
Now, please, don't get hysterical.
I won't, but...
Miss Beecham, I want to go up to that house and have a look around before they know we're here.
Mr. Kent, do you think anything's happened to my father?
Now, Miss Beecham, honestly, I don't think anything. Not yet.
Then why all the secrecy? Why are you leaving me here and going to the house yourself? Oh, you must know more than you're telling me.
No, believe me, I don't. It's just that your father and whoever else is with him in the house seem to want privacy, and they've tried to make sure of it. For some unknown reason, that privacy is vitally important to them.
Oh, let me come with you.
No, now, please. You just stay here and watch the car. And if you see anything, or want me for anything, blow the horn.
Oh, Mr. Kent, I'm afraid. I don't like it here. The awful silence, the darkness.
No, there's nothing to be afraid of. You just sit tight while I investigate.
But where will you be?
Not too far away. Remember now, if anything happens, just blow that horn and keep blowing.
All right, Mr. Kent. But please hurry. Please hurry.
Poor kid. She's frightened stiff. Little wonder. I don't like to leave her alone, but she can't be around when Superman's doing his stuff. And it looks like he has to. Well, I'll just climb up the side of Stonehouse a little way and see what's doing.
Clinging to the second-story window of Stonehouse, Superman peers into the dark interior, listens intently. A door slams, and suddenly the night is stabbed by the wild blowing of the auto horn and the weird baying of hounds.
What's that? Somebody's blowing the horn. Elsie must be in trouble. All right, Miss Beecham, I'm coming.
Help me, Mr. Kent!
Oh, she's being attacked by huge masters.
Get down! Get down, you beast! Help!
Miss Beecham,
Help!
I'm coming.
Help! Get me out! The dogs! They're climbing through the windows! Help, Mr. Kent!
Stay in the car, Miss Beecham. Don't get out. I'll take care of them.
They're coming in, Mr. Kent! Save me! Help!
Down! Down, you!
Look out! They're tearing to pieces! They're wild!
Don't worry about me. Roll those windows up. There. I've got the black one.
Look out for the other one! He's leaping at you, Mr. Kent!
Oh, you don't. Feel like a fight, eh? All right, so do I. How about this? And this?
Mr. Kent! Where are you, Mr.
I'm all right,
Kent?
Miss Beecham. Now then, you hounds, home before I tear you to pieces. Go on, get away. And don't come back. Go on.
Oh, Mr. Kent. Have they gone? Mr. Kent.
Coming right back, Miss Beecham.
And they've gone, Miss Beecham. You can come out of the car if you like.
Oh, they frightened me so, Mr. Kent. Came out of nowhere, out of the darkness like wolves.
Yes, they did look pretty dangerous. The black one particularly.
I was sitting in the car waiting for you when I heard them barking. Suddenly they were up on the running board. Oh, Mr. Kent, it was ghastly.
Well, it's all over now. I think I'll take you along with me just in case the dogs decide to return. I've discovered there's someone in the house. Maybe your father or
Mr. Kent, what's that?
Well, I don't know. Sounds like a drum.
Drum? Mr. Kent, it's a tom-tom. Someone's beating a tom-tom.
But why?
Listen, it's coming nearer all the time. Look, Mr. Kent.
What?
There, through the trees.
What?
A man, a giant. He's coming this way. Look, look!
What is it that Elsie Beecham has seen bearing down on them? Man or monster? Does the weird beat of the jungle tom-tom herald its approach? And what of his father, Dr. Beecham? Is he or is he not safe behind the gray walls of Stonehouse? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story of Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. When we last saw him, Clark Kent had come to Stonehouse in the suburb of Brentwood with Elsie Beecham to investigate the mystery surrounding Elsie's father, Dr. George Haven Beecham, world-famous scientist and explorer. Recently returned from the jungles of South America, Dr. Beecham has hidden himself away with only a native servant for company and refused to see even his own daughter. Arriving at Stonehouse, Kent had left the car to investigate the house, only to be recalled by frantic blasts of an auto horn. Elsie, left alone in the car, had been attacked by a pair of vicious mastiffs and was in danger of her life. Fighting off the dogs, Kent turned to reassure the girl, only to be faced with a new terror. Listen.
Oh, Mr. Kent, that giant man I saw through the trees, why, he's gone.
It's probably only the shadows in the branches.
No, I saw him. I know I did.
Well, there's nothing there now. I can't see a thing. Look, do you see anything?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not now. But I did. I know I did. Well, you heard the tom-tom beating, didn't you?
Well, yes, but
And I saw the man, a gigantic man, and he just stood there, peering.
Well, he isn't there now. At least I don't think so.
He is. I know he is. He's close to us, hiding somewhere, stealing up on us.
No, he's not, Miss Beecham. Now, look here. You stay here, and I'll have a look around.
Oh, no, don't go, Mr. Kent. Don't leave me alone again. I'll come, too.
But I can't tell what we may run into.
I don't care. I feel safer with you. Please.
Well, come on. We leave the car right here.
Well, what are you going to do?
First of all, we want to get into that house. It looks completely deserted, but I know someone's in it.
My father, do you think?
Well, maybe. I'm not sure yet. Hold my arm, Miss Beecham.
Wait. I thought I heard something. Mr. Kent, I did. The tom-tom.
Quick! Back of these bushes. Crouch down.
There. Mr. Kent, look out there in that patch of moonlight.
Great Scott!
There. That's what I saw, Mr. Kent. It is a giant.
No, not a giant, Miss Beecham. It's a man. He's big, all right, but it's a man. A tremendous big black man.
He's listening. He hears us, Mr. Kent. Oh, who is he? What's he doing?
I'd like to know. Wonder if he's the one I heard walking in the house.
Look, he's moving again, Mr. Kent. He's coming this way.
We're in the shadow. He can't see us. Here, slip this way toward the house. Keep down as much as you can.
He heard us. He's running, Mr. Kent.
Quick! You hide in there, Miss Beecham. Back in that angle of the wall. I'll take care of this.
Oh, no, he'll kill you.
Go on, quick. Stay out of sight. Don't move till I call. Quick, Miss Beecham, run.
It's so dark. I can't see anything.
Now then, with the girl out of the way, Superman goes to work. I'll just give that giant a chance to try his voodoo on me. He's coming this way, all right. Well, my friend, you're due for a shock. About 3 more steps, and out we go. All right, you.
What you do here?
Never mind what I'm doing. What are you doing, and where did you come from?
So, you come out of dark. I've been look for you. I'll fix you, white man.
Look out. I'm giving you fair warning.
No, you sure run. I catch you now.
I'm not running. Oh, you want to fight, do you?
Country, I get you now. I cut you in half.
Don't pull that knife. Knives don't bother me. Just gonna pick you right off the ground. Up over my head.
You put me down. I kill you.
You won't have a chance. You're going up to the top of that tree.
Once,
twice. Now. There. That'll hold you for a while. Now, where's that girl got to? Miss Beecham. Miss Beecham.
Mr. Kent, I'm here, Mr. Kent.
Oh, good. She never saw me. Back to Clark Kent again. Where are you, Miss Beecham?
Right here. Oh, Mr. Kent, what happened?
Why, didn't you see?
Oh, I didn't dare look. I just crouched into the wall as close as I could. Mr. Kent, the giant, where is he?
Oh, he just went away. I shooed him off. Didn't you hear us?
Oh, I heard you arguing, and then a crash. Oh, what happened?
Why, he tripped and fell. Come on, Miss Beecham. I want to get into the house. See if that door's open.
No. Oh, it's locked from the inside.
Well, in this case, I think we're justified in housebreaking. Stand back a little, Miss Beecham.
Oh, goodness. Well, you can't break through that.
Oh, it isn't so strong. I'll just throw a stone at the lock. Stand back of that tree. It might bounce. All right, now.
Why, Mr. Kent, you broke it all to bits.
I told you it wasn't strong. Come on now, quick, inside.
Mr. Kent, do you think it's safe?
Come along. It's safer than outside just now. Maybe I can fasten what's left of that door behind us. Yes, look. All I broke was the lock. And there's a steel bar that drops right across it. There. There we are.
Now what? It's black as pitch. I can't see a thing.
Now, wait while I strike a match.
You seem to be in kind of a hallway.
There. That's a little better. Not much. Yes, you're right, Miss Beecham. We are in a hall. And this looks like the library or living room. Come on.
Oh, here's a piece of candle, Mr. Kent.
Oh, good. Quick. The match is almost out. That's the stuff. There. Now we can at least see where we're going.
Goodness. What a dreadful place, Mr. Kent. Why, it looks haunted.
Yes, I admit I've seen more attractive places. That's a fact.
What was that? I heard something creaking.
Quiet. Oh, I don't hear anything.
It was kind of a creaking upstairs, Mr. Kent. Where do you suppose my father is?
I don't know, Miss Beecham. I'm afraid he isn't here.
Oh, why? What made you think that?
Well, I don't think anybody's here. If there were, well, why haven't they turned up? We've made enough noise breaking in.
Listen. There it is again. Mr. Kent, there's someone walking around in the room just above us.
You're right. Stay here, Miss Beecham.
Oh, no. What are you going to do?
I'm going to find out who or what that is.
Oh, let me come too.
No, not this time, please.
Oh, Mr. Kent, I'm frightened. I don't like this place. Oh, something's going to happen.
Easy now, Miss Beecham. Try not to give way like that. We're all right.
Oh, Dad. Where's Dad? And what's going on here? Mr. Kent, what is it?
Miss Beecham, I don't know. But there's only one way to find out, and that's by going right up there and looking.
Oh, Mr. Kent, don't do it. Don't do it.
I've got to. And you've got to stay here. Now, please, it's the only way.
All right. All right, if that's what you want me to do.
Ah, good girl. That's the way to talk. I won't be long. And if anything happens, I'll come right down again.
Oh, hurry. Hurry as fast as you can.
And if you want me, just call.
Oh, don't you want the candle?
Want to leave you in the dark? I've got the matches. Now, you just stay right there in that room, Miss Beecham. Now then, we'll just see who is in that room. Here, this is the door. Nothing doing. I thought so. Locked. I thought that, too. Yet there is someone inside. I can hear him breathing. Open up, please. Open this door. Come on, you can hear me all right. I said open this door. Well, if you don't open this door, I'll break it down.
Keep away! Keep away or I'll shoot!
Open the door.
I warned you. For the last time, get away. Get out.
Too bad. Now, don't try that gun again. Here, give it here.
You haven't got...
Stop that. Give me that gun. That's better. Now then.
You've tracked me down, but you won't get it. You'll never get it.
Put that chair down. Now listen to me, will you? I'm your friend.
You're lying. You can't fool me.
Are you Dr. Beecham?
You know I am, but you'll never get what you're looking for.
Doctor, I'm not looking for anything. Except you. Now, will you listen? I'm a reporter. Clark Kent, working for the Daily Planet.
The Daily Planet?
Yes, your friend Jay Hamlin, assistant editor. He sent me down here. With your daughter, Elsie.
Elsie? Don't tell me she's here.
Oh, Doctor, she's been worried to death. She asked us to help her.
I knew what I was doing, but you shouldn't have come here or brought Elsie.
But you were killing her with anxiety. She was afraid something had happened to you.
I was killing her. You've killed her by bringing her here.
What?
And maybe killed us all. Where is she? Quick, where is she?
Well, she's right downstairs in the library. Oh, Doctor, come down and talk to her, will you?
Fool, you don't know.
What?
You don't know what's happening here. I can't go down.
Oh, why not, Doctor? What's wrong?
I tell you, I can't. I can't leave this room.
You can't! No! Get away! Don't you touch me! No!
Elsie! Elsie!
Come on, Doctor, quick! Downstairs! Miss Beecham! Miss Beecham!
Go on, man. I'm coming.
Look out for the stairs, Doctor. There was a light down there.
Elsie!
Miss Beecham! Where's the light?
Oh, what's happening? I can't see. Kent, strike a light.
Wait a minute. My matches.
Elsie! Elsie!
Here we are. Now we can see something. There.
Where is she? Kent, where's my daughter?
What? Why,
You fool, I told you. You brought her here, and now she's gone.
Miss Beecham! Miss Beecham!
Elsie! Elsie, where are you? Elsie! Where are you, Elsie? Where are you?
The vast empty house rings with echoes, but no answer comes. Elsie Beecham has vanished. Where has she gone? What shadowy figure came stealing in through the half-broken door? And finally, what is the secret that Dr. Beecham has been guarding so carefully in Stone House? Guarding with his very life. Be with us again next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Mighty visitor from another world with the strength of 100 men and a physical structure undreamed of and unattainable by earthbound humans. Champion of the weak and the oppressed. Tireless fighter for the cause of truth and justice. When we last saw him, Clark Kent was at Stonehouse in Brentwood. Ghost-like and forbidding retreat of Dr. George Haven Beecham, world-famous scientist and explorer. With him was the doctor's daughter, Elsie, come on a desperate attempt to discover why her father had deliberately cut himself off from his friends and family since his return from his latest expedition to the jungles of South America. Finally breaking into the apparently deserted house, Kent has left Elsie on the lower floor while he investigates footsteps in an upper room. He finds Dr. Beecham, ready to defend himself against intruders with a knife and gun. But just as Kent is about to offer explanations, a ringing scream brings both men racing back downstairs to the library. Everything is in darkness. Kent strikes a match, and they stare about to find that Elsie has vanished. Listen.
Elsie! Where are you, Elsie?
Miss Beecham!
Look back at the lounge there. Maybe she fainted and fell.
No, Doctor. Where's that draft coming from? Quick, maybe she's out that way. That's how we got in. Broke a door down. Come on, Doctor.
Look, it's open.
That's the way she went. She must have seen something or been frightened by something inside the house.
Or else she was carried away. The devils, if they've done that, if they're trying to get at me that way. Come on, Kent. Zingri! Zingri!
Careful when you go out, Doctor.
No, not a sign of anything out here. Better get back inside.
Where is she? Elsie! Elsie!
Doctor, it's not safe out here, I know.
Do you think I care about that when they've got my daughter? You brought her here. You're responsible for this. Why don't you go and bring her back?
Doctor, I'll do that, only we don't know yet where she is. Now, look here, you go back and search the house.
What are you going to do? Elsie!
I'll stay out here, and if she's anywhere on the grounds, I'll find her.
Kent, you're right. She may be inside after all. Elsie! Elsie, where are you?
And I will find her, too. If it's humanly possible. Or rather, Superman will. No time for running around on foot. This is where Superman takes to the air. Too dark to see very well. First off, where did I leave that giant native? If he broke in and carried her off, no telling where she is now. I thought I'd finished with him. But if I didn't and he recovered his senses, this is where he ought to be. Ah, he's gone. Vanished. Now, if I can find him, I may find Elsie, too. What's that? It's a car. One man driving, all by himself. Well, I'll just yank you out of that, and your car can go where it likes.
Hey, what the? Oh, quit, let me go. You'll wreck me.
Come along, let go of that steering wheel. You and I are going to have a little talk.
No.
There now, come on.
Who are you?
Never mind about me. We're talking about you. Where did you come from? And who did you come with? Where are they now? Come on, quick, talk.
Listen, boss, honest. All I did is drive the car. I'm Eddie Hilly.
Whose car?
The fellas that came here. 2 of them. Little brown guys.
Little? Did you say little?
Yeah. Well, no dwarfs, but they wasn't no giants.
You sure of that? You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Oh, no.
You sure one of them wasn't a giant? A big, tall fellow, almost black?
No. They were small, I tell you. Both of them.
All right. Where did they come from and where?
Hey, mister, I don't know. Honest. They picked me up in town and hired me to drive them out to Brentwood. Said they'd give me a good pay. That's all. Honest.
Well, I think you need a little ride up in the air.
No. I'm giving it to you straight, mister. Honest I am.
If that's all you know, why did you try to get away from here so fast? Why didn't you stop when you saw me standing there in the road?
Hey, mister, how did I know who you was? You might have been a cop in that blue outfit. I figured I had enough.
Oh, and what made you decide that?
Too much funny business. First a lot of yells, then dogs, then a drum beating. It gave me the creeps.
What else?
Plenty. Just as I was getting ready to blow, a big gorilla comes looping along.
What? A big black man?
Mister, that wasn't no man.
Never mind that. Where did he go?
I didn't wait to see. I took one look and mighty near fainted. And that's all I know. So help me.
This time I believe you. Just the same, you're coming with me.
Oh, no, wait, listen.
No, you won't get hurt. That's a promise.
Hey, we're going up in the air. Hey, no, put me down, mister, put me down. No, wait, please, mister, please.
All right, that's that. Now, you come along with me.
No, not in that house. It's spooked. I ain't going in there.
Oh, yes, you are, and right now, too. But take a look at me first.
Hey, you're changed. You got regular clothes on.
Right. And if you think you've been flying through the air, you've just been imagining things, understand?
What the... Hey, listen. I know mighty well I was flying.
I say you weren't. Unless you want to fly again and much higher.
Oh, no.
All right.
Not me.
Then remember what I say. Now forget all about it.
Huh? Oh, sure. I catch. Yeah, boss, whatever you say.
All right.
Kent? I say, Kent, are you there?
Right here, Doctor. Outside the house.
Hey, even your voice is different.
You remember what I say?
Oh, sure, boss, you bet.
Kent, what luck?
None at all, Doctor. How about you?
Not a sign of her. Well, who's this? Where did he come from?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out myself. Apparently, he drove 2 little brown men out here to pay a call on you.
Oh, he did he? Then it's you I have to thank for the disappearance of my daughter.
Oh, no, sir. Not me. I ain't seen nobody's daughter.
Doctor, something flew past my head.
Yeah, mine too. Hey, what is this?
Inside the house, quick.
No. Get Elsie. You can't leave her out here.
Doctor, get inside. We'll find Elsie later. Now, quick. You two, come on. Go on there, move.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Doctor, quick. Come on, inside the house. Here we are. All right, block up that doorway now. Quick. Come on. Bring that bar. That's it. That's solid enough, I guess. There we are.
Mister, what is that out there? I think I'm going crazy. What's going on here?
Well, for one thing, those little brown men you brought out here, I think they're doing their best to kill the whole lot of us.
Kent, just one moment. That taxi driver, where is he? Is he there? It's so dark, I can't see.
Here, right here, Chief.
Look here. These men that you drove out, did they carry anything with them when they left the car?
Yes, they did. One of them had a long piece of bamboo.
Bamboo? Hollow? Was it hollow?
Hollow? Yeah, I guess it was all right.
Kent, that's it.
What?
They brought a blowgun to shoot poisoned darts.
Blowgun?
And if one of them so much as nicks your skin...
What's that? What did you say, Chief?
I say keep out of sight. Don't stand in front of those windows.
Great Scott!
Yeah. There you see. By no means stand in front of windows. And to think that Elsie is out there somewhere. Oh, Kent, I tell you I can't stand it. I tell you I can't.
Easy does it now, easy. Wherever she is, they haven't got her.
How do you know that?
Well, because if they did have her, they wouldn't be peppering us with arrows or darts either. They'd use her as a hostage. Whatever it is they're after.
Just a moment. How do you know they're after anything?
Well, Dr. Beecham, I'm not deaf and blind, and you said yourself that...
I? What did I say?
Why, when I broke into your room upstairs, you said they'd never get what they were after. Doctor, what is it? Don't you think you'd better tell me?
Kent, if I do, you'll be in the same position that I am. I've sworn to go through with this myself and not to put anyone in the danger that I've been in.
But, Doctor, I'm in it as much as you are. Dr. Beecham, what's the matter?
Hey, look. He's staggering. He's sick.
Doctor.
Kent, I've been hit. One of those darts nicked me.
Doctor, quick. What can I do? There must be something.
No, I know the symptoms. Paralysis. Going all over me.
Steady, Doctor.
Quickly.
Doctor,
yeah.
Tell me.
Quickly.
Tell me.
In the right hand pocket, special serum. I'm the only man that knows it. Quick.
Right hand pocket?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yes, I have it. It's a glass tube with a needle. All right, Doctor. What do I do?
Oh, no. Too late.
No, it isn't, Doctor.
It's as if they'd won after all. Oh, Kent.
Doctor, wake up. Listen to me. What do I do with this needle? Doctor.
Kent, break the tube.
Yes, all right.
Fill the needle.
Right.
And push in the shoulder.
In your shoulder. Wait a minute.
All it can carry. But too late now. Too late.
No. Look, keep awake, Doctor. I'm doing it. I'm doing just what you said. Look. Wait a minute. There it goes.
Important. Listen to story.
Yes?
Responsibility. Don't forget.
Doctor, hang on. Don't let go. You haven't told me yet. Doctor, what is it?
Kent, the sacred emerald of the Incas. It may save the whole human race. The emerald.
Struggling to speak, the heavy form of Dr. Beecham slumps over on the lounge. Has the poison on the dart done its work? Is he too far gone to be brought back by the serum? What strange and unbelievable mystery lies behind the sacred emerald of the Incas? And where is Elsie Beecham? Be with us again next time and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from another world who has come down to Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. When we last saw him, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, was in the library of Stone House in the suburb of Brentwood, attempting to revive Dr. George Haven Beecham, world-famous scientist and explorer, who had been struck by a poisoned dart which came through the window. Outside in the dark, Mysterious brown figures from the jungles of South America are besieging Stonehouse in an attempt to recover the sacred emerald of the Incas, which Dr. Beecham brought back from his latest expedition. Elsie, the doctor's daughter, has vanished, and so has his native servant, Zingri. As our story continues today, an hour has passed. The taxi driver whom Superman found on the grounds has fled in terror to the cellar. Dr. Beecham is rapidly recovering as Ken bends anxiously over him. Listen.
What's that? 2:00, Doctor. It'll be daylight in another couple of hours. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm quite all right. But Elsie, Kent, where's my daughter?
Doctor, I don't know.
She's out there somewhere, Kent. They've got her, those murderous natives.
I don't think so, Doctor. I don't know where she is, but I don't think they've got her.
That taxi driver, where's he?
Scared out of his wits. He's down in the cellar.
Kent, the door. They're trying again. Block it up.
Stay back, Doctor. I'll handle this.
What are you doing, man? Don't open it.
Oh, quick!
Doctor, did you hear that? Elsie, your daughter.
Oh, Dad. Dad.
Elsie, darling.
Miss Beecham.
Oh, help me, quickly.
Who's that with you? Great Scott.
Zingri. It's Zingri.
Oh,
Get him inside.
Dad. He's hurt. He's dying.
Get him in and close the door, quick.
Oh, Dad, he's been struck with poison darts. Can you help him? Save him.
Who was it?
2 little brown men. They broke into the house and carried me away. Zingri followed and fought them off. Oh, but he couldn't escape their darts.
Here, lend a hand, Kent.
Right.
Get him up on the couch.
All right, Doctor. I have him. There. How is he?
He's bad, I'm afraid. No more serum.
Oh, please, Dad.
Miss Beecham, how did you know who he was?
Mr. Kent, he told me. When he fought off the brown men, he asked me who I was. And when I told him, he said, "You come quick. I, Zingri." Oh, Dad, can't you help him?
I'm afraid I can't, Elsie. It's too late.
Doctor, you mean...
Yes, the poison on the darts acts fast.
Oh, don't let him die. He saved my life.
He did his duty, Elsie. He was a faithful servant.
Doctor, look.
Yes, I know, Kent. I'm afraid that's the end.
Oh.
Doctor, you're sure? There's nothing you can do?
No, it's all over, Kent. We'd better carry him into the other room.
All right. I have him.
That's it. Easy.
Right. There we are.
Now, close the door, Kent.
All right, Doctor.
Oh, it's so dreadful. Dad, what's it all about? What does it mean?
I really think we ought to know that, Doctor. You started to tell me once before, just before the poison dart struck you.
Dad, did they hit you?
No, it's all right, Elsie. Nothing happened. It was just a graze, and Kent helped out quite nicely.
Oh, are you sure?
Oh, perfectly. Look at me.
You're awfully pale.
Oh, naturally. He's been through a good deal, Miss Beecham. Yes, and so have you. I really think you'd both better sit down.
Yes, here on the Davenport, Elsie. Are you sure that poor Zingri really fought off the Azatlans?
Fought off what, Doctor?
Azatlan Indians, Kent, from the headwaters of the Orinoco. That's who those fellows outside are.
But, Dad, please, what's it all about? Why were you hiding in this house? Oh, we've been so worried.
Oh, it's a long story. I'll make it as short as I can. Now listen, both of you. You know what an emerald looks like.
Why, of course.
What's the biggest emerald you ever saw or heard of?
Oh, goodness. I don't know.
Well, there's the Star of the Andes and the Southern Flame. They're pretty big.
That's right, but never mind carats. Let's talk about inches. The star's about 1 inch across, and the flame maybe 1.5 inches.
Yes?
What would you say to an emerald carved in the form of a statue, the statue of a god?
Well, it would have to be pretty small.
3 inches wide, and every bit of 8 inches high.
What? A genuine emerald that big?
Dr. Beecham, it hardly seems possible.
I don't wonder you're surprised, Kent. Well, that's what I brought back with me from the jungles of South America, and that's why I've been hiding out back of an electrified fence guarded most vicious pair of dogs I could buy.
But why?
Dad, who's trying to get the emerald back?
The Azatlan Indians, Elsie. For thousands of years, literally, it's been the most sacred idol of the tribe.
Well, Dr. Beecham, how in the world did you get it?
I stole it.
Did you say you stole it?
I had to. It was the only way. I had to have that emerald. You can imagine what it might be worth as a gem.
Oh, millions at least.
Yes, probably, but entirely beyond its money value, which I don't care a thing about because I mean to give it back eventually. It has another value, completely beyond price.
But I don't understand.
Well, Elsie, thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the Azatlans were one of the great nations of the earth. They were called the Immortal People because they held the Emerald God. We don't know much about them. But we know that much.
Go on, Doctor.
Dad, what did the emerald have to do with it?
That's what we've never been able to find out. That is the great secret. You remember Ponce de Leon?
The Spanish explorer?
Well, he tried to find the Fountain of Youth.
Yes, just so. He was following rumors. He'd heard of the secret, and he tried to find it. But he failed. And where he failed, I hope I may have succeeded.
My good heavens.
Dr. Beecham, you can't mean it.
Kent, in some way, I don't pretend to know how, a great secret is wrapped up in that emerald carving. The secret of the full life. The life without any of the faults that trouble us today. Without greed, without envy, without hatred. Possibly the secret of life itself is hidden in that stone.
Doctor, what can you do with it?
Every inch of that little statue is covered with engravings, ancient writings.
And you're trying to decipher those writings?
Yes, I'm trying, Elsie. So far I have not succeeded, but I intend to keep on working.
Yes, but Doctor, it's too dangerous. You can't possibly keep on working.
Oh, Kent, you don't understand. If I can unlock that secret, the secret of the immortals, imagine what it will mean. Not for me, but for the whole human race.
Dad, what is it? What is the secret?
Elsie, I haven't any idea. It may be a formula, a secret of chemistry or physics, something that was discovered once and then lost.
And you're sure it's contained in the carvings on the statue?
Well, what else? If not, why did the old tribes guard it so carefully? They knew too much for plain idol worship.
Did you say the emerald was in a safe upstairs?
Yes. Would you like to see it?
Doctor, if I were you, I'd leave it there. We still don't know what's going on outside.
He may be right, Dad.
You haven't decided yet how you're going to go on tomorrow and the next day. What you're going to do from now on.
He is right. Things can't go on like this.
What about calling in the police, Doctor? Or taking the emerald to a museum and working on it there?
Dad, what's the matter?
What is it, Doctor?
Quiet. Upstairs. I thought I heard something.
Great heavens, that was an explosion. Upstairs! Doctor, it was in that room. Quick!
Oh, Dad, be careful.
The safe! They've blown in the side of the house.
Oh, look! Look, the whole second floor is coming down.
Doctor, look out! Come back! Doctor!
Stairway! It's blocked off!
We can't get up that way now.
Quick, the back stairs. We may head them off.
Go ahead, Doctor. You and your daughter try the other way. I'll stay here.
You two may not be able to get through here, and Clark Kent might not be able to either. But Superman can, and it's time he tried. The whole upper floors come right down the staircase, ceiling and all. But it won't take long to clear out a little thing like that.
Kent, where are you?
Oh, Dad, no!
We're blocked in. Kent, where are you?
Now what? Something's happened. A wall must have fallen in behind them.
It's all right. I'm coming.
I can't see. It's so dark.
Kent, the safe. Where's the safe? What did they do?
Almost through. Get this beam out of the way. Now then, if I can get through to that room, and I think I can.
Oh, Mr. Kent, is that you?
I can't see a thing. Light a match, quickly.
Half a second, Doctor.
Oh, here's the match.
I have one.
Great heavens, look. The safe. It's blown wide open.
Oh, Dad, you can't get to it. The floor's all blown away.
It's just resting across a beam.
Kent, they've got it. They blew the safe and took the emerald. The emerald of the Incas is gone.
Oh, Mr. Kent, don't try to get to that window. You'll fall.
No. Listen, both of you. Don't you hear something? Listen.
Yes, it's an airplane. They're getting away in an airplane.
Well, that couldn't be. There isn't room enough. Well, they couldn't get off the ground.
I know an airplane engine when I hear one. And look, there it goes.
No, it's an airplane, but not the kind you think. Miss Beecham, Doctor, look, they're getting away in an autogyro. Look, up there.
Rising over the trees from the grounds of Stone House is a weird, ungainly object. Huge propeller whirling, ascending almost vertically in the night air. Have the brown men from the dark jungle made off with the emerald of the Incas? Is the secret of the immortal people lost beyond recall? Or will Superman recover it? Be with us again next time and follow the story. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. When we last saw him, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, was at the suburban hideaway of Dr. George Haven Beecham, world-famous explorer, with Dr. Beecham and his daughter Elsie. A crashing explosion had brought them racing upstairs to find a section of the house blown in. And missing from the safe was the mysterious sacred carving, the Emerald of the Incas, which the explorer had brought back from his latest expedition to South America. And rising in the moonlight above the trees beyond the house was the fantastic form of an autogyro. As our story continues today, several minutes have passed. Kent is about to leap from the window and follow the vanishing plane when a sudden cry from Elsie makes him turn.
Oh.
What's the matter, Elsie? What is it?
Oh, it's just my ankle. I think I turned it.
Oh, here. Take my arm, Miss Beecham. Or let me carry you back downstairs.
I'm all right. Really, I am.
Elsie, are you sure?
I am, truly. My ankle's not even sprained.
Well, Doctor, look. If Miss Beecham's really all right, I think it might be better if I tried to get one of the cars outside and follow that autogyro.
Dad, he's right.
Yes, I don't know. I can't think. Doctor, they've got the emerald. If there's a chance of getting it back...
How can you do it, Mr. Kent? You don't know which way they've gone.
What do you think, Doctor? Which way would they go?
It's hard to tell. They might be heading for water. We're almost on the Sound. They may have a boat lying offshore.
Good. I'll bet that's it. I'll take a car and follow them.
Well, man, you can't possibly. They'll leave you behind in no time.
No, they won't. An autogyro isn't fast. I may be able to catch them right away. I'm going after that plane.
Why, Mr. Kent.
Kent, what are you doing? You can't climb out that window.
Oh, yes, I can.
Why, Mr. Kent, you'll break your neck.
No, I won't. So long. If I catch them, I'll find a telephone somewhere and let you know.
Now then, one little jump and I'm down. They'll think I've climbed down the trellis. Now, off into the trees, where the cars are, so they can't see me go up in case they're looking. This ought to do it. No sense using a car to catch a plane. If that autogyro's heading out to sea, I'll soon find it. Up, up, and away!
Red cape streaming in the wind, blue costume flashing in the moonlight, Superman leaps into the air, hovers a moment, and takes off in a series of widening circles to find the autogyro, in which the priests of the tribe of Azatlan are making off for the Emerald of the Incas. Suddenly he sees the flash of a silver wing over the waters of the Sound, levels out in a straight line, while in the autogyro itself, the brown men talk together.
Where is the emerald? Safely hidden. Did you arrange matters back at the house?
I did. By this time, the palace of the White Doctor should blaze like 100 fires.
Good. What do you look at?
We are over water. How far do we go this way?
Some miles.
Look, back there behind us, in the moonlight.
I see nothing.
Wait. It went into the shadow of a cloud.
Now, what is it?
A man. The figure of a man flying in the air.
No, it cannot be. Even the magic of the Azatlan...
I tell you it is. Look, it comes closer. He is over our heads. I saw him. Look, he's coming through the door.
Sorry, gentlemen. Forgive my breaking in like this. Where's the Emerald of the Incas?
No speak, Yankee.
Well, you'll speak it this time. Where's that emerald? Quick.
White man, what you seek was stolen. It is ours.
Now, look here. I'm not going to argue about that now. I want that stone. Where is it?
We have taken it back. You will never find it.
Oh, think not? Well, I may not find it, but you will. And you'll find it right now and hand it over.
No.
I say yes. Where is it?
Find it. Use your magic against the magic of Azatlan.
I will. You've seen a little of magic already. Just a very little. I call it the magic of Krypton. Now you're going to see a lot more. Come here.
No. Now you let me go.
I said come here, both of you. Yes, you too.
I kill you, white man.
You've already tried. Now listen. I'll give you one more chance. Then I'll knock your heads together.
No.
Where is that emerald?
Look behind you, white man.
Old stuff. And even if I did, what could you do?
No. He means fire. Fire back on shore.
What of it?
Magic of the Azatlan, white man. That fire is in the house where the emerald was.
What? Stone house?
The house of the White Doctor who stole the sacred god is in flames. Look,
You mean that fire is back at Dr. Beecham's?
Look how it leaps up. Fingers of flame. Look, it shows for miles. The house of evil is gone.
We'll see about that. And if it is, you've signed your own death warrant. Where are we? Over water. Good.
Let go! Let go!
You win for the moment, but not for long. This autogyro will float down there on the water, and that's what it's going to do.
Scott, what you do?
Just what I said. I'm going to wreck this plane, send it down to float on the sound. So you'll be sure and be there when I get back. Now I'm going to smash that front propeller. There. Now, down with it. Don't want it to land too hard. Down. Down. Ah, there's a boat down there. Well, I can't help that. They can't do much. Now. Down. And into the water. There. That'll keep them quiet for a while. Now back to that pirate stonehouse. Up. I've got to hurry. If they've caught Elsie and the doctor, I'll take care of them when I get back. Higher and faster.
Back at Stonehouse, red flames lick hungrily at beams and walls, roar up into the night sky. Elsie and Dr. Beecham, having escaped in the nick of time from the blazing furnace, stand on the lawn stunned and unbelieving. Then suddenly Elsie remembers.
Oh, Dad! Dad!
Elsie, what is it? You're not hurt.
Dad, I just remembered. Down in the cellar, that taxi driver.
Oh, good heavens.
Oh, Dad, he never knew. He must have been trapped by the explosion. Then when the fire came... Oh, Dad, he's down there now. He can't get out. Oh, the poor man. What can we do, Dad?
Elsie, come back. We can't do a thing. Not till someone sees the blaze and calls the fire department.
Dad, we must. We've got to get him out.
Elsie, come back here. Come back.
Come back, Miss Beecham. Where are you going?
Why, Kent, where did you come from?
Oh, Mr. Kent, quickly.
Why, Miss Beecham, what's wrong?
That taxi driver, Eddie Hilly, he's still in the cellar.
What? Oh, great Scott. I forgot all about him.
Mr. Kent, do something. Get him out.
Now, look. Stay here, both of you. I may be able to get in from the other side.
Oh, Kent, be careful. Let me help.
No. You stay where you are, Doctor. Look after Elsie.
Now then. Seems to me there's a lot of work for Superman tonight. Oh, poor Hilly. That fire's got down to where he was. Well, here goes.
He has him. He's got him. Kent, this way. Back out of the smoke.
Oh, Mr. Kent. Oh, the poor man.
Miss Beecham, look after him, will you? I'm about all in.
Just put him down on the grass, Mr. Kent.
All right.
I'll look after him. He's coming around right now, I think.
Why, Kent, man alive, how did you do it?
Doctor, I don't know. It was just luck, I guess. There was an air shaft, and, well, the wall fell down, and there he was at the bottom. So all I had to do was pick him up and get him out. Well, I've got to be on my way again now.
What? Well, where are you going?
Well, don't you remember? I was after that autogyro. I saw the flames and I came back.
Well, Kent, you'll never catch it now.
Well, it won't hurt to try. You never can tell, Doctor. Anyway, I'm off.
Kent, wait. Come back a minute. Kent!
Oh, Dad, why... Dad, what are you doing on your hands and knees?
Elsie, do you see this? I found it in the grass. Look.
Well, what is it? Ugly thing. Well, looks like a cheap earring.
Elsie, that's a badge of office. It's an amulet, and it's worn only by the highest priests of the Azatlan.
But, Dad, what of it?
You don't understand. It's given them when they become priests. Magic power and all that. And it becomes a part of their very lives.
But why all the fuss?
Well, don't you see, Elsie? One of those priests dropped it by accident. And the loss of this amulet is worse than death. A terrible crime.
What? Oh, you mean that...
I believe that with this amulet, I could induce them to let me borrow the emerald of the Incas. But I don't know where they are.
No, but I do, Dad. At least I know where they were going.
Elsie.
The taxi driver, he's come to and he told me they have a plane waiting. A great big seaplane at the Central Airport. Where's the car? Quick, Dad. Quick!
A mad race against time. Can Dr. Beecham and Elsie make the airport before the priests of Azatlan take off in their high-speed seaplane? And what of Superman out over the waters of the Sound? What will he find when he reaches the spot where the autogyro hit the sea? Thrills, high excitement, unbelievable climax. Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine, presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman. Superman had left the blazing inferno of Stonehouse and gone winging his way back over the Sound toward the wrecked autogyro of the Indian priests, who had recovered the emerald of the Incas from Dr. George Haven Beecham, world-famous scientist and explorer, and set fire to his temporary home. Remaining on the grounds of Stonehouse to watch the blaze and summon help, Dr. Beecham and his daughter Elsie had both made startling and important discoveries. As our story continues today, we find them in a small car, racing toward a distant airport, hoping against hope to get there in time. Listen.
Watch out. Here's a curve.
Elsie, you almost hit that car.
Oh, Dad, it's all right. Look here. That thing you picked up on the lawn. You hardly told me about it at all.
Providential, simply providential. If we can only find those native priests.
Well, what'll you do?
I'll show them what I found, the sacred amulet of the head priest. Almost as sacred as the emerald itself, Elsie. Not quite, but almost.
And you really think you can bargain with it?
Only if I can get there. Only if we can make the airport before they can take off in their plane.
Dad, what will you do?
I'll return the amulet and borrow the emerald. That's all I want of it. I don't mean to keep it. I never intended that.
Dad, this emerald, is it really as important as all that?
Yes, Elsie, I've told you once, and I'll tell you again. If I can recover the emerald of the Incas and decipher the writing carved on its base, I may have found the secret of life itself. Possibly the secret of life everlasting. Oh, hurry, dear, faster if you can.
I'm doing my best, Dad.
We must get there in time to head them off. I tell you, we must. I wonder if that reporter, Kent, has found the autogyro.
Meanwhile, high over the water of the Sound, Superman wings and wheels, his marvelous telescopic eyesight piercing the blackness below for some sign of the wrecked autogyro.
I could have sworn this was the place. Just off that point with the white building. Oh, wait. What's that? Far down below the surface. Looks like wreckage underwater. That plane was sunk deliberately. Well, the next thing to do is pay a call at the nearest station of the Coast Guard. Up! Up! That White House looks like Lace. There's the signal light. And down we go, right in the front yard. Seems a shame to wake them out of a sound sleep. The chances are they keep somebody on duty all night anyway. And for the moment, I'll have to become Clark Kent. Superman might amaze even the Coast Guard.
All right. What's the big rush?
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, but...
What is it?
I'm looking for some friends of mine who set out this afternoon in an autogyro.
Oh, an autogyro, hey?
Yes.
You know them fellas?
Well, we're acquainted. We've met.
Well, they ain't here, but they've been picked up all right.
Oh?
Seems they had trouble and came down on the water about a mile out. Indians, wasn't they?
Oh, well, yes, more or less.
Well, if they ain't, they sure got a swell tan. Anyhow, we brought them in and they beat it.
Well, can you tell me where they've gone?
Central Airport, they said. We couldn't understand half their lingo. They don't speak English so hot.
Central Airport? You mean they've chartered another plane?
I mean they're leaving for parts unknown. They told me the time. It's just about 5 minutes from now.
5 minutes?
So unless you're figuring on getting to that airport by radio or flying there yourself, you're out of luck. It's 30 miles.
Oh, thanks. Sorry to have bothered you.
Okay. It's too bad you missed your friends, but maybe they won't take off. The barometer's falling. Looks like dirty weather coming up. Good night.
Good night.
So, you think I've missed them, sailor, eh? Well, live and learn. 5 minutes before they take off, huh? And the airport is 30 miles away. Well, you never know what you can do until you try. Here goes. Up. Up.
Dad, look, there it is. That's the airport. Oh, and there's the gate.
Elsie, what are you doing? You'll put us in the ditch.
Sorry, can't help it, Dad. I had to make that turn. Would have gone right by if I hadn't.
Look, what's that? Out there on the runway.
That isn't a runway. It's a seaplane anchorage. Oh, there was a flash of lightning.
It's a plane. It's going up. I saw it in the flash. Elsie, stop. Help, stop that plane. Stop it.
Dad, come back. It's too late. They're moving. Oh, there's the rain. Dad, the storm.
That must be the plane. Nobody else would be taking off in weather like this. Why doesn't somebody come? Stop them. Catch them. Somebody stop them.
High over the airport, a great white seaplane rocks and slips in the sudden grip of a storm. Lightning jabs wickedly through low cloud, shows figures running wildly for shelter on the field below, shows another figure, faster than the storm itself, racing down in the wind. Superman, come just in time to meet a seaplane heading south with the Indian priests of Azatlan.
Ah, there she is. Must be. Private seaplane swinging toward the open water. And what fools to take off at a time like this. Great Scott, the lightning shows it up like daytime. Not that I need it. Sorry, gentlemen, you've got a fast ship there, but it's not quite as fast as Superman. I think we'll just put a sudden stop to that trip south. If I brought down an autogyro, shouldn't wonder if I could do the same with the seaplane. Here I come. Now then, if I dive into the cabin... What the... Great heavens, lightning. Bolt of lightning struck them. It smashed to pieces, on fire. The men are falling into the water. If I don't catch them, they'll be drowned. Gotta get there fast. Down into the sea. Faster!
What happened, Elsie? I couldn't see.
Oh, Dad, I don't know.
The lightning. Did you make it out, Elsie?
No, Dad, I'm not sure. It seemed as if a bolt of lightning went right through the plane. And then I didn't see anything at all.
Yes.
Here, stay under the shelter. But, Dad, good heavens, here comes Mr. Kent.
Kent? What, Kent, what did you...
Evening, Doctor. Or rather, good morning. You got room in here for 3 more?
Why, those men with you. The brown men, Kent. Beasts.
Oh, yes. Strangest thing. I was on my way here following the autogyro when there was a flash of lightning and a seaplane went down in the sea, just off the breakwater.
And you rescued them?
All but one, Doctor. Pilot was done for. The lightning bolt went right through him. But these two, well, call it luck.
Why, Kent, it's amazing.
Simply unbelievable.
Well, here we are. There's one thing I must tell you, Doctor. I had a choice.
A choice?
Yes, come over here a minute, will you? Yeah, that's better. Yes, a choice. I could have saved the baggage with whatever might have been in it. You understand, Doctor?
Yes, I understand. The emerald.
Yes, or the 2 priests. But I couldn't save both. It had to be one or the other.
Mr. Kent, we understand.
Human life, Miss Beecham. They've done a lot to you. Poison arrows, fire. But after all, well, there was something on their side, too. And I couldn't just sit there and let them drown.
No, Kent, of course not.
You did exactly right.
Oh, I hoped you'd think that. It's too bad about the emerald, of course. No telling where it is now.
The emerald of the Incas is gone. Forever.
Mr. Kent, one of the priests. He's coming this way.
White men, you save our lives. We of Azatlan, we thank you.
Oh, don't mention it.
You have great magic, white man. Magic greater than ours. I have seen you fly through air.
Oh, that's enough of that. Never mind the rest. There's just one thing we wanted.
We know what you want. The sacred emerald. But it is at the bottom of the great water.
And then it's all over. And if that's the case, there's no use my keeping this any longer.
What's that, Doctor?
Well, white man, where you find that?
On the lawn outside my house. It's an amulet, a priest's amulet of the Azatlan Indians. Could it, by any chance, be yours?
White man, give it to me.
Of course. Take it.
Oh,
my goodness. It seems to mean everything to him.
White man, you think you have lost, but you have not.
What?
Well, what does he mean?
My magic tell me you do not want emerald to steal.
No, of course not.
On the emerald was writing. It was writing you wish to read?
Yes, that's it. That's all I wanted it for, believe me.
Very well. Writing is here.
Dad, what does he mean? Well, he's tapping his head.
You mean to say you'll tell me everything that was on the emerald? You can remember it?
We will do that. Every last sign on the jewel of the immortals. But No one know what it means.
Yeah, that's all right. My studies, that's what I want to do, work it out. It may take me years. But, Kent, do you hear what he says?
Dad, I can't believe it. Maybe the secret isn't lost after all.
Once my people know what writing on emerald mean. Now they do not know. If you help them remember, maybe you do great good to all.
Kent, I still don't believe it. It's not possible. Why, Kent, where are you going?
Mr. Kent!
Look, the emerald's gone, but everything else is all right. And I've just remembered something. After all, I am a newspaper man. This may be the biggest story since the flood. So long, folks. I'm on my way.
And so, even though the sacred emerald of the Incas is lost to humanity forever, the secret engraved on it may yet be revealed. Undoubtedly, we will learn what progress Dr. Beecham makes at some later date. In the meantime, Clark Kent is returning to his newspaper, the Daily Planet, where, unknown to him, another exciting adventure awaits. Don't fail to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world with powers and abilities never before realized by mortal men. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to a target, crush steel with his bare hands. Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, courageous fighter for truth and justice, who mingles with ordinary men as mild-mannered Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet, a great metropolitan newspaper. As our story opens today, Clark Kent is about to leave the Daily Planet building when he is hailed by young Jimmy Olsen, a red-headed, freckle-faced copy boy who works in the editorial department of the paper. Listen.
Kent, can I see a minute?
Hi, what's up, Jimmy? Moral on fire?
No, it's nothing to do with the paper, Mr. Kent. It's sort of personal if you're in a hurry and you haven't got time.
No, all the time in the world, Jimmy. Come into Mr. White's office. He's gone for the day. There. Now we can talk without having to shout over the racket of those typewriters and news tickers. What's on your mind, Jimmy? You look worried.
I am worried, Mr. Kent. It's about my mother.
She's sick, Jimmy?
No, she's all right. At least she's all right now.
Well, what do you mean?
I guess I better start from the beginning so you'll know what it's all about.
All right.
You see, my father owned a candy store on Spruce Street.
Uh-huh.
When he died 3 years ago, my mother went to work in the store and kept it running pretty good.
Oh, all by herself, eh?
Yes, but she doesn't complain. Not Mom. She wouldn't have even told me about Gyp Dinelli if I hadn't caught her crying.
Gyp Dinelli? The racketeer? What's he got to do with your mother and the candy store?
I'll tell you, Mr. Kent. About a month ago, a man came into the store and told my mother that unless she paid $20 a week protection money to Gyp Dinelli, the store might be wrecked.
What? And has she paid him?
Yes, sir. $100 so far. And he's coming tonight for another 20.
Jimmy, are you sure Dinelli is behind this?
Absolutely. Ours isn't the only store he's taking money from. All the stores on Spruce Street pay.
Uh-huh.
The guy who comes around is just Dinelli's collector.
Did you say he'll be there tonight?
Yes. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Mom can't pay anymore. And why should she? This is a free country, Mr. Kent, and no crook's got a right to...
No. Take it easy, Jimmy. We'll fix Mr. Dinelli. I'll go down to the store with you and meet his collector.
Gee, Mr. Kent, would you?
Sure, but remember, Jimmy, not a word about this to anyone. Rats like Dinelli must be handled privately. I'll get your hat and coat. No time to waste.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Kent. I'll see you at the elevator.
10 minutes later, Jimmy and Kent approached the candy store on Spruce Street.
This is the store, Mr. Kent. Mom's behind the counter.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. You say all the stores on this street pay protection money to Dinelli?
That's right. Schultz, the butcher, didn't pay last week.
Oh?
So he got a brick thrown through his window. See it right across the street.
Yes, there's not much window left. But what did the police do about it?
They couldn't do anything. They said no evidence. My mother can tell you more about that. Come on, let's go in.
All right.
Oh, what made you so late, Jimmy?
Oh, I hung around the office for a while. Mom, this is Mr. Kent. He's the best reporter on the Daily Planet.
Oh, I'm afraid Jimmy's given to exaggeration, Mrs. Olson.
Well, he's told me a lot about you, Mr. Kent. He thinks you're wonderful.
Oh, yeah. It's nice to know that somebody does.
Mom, I told Mr. Kent about Gyp Donnelly and the racket he's pulling.
Jimmy, you shouldn't have. You promised you wouldn't mention it to a soul.
No, it's quite all right, Mrs. Olson. I want to help you.
Oh, you can't help me. Nobody can. There's only one thing left for me to do. Give up the store.
Oh, I won't let you do that, Mom. I'll go to Gyp Donnelly myself. I'll tell
Just a minute, Jimmy. You won't have to give up the store, Mrs. Olson. I've been up against men like Donnelly before, and I think I know how to handle them. I understand his collector is coming tonight. Well, what time does he usually arrive?
Well, he should be here any minute now.
Oh?
But, Mr. Kent, now please don't start any trouble. They said that...
I know what they said, Mrs. Olson. But don't you worry. Jimmy and I will hide behind the counter. When the collector comes in, refuse to pay him.
Oh, no, I can't do that. They'll do something to Jimmy if I don't pay.
Now, they won't do a thing, I promise you. Just you refuse to give him the $20. I'll take care of the rest. All right, Jimmy, duck down.
What are you going to do, Mr. Kent?
Tell Mr. Donnelly's collector where he gets off.
But supposing he pulls a gun?
Well, guns don't frighten me. Well, he won't pull a gun, Jimmy.
Here he comes now, Mr. Kent.
Steady, Mrs. Olson. Don't be afraid.
Okay, lady. I'll take the protection payment, $20.
Well, I'm not going to give it to you anymore.
Oh, no? Take a look across the street, lady. See what happened to Schultz's window because he didn't have protection? You want that to happen to your window?
Well, I can't pay you anymore. I haven't the money.
Don't give me that stuff. Pony up and make it fast. This is my last stop, and I ain't got no time to waste.
Well, you'd better find some time because I want to talk to you.
Where'd you come from?
Behind the counter. I heard everything you said, and so did Mrs. Olson's son. Now, unless you and your crooked boss, Donnelly, want to spend some time behind bars for extortion and blackmail, you'll return every penny you took from this woman and never bother her again.
Oh, yeah? Who are you?
My name is Kent. Clark Kent. I'm a reporter for the Daily Planet.
A star reporter, too.
Shut up, you. So you're a reporter. You write pieces for the paper, huh? Well, write this one. Oh! Hey. Walk over the 20, lady.
Yes. Here it is.
So long, wise guy.
Mr. Kent, are you all right?
I'm all right, Jimmy. Just a little surprised.
Gee, I thought he knocked you out.
No, not quite.
Oh, you see, Mr. Kent, I told you not to try to do anything. It's impossible. They're just not human.
I haven't given up, Mrs. Olson. One punch doesn't frighten me off. I'll get every cent of your money back and teach Donnelly a lesson he won't forget.
All you're doing is risking your life.
Don't you worry about that. I'll see you tomorrow, Jimmy. Good night, Mrs. Olson.
Good night.
Oh, too bad I had to take that punch in the jaw. I was itching to tear that rat apart right in the store, but it wasn't the time or the place for Superman to do his stuff. I'll just take a run over to Donnelly's place and have a little talk with him.
Here it is, Chip. 600 smackers. Like taking candy from babies. Even Schultz the butcher paid up without a squawk.
No trouble at all?
Oh, yeah, little, but I clipped the guy and that finished it.
What guy?
Some mug that was hiding behind a counter in Olson's candy store. Said he was a newspaper reporter, but then they became...
A reporter?
Yeah.
What paper, Spike?
I forget. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, the Daily Planet.
You shouldn't have clipped him. You think I want the newspapers on my neck?
Well, what'd you want me to do, stand there and take his guff? He was shooting his mouth off about blackmail and extortion.
All right, forget it. Tell Tony to get me a pack of cigarettes.
Okay.
Maine, 4826.
Hello?
Louis?
Yeah, what's up, boss?
Tomorrow, a newspaper called the Daily Planet may publish a story about how the stores on Spruce Street are paying me protection money.
Yeah?
I want all those papers bought up the minute they hit the stands. Every one of them. You got it?
Okay, boss.
Chip, he's here.
Who's here?
That reporter, Kent. Tony let him in. He's waiting in the soundproof room. Let me finish him, Chip. Let me get him out of the way.
Don't be a fool. Want to get us in a jam? I'll talk to him.
Well, you better be careful.
Don't worry, I'm always careful. Now, you stay here. Hey, what is this, a gag? Nobody here?
Oh, yes, there is, Dinelli. I just thought I'd wait for you in the closet.
Hey, somebody trying to kid me? Spike said a reporter was waiting, not a guy in a circus outfit.
Clark Kent couldn't wait, so he asked me to keep the appointment. You'll get used to these blue tights and red cape if you keep on robbing poor shopkeepers, Dinelli.
Why, you... Get out. Get out before
I'll get out the moment you hand over the $120 you took from Mrs. Olson. And as soon as I teach you how to behave like a decent human being.
Get out or I'll plug you.
That gun won't do you a bit of good, Dinelli. Fortunately, I see this room is soundproofed.
Get back or I'll shoot.
Go ahead.
Nothing happened.
Right you are. And now it's my turn. There goes your gun.
Hey, what do you think
and
you're
here
doing
you
here?
go.
Help, let me go.
Not until you learn an important lesson. Let's see how you bounce off the wall. Not bad at all.
Killing me.
Not quite, Dinelli. Another bounce.
Stop. Stop, I'll do anything.
All right. Let me have $120.
Sure. Here it is.
Good. Now, this was only a sample, Dinelli. The next time you try your extortion racket, you won't walk for a month. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, then I'll leave. Through the window. Remember, Dinelli. Remember.
Spike. Spike. I'm coming. Hey, what happened? You're all messed up.
Never mind what happened. Listen to me. You told that Olsen woman if she squealed, we'd take care of her, didn't you?
Yeah, sure.
What time did she close her store up?
10 o'clock.
And who's with her?
Just her and her kid.
Okay. You and Tony take the big car and get down there. When she comes out of the store, teach her a lesson.
But how, Chip?
It's about time you knew how. Show her and her kid it don't pay to squeal. On, get going.
Has Superman started something that even he will be unable to stop? Something that may result in injury to Mrs. Olson or Jimmy? Even now, Jip Dinelli's two henchmen are speeding to Spruce Street in a high-powered car, where they plan to wait in the darkness, ready to strike. And where is Superman? Don't miss the next thrill-packed episode. Tune in and follow the exciting story of Superman. Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. And now, Superman, mighty visitor from the destroyed planet Krypton, whose strength knows no limits. More powerful than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, Superman, who has pledged himself to devote his life to helping the weak and needy, to fight for truth and justice. Superman, who in his everyday guise is mild Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When we last saw Superman, he was waging a one-man war against Jip Dinelli, a petty racketeer who has been collecting weekly protection payments from the small shopkeepers. Among them was Mrs. Olson, the mother of Jimmy Olson, a Daily Planet copy boy. Tracking Dinelli to his hideout, Superman gave him a thrashing and got from him the $120 Mrs. Olson had paid his collector, warning the racketeer that if he tried his racket again, worse would happen. But the moment Superman left, Dinelli sought revenge and sent two of his henchmen to Mrs. Olson's candy store. Meanwhile, unaware of Superman's visit to Dinelli's hangout, Jimmy and his mother are still in the store. Mrs. Olson is crying softly. Listen.
Oh, Mom, please don't cry. The only reason I told Mr. Kent about it was so that you wouldn't have to pay that crook Dinelli $20 a week. Please, Mom.
Oh, I know, Jimmy. But you shouldn't have told anyone. I begged you not to.
But, gee, Mom, how did I know Clark Kent was going to just stand there and let that collector knock him down? I thought he could fight.
No, fighting will only make matters worse. So there's only one thing left for me to do. close up the store and then...
Mom, look. He's coming across the street.
Who, Jimmy?
Mr. Kent, look.
Well, you probably didn't expect me back, did you?
Mr. Kent, I don't want to appear ungrateful. I know you mean well, but I don't want any trouble with those gangsters. Oh, please don't stir up trouble.
I'm not stirring up anything, Mrs. Olson. I just have some good news. Here's the $120 Dinelli's collector took from you. And I don't think he'll bother you again.
Mr. Kent,
jumping Gemini.
Now, the next thing to do is to expose Dinelli on the front page of the Daily Planet. And, if possible, run him out of the city.
Mr. Kent, where did you get this money?
Well, never mind where I got it. It's yours, every penny of it.
Did you get it from Dinelli?
Jimmy, a good newspaper man never reveals secrets.
You did get it from Dinelli. Mr. Kent, you're Superman.
Hardly, Jimmy. Not Superman.
Why, Mr. Kent, I can't believe it. It seems like a dream getting the money back. And you say they won't bother me anymore? Well, that means I can keep the store.
That's just what it means. Well, I guess I'll run along now. Get down bright and early in the morning, Jimmy. You can help me write the story. We'll splash it across the front page.
I sure will, Mr. Kent.
All right.
Good night, Mr. Kent. And, oh, thank you so much.
Oh, good night, Mrs. Olson. Good night, Jimmy.
But even as Clark Kent departs, a black sedan pulls up at the curb opposite Mrs. Olson's little candy store.
Okay, Tony, cut the motor.
Right. Is that the place, Spike?
Yeah, we're lucky. They're still there. The kid and his old lady. What time is it?
9:30.
Well, they'll be closing up soon now. Now, listen. What we do is this. When they come out, we follow them, you see? There's too many lights on this street.
Where do we follow them to?
They'll turn in on a side street where it's darker.
What are you going to do?
Get out of the car and follow them. Chip said to teach them, but don't pay to squeal.
I don't like fooling with kids and dames.
Well, me neither, but they got it coming to them. Tipping off a reporter. Hey, look.
Huh?
They're putting out the lights. See, they're closing up. Keep low.
Yeah, they're coming out of the store. You sure that's them?
Yeah, the kid's red-headed. Now let them get a block ahead of us.
Okay. Keep an eye peeled for cops, Spike.
Yeah, come on. Pile out now. Let's go. Not so fast. I said to keep a block behind them.
All right. You don't have to get so jittery.
Who's jittery?
You are. Wait a minute. They turned into 2nd Street. That block is plenty dark.
Easy.
There they are, up ahead on the left side of the street. All right now. Say when.
Not yet.
Spike, there's a police car coming up.
All right, duck in this doorway. Come on.
They're after us.
Shut up.
Boy, I sure thought them bulls met a pinch, Spike.
Now who's jittery? Hey, where's that kid and his old lady? Come on, let's get going.
I see him in the middle of the block.
Come on. Now. Hey, you. Come here.
Hey, let go of me.
Not till I teach your old lady something about squealing.
You leave that boy alone. Help!
Screaming ain't going to help you, sister. Come here, you brat. I'll fix you.
Not before I fix you.
Oh, what hit me?
I hit you, and there's more where that came from.
Oh.
So, Ellie thought I was fooling, did he? Well, I'll show you I'm not.
Oh, Johnny, beat it. There's a big guy. He's crazy. Beat it.
Go ahead, run for your lives. Too bad I can't follow you through the streets, but I know where to find you and your boss in case I want you. Now, I'd better see what happened to the Olsons as Clark Kent.
Jimmy, you all right?
Mr. Kent, where'd you come from?
Well, when I walked out of your store, I saw that car stop, and it looked suspicious, so I followed it. But, Jimmy, your mother's fainted.
She got scared when the man went to hit me.
Where do you live, Jimmy?
The next house.
I'll carry your mother up. There we are. All right, lead the way.
Gee, Mr. Kent, it was lucky you came along.
Yeah.
That guy was all set to hit me.
Did you recognize him? Who was he?
He was Dinelli's collector.
Oh.
I couldn't see his face, but I knew his voice, though. This door here.
Okay.
I'll turn on the light.
Oh, that's fine. There we are. Now she'll be comfortable on this couch. Get some cold water and a towel, Jimmy.
Okay, won't take a second, Mr. Kent.
Lucky kid. Not a whimper out of him. Any other kid would have been frightened stiff.
Here you are, Mr. Kent.
Oh, good.
Is my mother all right?
Well, she will be in a moment. There, she's coming around.
Jimmy, where are you?
Right here, Mom. I'm okay. Mr. Kent saved us.
Mr. Kent, Oh, I didn't see.
I'm terribly sorry this had to happen, Mrs. Olson. I never dreamed Denelli would try to pull anything after the talk I had with him.
Oh, Mr. Kent, it was horrible. That man grabbing Jimmy.
No, don't you think about it. Just get some rest. I've got to get back to the office and see Mr. White. We'll splash this story across the front page. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have Lois Lane come over and spend a few hours with you. She'll be company for you, Mrs. Olson.
Oh, it isn't necessary, Mr. Kent. I'll be all right.
Oh, Lois won't mind. Where's my hat, Jimmy?
Right here, Mr. Kent.
Good night, Mrs. Olson. You can show me to the door, Jimmy.
Good night, and thank
No,
you.
not at all. Now, Jimmy, don't let your mother get up for a while, eh?
Mr. Kent, did you really chase those gangsters away?
I suppose so, Jimmy. Why, what makes you ask?
I thought I saw a man in a red cape. Flying, sort of.
You're tired, Jimmy. You better get some rest, too. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh. Thought he saw a man in a red cape flying, eh? I've got to be careful. Too many people are seeing me as Superman. But there's one person who's going to see me and not like it so much. Gyp Denelli. Tomorrow I'll clean his place out and make certain he leaves town. For good. Or my name isn't Superman.
But even as Clark Kent utters the threat, the long black sedan pulls up in front of Gyp Denelli's headquarters on the far side of town, and Spike gets out hurriedly. A moment later, he enters Denelli's private office.
Well?
Boss, I hate to tell you, but we had trouble.
What do you mean?
Well, everything worked like a top. We trailed the kid and his old lady to a dark side street.
Go on.
Well, Tony pulled over at the curve and hopped out to grab me, you see. I had a grip on the kid when a guy come out of nowhere and clipped me.
Who was it?
I don't know. It was a big guy with an awful wallop. Before I could make a move, he let me have it.
What happened?
Well, I ran for the car, and we got away just in time.
Did he follow you?
No, we cut over at the river and doubled back. Nobody followed.
Was the guy who clipped you that reporter, Clark Kent?
Him? I don't know, Gyp. This guy was big, awful big.
Sounds like Kent's behind this. You say he worked for the Daily Planet?
Yeah, that's what he said.
And the Olsen kid works for the Planet, too.
So what?
I've got an idea. Maybe a good one. Hand me that telephone book.
Okay. What's up, Gyp?
You'll see. Here it is. Mrs. Henry Olsen. Store. Residence. Logan 6251. Operator, get me Logan 6251.
So what you calling her for, Gyp?
You'll see.
Hello?
Hello, Jimmy. This is Clark Kent.
Mr. Kent? Gee, your voice sounds funny.
Must be something wrong with the phone connection. Listen, Jimmy, I haven't got much time. I've got to see you right away.
But you just left my house a little while ago, Mr. Kent.
Yeah, I know. Something came up. I need your help. It's about Denelli. Can you meet me at the corner of Spruce and 2nd Street in 10 minutes?
Gee, Mr. Kent, I don't want to leave Mom. She's asleep now. Miss Lane just got here.
Who?
Lois Lane.
Oh, sure. Bring her along. It's newspaper business.
All right, Mr. Kent. I'll be there with Miss Lane.
Good. See you in 10 minutes. If that's not luck, I don't know what is.
What do you mean?
The kid told me a dame named Lois Lane is at his house. I know who she is. A reporter for that same paper, the Daily Planet.
So what?
How can you be so dumb? What do you mean, so what?
Well, supposing she is a reporter for the paper.
We don't want that paper to print nothing about us, do we?
No.
Well, they won't. Not now. We'll meet the kid and that Lane girl, and we'll take them for a ride. A nice little ride in the country. Get the car ready.
Will Lois Lane walk into the trap Denelli has set for her and Jimmy? Or is she smart enough to realize it was not Clark Kent who called? What will happen? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling adventures of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, defender of the weak and champion of the oppressed. Superman, who came to Earth from the planet Krypton, resolved to dedicate his life to the cause of truth and justice, and mingles with ordinary men as Clark Kent, meek reporter for the Daily Planet. At the moment, Superman is fighting a petty racket. Gyp Dinelli has been extorting money from the small shopkeepers along Spruce Street, one of whom is Mrs. Olson, the mother of Jimmy Olson, a coffee boy at the Daily Planet. Clark Kent, as Superman, forced Dinelli to return the money he had taken from Mrs. Olson. Seeking revenge, Dinelli ordered his henchman Spike to waylay Jimmy and his mother on the street. But Superman again intervened. Angered, Dinelli telephoned, and posing as Clark Kent, arranged for Jimmy and Lois Lane, who was at the Olson home, to meet him on a street corner. As our story opens, it is the same night. Kent, unaware of Dinelli's latest move, is talking to Perry White, city editor of the Daily Planet, in White's office.
Mrs. Olson was so upset after Dinelli's men attacked her and Jimmy that I asked Lois Lane to spend a few hours there. Can you imagine men attacking a woman and a boy, Mr. White?
Dinelli and his kind aren't men, Kent. They're rats.
I know.
And there's only one way to handle rats. Drive them out in the open and shoot them down.
Unfortunately, we can't do that.
With bullets? No. But with words, yes. Now, you get all the facts, Kent.
All right.
Write this story as you've never written one before. I'll give it all the front page space it'll take.
I knew you'd feel that way about it, Mr. White.
And why shouldn't I? The trouble with this country is that we're too lenient with Dinelli and people like him. They belong in a country where they have a dictator and concentration camps. It makes my blood boil when I think of the millions of decent men and women who would give anything to live here in America, but instead they have to suffer while Dinelli robs poor shopkeepers.
Hey, I'll put that in the story, Mr. White.
Well, you make every word sizzle, Kent.
Yes, sir.
Stop at nothing. But be sure of your facts.
Well, Jimmy knows everything that's happened. I'll get them from him.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!
Oh, who's that?
Sounds like Jimmy.
Mr. Kent!
Jimmy, what's the matter?
Miss Lane, I ran all the way.
Well, what happened?
A man called up, said he was you, Mr. Kent.
What?
It didn't sound like you, but I believed him.
What did he say?
He said to meet him at the corner of Spruce and 2nd Street and to bring Miss Lane.
Yes, and did you?
Yes. Miss Lane didn't want to do it, but I talked her into it. When we got down to the corner, 2 men jumped down on us.
Go on, Jimmy, go on.
I got loose, and Miss Lane yelled at me to run, but I didn't know what I was doing.
And what happened to Lois?
They pushed her in the car and drove away, and I looked around for a cop, but there wasn't any. So I came here.
Dinelli. It couldn't be anyone else. He's got Lois.
Kent, where are you going?
Got to look into something, Mr. White. You keep Jimmy here and send someone over to stay with Mrs. Olson. I'll be back soon.
Oh, I'm responsible for all this. I've got to do something about it fast. If Lois is at Dinelli's place, I shouldn't have much trouble. No time to take the elevator down. The window will do. Up with it. And out.
Like an arrow shot from a bow, Superman streaks across the darkened city in the direction of Dinelli's headquarters. His only thought to rescue Lois Lane from the racketeer's clutches. His only hope that he reach there before any harm comes to her. Faster, faster until he swoops down like a great bird and lands in the concrete driveway alongside a 3-story house.
There. Don't think anyone saw me. Those clouds were conveniently low. Now, let's see. Dinelli's office was on the 3rd floor. Well, I'll climb up and sneak through a window. Quietly. There. Not so easy clinging to the sill. Now, up with the window. Gently. There. And into the room. Looks dark and deserted. I hope I'm not too late. Wait. I hear something. A man talking in the next room.
Okay, boss. I'll be there in an hour. Yeah, sure. I'll bring the dough with me. Goodbye.
You'll be where in an hour?
Hey, where'd you come from?
Never mind that. Where are you going? To Dinelli?
Get away,
You won't do anything.
Hey!
Now talk, or I'll break your apart.
Let me go.
Talk.
I ain't done nothing.
Where's Dinelli? You were just talking to him on the phone. Where is he?
I don't know. I swear I don't know.
Now, refresh your memory. Let's see whether you bounce like your boss did up against the wall.
No more. Oh.
Will you talk?
Yeah, I'll talk.
All right. Get up on your feet. Stop. Don't do that. Come back here. Oh, a fool. Dove out the window to the concrete driveway 3 stories below. This is the last racket he'll ever be mixed up in. Crowd's gathering. I'd better go. Can't afford to be seen here. Out the back and away!
Sorry I had to leave so suddenly, Mr. White.
Well, where on earth have you been?
Well, I had an idea, but it didn't work.
Close the door and sit down. Now, this is the time for action, Kent. Fast action.
Yes, but what can we do? Where can we turn, Mr. White? Lois isn't at Denelli's hangout.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I don't know, really. I just have a hunch.
Well, Kent, we can't work on hunches. This is much too serious. We'll have to notify the police.
No, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mr. White.
Why not?
Well, I'm just afraid of what might happen to Lois. Jimmy here can tell how Denelli threatened his mother.
They said if she called the cops, they'd beat her up.
Well, maybe you're right. Well, one thing we can do is to make use of the Daily Planet. Now, I've got a story all set for the first edition tomorrow. Had a rewrite man get the facts from Jimmy here and knock it out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, listen to this banner head. Planet reporter Mrs. Racketeer believed responsible for... City desk. White speaking.
Is Clark Kent there?
Who?
Clark Kent.
Now, hold on. It's for you, Kent.
Thanks, Mr. White. Hello.
Is this Clark Kent of the Daily Planet?
Yes, I'm Clark Kent.
Mr. Kent?
Yes?
If one word about my business is printed in your paper, Miss Lois Lane may run into trouble.
Who is this talking?
Denelli is the name, Kent.
Mr. White, have this call traced. It's Denelli. I'll keep him on. We hadn't intended printing anything about you, Denelli. If you'll send Miss Lane back, why, I'm sure...
good and ready, Kent, and not before. You've been crossing me up too much. This time, I'm taking no chances. I'll wait and see what your paper says before I make a move. So long, sucker.
Was that really Denelli, Mr. Kent?
I got it, Kent. I've got it.
Good.
On the other phone.
Yes?
He was calling from a drugstore booth in Little Falls. That's a town about 50 miles from here.
I'll leave at once, Mr. White.
Now, hold on. I'm going with you.
What?
Yes, we can take my car. This time, I'm going to be in on the kill.
But Mr. White...
Well, I want to crack at Denelli, personally.
Mr. White, I can get there much faster alone.
What? Well, what do you mean?
Well, that is...
Nothing doing. I'm coming along.
Can I go, Mr. White?
You? Of course not.
Oh, please, Mr. White, I won't be in the way.
Jimmy wants to learn how to be a reporter, and, well, after all, it is his story.
Are you mad, Kent? Taking a kid up to a place...
I'm not a kid, Mr. White. I'm 14.
Oh, well, all right. But you're responsible for him, Kent.
I'll watch him.
Gee, thanks a million, Mr.
All right,
Kent.
Now, before we leave, I want to okay this story.
Now, Mr. White, you can't print that story.
What?
I didn't tell you, but Denelli said if we printed one word about him, Lois would suffer.
Kent, you're right. You're right. He's got us blocked. But not for long. Come on. I'm itching to get my hands around Denelli's throat. And when I do, it'll be just too bad.
But even as Clark Kent, Editor White, and Jimmy Olsen speed northward through the night, two men converse in the front room of a cabin located on the edge of a dense pine forest, 2 miles above the town of Little Falls. One of them is Gyp Denelli. The other, his henchman, Spike. Listen.
Yeah, it's pretty near midnight. Let's keep in Tony. Said he'd be here in an hour.
Well, maybe he had a flat, Chip. You can't tell. Oh, what did that reporter Kent have to say when you call him up?
Hey, what could he say? Don't you worry. That paper won't print nothing about me. Not while we got the Lane girl.
Well, what you gonna do with her, Chip?
That all depends. Say, I ain't heard her yowling lately. She all right?
Yeah, tied up in the back room. Yeah, I guess she got tired.
Where's that briefcase with the records of collections we made from the storekeepers?
I tossed it in the back room.
You think it's safe with her in there?
Sure. She'd have to be a Houdini to get loose.
I wish Tony'd get here with that dough. I was a fool to leave it in the house. With some dough, I can start paying off a few guys and quiet this thing up.
He'll be here, Chip, unless he's dead.
What do you mean?
Well, gee, for gosh, I was only kidding, Chip. Can't you take a joke?
There's no time for joking. See what the girl's doing.
She's all right. Chip, she's gone. Out the window.
What?
The briefcase is gone, too.
Briefcase gone?
Yeah, she took it with her. Wait, here's a flashlight. Look, you can see her tracks on the mud. She went into woods.
Oh, after her, quick. Look out, you fool. The kerosene stove.
Oh, I didn't see it, Chip.
Of course you didn't, you clumsy ape. I'll look at it. Kerosene burning all over the floor. Now, you can't put it out.
The woods got you. Get back. Come on outside. It'll go up like a torch in a minute.
Gee, it sure is burning. What about the girl in the woods, Chip?
Forget about her. We got to think about ourselves. We'll go back to town and pick up that dough. I can't wait any longer for Tony. It's risky hanging around here. Some of them farmers will come running when they see this fire.
Well, how about them papers, Chip? The ones in the briefcase.
The wind's blowing the fire over to the woods. I don't think there'll be very much left of them papers.
Fire, consuming the cabin and creeping slowly toward the edge of the dry pine woods, fanned into tongues of flame by the high wind. And what of Lois, alone in the darkness of the forest? Don't fail to tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from the destroyed planet Krypton, who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. Faster than a speeding bullet, stronger than a locomotive, with a physical structure never before realized by mortal men, Superman goes about among human beings as Miles Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman was on the trail of the Gyptonelli gang, petty racketeers, who had escaped from town after capturing Lois Lane, feature writer for the Daily Planet. While Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, sped northward toward the gang's hideout with Editor White and young Jimmy Olsen, a Daily Planet copyboy. Lois made good her escape from Dinelli's cabin in the deep woods, taking with her the evidence of Dinelli's guilt, but only to run into an even greater danger. In leaving the cabin to follow her, Dinelli and his henchman Spike accidentally knocked over a kerosene stove, and at once the flimsy wooden shack was a mass of fire. Dinelli and Spike raced for their car, leaving Lois to her fate, while tongues of flame licked hungrily toward the dry wood. As our story continues today, the racketeers are several miles from the burning cabin, headed back to the city, speeding over the rough road in their powerful black sedan. Listen.
Listen, Spike. You sure that Lane girl took the briefcase with her?
Well, you looked for it yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, it wasn't anywhere in that room.
What difference does it make? If it's gone, ain't it?
Yeah, if it's gone. If it ain't, it can make a lot of difference.
How?
What's the matter? You that dumb? There's papers in that briefcase. And them papers tell all about our collections back in town. Who we tapped and for how much.
What if somebody finds it, Chip?
I'm counting on the fire to fix those papers for good.
Yeah, but what if somebody gets in there to put out the fire?
Don't worry. They got a fine chance of doing that.
Why not?
For two reasons, Spike. Number one, in another 20 minutes, the woods will be like a furnace. Number two, the road's blocked.
Oh, that's what you was doing while I got out the car.
If anybody takes the road back to that cabin, Spike, they'll find a big tree down, right in their way.
Yeah?
And if they try to move the tree, well, it'll be the last thing they ever do move. I can tell you that.
Honest? How come?
Never mind how come. Just believe what I'm telling you. Quite a while ago, I figured on something like this happening.
I'd say that you figure all the angles, Chip.
I'll say I do. What's up now?
It's a blowout. It's this washboard road. Pull up, Chip.
Yeah, right front shoe. We got a spare?
Sure, we got a spare. Wait till I get the trunk open.
This ain't no time to get held up. How long will it take?
Oh, 15 minutes, maybe more.
Step on it, will you? Hey, wait.
What's the matter?
There's a car coming up the road. Keep low.
What if they stop?
They won't stop.
Hey, Dinelli, they're slowing down. They're stopping.
Keep quiet. I'll handle this.
Hey there, you fellow. You know this road?
Spike, roll up your collar and keep your head down. Yeah. What do you want to know?
How far is it to Little Falls?
5 miles. You can't miss it.
Okay. Much obliged.
All right.
Whew, gee, what's that luck?
What do you mean, luck? See the guy in the front seat next to the driver?
No, what of it?
I ain't sure, but I think it was that newspaper guy. What's his name?
Clark Kent?
Yeah. He didn't open his trap, but I bet it was him, all right. And didn't I see a kid in the back seat?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a kid in there.
I don't know who the old guy driving was, but if I'm right and the other fellow was Kent, well, it's a cinch the kid was young Olson.
Gee, well, what are they doing up here?
After the Lane girl, of course. And she's out somewhere in those woods with a fire getting closer every minute. Well, come on. Don't stand there gaping. Get a move on.
What are we going to do?
Fix this flat. That's the first thing. Then I'm going to turn right around and head back to Little Falls.
What, after them?
You said it. It's too good a chance. We might get to knock them all off at once. And who'd be left to tell about the racket then? Come on. Get hot with them, too.
Mr. Kent, are we anywhere near Little Falls yet?
Pretty near, Jimmy. Was it 5 miles that fellow said, Mr. White?
That's right, Kent. We've covered about 4 of them already. What's troubling me now is how we're going to locate Denelli's hideout when we get there. All we know so far is that it's somewhere in Little Falls or near it.
Look, Mr. White. Isn't that a gas station up ahead?
Yeah, we'll pull in. That's as good a place as any to ask questions.
All right. We're almost out of gas anyway.
There's a man inside. He's coming out now.
Evening, gentlemen. Fill her up. Well, you might as well. We don't know just how far we're going.
Say, Little Falls anywhere around here?
Yes, sir. Sure it is. Just about a mile down the road. Keep right at the forks.
Forks, mister?
Yep. Left hand goes into the woods. Go in there and you stand a mighty good chance of getting stuck. Stuck? Why?
Probably muddy.
Oh, no, it ain't mud. It's just a mighty narrow, mean road that's blocked. Big tree down across it.
How do you know?
Well, a couple of city fellas went by heading for the city a while ago, and they
That's
told
funny.
me.
I wonder how they knew.
Well, they got a cabin in there. Look here. These 2 men, they didn't by any chance come up from the city about 4 or 5 hours ago, did they? Why, gee, mister, you must be a mind reader.
What?
Well, you're dead right. They did go through just about 4 or 5 hours ago. Only there were 3 of them then. I know because they stopped for cigarettes. 3 of them. Kent, do you hear that?
Listen, was the third person in their car a girl?
Oh, now, quit your kidding. They're friends of yours. You knew them all the time.
Was
the third person a girl?
Was it?
She was.
And they drove back just now without her?
Yep. Guess they parked her in the cabin. Maybe they're coming back. Hey, where you going?
Where's your phone? Quick.
I ain't got no phone.
Come back here, Kent. Look here. That was Denelli on the road. That man you stopped to ask directions of. And he's left Lois up in that cabin. We've got to get her out and warn the police.
Hey, listen, I don't know what you're talking about.
Never mind. You'll find out later.
Hey, listen, whatever it is, you can't get in that cabin. I tell you, the road's blocked.
That's right, Mr. White. We forgot.
Confound it. Mr. White, look here. We've got to separate.
What do you mean, Kent?
You take the car, get to the nearest phone. Where is it, mister?
Well, now, let's see. Down at Robbins, third house on the left.
All right, you phone the police, Mr. White. Tell them to watch all roads back to the city.
Well, Kent, what are you going to do?
I'm going up the road into the woods. Even if a car can't get through, maybe a man can.
I'll go with you, Mr. Kent.
No, you stay here, Jimmy.
I'll take him with me.
No, he'd better stay right here, Mr. White.
What's the idea?
Jimmy, you watch the road. Keep your eye out for Denelli's car, just in case he takes it into his head to come back again.
Mr. Kent, what'll I do if he does come?
Let's see. Hey, you. Have you got a gun?
Sure, I got a gun, only I ain't going to let
Never mind that. Those 2 men who own that cabin are crooks and racketeers.
What's that?
You heard me. Now, if that car comes back again while I'm up the road toward the camp, fire your gun 3 times. Get it?
I get it, Mr. Kent. So long, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent, when I've made that phone call, I'll come right back.
So will I, Mr. White. Meanwhile, I'll see if that tree can be cleared off the road.
I'll hurry all I can.
Now then, I'll run a few steps to get out of sight. Oh, poor Lois. Bet they're holding her in that cabin, but not for long.
Well, if we know where she is. This ought to do it. They can't see me from the gas station. If I know anything at all, Denelli's blocked the road on purpose. But he can't block Superman. Up! Up!
Leaping into the air, Superman streaks over the darkness of the pine woods, following the dim ribbon of the dirt road below. An odor of smoke is in the night wind, but he pays no heed to that. On through the darkness, then sharply down toward the impassable barrier of a huge fallen tree, blocking off all entrance to the cabin.
There. What's that? Looks like a tree. It is. Down right across the road. Well, it shouldn't take us too long to get rid of that. Down. Down. There.
Now then. A little hard to get at. I worked in closer toward the trunk. Full-grown pine. 70 feet long if it's an inch, and 3 feet thick. Must weigh 8 or 9 tons. Well, I wonder how far I can throw this tree, like hurling a javelin. What's this? It's a wire. This thing's wired down. That's funny. Well, score one for Dinelli. Wired that tree to a blasting charge. Blew up right in my face. Anybody else would have been shattered to bits. Good thing dynamite can't hurt me. But maybe it wasn't so good for Dinelli. That blast blew the tree right off the road. If I can't get to the cabin now, 3 shots. That means trouble back at the gas station. Something's happened. Here comes a car. Can't be Dinelli. They never make a row like that. Must be the police. Well, whoever it is, all they'll find when they get here is Clark Kent.
Come to think of it, I'd better go to meet them. Just in case Dinelli's planted any more surprises. Hey, hold it! What's the matter?
Kent, great Scott, man. That explosion.
Mr. White, how did you hear it? How did you get here?
Well, I was on my way back after making the phone call. What happened?
Dinelli's gang left a charge of blasting powder under the fallen tree. It just went off.
And are you all right? Is Jimmy all right?
Jimmy? Jimmy's back at the gas station.
No, he's not. The man said he went after you.
But he didn't. I told him to stay there.
I know what you told him. But the man said he followed you anyway. If he was in that blast...
Mr. White, it's not possible. I would have seen him. He must be in the woods.
Jimmy Olsen,
Jimmy!
Where are you? Jimmy Olsen! Jimmy, where are you? Jimmy!
Frantic shouts and calls go off into the darkness of the forest, and only mocking echoes come faintly back. Jimmy has vanished in the woods. And meanwhile, stronger and stronger on the night wind, the odor of burning brush comes drifting from the direction of the cabin. Jimmy is gone. Lois is gone. And somewhere behind, creeping up through the night, Dinelli and Spike are returning to see what Kent and White have found. The thrilling climax is not far off. Tune in next time and follow the exciting, thrill-packed story of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who has appeared on Earth with the strength of a locomotive and the speed of an airplane, and with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who walks the earth and goes about among human beings, is mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Kent was standing in the darkness of a pine forest above the town of Little Falls, with Editor White of the Planet calling vainly for young Jimmy Olsen, suddenly lost in the night. Also missing was Lois Lane, feature writer, who had been carried off by Gyp Dinelli's gang of racketeers and brought north to the woods. Lois had made her escape as an overturned stove set fire to the gangster's cabin and started a roaring blaze in the surrounding woods. But so far, she has not been found. As our story continues today, Clark Kent and Editor White are standing where we left them, on the road to Dinelli's cabin, listening to someone crashing toward them through the woods.
Kent, it's the fellow from the gas station. Hey there. Quick, will you? Have you found the boy?
No, not yet. You fellas got any line on him up this way? Not a thing. Why didn't you keep him with you at the station?
Heck, he ain't my boy, mister. He said he was going, and that was that.
What is he trying to do?
Well, near as I could make out, he wanted to find that gal you said was in the cabin.
How in heaven's name did he think he could do that?
Well, he said he'd been a Boy Scout or something, knew his way in the woods, and I sure hope he's right.
Why, well, what do you mean?
Listen, mister, can't you smell?
Smell? Mr. White, it's smoke.
Smoke is right. If you ask me, there's a brush fire smoldering in the woods.
Brush fire? Kent, what are we going to do?
Mr. White, Jimmy and Lois. We've got to find them and get them out of there.
Kent, I know it, but how?
Yeah, and the longer we wait, the harder it's going to get. Kid's gone so far he can't hear us. You take my advice and get out while you can.
When this pine starts to go.
What do you want us to do? Leave the boy in the woods?
Oh, we've got to find them, both of them. Jimmy! Lois! Oh, that ain't going to do you no good, I'm telling you. If that fire breaks loose, it'll be bad. The wind's coming up, too.
Don't stand there talking, man. We've got to find them. Come on.
Jimmy! Lois! Lois Lane! Jimmy!
Recklessly making their way toward the heart of the burning woods, the hollow cries of the rescue party die off in the distance, and almost at once two dark forms appear in the shadowy roadway. Gyp Dinelli and his follower Spike, hiding in the darkness, have overheard every word. Dinelli emerges from the trees and calls softly.
Spike? Spike, you there? Yeah, right here, boss. You've been here all the time. Listen, you know where the kid is? Not me. I guess he just did what they said. Is that a break for us? What do you mean? Listen, I don't know why that fire holds back so long, but it's due to bust any minute now. Yeah, so what are we sticking around for? Just to make sure, that's all. Sure of what? Something called a backfire. It burns out in front of the first fire. When I get that far, they both go out, see? But there ain't anything more to burn. So what? So that's what we're going to do right now. We're good citizens, ain't we? Hey, you ought to know. And good citizens help stop fires. Come on, Spike. Give me a hand here. The wind's just right, too. Right for what? For what we're going to do. We're going to start a backfire, Spike, right here. Those will carry straight into the woods. Is it our fault if somebody happens to get caught in between? Break up some of that brush, fast.
All unknowing of the peril behind them, Kent and the rescue party head toward the center of the woods, with smoke growing thicker at every step and occasional sparks drifting by in the night wind. While farther off, just beyond earshot, young Jimmy Olsen stumbles between tall pines, calling desperately for Lois. Suddenly, slightly ahead, he hears an answering cry.
Miss Lane! Miss Lane, where are you?
Here! Who's that calling?
Miss Lane, it's me. It's Jimmy Olsen. Where are you?
Here, Jimmy. Here, this way.
Miss Lane, gosh, is that you?
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, I can't believe it.
Gee, we've been looking all over for you, Miss Lane.
Where in the world did you come from?
We came up in a car, me and Mr. Kent and Mr. White. You haven't seen them anyplace, have you?
Jimmy, I haven't seen anybody since I got away. That man Dinelli had me tied up in the shack, and I got out.
What's the briefcase you got there, Miss Lane?
Oh, I don't know. It has papers and things, proof of what they've been doing. If we ever get out of here, Jimmy, this briefcase ought to send them all to jail.
If we ever get out of here.
I twisted my ankle, and the fire's coming.
What's coming?
The woods. The woods are on fire, Jimmy. It started right after I got away from the cabin, and it spread to the woods.
Well, gee, let's get going. Come on.
Jimmy, I can't. I can hardly walk. But you go. You get out while you can. Go on.
What? And leave you here? Not a chance, Miss Lane. Here, you grab my shoulder.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, I can't do it.
Miss Lane, you gotta do it. You don't want to stay here and get burned up, do you? Come on. Look, over there, just beyond that little ridge.
Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy, it's the fire. It's coming right this way, and fast, too. Listen, get up on your feet. Come on. We gotta make a run for it.
Jimmy, go on. Don't wait for me.
No, come on, grab hold of me. Now, this way. Back where I came from. Come on, Miss Lane.
Oh, Jimmy, my ankle. Oh, I can't take it.
Thicker and thicker grows the smoke. More and more fiery sparks. A sheet of flame lights up the woods, when suddenly the blue-clad figure of Superman soars high in the blazing forest.
If anybody's going to get out of this place alive, including Jimmy and Lois Lane, Superman has to take a hand. Up! Up! I've got to get down there where the fire's hottest and beat it out. After that, maybe I can find Lois and Jimmy. It's got to be fast. Those flames are gaining every minute. Closing in. Ah, there. That looks like a good place. I can break through there. Down. Down. Now then. Right in the middle of the flames. It's a good thing I don't mind heat. If I can just snatch up a pine tree and use it like a broom. Let's see now. There, that looks like a good one. Sort of do it. Nothing like sweeping up a forest fire with a 50-foot tree. I can just open up a way out through here. Clear a fire lane. Not much time. Here we go.
Come on. Please make another try. We're almost out now. We
We must be almost out.
Jimmy, we're hemmed in. Look, it's creeping up on us.
Miss Lane, the smoke. I can't see.
Neither can I. Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy Olsen. Miss Lane.
Listen, somebody's calling.
Jimmy, Miss Lane, both of you, this way, quick.
Who is it? I can't see.
I can't either. I can't see a thing. But it sounds like Mr. Kent.
It is. Come on, both of you, quick.
Mr. Kent, I can't see. The smoke.
Here, catch hold of my hand. You too, Miss Lane. Now, we'll make a run for it. Quick, quick.
Hey, Mr. Kent, what's going on? I'm not touching the ground at all.
Mr. Kent, what's happening?
Come on. I'm carrying you both. Don't stop to ask questions. Now, here comes the hot spot. Hold your breath. We're almost out. Here we go.
Oh, thank a lot. Oh, we're off. Here's the road. Oh, where's Kent? Kent?
He must be along. He was right behind us. Oh, say, if we hadn't found that place where the fire was beat out.
We're lucky. Luckiest thing I ever saw. But where's Kent?
Hey, here he comes now. A little smoke. Hey, mister.
Oh, look.
He's got two people with him. Say, it's the kid and the girl. He's got them both.
Kent.
Oh, glad to see you got out, Mr. White. Look what I found.
Oh, Mr. White. Oh, thank heaven.
Mr. White, is that you? Yeah, I can't see anything.
The smoke, it's still in my eye.
You'll be all right.
Oh, Kent, I can't believe it. You mean to tell me you found them and brought them out?
Gee, sure did. Both of us.
It was like a dream. I thought I was flying.
I don't wonder. We made time, all right. But look here. Where's the car? We're not out of the woods yet. I'll say we're not.
Well, the car's this way. Right down the road. Come on, hurry.
All right. Here, let me give you a hand, Miss Lane. Or Jimmy and I'll make a chair,
You
eh?
bet, Mr. Kent.
That's the boy. Here we go. Now, there.
Okay, Chip. What are you going to do now? I'd still like to know how they got out of that fire. Well, don't ask me how, but they got out. Well, it ain't going to help much. Take it from me. But, Chip, what do you mean? I got one big surprise. Let's fight. Look behind you. See anything in the back seat? No, it's too dark. Oh, wait. Yeah, it looks like a box. Not very big. No, it's not very big. But, oh, boy, when that little box does its stuff. That guy Kent and all the rest of them will wish they'd passed out from the fire. What are you going to do? You'll see. First thing, we got to get out on the main road a couple of miles ahead of them. Give her the gun. Fast.
What new threat is Dinelli making against the safety of the little group from the Daily Planet? Are they out of the burning woods only to face new and undreamed of dangers? And what strange and incredible climax waits for Clark Kent and his friends on the road from Little Falls? Tune in and don't miss the exciting climax of the next installment of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman. Faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, able to bend steel bars in his bare hands and leap tall buildings at a single bound. Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from far out in solar space, and who goes about among men as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, had just rescued Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and Editor White from the blazing pine forest near Little Falls, in which Gyp Dinelli, head of a gang of petty racketeers, had done his best to trap them. Dinelli himself had fled down the main road, but only to arrange another and even more deadly ambush. As our story continues today, we find him and his henchman Spike in their black sedan, slowing down along the road and searching for a likely place for what Dinelli has in mind. Listen.
What are you looking for, Gyp? A place I remember right along here somewhere. Or a little brook kind of runs under the road. You know what I mean?
Oh, a culvert? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's it, a culvert.
And when you find it, then what?
Okay, this looks like it. Yeah, here we are. Pull up.
Okay.
Well, now what?
Listen, Spike. That bunch back in the woods. Kent and his pals. What do you think they're going to do next?
Oh, them? Oh, how should I know, boss? Get back to town, maybe.
Yeah, get back to town. And they still got the briefcase that Dane took out of the cabin. You know what's in that briefcase, Spike?
Well, yeah, sure I do.
Records of the tape. How much we got out of the racket, and who we got it from. Yeah, and who went after it, too. See?
What do you mean?
I mean we're all in this dope. You and me and everybody else. If them newspaper guys get back to town with what's in that briefcase, well, they better not, that's all.
Well, listen, boss, that ain't all they can get us for. What about the dame?
Yeah, I know. We got to fix up the whole bunch of them. All at one crack. And that's just what we're going to do, Spike. Hey, give me a hand here.
Okay.
Careful with that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
No, you didn't tell me. What is it?
Just a little box, Spike. I'm going to plant a little box under this culvert, see? And lead a fuse off in the field behind that fence.
Gosh, boss.
Then when that bunch of wise guys comes along in their car...
Listen, how do you know they'll be in a car?
They came in one, didn't they? Quit asking silly questions.
Hey, look, boss. How are you going to set the fuse for the exact second that they're over the culvert? How are you going to do that?
I don't need to. If they're any place within 100 feet of where this goes off, they'll be plenty close.
Honest?
It's something new. Bugsy Leary gave me it to try out when I needed to. Half as big and 20 times as strong as TNT and scatters fire all over the place. Help me lug it down there.
Hey, listen, boss. Where are you and me going to be when this goes off?
Yeah, easy does it. There. I'm going to be out in that field so as I can duck in and grab the briefcase when it comes down. And before it burns.
Well, what about me?
You're going to take this car and go back where we just come from.
Hey, listen,
Shut up and do what you're told. Go back again in them woods. Hide the car and see what's doing. Get it?
Okay.
If they do what I think they'll do, follow them back here about a half a mile behind. But if they don't, come back quick and tell me, see?
I got it.
Oh, yeah. One thing more. Some of them might come this way, and some might head for the nearest cop house. If they separate, keep your eye on Kent.
Chip, listen. What if he's alone?
If he's alone? Well, if he's alone, do whatever you feel like.
I get you.
Only make sure it looks like an accident afterward. Now get going.
You'll be all right?
Sure. I can handle the rest of this myself. Get back in the car and head up the road again.
Okay. Good luck, boys.
They're the ones that need the luck, not us.
And meanwhile, back in the edge of the woods, safe from the fire, Kent, Lois, Jimmy, and Editor White wait anxiously for some sign of assistance.
Now, let's wait just a few minutes more. If nothing happens by then, you can go back to the car, and I'll go scouting around for the police.
Gee, Mr. Kent, don't you think we ought to stick together?
Oh, we'll be all right now, Jimmy. Those crooks are miles away. If they haven't been picked up. What are you doing with the briefcase, Mr. White?
Just giving it a quick going over, Kent.
Gee, it's too dark to see much.
I can tell you what's in it, Mr. White. All we need to get convictions under Nellie and his whole gang.
Honestly?
No fooling.
I'm sure of it. After I turned my ankle, all I could do was sit there. So I went through those papers just in case.
In case what, Miss Lane?
Well, in case Denelli's men found me again, and I just had to depend on my memories.
Say, Miss Lane, you're all right. That must have taken a lot of nerve.
Boy, I'll say, knowing they might be along any minute.
Oh, say, look here. I think we ought to be getting on.
Great Scott, that's right, Mr. White. We shouldn't wait around here anymore.
The car isn't very far, Lois. Now, if we all gave you a hand, do you think you could make it? I'm really anxious to get started with these papers.
Me too, Mr. White.
You lean on me, Miss Lane.
Oh, I'll be all right, honestly.
You're sure?
Positive, Mr. Kent. Jimmy's as good as a crutch, really.
Funny as a crutch is what you mean.
Now, come on. This way, I'll pick out the path.
Don't forget the briefcase, Mr. White.
A few hundred yards down the winding trail, with Lois bravely saying nothing of her injured ankle. And presently the dim shape of the car looms out of the trees. Kent helps them in and insists on staying behind.
Look here, Kent. What's the idea?
Mr. Kent, aren't you coming along?
No, I'm staying right here, just in case the police come in from the other direction. I want to be here to talk to them.
But, Mr. Kent...
Oh, I'll be all right, honest. Look, you get going. I'll join you later.
Well, if you're sure that's the thing to do, Kent.
Let me stay, too.
You'll stay right in the car, young man.
Oh, you want to get back to town as quick as you can, Mr. White. I'll close up any loose ends up here.
All right, Kent. Good luck.
Goodbye. Take it easy.
Good luck. one or two loose ends is just exactly right. And I think Superman can do it better by himself than with 3 other people around. Now then, first of all, I want to know who that was sneaking around in the woods a while ago. Nobody else heard him, but I did. What the? Right by my ear. Those last 2 were bullseyes. Lucky for me, they bounce. There's something else that'll bounce, too. That sharpshooter back there in the woods. No good running, my friend.
I didn't do it. I didn't mean nothing. Oh, he's flying through the air. Oh!
Just a little target shooting, eh? Good, clean fun. Well, now I'll have some fun. Come here.
Let me go. Quit it. Oh.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Spike. Where's Denelli?
I don't know. Honest, I don't.
None of that now. Remember what happened to you last time?
No.
Where's Denelli?
I don't know.
All right, then you'll take a ride up in the air. Up.
Oh, hey, put me down. What are you doing? He's taking me up in the air. He ain't human.
200 feet up already, Spike. And a long way down. Where's Denelli? Quick, or I'll drop you.
No, he's back down the road. He's by the culvert.
Culvert? What culvert? What's he doing there?
He's waiting for the car. Oh, look out.
You're all right, as long as you keep talking. Quick, what's Denelli doing?
I tell you, he's waiting for the car.
Whose car? White's?
Yeah, look out.
Almost let you go. What's he going to do? Quick.
I don't know, honest, I don't.
All right, if that's how you feel about it. So long, Spike.
Oh, look out. Look out.
Yeah, how'd you like that?
Oh, please, don't.
You're all right. I caught you, but I may not catch you the next time. Depends on how I feel. Now, what's Denelli going to do? Last chance, Spike. Here you go.
No, I'll talk. He's got a new kind of a bomb. He's going to blow up the car when it goes over the culvert.
Something new in bombs, eh? And that culvert's only about a mile away. They're almost there. Sorry, Spike, you're due for another ride.
No, I told you.
Sorry, no time to put you down, but you won't get hurt, not this time. But if you ever say a word about what's happened tonight...
I won't.
Remember that, Spike. And now hang on. We're going to make time. We've got to catch that car. When we do catch them, you're going to warn them while I catch Denelli, understand?
Yeah, whatever you say, only don't interrupt me.
Don't wiggle, Spike. Up we go. Faster.
Still feel all right, Lois?
Fine, thanks, Mr. White. Are you heading right back to town?
If you don't want to see a doctor.
Oh, no. We want to get back to work.
Good girl. That's what I think myself.
Hey, look. There's a man on the road way down ahead.
No, there isn't.
I saw him.
I saw him, too, Mr. White, down by the little bridge.
He ducked down and ran. He sure got swell lights, Mr. White.
Well, he's gone now. And here's where I let her out a bit.
Mr. White, what's the matter?
Gee, you sure put on the brakes.
No, but I didn't. We just stopped. As though somebody grabbed the car from behind.
Look, there's another man right in front of the headlights.
Get back. Get in reverse, quick.
What's he saying?
Quick. Hey, dynamite. There's dynamite in the road. Back up, quick. Get away from the culvert, quick.
Dynamite.
Quick.
Hang on, everybody.
Quick, look out.
Oh,
Gosh, we didn't miss that one by much.
That man, he saved our lives. But where's he gone? I'd like to know what in the world kept us from going onto that culvert.
Hey, Mr. White, is that you?
Kent. Great Scott.
Mr. Kent.
How'd he get here? We left him back in the woods.
Are you all right? Anybody hurt? Gosh, for a minute I thought surely...
Kent, what's going on here? Who's that you've got there?
Chip Denelli, Mr. White. The big boss himself. I found him lying in the field. He was stunned.
Chip Denelli?
Yes.
But the other man, the one that waved us back.
Oh, that was Spike. You remember Spike, Jimmy?
Gee, I thought I knew that guy, but
now he just turned over a new leaf. We found him just after you left. And he told us all about it, so we brought him along by a shortcut. Got here just ahead of you. And he'll back up every word I say. Won't you, Spike? Won't you?
Yeah, sure.
Say, look. Here come the state troopers. And we've got Spike and Chip Denelli.
And we still got the briefcase, too. Don't forget that.
Right, Jimmy. Thanks to you and Miss Lane, the Denelli gang is smashed for keeps.
Well, Clark Kent certainly will have a lot to explain this time. Editor White is asking himself questions almost out loud. How long can Superman keep his secret quiet? Time alone can tell. But meanwhile, there's a brand new assignment coming right up as Kent is set out to follow a weird and exciting story. Tune in next time and don't miss it.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings as champion of the weak and the oppressed in his character of Clark Kent, news reporter. As our story opens today, Kent has returned from dealing with the Denelli gang of racketeers, has taken up his routine duties in the office of the Daily Planet. Already a new and thrilling assignment lies just ahead. So far, Kent knows nothing about it. We find him at his desk, knocking out a story on his typewriter, while Jimmy Olsen, the Planet's copy boy, hangs around in open admiration.
Hi, Mr. Kent. Anything I can do for you?
Huh? Oh, no. No, thanks, Jimmy.
Doing a follow-up on the Denelli story?
No, this is something else.
Oh. Wouldn't be anything about that airplane story, would it?
What was that about an airplane story?
Gee, didn't you see it? All about them planes crashing down at Bridger Field out west? Boy, it's keen.
Oh, guess I missed it. What's so keen about planes crashing? That's pretty serious.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I go for anything about planes.
Wow, budding pilot, eh?
You said it, Mr. Kent. The minute I get old enough.
Well, you've got quite a while to wait, Jim. Eat it now. Go somewhere else while I finish this story.
Okay, Mr. Kent. But if I ever get a chance to fly, I'm telling you, the Daily Planet will need another copy boy.
Kent. Clark Kent.
Calling me, Mr. White?
Yes. Come in my office a minute, will you? I got somebody here I want you to meet.
Sure thing. Coming right along.
Close the door and pull up a chair. Kent, this is Mr. Hamlin of the National Air Service. Flew for Uncle Sam during the war. Manages private transport service now.
How do you do, Mr. Hamlin?
Glad to know you, Mr. Kent.
You're not handling anything important now, are you, Kent?
No, sir. Now that the Denelli gang is cleaned up?
Fine. Hamlin's going back west to Bridger Field tomorrow, and you're going with him.
Bridger Field?
You look a little startled, Mr. Kent.
You've seen the stories, Kent?
Well, I've been hearing about them.
5 crashes of planes in 2 weeks. That's right, isn't it, Ed?
6.
Oh, yes, 6. In the space of the past 2 weeks, Kent, one of the most remote, least known airports in the country, 6 brand new transport planes have come down in flames.
What? All of them?
Every single one, Mr. Kent.
Oh, what's the answer?
No, that's what we'd like to find out. Mr. Hamlin's a friend of mine, and I've told him you're a little bit more than the average reporter. Not much more, but a little.
Giving you quite a build-up, Mr. Kent.
If there's a story out there, Kent, you get it.
And if you can find out at the same time what's happening to our plane...
Great Scott, Mr. Hamlin. You mean to say you don't know?
Mr. Kent, we haven't the faintest idea. The thing's weird, unbelievable.
But what about the pilots? The men on board, what do they say?
So far, there haven't been any survivors.
What?
It's more than an accident, Kent. It's design. Cold and deliberate and deadly.
Mr. White, what makes you say that?
Go on, Ed. Tell him what you told me yesterday.
Know anything about Bridger Field, Mr. Kent?
No, not a thing, except that it's way out in the southwest Rockies.
Right. Most desolate country in the world. Down near the border, and completely surrounded by rocks and ravines and miles of desert. If a plane comes down anywhere except on the field, well, it cracks up, that's all.
But these planes, the ones you're talking about...
I'm getting to that. I just wanted to explain the lay of the land first.
Is the field near any town, Ed?
20 miles, more or less. Del Rio is just over the border.
What's at Del Rio?
Oh, usual thing. Gambling joints, racetrack. Oh, yes, the circus.
The what?
Well, it's one of our amusements. It's the Lawbeck Tent Show. Ever hear of it?
No, not me.
Well, it's not a very big one, but it comes every year, and it saves us from dying of boredom. That is, it did until 2 weeks ago.
What happened then?
First of the accidents.
Oh.
Since then, we've not been bored.
Excuse me, Mr. White. Telegram from Mr. Hamlin.
Oh, yes, thank you. I told him I'd be here. You'll excuse me, will you, gentlemen? Great heavens.
Ed, what's the matter?
It's another accident. Yes, another accident. Another plane crashed in flames. Everyone killed. Just as it approached the field.
Ed, what's going on out there?
Wait a minute, look here. I've changed my mind. I said we'd go back tomorrow.
Ready whenever you are, Mr. Hamlin.
This business can't go on. It's devilish, inhuman. There's something behind it. Kent, I'm going to Bridger Field today. If you want to come along, Kent, well, meet me at the city airport in 1 hour.
What's the time, Ken?
4 o'clock. Be daylight pretty soon now. Now you can see it getting lighter in the east already.
Following wind. Another 2 hours and we're there. This ship of mine has passed. I only hope nothing else has happened in the meantime.
Well, go on with what you were saying, Mr. Hamlin.
Oh, yes, about the plane.
Yes.
I didn't tell you everything, Kent.
No?
No, I've been saving this for the last. I didn't want you to think I'd gone crazy, lost my mind.
What is it?
Well, in those 6 crashes, when we went out and examined the wreckage, there wasn't a trace of a motor.
What?
No, I don't expect you to believe it, but it's true. The engines of every one of those 6 planes simply vanished into thin air. And that's one of the reasons I say this whole business is any accident. It's been planned, and someone's behind it. But who is he, Captain? What's he trying to accomplish? What was that?
What happened? Hey, there's a hole in the window. Something went through the glass.
Take a look back in the baggage compartment, will you, Kent? If there's anything wrong,
something may be loose. That might have been a bolt.
Call back if you find anything.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent!
What the...
Hey,
Mr. Hamlin, there's someone aboard.
What's that?
Mr. Kent, I'm in the baggage compartment. Open
Hamlin, we've got a stowaway. Jimmy Olsen.
Don't be sore, Mr. Kent. I sneaked on board at the airport, Mr. Kent, and I just had to come.
You mean to say you've been hiding in there all the way?
I wouldn't have come out now, only something's happened. I had to tell you.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Kent, there's a plane coming up behind. Coming up fast, and they're shooting at us.
What?
I tell you, they are. Didn't you hear the bullet a minute ago? Look, out and back. You can see your wing lights.
You're right. There is a plane back there.
And they're shooting with a machine gun.
Come on, Jimmy. Climb out of that compartment. Something's happened to Mr. Hamlin.
Jiminy, the plane.
Spinning. It's out of control. Quick. Mr. Hamlin.
What's he doing?
Mr. Hamlin. Listen. Jimmy, Mr. Hamlin's been shot. One of those bullets. Here, quick. Help me get him out of there. I've got to get to those controls.
Mr. Kent, can you fly?
Yes, enough to land this plane. Quick.
I got him.
That's it. I'll lay him on the floor here.
Quick, Mr. Kent. Grab the controls. Bring her out of that spin.
All right, Jimmy. You look after Mr. Hamlin. I can handle her.
Oh, boy, that's it, Mr. Kent. You got her.
What about that other plane? Where is it?
Hey, Mr. Kent, they're shooting again. They're right on our tail. They're trying to get over us, Mr. Kent. What do we do?
Not much we can do while I'm sitting here. Jimmy, didn't I see a rifle in the baggage compartment?
There is one. Do you want it?
Bring it here, fast. There's just a chance.
Here you are, Mr. Kent.
Look here, Jimmy. You said you wanted to fly. Well, now's your chance.
What do you mean?
More bullets. They'll get us any second now. Quick, Jimmy. Slip in here and take the controls. Hold her just as she is. Can you do it?
I'll sure try. Give me the stick.
Just as she is now.
Hey, Mr. Kent, where are you going?
I'm going to take that rifle and climb out on the wing. If there's any shooting being done, I guess we can do it as well as they can. Stay with it now, Jimmy. Hang on to those controls and don't lose your nerve.
I'll be all right.
Now then, out on the wing. Good thing it's dark. I wouldn't want Jimmy to see his friend Clark Kent take a header into space as Superman, which is just what he's going to do. Out we go. Out and back. Faster. Faster. I think I'll just take one fast dive at their propeller. Here we go. That does it. Down they go. I'll just dive down after them and find out what this is all about. Jimmy. What's the matter with Jimmy? Our plane's going down too. It's in a tailspin. Gotta get back there. Up we go. Up, and faster.
Mr. Kent! Mr. Kent, come back! Mr. Kent!
All right, Jimmy. Here I am. What's the matter?
The plane. It's spinning. It's out of control.
What's wrong? Wait, Scott, where'd that oil come from?
Take the stick. We're going down.
Move over. That's it. I have it.
Mr. Kent, that oil. All over the glass. I can't see it.
The broken line. Sprays over everything. Can't go far this way.
The motor. It's missing, Mr. Kent. We've got to land.
Hang on, Jimmy. Don't lose your nerve. We'll go as far as we can this way, and then we'll see.
Mr. Kent, the motor, it's getting worse. It'll stop running any second now. Listen.
High over the wastelands of the Southwest, with a missing motor and a wounded man in the cockpit, young Jimmy Olsen and Clark Kent looked desperately for a landing place in the great darkness of early dawn. Who was trying to shoot Hamlin's plane down, and why? What can Superman do to foil the plans of an enemy who so far is not even known? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who is faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, and who walks the earth as a man among men in the character of mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman, as Clark Kent was speeding westward in a plane with young Jimmy Olsen, office boy from the Daily Planet city room, and the badly wounded form of Ed Hamlin of the National Air Service. Another plane followed them and attempted to bring them down with machine gun bullets. With Hamlin badly hurt and young Jimmy at the controls, Superman fought off the mystery ship and returned to help Jimmy, only to find that a broken oil line had put their own plane in imminent danger of crashing. As our story continues today, the plane with its motor failing and Kent at the controls searches desperately for a landing place in the great darkness below. Listen.
Mr. Kent, what about it now? How are we doing?
Can't tell you, Jimmy. We're losing altitude all the time. No telling how much longer we can keep up airspeed.
It's still pretty dark.
How's Mr. Hamlin doing?
I don't know, Mr. Kent. He's moaning a little now and then, but he's not conscious.
Take another look below. See if you see anything.
Not yet. Wait a minute. I do see something. Mr. Kent, it's a light. And there's a light off to the left. There's two sort of streaks out in front of it.
What are you talking about? Where?
Look, don't you see it?
Great Scott, Jimmy, that's a railroad. What you see is the headlight of a train, and those streaks are the tracks.
We're right over it, Mr. Kent. That is, we're over the tracks. The train's back a little ways, but she's coming right along.
All right. I can't see much with this oil all over the window, but here goes. Stand by, Jimmy. Grab hold of something. I'm putting her down.
Gee, Mr. Kent, I hope we don't crack up. We hit. We made it.
Jimmy, we've landed. Half a minute now till I bring her to a standstill. Look out for Hamlin.
Boy, that was perfect, Mr. Kent. I never even got a bump.
Grab hold of that flashlight. Out you go now, quick. Open the door and jump down.
Mr. Kent, there she comes.
Thank heavens we're near the tracks. Run for it, Jimmy. Wave that light. Wave it in circles.
Mr. Kent, they'll never see us. They won't stop.
Yes, they will. Now, here we are. Now then, stand just where you are and wave that light. They see us. They see us.
Hey, anybody back there? What's going on?
Hi there. Gee, I'm certainly glad you stopped.
What's that? Who are you?
Listen, I flagged down the train. We've just had a forced landing in an airplane. 2 men and a boy. Where is he, anyhow? Jimmy! Jimmy!
Here, Mr. Kent. See, they certainly stopped after all, didn't they?
Hey, listen. You say an airplane. Who are you, anyhow?
I'm a newspaper reporter. I'm away to Bridger Field. This is my assistant.
Oh, boy.
Just a little way back, you'll find a wounded pilot in the plane.
What's your name?
Well, what's that got to do with it? Because if you must know, it's Kent. Clark Kent.
Of the Daily Planet and the best guy in the business.
Now, listen, mister. Never mind about our pedigrees. We've got to get our pilot to the nearest hospital. He's hurt.
Hospital?
Yes.
There's a hospital at Del Rio. That's where we're going.
Well, lend us a hand, will you? We don't want to hold you up any more than we have to.
Here comes your gang, mister.
Oh, come on, man. You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Mister, our plane's right near the tracks, and Mr. Hamlin needs help. Let's go.
I don't let him get away. All right, yes. Put him over the side there.
The brakeman of the circus train looks as if he'd seen a ghost, and perhaps he has. For some time later, when Jimmy and Kent are safely aboard, with the wounded Mr. Hamlin in a bunk and the circus train again on its way, the brakeman slips into a small, specially soundproof compartment which contains a shortwave two-way radio. He speaks with a strange and little-known figure in Del Rio, the silent man who handles animals for the Lawbeck Tent Show, who is known as Professor Hagen. Listen.
You say the man and the boy are aboard the train now?
And the pilot. There was 3 of them. The pilot looks like he'd been shot.
And so he was. He was trailed all the way east. And when he started back with that reporter, we sent a special plane to follow them and bring them down.
Boss, what's up?
Never mind. Something may happen at any moment. Great events are moving toward Bridger Field, my friend.
What do you mean?
Your job is where you are. The man, Kent, must not arrive. You understand?
I understand.
You say there's a boy?
Yeah. He had a boy with him when we picked him up.
Very well. Possibly you might show the boy and Kent the animals.
Huh? Show him the animals? You mean on board the train?
Precisely, Balto. Show them the snake. Show them the gorilla. Yes, the gorilla will do very nicely. In a car by himself, isn't he?
Boss, listen. He's dangerous. He's half crazy.
Excellent, Balto. Make sure of his cage door. You understand what I mean?
The cage door? I don't get you.
Before you let the man and the boy enter the gorilla's car, make sure of the cage door. Leave the latch off. That's all, Balto.
I get you. I'll make sure. Is that all?
That's all. Report what happened.
Gee, do you mean to say we can really look at the animals?
Sure, why not?
Gosh, isn't he a swell guy, Mr. Kent?
Well, he's certainly doing the honors, all right.
What's your name, mister?
Baldo. They call me Baldo. Watch out for the door.
Say, what are we stopping for? We are stopping, aren't we?
Yeah, we're stopping, all right. Reckon we take on water here.
Gee, this open car is funny. Where's the gorilla?
Just ahead. He's got a car all to himself.
What's his name?
Jojo.
Is he very wild?
Wild? Jojo? Say, mister, he's so tame he eats right out of my hand.
Gee, what's that?
That's Jojo.
Hey, he doesn't sound tame.
He's just having fun. He's lonesome.
There isn't any chance of his getting out of his cage, is there?
Out of his cage?
Yeah.
Mister, that cage is solid steel bars, 2 inches thick. Here we are. This is Jojo's car. There you are. That's Jojo.
Hey, aren't you coming in?
I'll be back. I got to see what's doing on the side.
You're sure it's all right?
Oh, sure. Jojo loves business. Stay as long as you like.
Well, that's Jojo, Jimmy. He's certainly big enough.
Boy, and how?
All right, now, Jojo. All right, it's only us.
Mr. Kent, he's getting madder all the time. You don't suppose he can get out, do you?
I hope not, Jimmy. He may be as tame as that fellow said, but he might not know us for friends.
Mr. Kent, the cage door.
Something's gone wrong. The door swung open.
What do we do? What do we do? He's getting ready to spring.
Quiet, Jimmy. Edge back toward the door. Don't make any sudden move. He isn't doing anything so far. He's making up his mind. I'll stay where I am.
Mr. Kent, the door. It won't open. It's locked.
Locked? It can't be. Shake it.
I tell you it is.
Look out, he's coming. Jimmy, make for the window. Jump right through. I'll hold him back. Quick.
Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent.
Quick, I'll help you. I'll break the glass. There, out you go.
Now then, come ahead, Jojo. I don't know what's back of this. That door didn't go down by chance, but we can't stop for that now. See what happens when a gorilla meets a Superman. Come ahead, Jojo. Sorry about this. I know you're just fooling, but it's mighty rough for anybody else. Don't bite. I'll have to pin your ears back. You can't do a thing to me, Jojo. This is just the beginning of what I'm going to do to you. Get back. I said back. All right, let's see how you bounce. Oh, now you're really angry, eh? All right, I've had enough. Back in your cage, Jojo. Back in your cage. I have to carry you there. Come on. I said come on. You can't fight me, Jojo. No use. You can't do it. If you try fighting, you'll break your teeth. Here's your cage, Jojo. In you go. There. Quick now. Bolt the door back in place. There. That does it. Safe and sound in the cage. Now, where's Jimmy? Where's that brakeman? What's going on? We're moving. We've left the siding. Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you? Jimmy!
You there, boss?
I'm here, Balto. What's your report?
Something went wrong.
Wrong?
The gorilla got loose. The guy put the kid out the window, then he went to it with the gorilla.
Well?
Boss, he put him back in the cage.
What? Balto, you're a fool. It's not possible. But never mind that. There's something far more important. Where's the man Kent now?
Boss, listen. When he put the kid out the window, we was on a siding.
Yes.
Then we started up, and the kid got left.
So the guy dropped off and went back.
What? Kent's not on the train? Are you sure?
I tell you, he's back in the middle of nowhere.
Good. This serves just as well. Now listen, Baldo. Big things will happen in the next few days.
Huh? At Bridger Field?
At the field. I've just heard something, which I'll tell you when I see you. Hurry back, Balto. Hurry back and forget the boy and the man Kent. If they die in the desert, so much the better. Hurry, Balto. I have news when you get to Del Rio.
Big things just over the horizon. Danger threatening Bridger Field, with the airplane pilots all unknowing. And meanwhile, what of Kent and young Jimmy Olsen, alone in the trackless desert? Tune in next time and follow the exciting story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings as champion of the weak and the oppressed in his character of Clark Kent, news reporter. When we last saw him, Kent was in the Southwest with Jimmy Olsen, copy boy of the Daily Planet, to investigate a series of mysterious crashes among test planes at lonely Bridger Field. While Jimmy had gone to the circus in the nearby town of Del Rio, just across the border, Kent had barely prevented another tragedy when a plane bearing Mr. Fuller, the president of the company, arrived unexpectedly and burst into flames over the field. Rescued, the president told Kent and Ed Hamlin, manager of the airport, that in 48 hours a distinguished visitor would arrive at Bridger Field, and that it was up to Hamlin to prevent any further accident. At that moment, a field attendant came in to announce that young Jimmy had returned from the circus and wished to see Kent at once. As our story continues today, an hour has passed. Kent and Jimmy are being driven across the border to Del Rio, and Jimmy has amazing news. Listen.
All right, Mr. Kent. I'll start talking. But first, who's the important visitor Mr. Fuller said was coming to Bridger Field?
Well, I'm not sure, Jimmy. Mr. Fuller wouldn't say, but you know what the National Air Service does?
They make planes, don't they?
Well, very special planes. They do a lot of experimenting. If I'm not mistaken, this visitor isn't a man at all. It's some brand new type of plane, and they're bringing it to Bridger Field because it's the most out-of-the-way place they can think of to test it.
Boy, that hitches up with what I found out at the circus.
What do you mean?
Well, I was sort of in an alleyway there by the tents.
Yeah?
When all of a sudden I saw that brakeman who was on the circus train, and he tried to grab me.
What did you do?
Boy, I lit out. I ducked around a bunch of wagons, and he never did find out where I went. And then came the next thing.
Go on.
Well, Mr. Kent, I pulled up alongside a little shack, I wanted to get my wind.
Yes?
All of a sudden, I heard a couple of guys talking inside. And they were talking about airplanes at Bridger Field.
They were? Who were they?
You wouldn't believe it, Mr. Kent. One of them was a circus strongman. They called him in Russian. His name was Fodor. And the other was Professor Hagen.
Hagen? Who's he?
He's the animal trainer. I saw him put on his act at the circus. That's how I knew. Hagen trains all the wild animals. And boy, is he good.
Yeah, well, never mind that. What were they saying?
You'd never believe it. I heard one of them mention Bridger Field.
Yes?
I think it was Hagen. Then I began to listen.
So, you say something is going to happen, Professor.
In a very short while, Fodor. Shorter even than they think at Bridger Field. And the fools, they think they have until the day after tomorrow. From information I have just received, they will have no longer than tonight.
No. Are you sure?
Not positive, Fodor. Merely sure enough to take all precautions. The final message will come later in the usual way.
You mean by radio. But tell me, Professor, what is this thing which happens at the airfields?
They think they've found something new, Fodor. Something in flying machines never before realized. And secret. So secret that not even the officials at Bridger Field know what comes. But I know, and I tell you now, Fodor, it will never come. It will go the way of all the others.
You will not tell me, Professor.
Why do you do this?
Why do I bring down the planes? Never mind why, my friend. We are well paid, you and I. That is all we need to know. The rest does not concern you, does it?
Oh, no. I just asked.
As I say, Fodor, I leave at once for the cabin in the hills. Your job will be to stay here and see that nothing goes wrong. Once I have arrived and arranged the new wiring, there will be no further occasion for the radio.
But until then, Professor...
Until then, later tonight, there may be one last message. I shall receive that wherever I happen to be. Now come, we've wasted too much time already. Come, Michael.
And that's all I heard, Mr. Kent.
Jimmy, I should say you heard plenty.
But, Mr. Kent, what does it all mean?
It means Professor Hagen, masquerading as an animal trainer in the circus, is responsible for all those plane accidents. But, Jimmy, what we need is proof. Without it, we can't do a thing. We don't even know what's going on. We only guess. What's Hagen actually doing? Where's this mysterious cabin in the hills? And above all, Jimmy, what's he going to do when he gets there?
I'm with you, Mr. Kent. Where do we start and when?
The minute we get to Del Rio. And as to where, well, I think we'll have a look at that shack in the circus grounds. Now, hang on, Jimmy. I'm going to tell our pal out in front to put on a little more speed. Well, it got dark in a hurry, all right. Good thing they're not giving a show tonight.
They're going to move out tomorrow. Maybe that's why.
Is this the shack?
Yep, this is it. Quiet, Mr. Kent.
Well, it sounds like a menagerie. We're right in the heart of the circus, all right, Jimmy.
We were lucky finding that hole in the fence. What about the shack, Mr. Kent?
I think it's empty. We'll see if the door's open.
What if they catch us?
We'll have to chance it. Oh, good. It's unlocked. Come on, Jimmy.
Gee, you were right, Mr. Kent. It is empty.
Close the door. We want to look around. Lucky I've got a flashlight.
Look there, Mr. Kent.
Yes, that explains the sudden disappearance of Hagen and the strong man. It's a trap door into the cellar, and it's open.
Golly, who'd have thought a little shack like this would have a cellar? Hey, Mr. Kent, are you going down there?
Certainly. If our scheming friends went down here, it's more than just a cellar. Why, there's a tunnel down here. Are you there, Jimmy?
I'm coming, Mr. Kent. Gee, it is a tunnel. Regular flight of steps. Where do you suppose it goes?
Shh, not so loud. Come on, Jimmy. Keep close behind me.
Listen. That sounded like it came from down ahead.
I think it did. Our friend Professor Hagen built this shack right over the entrance to an underground cave. Come on.
Mr. Kent, which way will we go?
Don't you see? Toward that light. Come on, Jimmy. I think it opens out into a kind of a room or chamber in the rock.
What if there's somebody in there?
If there is, I hope it's Hagen. If what he said was true, there's not much time for fooling around. Come on.
Here's the room. Take it easy.
The whole place seems to be absolutely deserted. Wonder where they all are.
Gee, what's that?
Quiet.
Mexicali Broadcasting Station, Del Rio.
It's a radio.
Quiet, Jimmy.
Weather course forecast for northern Sonora and Chihuahua.
Give me a pencil. Quick.
Attention, please.
Thanks.
This is final report. Important storm coming. Special precaution for planes. Will meet arriving range near midnight. Set all master signals which say, take shelter. Must avoid wind. Not try to miss. That is all.
Gee, that was the dizziest stuff I ever heard. Did he say it was a weather report?
That's what he said, but I'm beginning to think... Look here, Jimmy. The men in the shack this afternoon, Hagen and Fodor. Didn't they say something about a radio?
Mr. Kent, someone's coming.
What? You're right. Down the stairway from the shack.
We've got to get out of here quick.
No, it's too late. We can't make it, Jimmy. They'd see us if we tried it now. Back.
Listen, what if they come right into this room?
Quiet. Got to chance that quick. I'll stay out in the open and risk it. Get in that closet.
No, I'll stay with you.
Don't argue, Jimmy. Slide in that closet. Keep the door closed.
Okay.
Remember, whatever happens, keep that door closed. Looks as though there might be something doing pretty soon. If there is, I don't want Jimmy around when Superman does his stuff. Whoever it is, he's coming this way. Right into this room.
Who is in there? If anyone is in the room of Professor Hagen... what you do here?
Oh, nothing. Just looking around.
What you do down here? How you get in?
Same way you did. Down the stairs.
You know who I am. I am Fodor, strongman.
Well, that's very interesting.
You down here where you do not belong. You thief. Very well.
I show you what we do with thief.
Careful, Fodor. Don't get too close.
I been crowbar in naked hands. Maybe I show you how, yes?
Look out. I bend strong men. I'm warning you, Fodor.
This is what we do to a thief. So.
Easy. Easy. You'll hurt your hand.
And I pick you up. I throw you through wall.
Oh, no. Not today, Fodor. On the other hand...
Hey, now, what you do? Hey, I catch you. Wait. I hit you with trouble.
Sorry, Fodor. Now it's my turn. And as I said, I bend strong men.
You...
Double them up like jackknives. How's this for a starter? And now you're in the way. I think you said something about throwing me against the wall. Well, see how you like this. I think that takes care of Fodor. Now, back to Jimmy as Clark Kent.
All right, Jimmy. You can come out.
Hey, Mr. Kent, what happened? I heard terrible crashes.
Oh, just a little argument with your friend Fodor, the strong man. He's over there in the corner.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, don't tell me you licked the strong man.
Well, didn't exactly lick him, Jimmy. He more or less tripped. Fell on his neck. That was the crash you heard.
Golly, he's out like a light. Hey, what are you doing?
Jimmy, there's no time to lose. If anybody heard that row, they'll be after us.
And if we expect to find anything here, we better start looking now.
No, not over there. Jimmy, we'll start looking right here.
Mr. Kent, what do you mean?
Jimmy, this piece of paper. I took down what that Mexican announcer said over the radio.
You did? What for?
Because maybe it's only a hunch. I can't be sure. No, it's not a hunch. I was right. Jimmy, look here. Look.
Look at what? What has Clark Kent found in the dimness of Professor Hagen's hideout far underground? What is he staring at so fixedly? And what can he do to save the mysterious airplane due to arrive so soon at Bridger Field? Tune in next time and follow the story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Now, Superman, strange visitor from another world, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who walks the earth as a man among men in the character of mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Kent was still investigating the cause of mysterious airplane crashes at lonely Bridger Field in the Southwest. With young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy on the Daily Planet, he had gone to the grounds of the Lawbeck Circus at Del Rio in the hope of finding the connection between the accidents and the strange figure of Professor Hagen, apparently a simple animal trainer. In reality, an inventor of terrible and deadly machines. In Professor Hagen's underground hideout, they had been surprised by Fodor, strong man of the tent show. But Fodor was no match for Superman. As our story continues today, Jimmy has emerged from his hiding place in a closet and is gazing with awe at the unconscious figure of the strong man crumpled on the floor in a corner. Suddenly, an exclamation from Superman, now back in his character of Clark Kent, brings him to the table which holds Professor Hagen's radio. Listen.
Jimmy, if I'm not mistaken, this piece of paper here on the table is just what we're looking for.
What do you mean? What's on the paper, Mr. Kent?
It's that weather report we heard on the radio when we came in.
What of it?
Look here. Read it, Jimmy. Read it out loud.
Listen, Mr. Kent, no fooling. We haven't got time for that stuff.
I think we have. Read it.
Important storm coming. Special precaution for planes. Will meet arriving rains near midnight. Set all master signals which say take shelter. Must avoid wind. Not try to miss. That is all. What's it all about, anyway?
Make much sense?
I don't know. I suppose it's an ordinary weather report, all right.
I wonder. Now, listen to this. It's another report, one I heard at the airport just before the dust storm. And before Mr. Fuller's plane came in and went up in flames. Listen, Jimmy.
Mr. Kent, what about Fodor? He's beginning to move. Look.
He won't move far. Get this, Jimmy, and see if it means anything. Now, listen. Storm coming.
planes will meet arriving gales in next or possibly few hours or minutes. They should use precautions, for all are gale force. Now, what do you make out of that?
Not much, Mr. Kent. It sounds a lot like the other one.
Yes, doesn't it? And the funny part of it is that there haven't been any gales or rains or anything at all, except a dust storm, which he didn't even mention.
So what?
So these weather reports either aren't much good or they aren't weather reports at all. There's something else.
Mr. Kent, what do you mean?
I think it's a code, Jimmy. Now, let's see. Try crossing out every other word.
Special. No, that doesn't help.
What about every third word? Jimmy, I believe that's it. Look.
Mr. Kent, you got it. Gee whiz.
Take the first message here, the one I heard at the airport. If you take every third word, it reads, planes arriving next few minutes. Use all force. Great Scott.
Gee, that's it, all right.
Almost at once, President Fuller's plane did come in.
But it's his plane.
Oh, that's all right. They'd understand. Now for the other message, the one we just heard. Quick.
Look, Mr. Kent, this is a code, too. Special planes arriving midnight. Masters say must not miss.
You've got it. You understand what that code message means, Jimmy?
Well, it means there's a plane coming to Bridger Field. I can understand that much, and that somebody's being told to bring it down.
And do you know what that plane is? It's the one Fuller spoke about. The special brand new mystery ship, the one they've been experimenting on for months.
Gee whiz.
More than that, Hagen knows something that even Fuller doesn't know, Jimmy.
What is it?
That ship wasn't expected at Bridger Field till day after tomorrow. But apparently it's coming tonight. Tonight at midnight.
Mr. Kent, what are we going to do?
We're going to play it like this, Jimmy. You get back to Bridger Field as quick as you can. And I'll stay here.
Listen, you better come too, Mr. Kent.
No, there may still be something to find out. Hagen may come back. And if he does...
But he won't come back. He's gone. I heard him say so. He's going to take charge of wrecking the plane.
And that's the one thing we don't know. We don't know where he is. But we can guess.
How?
Jimmy, it's somewhere up in the hills. With a direct view of Bridger Field. It must be. Come on.
Where are you going?
Get you out of here, up to the shack. Up you go, Jimmy.
Mr. Kent, I hate to run off and leave you like this.
Don't worry about me. Now, look here now, Jimmy. When you get to Bridger Field, find Hammond. Tell him what we found out. Tell him to get searching parties out and scour all trails into the hills. Get that?
I got it.
Tell him to find all the cabins he knows anything about, particularly the ones that look down on the field. And tell him to work fast.
I'll tell him.
Tell him that we think now their mystery plane is coming in at midnight. Tell him whatever he does, it's got to be before then. Now get going. Beat it.
So long, Mr. Kent. I'll hurry all I can.
Well, you have news, Fodor?
Professor, the man and the boy, they were here in the tunnels.
What? The man Kent? Where is he now?
He sent the boy away. He suspects something, Professor.
Let him. Is he still about?
I think he comes back. I think I hear something.
Very well. Listen now, Fodor. This time there must be no mistake. If that man leaves the tunnels, all my plans may be spoiled.
Yeah, I do my best.
Just beyond my chamber in the tunnels, you know what is there, Fodor.
Yeah, I know.
Be prepared. I shall help you. You will hear my voice over the wires. You will think I am in the next room. He will break in. When he does that, Fodor...
Yes, I understand, yeah.
There must be no way out. Remember that. It must appear to be an accident.
Yeah, sure, he lost his way. I shall arrange it.
And just in case, remember, Fodor, he has been strangely successful before. Have a rifle ready.
A rifle, Professor. Yeah, he comes. I hear him in the tunnel.
That is all. Go, Fodor. Go quickly before he finds you and see what happens to him now.
I get my hands on the professor. Or if I don't, my friend Fodor will do. What the... Where is he? I left him right there in the corner. Fodor, where are you? No use hiding. Fodor.
Fodor is no longer where you can reach him, my friend.
Who's that? Who are you? Where's that voice coming from?
I am the one whose plans you would like to know. I am Hagen, Mr. Kent.
Loudspeaker, that's what it is. Must be somewhere right nearby. Well, if I find him...
I'm not far off. Merely in the next room.
Next room. And we'll just see how strong the walls are.
I'm through the walls. Where are you, Hagen? Great Scott, it's a regular cabin. What the... Tigers. Bengal tigers. Ah,
Going to spring, eh? All right, spring. Got one of these hands. Don't try to claw me. It can't be done. Oh, all right. You want to get rough? See how you like this. And this. And this. There now. Put along home. Go on, scat. What? No, it's bullets, eh? Tigers don't work. Why, it's my old friend Fodor. Well, no use, Fodor. Bullets just bounce. Someday I may tell you why, but meantime I want to talk with you. Don't run off, Fodor. Wait, you can't get away.
Stop here. You let me go. Put me down.
Where's Hagen, Fodor?
Hagen, I do not know. Now, you stop that. Wait.
Quick. Where is he? I won't be so gentle next time.
In here, somewhere in cabin.
I know that. But where?
I do not know. He never told me.
What?
No, that is all I know. He never say where cabin is. Only up in hills. That is where he is now.
Well, what about his voice? I heard his voice.
Wires. He fix wires when he get there. He hear everything.
All right. And maybe he'll hear this. I'm coming for you, Hagen. I'm going to get you. And meanwhile, if you hurt the boy...
No. Hagen has not got boy. He say that to make you mad.
Oh, he did, eh? And you've certainly succeeded. I'm coming, Hagen. I'll search every mountain around Bridger Field, and when I find you...
Lane! Hagen go up there to get Lane.
I know. And it's coming at midnight. That means there isn't much time. Look out for yourself, Hagen. Here I come.
Superman is on his way, but not even he knows just where to go. Somewhere high up in the hills is the cabin from which Professor Hagen plans swift and deadly destruction of the airplanes at Bridger Field. Can Superman get there in time to prevent tragedy? And what of Jimmy, already racing back to give warning? Climax is at hand. Tune in and follow the story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in... Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, champion of the weak and the helpless, who has appeared on Earth with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among human beings as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Kent was in the Southwest at lonely Bridger Field with young Jimmy Olsen, copy boy on the Planet, investigating the connection between the man known as Professor Hagen, animal trainer in Lawbeck Circus, and the series of mysterious crashes among test planes of the privately owned National Air Service. Finding evidence of Hagen's plans in the caverns below the circus grounds, Superman had taken off in a last desperate attempt to save a brand new mystery plane, last word in aviation science, due to reach Bridger Field at midnight. As our story continues today, not much time is left. Moonlight shines down on the slopes of the Rockies and on the search party headed by young Jimmy and Ed Hamlin of the airport, making their way up the narrow trail by muleback. And also on the tiny cabin in which Hagen makes his deadly machine ready. Listen.
So it works well. Most instructive, eh, Carl?
What is it, Professor? What exactly does it do?
If the capable Pedro were here, he could show you to the Queen's State.
Why did you send him back to Del Rio?
Back to Del Rio? By no means, Carl. Merely down the trail to operate the signal devices.
You think there is someone coming?
I'm quite sure of it. Thanks to that interfering newspaper man, Mr. Clark Kent.
What will you do?
I believe he sent out a party to scour the trails above Bridger Field by muleback.
Professor, if they do that, they'll find the cabin.
Here? Rest easy, Carl. Much will happen before they reach here. Now, see? Watch what occurs when I focus the machine.
I see nothing at all. Professor.
Yes?
What does the teleflame do?
That is my secret, Carl. It stretches out into the dark, silently, invisibly, till it meets the metal of the plane's engine.
Then what?
Then heat, terrific heat, 10 times hotter than the electric arc. The metal is made white hot, then incandescent. Then it gives way and disappears in the form of gas. It is gone, Carl, completely gone.
That's why they found the no motors in the wrecks.
Just so. And it is also why they will find no trace of this mystery ship at all. It will vanish completely, Carl, like a puff of smoke in the wind. In something less than 9 minutes. Now, stand by again while I make another adjustment. But be careful, my friend. Be careful to keep well out of rain. Now.
Watch out, Jimmy. Don't try to guide the mule.
I'm not, Mr. Hamlin.
He knows more about these trails than you do. Now, wait, let's pull up a minute there. Oh, whoa.
You think we ought to stop, Mr. Hamlin? How much time is there?
Wait till I take a look at my watch, Jimmy. 8 minutes to 12.
Gee, if that's right, Mr. Hamlin, we gotta keep going. There isn't time to stop.
We're doing all we can. Say, Jimmy, did Kent tell you just where to find this cabin?
No, he wasn't sure. He said it was someplace that overlooked the field.
Oh, then we're on the right track. Up ahead away, we'll find the shack.
Mr. Hamlin, come on. We've got to find that cabin.
Take it easy, boy. Hurrying will just get us killed. Can't take these narrow trails at a gallop.
Where are we? Where have we got to?
Now, wait a minute. Let's see. We're on what's called the chasm trail. Right up ahead is the narrowest part of it. You see where the moonlight shines against the rock?
Golly, it looks plenty narrow.
It is. It's sort of a shelf. Sticks out over nothing. Now, what about it? Are you game to try it?
If it'll stop what's going to happen down there in our field, I'll try it. Listen, Mr. Hamlin, what about the others? Where do you think they've got to?
The other trail parties? Well, one of them took the hogback, and the third went around by Sunset Canyon.
Are there cabins up there, too?
Yes, indeed, and they all have a view of the field.
Well, come on, let's get going, Mr. Hamlin. If there is anything up there, we've got to find it in the next 7 minutes.
You better let me go ahead, Jimmy, especially when we get to the shelf.
All right, but I'll be right behind.
Be careful now. If your mule loses his footing, throw yourself against the rocks on the inside of the trail.
Is he apt to do that?
Well, no, but then you never can tell. It's a long way down. Now watch it, Jimmy. Here's the shelf. Just follow right straight along and don't look down.
I couldn't anyway. It's too dark to see much, except where the moonlight is. Golly, it's narrow.
All right. Come on, Jimmy. Don't stop. We want to get off this place. The cabin's just up ahead away.
Mr. Hamlin, how far is it across the shelf?
400 or 500 yards. Oh, keep going.
Mr. Hamlin, listen.
Huh?
What's that noise?
What? It's a slide. There's a rock slide up on the mountain. Get going, Jimmy. From the sound, it might be coming right down here.
Which way will we go, Mr. Hamlin?
Right on ahead. It's quicker than going back.
No, we can't do it. Look, something just came down right on the trail. Boulders, big ones. Get back against the rock. Mr. Hamlin, it's coming straight for us.
Get off that mule. Quick, Jimmy. Now duck behind him. That's the way. That's it. Now quick. Crawl right against the rocks. Hurry up, quick.
It's coming.
Down from the top of the mountain hurtles the mass of rock and earth. But suddenly another sound fills the air. A great rushing of wind. Superman comes streaking over the trail. What? It's Jimmy. Jimmy and Ed Hamlin. They're right under that slide. Down. Here she comes. I can divide that slide right here. It'll jump the shelf and never touch them. Now! Here she is. Right in the middle. Oh. It's working. It's dividing. They're going to be all right. Going right over their heads. Now for Hagen. It's just time to stop him before midnight. Up, and away.
Almost ready now. What's the clock say, Carl?
2 minutes to 12.
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes more, my Carl, and we earn our pay.
Professor, is there any sign yet of the plane?
Oh, not yet.
Will it be on time, do you think?
I think so. If what I've heard is true, it flies to the split second.
The machine.
Yes?
Is it ready?
Quite ready, Carl. When the plane appears, I start the teleflame in operation. Once started, it will do its work wherever it is pointed. But mind, my friend, keep out of its way.
Professor.
Yes?
Look. What's there in the west?
Lights. Wing lights of a plane, Carl. That's it. It's coming. Just a few seconds more now till it gets above the field.
It's coming like a lightning bolt. Professor Hagen, what speed? Look.
And when it hits the Hagen teleflame, it will be even more like a lightning bolt, Carl. It will burst into flames like a meteor. Now I start it. I start the teleflame.
I hear it. I hear it flying.
No, don't be ridiculous. You can't hear it this far off. You hear the teleflame.
No, it's not the teleflame. It's something else. Right over our heads. Professor, look. Look.
Now then, the plane is above the field. Good thing the moon is up so we can see. Now watch, Carl. Watch.
Professor, there's a man. A man in the sky right over us. Here he comes.
Drop that machine. Shut it off.
Who's that? Carl, stop him. Get him.
I said stop that machine.
Professor, look out. Quick.
Too late, my friend. Now.
No, it's not too late. Just watch this, Hagen.
He's got the machine.
Carl, stop him. Shoot him.
He's turning it around.
Stop.
Now then.
He's pointing it at us.
The cabin. The whole cabin is coming down. Look out, Carl. Look out, Carl. Shoot him.
Oh, stop, Jimmy. Pull up. Oh, boy, that was a narrow escape.
Gosh, that rock slide almost got us, Mr. Hamlin. What about the cabin? Where is it?
Never mind the cabin. Look down the valley. Toward the field, Jimmy. Look.
The plane. I see its lights. The plane.
And look. She's circling for a landing. She's coming down.
Mr. Hamlin, what if she goes up now? What if she catches fire? The cabin. Make for the cabin.
No. It's too late for that. She's got a chance at it. Wait a minute. Look. Jimmy, look. Look, they're down. They've made it. They've landed, and they're safe, Jimmy. They're safe.
Hi there. Did I hear voices?
Kent. Mr. Kent. Golly, where did you come from?
Up the other trail. Did you see what happened?
Oh, Kent did. We just watched it. The plane's safe and sound at Bridger Field.
But the cabin, Mr. Kent. What about the cap?
Oh, the cabin. It's right up ahead. I've just come from there.
You have? Well, what about Professor Hagen?
Was he there? Did he have a machine?
Oh, yes. Yes, he was there, all right. And he had his machine.
All right. Then what happened?
Hamlin, I don't know. Something must have gone wrong. Instead of hitting the plane, Hagen's machine hit Hagen and then destroyed the cabin. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Hagen and his machine are finished forever.
Kent, are you sure of that?
Absolutely positive. It's a promise. And now what do you say we get back down there and see what this mystery ship looks like, eh? Jimmy and I have a swell story to file for our paper back east.
Oh, boy, I'll say we have. Let's go, Mr. Kent.
Just in the nick of time, Superman saves the day. The mystery plane, last word in man's conquest of the air, rests safely at Bridger Field. And Clark Kent scores a tremendous scoop. But there's another assignment on the way. Even as he speeds eastward again with Jimmy, a strange and unbelievable mystery takes form ahead of him. Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hand, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings as champion of the weak and the oppressed, disguised as Clark Kent, news reporter. As our story opens today, Kent has returned from Bridger Field after solving the mystery of the wrecked airplanes and is about to pick up a new assignment. He is in the private office of city editor Perry White of the Daily Planet. and White is staring at him across the desk in some surprise. Listen.
And do you honestly mean to tell me you've never heard of Buffalo Hills?
Oh, only just this minute, Chief. No fooling. What is it, a national game preserve?
Buffalo Hills, Kent, is about to become a national shrine.
Oh, now I remember. It's where they carved the pictures in the side of a mountain.
Well, now you're waking up.
Uh-huh.
Enormous sculptures, Kent. Scenes representing the early history of the pioneers, carved in granite half a mile up in the air in the face of the cliff.
Yes, haven't they been at it for 5 years or something?
More than that. Now they've finished. Next week comes the big unveiling.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you'll like Buffalo Hills. Fine air, wonderful views. And, of course, that's Al Carson's state.
Al J. Carson? The reform governor? Oh, so that's what it is. You think there may be trouble, eh?
I didn't say so, Kent.
I understand, Mr. White.
Well, Carson's had a fight on his hands. He's cleaned up the state, but there's a certain gang that's sworn to get him.
Yes, wasn't he shot at just last week?
Yes, for the third time. They send a heavy police guard wherever he goes. I don't know. Now, if I were a crook and wanted to get a well-known public figure, well, what would you do?
I'd pick a time when he was out in the open with lots of people.
Yeah, just so. Now, for instance, the ceremonies at Buffalo Hills where Governor Carson will make the chief address. See?
Uh-huh.
Steady room, White. Who? Hatch. Well, what is he? Oh, yes, certainly I know him, certainly. All right, let him come out.
All right, Mr. White. I'll be running along then. Got to get tickets and expense money.
Stick around, Kent. You ever meet Asa Hatch?
The old man who takes pictures?
He's an old friend of mine, Kent. Pioneer, Indian fighter, scientist, scholar, probably the best landscape photographer in the country. And besides that, he's a regular amateur detective.
What?
You heard me. Amateur Sherlock Holmes. Also volunteer traveling correspondent for the Daily Planet.
Wow.
You better stick around and meet him, Kent. Men like Asa Hatch are scarce. I had no idea he was in town.
Perry, my dear fellow, the very man I want to see.
Come in, Asa. Come in and shut the door. Kent, pull up a chair.
My dear Perry, the story of a lifetime. Front page, absolutely.
Now, Asa, sit down and stop bubbling like a fountain. Meet one of my bright young men, Clark Kent.
How do you do, Mr. Hatch?
Delighted, John. Perry, stop the presses. How long before you go to bed?
Me or the paper?
The paper.
10 minutes ago. What's on your mind?
A sensation, believe me. Look at me, Perry. Mr. Kent, if that's the name.
That's it.
Observe me up and down and sideways. Do I appear dangerous, vicious?
Dangerous? What are you talking about?
Is there anything about me to stir people to rage, homicidal frenzy?
I'm afraid I don't.
In words of one syllable, is there any reason why anyone should want to kill me?
Kill you? Hazel, what are you talking about?
Well, my dear fellow, I'm doing my best to tell you. Kindly don't interrupt. Merely listen.
Yes, we're listening.
I said don't interrupt. I arrived in this metropolis of yours from the south and went to the station to purchase a ticket for the west. To be explicit, for Boulder City.
Boulder City? Are you going out to Buffalo Hills?
Of course, my dear fellow. If you insist on interrupting, I shall take myself and my story to the Daily Express.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's merely that Kent's going out to Boulder City, too. You'll be company for him.
Certainly, Perry, if he enjoys traveling with a corpse.
What?
The word was corpse. One who has departed this life.
Now, Asa, look here. Would you mind telling us what in heaven's name you're talking about?
Not at all. I've been trying to for some minutes.
Then what is it?
My hat.
What?
My hat. There it is. Look at it. Mr. Kent, you look at it.
Well, it looks all right, Mr. Hatch. A little dusty on one side, but...
Natural consequence of being plucked from the gutter. And what was it doing in the gutter? Lying there, gentlemen, after being shot from my head.
What? Shot from your head?
Quite so. Look at it closely. A hole in the crown, yes. That hole was made by a bullet.
What?
Please, Perry, your remarks have a certain monotony. The last three have been what?
But I don't understand.
Look, Perry, I came out of the station, walked by an alley, and someone shot my hat off with a rifle.
Yes, but who did it and why? Did they take you for a gangster?
How do you know it was a rifle?
Please, gentlemen, one at a time. I don't know who did it, nor why, nor whether they took me for a gangster, and I merely guess that a rifle was used.
Why?
Because I saw no sign of the perpetrator and heard no shot. Too far for a pistol. Now then, what I should like to know is, what next?
Well, Mr. Hatch, have you reported this to the police?
Not so far, Mr. Kent. I prefer to come straight to my old friend, White. As I said before, front page story. Distinguished photographer shot in dark. Attempted murder in the night. Well, Perry?
Asa, when did this happen?
This evening, barely 20 minutes ago.
Have you been anywhere since?
I told you I came straight here. I walked across the park, and here I am.
The window! The Dickens!
Yes, I told.
Mr. Hatch, stand back from that window. Get back. Are you hurt?
No, I think not.
Mr. White, that was a bullet. Someone fired a bullet at Mr. Hatch through the window.
Call the police. Call the press room. Get out there and do something, Kent.
I'm going, Mr. White.
Hey, you men out there. Ferguson, Moore, get in here. Call the police. No, don't call the police.
Now then, out of sight in the hall.
I think it's time Clark Kent changed into Superman and did a little detective work. If that was a bullet, I know just about where it came from. Now, out of these clothes. Up with the window. And out we go. Out and away. Now then. That shot came through the window and hit the wall across the office near the ceiling. So whoever it was fired it from below and almost directly opposite. Down we go. Down. Down to that empty floor in the loft across from the Planet Building. Down. Down on that ledge. Hope I make a good landing. Here we go. Almost slipped that time. I wish they'd make these ledges a little broader. 6 inches wide and 40 feet above the street. Now then, if I can just edge along a bit. I think that's an open window just ahead. It is. Open just an inch or two. Oh, something's coming out of it. It's a rifle barrel. Great Scott, he's going to try again. That lighted window in White's office is a perfect target. Oh, no, you don't, my friend. Not twice in the same place. Not while Superman's around. No time for crawling. Have to burst in there and knock that gun down. Out and down and in through the window.
Hey, what's that?
Put down that gun.
Where'd you come from? Stand back.
I said put down that gun. I won't say it again.
You bet you won't say it again. Don't come any closer. All right, take it.
No good. Bullets just bounce, and so will you.
Hey, what are you doing? Get away! Get away!
Quick, talk and talk fast. Why did you shoot at Asa Hatch?
What do you know about Asa Hatch?
Why did you shoot at him? Who sent you here?
None of your business.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm making it my business. I told you once before to drop that gun.
Get away from me! Get away! I won't talk. You can't make me.
Quick, the police will be here in a minute. I hear them downstairs already. Talk. I said talk.
Ow! Let me go! Quit it! Ow! I'll get you! I'll get you!
Stop that. I won't give you another chance. Look out for that gun.
Oh, got me.
Oh, I told him to watch out.
I'm going. Quick. Listen.
Hell, what is it? Quick, someone's coming.
I'm going. I'll talk now. Listen.
Quick.
They sent me.
Yes?
Flores. Al Carson.
Who's Flores?
Get Hatch. Flores.
Yes?
Oh,
he's gone, poor fellow. Nothing I can do for him now. I can't be found here either. One more second, they'll be piling through that door. Out the window. Out we go. Back to the Planet office. Up, and away.
Well, I can't understand it. I can't understand where he went. I told him to get the police and find out what was going on. Come in.
Ah, there he is. Speak of angels, Perry, and you hear the flutter of their wings.
Ken, come in. Man of life, where have you been?
Mr. White, they got him. They got the man who did the shooting.
Good work. Who was he?
I can't tell you that. He was hiding in an empty loft across the street. And when the watchman broke in and cornered him, he shot himself.
Shot himself? Why?
Well, nobody knows.
Mr. Kent, did he have any remark to make on the reason for the shooting?
Mr. Hatch, he did say something. He mentioned 2 names.
Ah, what were they?
Flores. He said Flores and then Carson.
Carson? Great Scott. Did he mean Al Carson, the governor?
Oh, beyond a doubt. Go on, Mr. Kent.
Well, Mr. Hatch, that's all. It was all he said.
Well, what were his exact words, Kent?
As near as I remember, he said, they sent me. Flores. Carson.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Carson, the governor of a state, sending gunmen to murder innocent people back east? It can't be the governor.
Oh, it isn't, Perry, it isn't. But Flores, Pete Flores, I know him well.
You do? But what have they got against you?
Mr. Hatch, what's it all about?
My dear Mr. Kent, I haven't the slightest idea. But I can promise you one thing. You said something about traveling west with me to Boulder City?
Yes, that's right. He's covering the celebration at Buffalo Hills.
What is it, Mr. White?
Yeah? Well, what is it? Great Scott. Look here. More trouble at Boulder City.
What?
Governor Carson's automobile wrecked in a head-on smash.
Ah.
Was he hurt?
No, just a few scratches.
Very lucky. Just how lucky even he doesn't know. Yes, as I was saying, Mr. Kent, about your trip to Buffalo Hills for the celebration.
Well, what about it, Asa?
Whatever else it may be, it won't be dull. Oh, dear me, no. And as far as celebrations are concerned, Mr. Kent, I think you can prepare more for something like the 4th of July.
Mystery piling on mystery. What is Asa Hatch talking about? Who is Pete Flores? And what is the connection between Flores and Governor Carson? And why should anyone train a rifle on an elderly scientist and photographer? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who is faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, who comes from interstellar space, but who walks the earth as a man among men, disguised as Miles Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman, as Clark Kent, was about to leave for Boulder City, far out in the Buffalo Hills, where a national monument was to be dedicated in 1 week's time. As he received his assignment, an unexpected visitor appeared in the person of Asa Hatch, elderly scientist and photographer. He said that he, too, planned the trip to Buffalo Hills. But even as he stood at the window of Editor White's office, a shot crashed through the glass, barely missing him. Following the line of the bullet, Superman leaped into the darkness and traced it to an empty loft across the street. In the struggle that followed, the unknown rifleman was killed, gasping out the names of Pete Flores, Western's bad man, and Al J. Carson, reform governor of the western state in which the monument would be dedicated. As our story continues, 2 days have passed. The train carrying Kent and Asa Hatch is roaring westward. At a small way station not far from Boulder City, 2 men awaited passing. One of them is Dutchy Gann, a member of the Flores gang. The other is Flores himself. Listen.
She's coming, Pete. Here's the whistle.
So, he is. Come along, Dutchy. Down to the end of the platform. Don't forget the suitcase. Don't worry. And don't throw it around like that. There's that pineapple in there that will blow you sky high.
Listen, what you got against this newspaper guy? What's his name? Kent.
Not much. I haven't heard much about him. But what little I hear is plenty. Look what he did to Dinelli.
You can't do that?
So I'm told. Maybe it was luck, and maybe it wasn't. But whatever it was, we don't want no part of it out here. Not till we get through with Carson.
When's it coming off, Pete?
Midnight tonight. When they ain't looking for nothing, that's why I want to knock these guys off first.
Who's the other one?
The other guy is an old bird by the name Hatch. He was out here once before. What he did was plenty.
Plenty what?
Plenty trouble. Don't know if he meant it or not, but that don't make no difference. This time, I ain't take no chance.
Here she comes. What about it now, Pete?
Come on. Back into the tall grass. Get down, Dutchy. So, now listen.
She's slowing down, all right.
Open up the suitcase. Handle it easy. There.
What do?
You ride the rods. Fix pineapple under car 384. Go as far as Island Falls. Then get off and meet me in Boulder City.
Here comes the dust. Watch yourself, Pete. Can't see a thing.
You watch the cars. Count the numbers. There she is. That's 384. Now then, Dutchy, quick. No one see you in dust. Run. Get on board rods. Make it good and tight. Quick.
Okay, Pete.
So long. All right? Oh, quite all right, thank you. I'm a natural-born traveler, Mr. Kent. Is your lemonade sweet enough?
Suits me. For your help.
As we say, down the hatch. The ace a hatch? Well, bless my soul, we're stopping. Didn't stay long at this place. What's the name of it?
I don't know. Oh, wait. There comes the station. Wait a minute now. Little Forks. Little Forks. Huh. Well, it's little enough, but I don't see the forks.
They're in the water when there is any water.
Which there isn't right now. Boy, look at that dust.
Too bad for tramps, eh, Mr. Kent? If there are any tramps.
Yes, I'm just as glad I'm riding the chair cars and not the rods. Well, how about some more lemonade, eh?
No, thank you. One's enough. Oh, my word, you certainly drank it down. Yes, as I was saying before, Mr. Kent, I very soon decided that the law was not for me, so I went into taking pictures, and there I've been ever since.
Well, you must have done a bit of traveling here and there, haven't you?
Oh, yes, here and there. In fact, the last time I was out at Boulder City, a good many years ago that was, I had a very curious experience. Would you like to hear about... I say, would you like to hear about it? Huh? What? I said, would you like to hear about my experiences the last time I was in Boulder City?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, my dear fellow, you're suddenly absorbed. Is anything the matter? Mr. Hatch.
Do you hear anything?
Hear anything?
Yes.
Why, no, only the usual click of the wheels. Do you?
Listen. Directly under us, isn't there a sort of metallic clinking? Wait.
Well, my dear fellow, it's probably some tramp. He's changing his false teeth.
No, really. Listen.
Oh, my dear Kent, I don't hear a thing, and if I did, why bother?
Funny. I don't hear it now myself. Well, sir, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll just drop in on the smoking car. Would you care to come along?
No, thank you. No, I shall read a bit and then take a nap.
All right. Well, I won't be long. Back in 10 minutes.
Take your time. We don't get to Boulder City until 11.
Right. Mighty queer, if you ask me. I could have sworn there was someone under the car making an adjustment with tools.
I wonder whether Superman should investigate. Ah, wait. There it is again. There is someone. He's under this car. He's riding the rods, but that isn't all. That isn't all he's doing. I think I'll have a look at this. If someone took a shot at Hatch back east, it's just barely possible he might be trying something else right now. Now, I'll open this door. Leave it open so I can get back in again. Now then, that does it. Out we go. Out over the train. And up. Faster. Got to get my bearings. Now, I'll just drop down and skim along under the cars or right alongside. Down we go. Down and right next to the train. Down. Plenty of cinders and dust. Now, let's see. Nobody back there. Now then, this is the car we were in, Hatch and I. Oh, there is someone there. It's a tramp on the rods. And he's doing something. Well, we'll soon yank him out of that. Hey there.
Hey, what's that? Where'd it come from? I'm seeing things.
Come out of that. Come on.
I'm going crazy. There's a guy flying along with the train. Ow!
You want me to come in there and get you? All right. How do you like this?
No, don't. Leave me alone. I'll fall. I'll go into the wheel.
No, you won't. Let go, quick. That's it. Now, come along with me. Out we go, and up, and away.
Hey, what are you doing? Where are you taking me?
Just for a ride. Don't be frightened. What were you doing under that car?
Nothing. Honest.
But you're not honest. That's just the trouble. Quick now, what were you doing?
I tell you, I wasn't doing nothing. I was just riding the rods. I got out at Little Falls.
What's your name?
Dutchy Gans.
Look, Dutchy, see that lake right below us? I'm dropping down to it.
Oh.
Down.
Wait, no.
Dropping down to it, Dutchie. Then I'm dropping you right into it. What were you doing under that train?
Nothing. I wasn't doing nothing.
All right, down you go, Dutchie.
Help! Don't let me drown.
I won't let you drown. Not yet. We're going ashore, Dutchie. Come on. You're wet here.
You're killing me.
Quick. Now, what were you doing under that train? Quick, unless you want another man.
No way. It was Flores. Pete Flores.
Flores? What do you mean?
He made me do it. He made me fix a bomb.
A bomb? Under that train?
Yeah. He's after the governor. Governor Carson. Tonight.
What about that bomb? When's it going off?
Right away. When the train leaves Island Falls.
What?
Hey, wait, no.
No time to wait now. I'm leaving you here, Dutchie. Get back any way you can. I've got to catch that train. Up, and away.
Porter.
Yes, sir?
What was that station we just stopped at?
That station? Yes, sir. That was Island Falls.
Faster. Ah, there she is. Just pulling out of that junction. If that's Island Falls, got to catch her now or it's too late. Down. Quick, under that car. 384. That's where he was. Ah, there's the bomb. Half a second more. Got to get in there and tear it loose. If it explodes, it'll blow that car to pieces. Now then. Come out of that. Tear loose. Got it. Made it. And off it goes, down into the river. And just in time.
There, Kent. You had your smoke?
Oh, yes. Yes, thanks, Mr. Hatch.
By the way, did you hear that loud explosion a moment ago? It rattled the window.
Yes, I heard it. I think it was blasting down by the river.
Oh.
Tell me something, Mr. Hatch. That fellow Flores, would he have it in for you in any way?
Flores, Kent?
Yes.
Flores?
Yes, would he have it in for you and Governor Carson?
Well, since you ask me, Kent, yes, he would. Very definitely he would have it in for both of us.
Oh.
Why?
And when does this train get to Boulder City?
Fairly soon now, if we're on time. What makes you ask?
Nothing. Except that I think we might make a call on the governor, Mr. Hatch. Tell him what happened back east.
Indeed, Kent. You really think that, eh?
I do, sir. And I'll tell you something else, too. I hope we are on time.
What does Asa Hatch know or suspect? What danger threatens Governor Carson in Boulder City at the hands of Peter Flores and his gang? And can Clark Kent or Superman reach the governor in time to ward it off? Tune in next time and follow the story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from the outer reaches of the universe with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Kent was traveling westward toward Boulder City in the Buffalo Hills with Asa Hatch, elderly scientist and photographer, to cover the dedication ceremonies at the new Pioneers National Monument, at which Governor Al Carson is to be the chief speaker. But the gang of Pete Flores, Western bad man, has sworn revenge on the governor for his reform administration. And they have also determined that Kent and Hatch shall not hinder them. As our story continues today, several hours have passed. It is evening, and unknown to Kent and Hatch, Pete Flores plans another attempt on the life of the governor at midnight. Meanwhile, the governor himself, all unknowing, chats with his secretary in the privacy of the executive mansion. Listen.
What's that, Keegan? What's the time?
9:30, sir.
Oh, I'm sleepy. I think I'll turn in. Is there anything else that can't wait over till morning?
No, sir. Recommendations of the Pardons Board.
That'll wait. Anything special?
Not particularly. They've recommended Rico Frayne for executive clemency.
What? Rico Frayne? Why, confound it, man, Rico Frayne was Pete Flores' right-hand man. He was mighty lucky to get out as well as he did.
I was wondering, sir. I mean to say...
Wondering what?
Of course, it isn't for me to make suggestions, Governor. I know that.
Well, get on, man. Get on. What are you talking about?
Well, sir, Frayne was only the first. There are a good many prosecutions still to come.
I should say there are plenty of them. I'll have that entire gang behind bars if it's the last thing I do. And Flores along with all the rest.
But, Governor, you know what he said. I mean, Flores...
What Flores says isn't front-page stuff with me, Keegan.
He swears he'll get you, sir. Just as he got all the others that stood in his way.
You really think that, do you, Keegan?
I'm terribly afraid of it, sir.
And I think I'd better show you just how afraid of it I am. Hand me that recommendation.
Governor, what are you going to do?
Keegan, this recommendation on behalf of Rico Frayne is denied. There, that's that. And now, good night.
Good night, sir.
Now I can sleep with a clear conscience. Good night.
Hello? What number you call?
Hey, that you, Flores?
Who is this?
Keegan, at the governor's mansion. It's no good, Flores.
What you mean?
The Frayne recommendation from the Pardons Board. It's denied.
Keegan, you hear me? You listen good, eh?
Yeah, go on. I'm listening.
At midnight tonight, I fix Governor Carson for good.
Midnight?
That's what I say. Listen, you know man by name Hatch, old man?
Old Razor Hatch? Sure, I know him.
Good. So when old man Hatch come to Governor's house tonight, you take care.
What's that? Hatch is coming here?
You hear me, Keegan? Hatch and man from newspaper by name Kent. They both come. We put bomb on the train, but something happened. It don't go off. They do not get to talk to Carson. See?
Okay, Flores. Trust me for that.
Your gates, they are locked, yes?
You bet they're locked. Since your last try. They won't stand a chance of getting in.
Okay, Keegan. Me, I go follow them myself now. Maybe this is night I fix everybody. Governor, Hatch, and reporter. We see. So long.
So long, Flores.
Remember, you must not let Hatch and Kent get in to talk to Governor. Remember, when they come, I see them outside. Myself.
Well, my dear Kent, what'd you make of it? Very simple, Mr. Hatch. The governor's life has been threatened, so he locks and bars his gates. Absolutely no admittance.
But that's preposterous. Where are the guards?
Yes, that's something I don't quite understand myself. You'd think they'd be all over the place. But there's a light in the mansion. You can see it through the bars.
Yes, bless me, so there is. Well, what do we do now?
I don't see any bell. Look here, Mr. Hatch. How would it do if you walked on along the wall? Maybe there's another way to get in.
Oh, yes. Well, are you going to stay here?
Well, somebody might come. You go ahead. If you find anything, call.
Very well, Kent, but I still think this is all a wild goose chase.
Oh, do you? You wouldn't if you'd heard what I heard from Dutchy Gann. Now that you're out of the way, I think Superman will see if he can't get through that gate. Wait. Someone's coming.
Hey, you. What you do at that gate?
Why, I'm just wondering how to get in.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's something else to wonder about. Still, you like that?
Oh, so you want to play, do you? All right, I can play, too.
Hey, what you do? Hey, put me down.
Take a pass at a perfect stranger with a blackjack, will you? Well, come to think of it, you're just what I need to open this gate.
Hey, look out. Hey!
Just what the doctor ordered.
threw him against the gate and shattered the lock. After that, the rest is easy. I'll just get them completely open. There, that does it. Now to get this fellow hidden before Hatch comes back. Behind these bushes will do. There we are. When he comes to, he'll think twice before he pulls another blackjack.
Kent. Kent, what's going on?
There's Hatch. Quick. Back to Clark Kent.
This way, Mr. Hatch. The gate wasn't really locked after all.
It wasn't. Bless me, it certainly seemed locked. What did you do?
Well, I just gave it a push and it opened. Come on, let's get up to the house. Oh, look, someone's coming.
Yes, he's opening the door.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
What's that? Who's there?
Why, bless me if it isn't Keegan. Keegan, my dear fellow.
Who is it?
Here, let me come inside. Where's the light? Come in, Kent.
Really, gentlemen?
Now then, Keegan, don't you remember Asa Hatch, eh?
Asa Hatch? I really, I'm afraid...
Wait, Keegan, your memory's failing. Think back. Pictures, photographs, you know, the camera.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hatch, yes. Now that I stop to think...
Now that you stop to think, my dear fellow. A joke's a joke. Look here, this is Mr. Kent, representative of the Daily Planet.
Reporter? I'm terribly sorry, but you know the rules.
Rules?
I don't understand how you gentlemen got in the grounds. The gates were locked.
Mr. Keegan, we've got to see the governor at once.
It's urgent, Keegan.
But the governor never sees reporters except at his daily press conference.
Reporters? Confound you, Keegan. You know I'm not a reporter. I'm an old friend. I wish to see Al Carson at once. At once, you hear?
Sorry, gentlemen. And now, if you wouldn't mind leaving, Governor Carson has retired. And I'm afraid... Good night, gentlemen.
Well, looks like we're locked out.
Kent, my dear fellow, I apologize. I can't imagine what on earth...
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Hatch. That secretary just doesn't remember you.
Doesn't remember me? Don't you believe it? He remembers me perfectly. By Jove.
What's the matter?
Kent, I begin to believe you're right. There is some danger hanging over the governor.
I'm sure of it. But what made you change your mind?
Keegan. He knew me at once, but he refused to admit it. Wouldn't let us go to the governor. Don't you see what that means?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, use your brains, man. Keegan knows, he must know that if I go to the governor tomorrow with this story, Keegan will lose his job.
Well, I should certainly think so.
Well, then, my dear fellow, it's as plain as the nose on your face. Keegan isn't afraid of what I might say to the governor tomorrow or at any other time.
Why not?
Because the governor will not be here tomorrow. An attempt will be made to get rid of Governor Al Carson this very night. And Keegan knows it.
Mr. Hatch, you're right.
Yes, and the question is what to do now.
Come on. We'll take a look around the grounds.
Good idea.
If there's anything going on, we may be able to stop it. Come on, quietly now. And keep in the shadows.
Kent, what is the time? Have you any idea?
It's after 10, that's all I can tell you. Quiet! Be careful.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I stepped into a bush. I say, Kent, what if someone observed us at this? A guard or the police? A bit awkward, eh?
Quiet! Try not to make too much noise. Let's edge around that corner. Stop.
What's up?
Someone's there. Just ahead of you.
Hatch, look out! Stand where you are. It's the law.
What? Police?
Up with your hands. I guess we got you this time. Grab them, boys.
Yeah, see here. Now, wait. Stop.
Officer, you're making a mistake.
Sure we are. What are you doing snooping around the grounds, eh?
We've just left the mansion.
Oh, you've just left the mansion, have you? Friends of Governor Carson's, I suppose, eh?
Well, if it comes to that, my good fellow, we are. And if you'll kindly conduct us to the door, the governor's secretary will identify us.
Oh, will he? Yeah, it's a good stall, and I'll just take you right up on it. Up they go, boys, back to the front door.
I'm telling you, you've made the mistake of your life.
Maybe so, but we ain't taking no chances. In case you don't know it, there's a 24-hour watch on this place. Yeah, and how come you had to break in the gate if you're friends of Governor Carson's?
Break in the gate? It was open.
Sure, it was open, after you cracked the lock. Here we are. Ring the bell. Oh, never mind. Here's somebody now. Yeah, I reckon they heard the noise. Say, what the... Sorry to bother you, Mr. Keegan, but we just picked up these guys snooping around the grounds.
Back again, Keegan.
They say they came from the house. Friends of the governor's. What about it?
Friends of the governor?
So they say. Take a look at them, will you?
Come on, Keegan. Identify us. We have business to attend to.
Shut up, you. Well, Mr. Keegan?
Captain, I think you'd better take them right down to jail. I give you my word, I've never seen either of them before in my life.
What? Keegan, are you out of your mind?
That's enough of that. Come on, you guys. Rush these bums into the wagon.
Not me, officer. So long.
Hey, get him. Shoot that guy. Hey, get away. Go get him.
sudden, unexpected intervention at the hands of the police. Asa Hatch is led off to jail, while Superman leaps away into the night. And meanwhile, the minutes pass, and deadly danger comes ever closer to Governor Carson, asleep in the executive mansion. In less than 2 hours, Pete Flores will strike. Can Superman discover the plot in time to save the governor? Tune in next time and follow the story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings as champion of the weak and the oppressed in the person of Clark Kent, news reporter. Sent west with Hatch to cover the dedication of the new national monument at Buffalo Hills, Kent had discovered that the life of Governor Carson was threatened by a gang of criminals under the lead of Pete Flores. Kent and Hatch had gone to the governor's mansion to warn him, but had been seized by the police as dangerous characters. Feeling that he could do more good out of jail than in it, Kent had leaped off and avoided arrest. As our story continues today, it is getting towards midnight, the time set by Flores for his attempt against the governor. But Kent does not know this. Determined on joining Hatch and then breaking out of jail, he has given himself up, only to meet a surprise. Hatch is in solitary confinement, and Kent's cellmate is a stranger who mistakes him for a member of the Flores gang. Realizing that this may give him the information he needs, Kent leads the man on. Listen.
Okay, the jailer's gone. Now, come on, lend me a hand.
Lend you a hand? Now, what are you trying to do?
Listen, don't be giving me that stuff. I know what you're in here for.
Oh, you do, eh?
Sure, I heard what the guy said. They caught you sneaking around Carson's place. Well, I reckon you and me are playing the same racket.
Yeah, shouldn't wonder at all.
Oh, quit being so cozy. I know Flores, too, see?
Yeah?
Yeah. And I know something else. I know why you're here.
Oh?
Yeah. And I know what we're all supposed to do tonight. So come on, come clean.
Look here now, I'm not sure about this.
Oh, quit it, will you? Didn't Pete say he'd send a guy in here to help spring me tonight?
Pete Flores told you that, did he?
You know mighty well he did. And you know why, too.
Well, maybe I do. But I never take chances. Just why is Pete going to get you out of here tonight?
Oh, lay off that stuff and help me with this mattress. Come on.
Mattress? What are you planning on doing with that?
Listen, wise guy, I'm putting it down on the floor because that's where I like to sleep. What do you think I'm doing with it?
It looks to me as if you were going to build a fire with it.
Well, if you ain't smart, I am going to build a fire with it. Now, listen, kid. Ain't nobody can hear you. I know why you're here.
Look, what's your name?
My name's Monty.
All right, Monty. Me and Flores, we can't afford to take chances. You know that.
Sure, I know.
So, suppose you give me the lineup. Then I'll know what's what.
Look, I'll give it to you quick.
Okay.
Pete said he'd pick a guy that nobody knew around here. So there'd be two of us when the riot begins, see?
Yeah?
I set fire to the mattress. There'll be a lot of hollering and smoke.
Yeah.
They'll come running down here, and you and me will make a getaway.
That sounds good, Monty. Then what?
Then we beat it up to the governor. There'll be a fast car waiting for us at the corner. We grab that, beat it uptown, and join Dutchy again outside the house.
Well, sounds easy. What's Dutchy going to be doing?
Dutchy will break into the mansion, drag out the governor. Well, maybe we'll have to help him.
Well, we better take this business kind of easy. We might not be able to pull it off.
Listen, kid, you don't know Pete Flores. But if it don't come off, Flores ain't going to stop there.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's got lots of things up his sleeve, Flores has.
Yeah?
Sure. If this don't work out right tonight, well, just wait to see what happens next.
Go on, Monty. What will happen next? I don't think you know as much as you think you do.
Oh, I don't, eh? Well, I do. And so do you. Now, you quit trying to kid me.
Give me a hand with this, Mackerson. Get ready with your slugger.
What do we do?
Well, we start up the fire. Like this, see? That'll do it fine. This stuff goes up like hay. I kept the match on purpose.
Hey, that's going to make quite a blaze, Monty. You'll choke us all to death.
The other guys will begin hollering in a minute.
Then what?
Well, when the keeper comes in to see what's up, you slap him over the head and we swipe his key. Hey, that smoke's getting mighty thick. But the thicker it is, the better. Hey, where are you? I can hardly see your teeth.
Right here. Listen, they're coming. I heard a whistle.
Hey, here comes the keeper. And the minute he opens the cell, let him have it.
Right.
Hey, now, where are you? Hey.
Now then, nobody can see a thing in the smoke. I think it's time Clark Kent changed into Superman. They can't see a thing. I'll duck right out past that keeper. If he gets in my way... sorry. Can't stop to apologize. Now then, out of here and down that corridor. Quick. There's the brick wall. I remember that window faces on the jail yard. Well, here we go, right through it. Out in the yard. And up. Wish I could stop and get Hatch out of there. There isn't time now. By heavens, that fellow was right. There is the car down there. They're waiting for a jailbreak. Then they'll be after the governor. I've got to hurry. Got to get there first. Up, and away!
Leaping skyward, a weird figure streaks through the air toward the executive mansion of Governor Carson. Red cloak streaming in the wind. Superman shoots through the night like a meteor. Over the mansion, where a single light burns in a window, he hovers, then drops slightly down.
There's the governor. Inside that room on the second floor. He's just going to bed. I'll crawl along the ledge, raise the window, and walk in on him as Clark Kent. I'll tell him I got a ladder and climbed up. Here we are.
Evening, Governor.
Who's that? Hey, what in the world?
Don't be frightened, please. I had to get in, and this was the only way.
Frightened? I'll show you how frightened I am. What do you mean by this?
Governor Carson, I have something to tell you. It's about Pete Flores.
Flores?
Yes.
You know about Flores. And how did you get in here?
Governor, I'm a newspaper man from the East. I heard some gangsters plotting, and I came right here to tell you.
Much obliged. Now, you can just stay right where you are till I call a guard.
Governor, quick. What time is it? Great heavens. Is that clock right?
It's just midnight.
Listen, you've got to listen.
I'll listen. It'll take the guards a few minutes to get here. I've already rung for them.
Governor, members of the Flores gang, maybe Flores himself, are coming here to kidnap you. They'll be here any second.
And so will the guards.
No, they won't. Don't you understand? All that's been taken care of.
Oh, has it? And what do you suggest, assuming for the time being that you're speaking the truth?
Wait, look. There's a car pulling up right now. Just beyond the wall. They're coming. Governor, you've got to let me meet them here in your place.
What? You're out of your mind.
I say you've got to. If it's Flores, now's our chance to get him once and for all. If it isn't, well, you can't afford to risk yourself.
Let them come. Just let them come, that's all.
No.
Hey, what are you doing? Confound it, sir. Let me down. I'll have you jailed for this.
Sorry, Governor. No time to argue. Got to be here when those fellows enter the room, and I've got to be here alone. I want them to think I'm you.
No, put me down. What are you doing?
Putting you in the closet until it's all over. Now, quiet, please.
No, I won't be quiet.
Oh, yes, you will. Here, I hate to do it, but take this. There. Didn't hurt him any, but it will keep him quiet. Now, I'll just lock him in. There, that does it. After all, it's for his own good. Oh, they're coming. Where's the governor's bathroom? Ah, there it is. They find me in bed. They'll never stop to ask whether I'm here or not. Great Scott, they certainly didn't waste any time. They've got a ladder, and they're coming right up. It's a good thing I turned off the light.
Okay, there he is, boys. Laying there in the bed. All right, grab him quick. Put that bag over his head. Hurry up before he wakes up. Yeah. Now then, jump. Hurry. Get the hand. Yeah, come on, hurry it up. Make him quit that yelling, will you? Out the window. Out of the car. Take it back. Boy, was that smooth. How's he doing under that bag, Monty? He's all right, Judge. He ain't hollering half so much. Where's Flores? Well, Monty, reckon it won't do no harm to tell you now. Flores said he'd wait till we got clear, and he'd sneak into the house himself and go through the wreckage. You mean Pete Flores is back there in the mansion right now? Boy, has he got nerve. Well, he figures all the angles, kid. Hey, Mike, ain't this the lake? Hey, look, we're on a bridge right over the river. Yeah, the lake's just ahead. Yeah, this'll do fine. Pull up, Mike. Take a good look, Monty. Anything coming?
No, can't see a thing. It's pitch black, too.
Okay. Drag him out of there. Quick.
Hurry.
You tie up his hands and feet like I told you, Monty.
Put me down. I tell you, I'll have you all in jail. Yes, and Florence, too.
Come on. Right over to the edge.
Now
then. Sling him out. I got him. You take his feet. Right.
Oh. One. Put me down.
Two. And away.
Devils. They thought I was the governor. They thrown me into the river. Well, they won't get far with that. First thing, got to get out of this bag. There, that does it. Now, up to the surface. 2 good strokes.
There we are. Up into the air. Up. There they go. Off in their car. I'd like to follow them and see what they're up to, but I can't. Now, if what they said is true, if Flores is back there at the executive mansion, up and away. Faster. Governor locked in that closet. Flores prowling around the house. If I ever hurried in my life, it's got to be now. Hurry. Faster.
Back along the white road, flashing over the rooftops of Boulder City, swifter than a bird in flight, Superman swoops down to the ledge outside Governor Carson's window.
Here we are. Lights on again. Down. There. Now then. Nobody in the room. No sign of a struggle. But he's still knocked out and locked in a closet. Governor Carson, Great Scott. It's empty. He's not there. Where is he? What's happened? And where's Flores? Governor! Governor Carson! Governor Carson, where are you? Governor!
Superman runs through the silent rooms, but not even an echo comes back to answer him. The governor has vanished. Where has he gone? What has happened? Has Pete Flores found him at last and taken sudden summary vengeance? And meanwhile, what of old Asa Hatch, whom we last saw being led off to jail? Tune in next time for the fast-moving, incredible climax. Follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who is faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, who comes from interstellar space, but who walks the earth as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman, as Clark Kent, had come to Boulder City in the Buffalo Hills with old Asa Hatch, scientist and photographer, to cover the dedication of a new national monument. On their way west, they had discovered a plot against the reform governor, Al J. Carson, and Kent had allowed himself to be carried off by the gang in the governor's place in the hope of learning their plan. The gang had thrown him in a lake and left him, but not until Kent had overheard them say that the gang chief himself, Pete Flores, was back at the executive mansion. Hearing the worst, Kent had broken his bonds, splashed upward out of the water, and returned, only to find the governor gone. As our story continues today, Superman is still running through the silent rooms, calling...
Governor Carson, where are you? Governor Carson! Governor!
Not a sign of him. If the door of that closet wasn't damaged, he hadn't even forced the lock. What's that? Footsteps. Someone's coming. It's that devil Flores. And whoever it is, he's coming down the hall, outside the door. I'll change back to Clark Kent till I know who it is.
Governor, I give you my word, it was all the doing of that fellow Keegan.
Wait a minute, Hatch. Don't move. Who's that back of the curtain?
Gosh, is that you, Governor? Why, Asa Hatch.
Kent, my dear fellow.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Governor, where have you been? What's happened? Hatch, what's been going on?
From what my old friend Carson tells me, we all have a little explaining to do.
I'll say we have. We'll begin with you, young man. I understand you're a newspaper man named Clark Kent.
That's right, Governor. Say, I'm awfully sorry I had to lock you in that closet. I didn't want to, but it was just touch and go.
Yeah, that's what you did to my chin, too. Touch and go.
Well, I'll forgive you. Asa tells me it was all in a good cause.
But what happened to you? Where did you go?
Same to you, young man. What happened to you? Where'd you go?
Governor, about 5 seconds after I locked you up, the gang came in the window and carted me off.
My dear fellow, who was it?
Our old pal, Dutchy Gann, Hatch. You remember Dutchy?
Oh, indeed, yes.
Well, Dutchy and his pals breezed in the window, slipped a bag over my head, and carried me away in a car.
But what then? How'd you get loose?
Oh, I don't know. I guess they got tired of something. Anyway, they rolled me out, and I came back, and here I am. But look, how did you get out of that closet?
Well, I came to after a while and began kicking and yelling, and the guard came in and heard me.
Oh.
And, of course, the first thing I tried to do was phone for the police, and I couldn't.
Oh, why not?
The wires were cut. That was the first thing that suggested you might have been right, Kent. So I called off my car and I went down to headquarters in person.
And the first person he saw, my dear fellow, was myself.
Yes,
What?
luckily. They were giving old Asa a tough examination.
Yes.
Wanted to know where he came from and all that.
Oh, tremendous excitement. Jailbreak, prisoners escaped. They thought I might have arranged it, Kent. Me.
Anyway, I got Hatch out of there and we came right back.
Yes, and what I want to know now is what in the name of time is going on?
It's a long story. I won't bore you with it. I'll just say this. Pete Flores is a crook and a murderer, and a mighty clever one at that. Before I was elected, he just about ran this territory. I swore that I'd put him and his whole gang out of business.
And meanwhile, he's doing his best to put you out of business, eh?
Well, I've got Enrico Frayne. He was Flores' right-hand man. Just a matter of time till I get Flores himself.
Unless he gets you first, Governor, is that it?
He won't, Kent. That sort of rat hasn't the nerve.
Well, what about tonight?
Well, you said yourself Flores wasn't there. He left the dirty work to Gann.
Well, really, Carson, I don't think it matters.
Anyway, they missed fire, so that's that.
Oh, no, don't you believe it.
What?
Why, bless me, Kent, what do you mean?
Governor, you've got to be careful. I heard them talking tonight while they were driving me off. And I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. They've got something else up their sleeves.
Well, what is it?
And I don't know. But they're counting on it.
Carson, if I were you, I should keep to myself, out of the public eye, until this fellow Flores is finished with, once and for all.
Well, Hatch, I can't do that. Even if I wanted to, it would be the most cowardly thing I could think of. I couldn't do it.
Well, my dear fellow, why not?
The Buffalo Hills ceremonies, Asa. Have you forgotten what you came out here for?
Oh, Governor, can't you get out of that?
Absolutely impossible. There'll be thousands of people here from all over the country. I'm making the principal speech.
Ah, yes, dedicating the Pioneers National Monument.
Well, just the same, Governor, you'll be taking an awful chance. Why, it's a perfect setup for anybody that wanted to get you.
Well, all right, Kent. After all, we can't live forever. Hello, who's that? Come in.
Governor, I beg your pardon, sir.
Well, it's Lieutenant Maxson. Come in, Maxson.
Governor, I'm mighty sorry to bother you at this time of night.
Well, too bad if I was in bed, but I'm not, so forget it. Gentlemen, meet Lieutenant Maxson, one of the guard officers out at Buffalo Hills.
Buffalo Hills, at the National Monument?
Yes.
Ah.
Maxson, this is Asa Hatch, the picture man, and Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet back east.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Glad to know you.
Now then, what's on your mind?
First thing, Governor, did you know your wires are cut?
I did, and I do. Go on.
All right, sir. Colonel Bowles told me to get right in here and give you a special message.
Colonel Bowles?
Yes, superintendent, officer in complete charge.
Oh.
Head of construction, head of engineering, head of the guard.
Well, go on, Lieutenant.
What's up?
Governor, it may seem a little queer, but the colonel called me a while ago and said for me to come right into Boulder City and get you.
Get me?
Yes, sir. He wants me to bring you out to the monument. Said it was important and not to fail.
What? Tonight?
Oh, good heavens, man.
I know. It seems queer and all that, but you know the colonel, sir.
I do. He's as level-headed a man as ever walked. Well, if he thinks it's that urgent, it is.
Governor, look here, sir. You're surely not going.
Oh, dangerous, my dear fellow.
Now,
dangerous.
quit that, will you, both of you? You got a car downstairs, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I drove in myself. Take you right back to the monument and bring you home again.
All right, we're on our way. Oh, look here. You two don't need to come along.
What? Miss a story in the making?
Oh, Carson, you don't know him.
All right, I guess the car will hold four. Wait.
What's the matter?
I thought I saw someone sneaking down the corridor.
Why, no, there's no one there. It's lighted all the way to the end.
Well, I could have sworn. Well, never mind. Come along. It's after midnight. You'll get a chance to see what the new Pioneers National Monument looks like by moonlight. Lead the way, Maxie.
But the governor was right. There was a form stealing silently in the darkness, out of the lighted corridor. The treacherous secretary, Keegan, who learned what was doing and who visited the car of the guard officer in the courtyard below, who crept through the shadows to place a certain small object well down in the cushions of the rear seat. An object which would stay hidden and unnoticed till the car reached the most dangerous portion of the mountain road, and then do its work, still hidden, still unnoticed.
How are you up front there, Kent? You all right?
Okay, thanks, Governor. How's Mr. Hatch?
Almost asleep, Kent. I find the motion unusually soothing.
Getting up there, aren't we, Maxon?
Yes, sir, Governor. Getting sort of sharp. That's why I closed the windows.
Look out there, Asa. Isn't that some view? Say, wake up, will you?
What did you say?
I say, look at that view. How'd you like to photograph that, huh?
Hey, that's something, all right. Gosh, we're right on the edge of nothing. How far down is it?
What'd you say? Boy, I'm worse than old Asa.
Are we getting to the monument?
Yeah. Yeah, almost there. Just around the corner.
Say, watch what you're doing, will you?
Great Scott, I almost dropped off asleep.
Yeah, I'll say you did. We were heading straight for the guardrail. How far down did you say that was from here, Governor? Huh. Hey, that's funny. They're both asleep.
Are they?
Yes.
It's sort of queer, isn't it?
Say, what's going on? What's happening? Maxon, watch what you're doing. You're heading for the rail. We'll go over the cliff. Maxon, look out!
Oh, can't send much of this. Good thing it's a solid steel body. Time for Superman to take charge. Out the door. Up, up. There, now they're falling clear. Off the cliff and down into the valley. Must be 1,000 feet. Got to dive down, down, and catch that car before it hits. Down, down. 200. 500. Almost there. Now then. Now. I have it. I plugged the car. Now, back to the road up above before they know what's happened. Up, up, and away. Up, up.
Here. What happened? What's going on?
Say, Kent, I believe I've been asleep.
Kent, what's happened? Why are you driving? What's the matter with Maxon?
It's all right, Governor. We had a little accident, went through the guardrail. Everybody fell asleep. Must have been a leak in the exhaust. Gas came up in the car.
What's that? We went through the guardrail.
My heavens, what a narrow escape.
Oh, the car got banged up a little. Lucky it still runs.
Oh, my head.
Ah, here comes Maxon around. Now we're all present and accounted for.
But, Kent, I don't understand.
Well, don't ask me, Governor. I guess we should have left the window open.
You mean to say... Kent, I can't believe it. We went through the guardrail and didn't go over the cliff?
Miraculous.
I don't remember a thing. Say, you can pull up now, Mr. Kent. That's the office. We've got to the monument.
Well, if you ask me, we're mighty lucky. After we got back on the road, I didn't think this whole buggy'd go at all. There we are.
Well, I'm a little dizzy, but I guess I can navigate. What about you, Hatch?
I appear to have been sadly bumped and bruised by a person or persons unknown.
This way, gentlemen. I guess the colonel's still up. His light's on. Come on in.
Well, I'll be mighty glad to know what's going on. You lead the way, Maxon.
This is the office. Colonel Bowles' quarters. Funny. Said he'd be waiting for us.
If you say there's a light in the room, knock again.
Probably fallen asleep. Give it a good bang.
Gentlemen, I think we'd better break in the door.
Why, really? Kent, what do you mean?
I'm afraid something's happened. Someone's been here before us.
Yes, he's right, Carson. Break it down.
What do you say, sir? By all means, go ahead, Maxon. Here, I'll lend you a hand.
Come on, it's going. Once again. There we are.
Why, there he is. He's sitting right at his desk. He's asleep. Colonel Bowles.
Bowles? Good heavens, he doesn't hear us.
Hatch, look at him. No, he doesn't hear us. He'll never hear anything again. You were right, Kent. Someone has been here before us. And the question now is who? And what would Bowles have told us if he'd been allowed to live?
Sudden appalling mystery at the Pioneers' National Monument. Is Asa Hatch right? Did someone call on Colonel Bowles to make sure that he kept silent forever? And if so, what had he found out? What strange piece of news that made him call the governor in the dead of night? And above all, what terrible danger, unknown to everyone, creeps down on Governor Carson? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. Now Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from the outer reaches of the universe with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among human beings as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Kent, Asa Hatch, and Governor Carson were in the office of the superintendent of Buffalo Hills in answer to an urgent summons, only to find that the superintendent who had summoned them was mysteriously dead. As our story continues today, some time has passed. It is the morning of the dedication ceremonies at the new Pioneers National Monument, and Kent and Hatch are pleading with the governor not to take part. Listen.
Well, there goes the clock, gentlemen. 10:30. If we're going to be ready for the great unveiling at noon, we'd better be on our way.
Governor, please. I'm not talking through my hat, honestly.
Now, Kent, look here. You've been talking for the past half hour, and you haven't yet produced a single valid reason why I shouldn't go to Buffalo Hills.
Oh, my dear Carson, that's hardly fair.
Look here, sir. 2 nights ago, the superintendent was mysteriously killed. Since then, 2 watchmen have fallen off the face of the cliff. Now, if that doesn't prove something's going to happen today,
I do believe he's right, my dear fellow.
Nonsense. Now, look here, Hatch. You've been taking pictures of the cliff, haven't you? From various angles.
Oh, yes, indeed, for the last 2 days.
Well, you haven't noticed anything queer, have you?
Well, after all, Carson, the dastardly plot would hardly appear in a photograph.
All right, but nobody else has noticed anything queer either. And we've had guards all over the place.
Governor, Flores is a dangerous man. If he's up to something, and I'm convinced of it, you don't think he'd show his hand, do you? Now, I warn you, sir, don't go out to those ceremonies today. Don't do it.
Seriously, my dear fellow, I share Mr. Kent's opinion. You mustn't do it.
On the contrary, I must do it. Why, confound it, do you realize what's going on today? 15,000 people from all over the country are here at Buffalo Hills to watch that dedication. Greatest group of carvings the world's ever seen. Half a mile up, on the face of the cliff. I've got to be there to welcome them. Now, come along, Kent. The cars are waiting down below. Let's be on our way.
But, Governor...
No more arguing. I'm going. Let's be in.
But Kent and Hatch are right. Even as the cars of the governor's party wind through the mountains toward the scene of the dedication, deadly danger waits at Buffalo Hills. In a tunnel in the cliff, above and beyond the giant carvings in the stone, Pete Flores talks with Dutchy Jan and makes his final plans. Listen.
What you doing, Pete? I just set the last fuse, Dutchy. We are in the rock behind the car. Right below is where the governor will stand, directly under the cliff. When the cliff falls, it will fall on the governor and fall on the crowd, too. Gee, but they'll see it. They know it was dynamite. No, it is more clever. High up in the mountain, Dutchy, there are other charges. Just enough to start avalanche, yeah? What? An avalanche, tons and tons of rocks. They come down, strike the top of the cliff. Big noise. Oh, I get it. Then what? When the rocks hit the top of the cliff, they set off more charges. All the charges back of the car. Right over the head of the governor. Dutchy, wait till you see. When does it happen? At noon. The gun goes off in the valley. Then I throw the switch. See, right here, and that sets off the avalanche on the mountain. At noon, when the gun goes off. Time goes fast, mi amigo. Already the crowd collects down there. Listen, Pete, what are you going to do? How are you going to get away yourself? You will wait in the car, Dutchy, on the cliff road, where we have left the car for the past 3 days. But you won't have time. Plenty of time. 3 minutes before the crash comes, I throw the switch, and then I run, get in the car. We go fast. And after it is all over, who remembers seeing car on Cliff Road? Maybe they think it lost in avalanche. Gee, I sure hope nothing slips. So believe me, mi amigo, nothing can slip now. When the gun goes off on noon, you hear what I say. It speaks the end for Governor Carson. Now quick, help me fix the last fuse, then go.
Well, Hatch, anything new?
Not so far, Kent. Have you discovered anything?
Oh, can't see a thing. I'm just as sure as I am that I'm standing here that something's going to happen.
They're cheering the governor. He's just come out on the platform.
What's the time?
Just a few minutes to 12. Look, they're wheeling that antiquated saluting cannon up into position.
Well, whatever happens, we'll know soon enough now.
Oh, stop worrying. Look at these pictures, Kent. Enlargements of the photographs I took yesterday.
Oh, nice work, all right.
Yes.
What's that little dot up in the corner there?
Let me see. Oh, yes, that's a car. It seems to be in this picture, too. Workmen, I imagine.
Oh. Where did you take these from, Hatch?
Just about here, my dear fellow. Practically the same angle.
Uh-huh.
Yes, by Jove, and there's that car again. Look, up there on the cliff right now.
Huh? Where? Oh, yes, I see it. Up there just above the cliff.
Yes.
What the...
But, Kent, is anything wrong? What are you looking at?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, then come along. We'd better get to our places.
Go ahead, Hatch. I'll be right with you. Save me a seat, will you?
Well, but what are you doing? Where are you going?
Don't wait. You go ahead. I just want to see somebody.
I should say I do want to see somebody. I want to see the man in that car on the cliff. Good thing Superman has telescopic eyesight. Quick now. I'll duck back of these rocks. Nobody'll see me here. Up we go. Up, up. Thank heavens for Hatch's pictures. I'd never have noticed. That car is the same one they used to kidnap me in, and the man in it. I'm not sure yet. Yes, I am, too. The man in it is Dutchy Gann. Well, look out for yourself, Dutchy. Here I come.
Hey, where'd you come from?
You've seen me before. Remember what happened to you? Where's Pete Flores and what's he doing? Quick, Dutchy, talk.
No, I'll talk. He's in the tunnel.
What tunnel?
Right over there. He's going to start an avalanche when the gun goes off.
What? When the gun goes off? Keep talking, man.
Rocks. They'll come down off the mountain, hit the top of the cliff.
Quick, don't stop.
Flores, he'll explode the whole works. The avalanche will touch it off.
Yes?
The cliff will fall on the governor. Flores is in the tunnel right now.
That's all I need to know. I'll handle the rest. And Flores, too. Down that tunnel. Faster!
There he is, with his hand on the switch. Drop that, Flores. Who is there? Stand where you are. I shoot.
No good. Take your hand off that switch, quick!
The gun. The new gun. Too late. You cannot stop me now. The switch is thrown. The avalanche begins. High up the mountain. Run, whoever you are. Run for your life.
It's coming. I hear it. Out and up. Up! By heavens, it is coming. Right down the mountain. Right for the top of the cliff.
Down comes the full force of the avalanche, heading straight for the dynamite charges in the top of the cliff. Only one man's figure in the way. Red cloak streaming in the rush of wind. Steel muscles tense. Superman defies the mountains. One final boulder. Huge mass of rock bounding and spinning in the air.
If I can keep standing where I am, I can deflect it down that gully. Miss the cliff clean. And miss those crowds down below. I don't know. It's shoving me back. Now, here's the biggest one yet. Last chance. Now then. Now this is the one that does it. Last chance. If this one gets by me, here it is. Now. Made it. Turn the slide into that gully. And they're safe. They're safe down below. Now up. Up and away.
My dear fellow, where on earth have you been?
Oh, hello, Hatch. What's happened? Is everything all over?
What do you mean to say you didn't see it?
Oh, I had a job to do. I just happened to think of it. What did happen?
Why, Kent, it was amazing. Just as the gun went off, a rock slide started from the top of the mountain.
No.
Fact. came straight for the top of the cliff. And then something happened. We couldn't see. There was too much dust.
Yes?
But it was just as though some tremendous hand came down and threw back the rocks.
What?
No one hurt, not a trace of damage.
Gosh, to think I missed all that.
And my dear fellow, the pictures I got. Oh, look, here comes the governor.
Hey there, Kent.
Yes?
Hello, Patch. Well, quite a bit of excitement, eh?
Well, can't say we didn't warn you, Governor.
Well, Kent, that was an accident. If you think you can lay that to Flores, well, and anyhow, I'm still here. If it was Flores' work, where is he?
Oh, I was wrong. There was someone hurt.
What's that?
Where? Up on the cliff. It seems there was a car. It started off just before the slide, and when the avalanche poured down that gully, the car was right underneath.
Well, who was in it?
Governor, we'll never know. Whoever it was, poor fellows, they're buried under tons of rock.
Poor fellows. Don't you believe it?
What? Who spoke?
Why, Kent, my dear fellow, was that you? Your voice? What do you mean?
Sorry. Gosh, I guess I was just carried away. Say, you were right about Flores, Governor. He'll never touch you now.
Well, I was never seriously alarmed, Kent.
I was, but I'm not now. Everything's all right. Well, got your pictures, Mr. Hatch?
Oh, my dear fellow, beauties. Wait till Perry White sees them.
And wait till he sees my story. Well, so long, everybody. I've got to find a telegraph wire.
The governor saved in the nick of time. Pete Flores removed by the rock slide which he himself started. And Clark Kent with another scoop. Once again, Superman has served the forces of law and order, rescued the champion of good government in the heart of the Buffalo Hills. Next week, another thrilling, exciting story of Superman. Tune in and don't miss the beginning.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can twist steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings as champion of the weak and the oppressed, disguised as Clark Kent, news reporter. As our story opens today, we find Kent in the private office of editor Perry White. Listen.
Kent, how would you like to take up the search for Captain Alonzo Cragg?
Cragg? The Arctic explorer? Why, he's been missing for 3 years.
Look here. Now sit down and let me give you the whole story. Alonzo Cragg was one of the most famous Arctic explorers in the world.
Yes, I guess everybody knows that.
3 years ago, he headed an expedition up into the islands north of Ellesmere Land. You know anything about that country, Kent?
No, not a thing, Chief.
It's very little explored. Just a maze of islands and ice fields and cliffs. The wildest rumors you ever heard.
What kind of rumors?
Well, most people don't believe them. Alonzo Cragg made up his mind he'd prove them one way or the other.
But what kind of rumors?
Well, rumors that the islands north of Ellesmere Land are inhabited by Indians, or maybe Eskimos. Nobody seems to be exactly sure. But they're amazingly intelligent, as far as people can judge. Big, and tall, and strong, and they're white.
What?
Well, that's what the story is. A race of giant white men. But that isn't all, Kent. Tie your hat on good and tight and catch this. They are ruled by a single king, some kind of a witch doctor or medicine man, and that witch doctor never dies.
Oh, come on, Mr. White. Don't tell me you fall for stuff like that. Just isn't possible.
No, it isn't possible. But Alonzo Cragg wasn't a fool, Kent.
Well, don't tell me he believed it.
He went up north to investigate. Traveled thousands of miles over desolate country just 3 years ago this week.
And what happened to him?
Nobody knows. That's why we sent Ray Martin, one of our reporters, up there after him. And old Professor Peters.
Peters? The museum man? Oh, say, I know him well. Well, did Martin report anything?
Not a word in the last month. Both Ray Martin and Professor Peters seem to have vanished in thin air, just like Alonzo Cragg did.
You don't mean it.
Well, that's why you're going after them, Kent. You're going to look for Peters and Martin. And if humanly possible, you're going to find out what happened to Alonzo Cragg. Steady, Rome. White. Who? Who? Why, yes, certainly I know her. Send her upstairs. Tell the boy to bring her in when she gets here. Say, that's mighty queer. Almost uncanny. You'd never guess in a million years who's coming up.
All right, Mr. White, who is it?
Miss Paula Craig, Alonzo Craig's twin sister.
His sister? What does she want?
Well, that's what I'd like to know myself. She certainly can't have heard about Peters and Martin disappearing.
Well, while we're waiting, what about them? What makes you think they're missing?
Kent, they were supposed to keep in touch by shortwave radio with the base at Port Ormond. They did for a while. 4 weeks ago, the radio went dead.
Oh, well, that might not prove anything, Mr. White.
On the other hand, it might prove a good deal. Because yesterday I received an important message.
What was that?
Our man at Port Ormond telegraphed it down. It's common gossip among the Indians at the trading post that Martin and Peters have been lost.
Lost? Well, how would Indians know that?
Don't ask me, Kent. Apparently they do know something, and they won't tell. Come in. Oh, hello. Hello there, Miss Craig.
Oh, Mr. White. I hope I'm not bothering you. They said to come right in.
Why, certainly, by all means. Oh, may I present Mr. Kent, Mr. Clark Kent, Miss Paula Craig.
How do you do, Miss
How do you
Craig?
do?
It's a funny thing you picked out today to come in, Miss Craig. Kent's on his way to Port Ormond in the north.
Mr. White, something's happened, and I don't know what to make of it.
Why, what is it?
You remember about the rings. I think I told you about them.
Well, you might tell Kent.
Mr. Kent, Alonzo and I were twins. When we were graduated from school, my father gave us both identical rings, carrying his initial and our mother's initial in a sort of seal on the back.
Well, the point is, Kent, that Captain Craig always wore his, and Miss Craig always wore hers. That is, she did until Ray Martin went north.
Exactly, Mr. White. When you sent your searching expedition north to find my brother, I gave Mr. Martin my ring to take with him. You see, I thought it might help him identify Alonzo.
I understand, Miss Craig. But you said something peculiar happened.
Yes, very peculiar. This morning, I received a small package in the mail. And when I opened it, well, look.
What? Why, that's one of the rings.
Oh, Miss Craig. Who sent you that?
Mr. Kent, it came down from Port Ormond by air. My brother's old navigator, Captain Walters, wrote that he bought it from an Indian. It's my brother's ring.
Why, that's amazing.
Great heavens. All the time. Look, I never noticed it. Kent, your train leaves in 20 minutes.
My train? Oh, yes, it slipped my mind.
Miss Craig, now, I'm going to be terribly rude now, but I'll make amends some other time.
Well, Mr. White, I don't understand.
Well, now, look here. Kent has only 20 minutes to catch his train. Leave Captain Waller's letter in the ring here, and Kent will take the ring north with him. I'll call you once I get my bearings.
Oh, of course, Mr. White. I hope I haven't upset you.
Oh, fine. You're a real soldier, Miss Craig, a real soldier. And don't worry. I'll call you in a day or two.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Kent, and good luck.
Goodbye, Miss Craig. And we'll find your brother for you.
Thank heavens. Kent, we'd better work fast.
I'll say so. Mr. White, I can't possibly catch a train in 20 minutes.
Forget it. I have to get her out. Now, Kent, look here. Look at this ring.
Oh, what about it?
She hasn't heard about Martin and Peters being lost. She took it for granted that this was her brother's ring, that somehow it had come back from Alonzo Craig.
What's the letter say?
Oh, forget the letter. Walters thought the same thing, and they're both wrong.
Mr. White, what do you mean?
Kent, this isn't Alonzo Craig's ring.
What?
They're supposed to be identical, but they're not. I can tell by this scratch on the inside of the band here, see? I put that scratch there myself before Ray Martin took the ring.
Great Scott. You're not saying...
Kent, I am. This is the ring Paula Craig gave to Ray Martin. Now then, what's happened to Martin and Peters? And how under heaven did this ring get back to Port Ormond and into Captain Walter's hands?
Telegram, Mr. White.
Here, give it here. Kent, this is from Captain Walters, Ike Walters, up at Port Ormond.
Yes?
He was the one who took Alonzo Craig to Ellesmere Land. I told him you were coming.
What's he say?
Urge your man to use all speed. Time may be important. May know more when he gets here. Walters. Kent, what's going on up there?
Mr. White, I don't know. But I'm going to find out. Say, maybe I can catch that train after all.
Speeding through the upper air, red cape streaming in the wind, the man of steel soars over the Great Lakes, northward to Hudson Bay, and northward again to the tiny settlement of Port Ormond. And presently, on the deck of an icebreaker, buffeting her way through the fog and ice, Clark Kent, reporter, talks with the ship's master, Captain Walters.
Any idea where we are, Captain Walters? Mighty heavy fog out there.
Getting up there, Mr. Kent. Any time now, we'll be hitting right into Ellesmere Land. And when we get there, we take the dog sled.
Oh, plenty cold, all right. Say, don't you ever use your foghorn?
Not up here. Except now and again to tell if we're close to an iceberg. Sometimes the sound will bounce off.
Icebergs around here?
Oh, sure up. Mighty lucky if we don't run right into one. Didn't hear no echo that time.
Look here, Captain. Down at dinner, you started to tell me about Alonzo Cragg. What's all the mystery about?
Nobody knows, Mr. Kent. All of a sudden, he just up and lit out with only an engine sled driver.
But why? Why would he do a thing like that?
Well, some of the men in his expedition said he heard about the luck of the North, so he set out to find it.
The luck of the North?
Yep.
What's that?
That's a treasure, Mr. Kent. Oh, that's what they say it is. Millions and millions of dollars, gold and precious stones. Land knows what not.
What? Up here?
Now, don't ask me if it's true. Don't ask me how it got here, if it is true. All I know is what they tell me.
But where is it? Who owns it?
Well, they say the Indians owned it. Some say it was always here, and some say it come from pirates and such a couple 100 years ago.
Do you believe it yourself?
Mr. Kent, I declare I don't know. I've seen some mighty queer things up here in the North. Hey, ain't it getting some colder all of a sudden?
Oh, I'd say so. Going through me like a knife. The fog's thicker, too. Say, look here, Captain.
Yeah?
What about these Indians you were talking about?
Well, nobody knows much about them neither, Mr. Kent. They keep to themselves, and their old witch doctor backs them up. If you ask me, Alonzo Cragg went after the luck of the North, and the Indians went after Cragg.
All right, but what about Ray Martin and Professor Peters? Oh, and by the way, you never did tell me how you happened to find that ring.
Now, listen. You hear that echo? That means there's a berg right close by.
Yeah?
Iceberg! Iceberg dead ahead!
Astern! Full speed astern! Hey, look. Off the starboard beam. Coming through the fog. Iceberg's closing in on us.
Captain Walters, what'll we do? Look! Look!
I see it. I ain't blind. There ain't nothing we can do. Hey, look out! Stay where you are now, Kent. I got to work fast here. Hold her off! Put your helm down hard!
There, he's gone. They'll never see me in the fog. Great heavens, those bergs are all around us. I think it's time Superman went to work. Up, out, and away! Look at those bergs. They're bigger than mountains. Thousands of tons of solid ice. They're all around the ship. If I can't do something fast, she hasn't got a chance. Down, down, right into the water. Now then, got to shove this one out of the way. Force a passage for the boat. Good thing they can't see me in the fog. Now. No good. Not quick enough. The ice is closing in. It's crushing the boat.
Sudden crushing danger in the Arctic ice field. Can Superman force a path for the tiny vessel? Or has he met his match in the towering ice peaks of the northern seas? Tune in next time and follow the story.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
And now Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive. He came from the planet Krypton to walk the earth disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Kent had arrived in the Arctic ice field, searching for a special expedition sent out by his newspaper, which was headed by Professor Peters and Ray Martin. Peters and Martin had vanished into the wilds of Ellesmere Land in an effort to find what had become of the famous explorer, Captain Alonzo Cragg, missing for over 3 years, but still believed alive. When we last saw him, Kent had become Superman and had plunged into the sea to rescue the ship from surrounding icebergs. Barely in time, with superhuman strength, he thrust aside the towering tons of ice,
he forced a path for the ship to the coast of Ellesmere Land. As our story continues today, some time has passed. Kent's expedition has established a base camp, and he and Captain Walters have taken a dog team out into the icy wastes, still heading north in an effort to pick up the trail of Peters and Martin. It is evening. The Arctic night has fallen, and Kent and Walters are discussing whether to remain where they are or strike back toward their base. Walter is gradually giving way to apprehension. Listen.
What's the matter? What are we stopping for, Captain?
Mr. Kent, I don't know. I can't be sure. But I feel as if something was watching me, following close behind all the time and watching out there in the dark. Don't you feel that?
Well, since you mention it, I do.
You was asking me if I was afraid. I am afraid, Mr. Kent. I'm afraid of what may happen. Listen, that's Chico, the lead dog. And he's afraid, too. Look at him. He's standing right up in his harness. They hear things that we don't hear, Mr. Kent. Who's to say that they don't see things we don't see?
Stop it, Walters. Your nerve's gone. You'll have me seeing things and hearing things next. Now, look here. Back on the boat before we made shore, you started to tell me why you sent that telegraph message to Editor White about having to hurry.
What about it?
Well, what did you mean?
Well, I'd found that ring, hadn't I? The one you said Alonzo Craig's sister gave Martin.
Yes, I meant to ask you about that. Where did you get it?
An Injun brought it down to Port Ormond. But he'd never say where he got it.
Do you think he stole it?
Maybe so. But how? Martin hid it when he left Port Ormond for Ellesmere Land. I know that.
Oh, look, Walter, stop beating around the bush. Tell me what you really do think. Great Scott, man, this isn't time to keep things back.
All right, I will tell you. I think Alonzo Craig found out where that Injun treasure was, the Luck of the North. And I think that old witch doctor got him.
What? The head of the tribe? The one who never dies?
That's what they say.
Well, all right. What about Peters and Martin? Who got them?
I don't know. But Peters and Martin, they never should have come up here. The tribe hates white men. They've proved that before.
I understand they're white themselves.
Oh, maybe. Nobody knows for sure. Nobody's ever been up here to see.
Chico. What's the matter with him? Walters, look. He seems to see something.
Kent, he does see something. Up in the sky.
What?
Kent, look.
Good heavens. Walters, what is it?
It's a man. The figure of a man up in the clouds. The figure of a man in pale green fire. Kent!
Look. It's getting clearer. It's tremendous, Walters. It's an Indian. It's the figure of an Indian.
He's got his hand raised. It's a warning, Kent. It means to go back. What is it? Look.
Walters, you stay right here. Don't move.
Kent, where you going? Wait.
Just stay by the sled. Keep the dogs quiet.
It's getting brighter. Kent!
I don't know what's going on here, but I'm certainly going to find out. There's something in those clouds, all right. Up we go. Up. I can't blame Walters for feeling shaky. I felt the same way myself. Unseen eyes following us, watching us all the time. Now then, into those clouds. Whatever you are, here we come. Oh, it's queer. Not a thing. Not a sign of Indians or fire or anything else. Just clouds and mist. Well, I don't understand it. There isn't anything here, yet I did see that figure, whatever it was. Walters was right. It was warning us away. Well, no use staying up here. Might as well get back down and see what happens next. Down we go again. Down.
Where are you, Kent?
Coming, Walters. I'm right here.
Well, where you been?
I ran up to that little hummock to see if I could make something out of that thing in the sky.
It ain't there no more. Did you see anything?
No, not a thing.
Well, we see it. You can't get around that.
No, I'm not trying to. The question now is, what do we do?
I'd say we go back right now.
Oh, it's too dark. We'd miss our own trail.
I'd say try it anyway. Do you want to spend the night here? What's the matter? What you looking at now?
I'm not sure. Up there ahead. Through the opening in those cliffs. Can you see anything?
Too dark to see much.
Looks like a valley opening out beyond the cliffs. Look, Walters. Look, through that opening. Don't you see something up there? Don't you?
Which way? No, I don't see nothing.
Look again. Keep looking.
Wait a minute. Yes, I do, sir. I do see something, Kent. It's a light.
That's it, Walters. There's a flickering light up in that valley. It's almost like a signal light. Come on.
Come on. What do you mean? Where are you going?
Up there, of course. Man, don't you understand? It may be Peters and Martin.
Can't wait. What about that figure? That engine in the sky? Whatever it was, it said, go back. Go back, just as plain as day.
Never mind. We're going on, Walters. We've got to. Come on, get the dogs going. Hurry up.
Kent, I'm telling you we better not.
Walters, if it is Peters and Martin and they're hurt or dying of starvation, would you want to leave them here to die? Would you?
No, we couldn't do that. Engines or no engines. Briscoe! Chico, up! Get up! Up!
That's the stuff, Walters. I know you wouldn't quit. We'll head right for that opening in the cliff. Look, the light's still there.
Come on, get a move on you! Mush get him out!
Far away in the darkness of the Arctic night, a faint and flickering signal beckons to Clark Kent and Captain Walters. Under the shadow of the cliffs, on across the crackling ice fields, the panting dog team draws ever closer. And meanwhile, behind them and on every hand, dark forms close in along the trail, slipping silently from rock to rock, hiding behind shadowy blocks of snow and ice.
There it is, Walters. We're through the opening of the cliff. There's the light.
It is a light, sure enough. Say, there's a hut there, too. Eskimo Ice House. I can just make it out.
All right. This is close enough. Stop the team. Pull up.
Oh, there you go. Chico, down. You think this is close enough? I'll have to peg down the dogs.
Sure, we'll walk the rest of the way. Well, that light's still there. Make it fast, Walters.
All right. I reckon this will hold them.
All right, come on. If it's Peters and Martin, they may be in bad shape.
Kent, the light's gone out.
That's so. It was up there on top of the hut. Must have been some kind of a lamp. Here we are. Did you think to bring a light?
Yeah, I got my flashlight.
Good.
There's the door.
All right, I'll go first. You crawl in behind me.
Careful now. You don't know what's in there. Maybe you better take the light.
It's all right. Come on in.
Well, say, I don't... Why, it's empty. There ain't nobody here.
Martin. Ray Martin. Professor Peters.
No use. This is all there is to it. If they was here, you'd see 'em. But look, there's a whole lot of stuff here. Maybe if we got a look at that, we might be able to tell if it was theirs or not. Listen, Kent. The dogs.
What's happening?
Something's got after 'em. Kent, you stay where you are. Don't go outside. Don't you do it.
Captain, whatever it is, we've got to save those dogs. Do you want to die right here? Come on, out the way we came in, out through the hole.
No, don't you do it. Kent, look. There was a face. A face there at the door. An engine, Kent, an engine.
All right, then we know what we're up against. Come on.
No, don't you see? They set that light. They just wanted to catch us in the hut. It was a trick, Kent.
Come on, Walter. Stay here if you like. I'm going out. Oh, all right. If you want trouble, you can have it. Just wait till I get outside.
Oh, think you'll try knocking my brains out, do you? Well, come closer and try again. There we are, out in the clear. Now then. I think I can do better from the air. If it doesn't do anything else, it may startle a bit. Watch out. Here I come. One in each hand. That ought to give them something to think about. There. How do you like that? Don't try to knock strangers on the head, will you? There. Now then, where's Walters? Oh, there he comes. Watch it. The devils. Oh, they've hit Walters with a club. But I'll settle that. I've just been playing before. See how you like this.
Oh. There, now, you're coming around all right, Captain.
What? Where am I?
Right here, inside the igloo. How do you feel?
Kent, what happened?
We were mobbed, Walters. One of your Indian friends hit you over the head with a club before I could stop him.
Indians? But where are they now?
They're gone, thank you. I told them to go, and they went like that.
What? You fought them off? But they'll come back?
Oh, no, they won't. Not those Indians. I'll forget it, Walters. I've got something much more interesting, if you're not feeling too low.
I'll be all right. I got a good thick head. What's up?
Walters, you were right, and so was I.
What do you mean?
It was a trap, all right. Those devils meant to get us in here and probably wipe us out. And I'm afraid that's what happened to Peters and Martin, too.
Kent, what do you mean?
I've been searching around. I found something here in the igloo, something mighty important. Can you sit up, Walters?
Yep.
There. All right. Just look here. Look at this.
What you got there? What is that, Kent? Tell me, what is it? Kent, tell me, what is it?
Huddled in the tiny Eskimo ice cabin, Ken and Walter stare unbelievingly at what Kent holds in his hand. The clue that sets them definitely on the trail of Professor Peters and Ray Martin. What is it? And what will happen when they set out tomorrow morning to follow it down? And meanwhile, what of Peters and Martin themselves? Are they still alive? And if they are, can Kent and Walters reach them in time? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman was in the wilds of Ellesmere Land with Captain Ike Walters, navigator and sled driver, searching for the famous explorer Alonzo Cragg, missing 3 years, and also for Professor Peters and Ray Martin of the Daily Planet. Our story continues today. Several hours have gone by. It is morning, and a thin northern sunlight streams in through the igloo's opening. Kent and Walters are still discussing the mysterious object found by Kent the night before. Listen.
Let me see that diary you found here in the igloo. My gosh, Kent. You really think it's Martin's? Positive. I'd know Ray's writing anywhere. And you say it was buried under the ice? Yeah, the Indians got almost everything else, but they didn't get this. There isn't a doubt of it, Walters. Sure seems not. Those devils did to Peters and Martin just what they tried to do to us. And Martin writes it all down. Listen to this on the last page. Here. Can't write much more. They're closing in. We'll try to hide the diary and convince Cragg is still alive. And there it stops. Then the Indians came. Right. The Indians came. And we may never know what happened next. But I don't understand it, Walters. Listen. I'm going outside. I'll feed the dogs and unpack the sled. I'm coming too. Give me a hand up, Kent. No, now you stay where you are, Walters. It was a nasty clip on the head you got. Oh, I'm all right. Hey, look where we got you last night. We're right on the edge of a coastline. Look, will you? There's open water out there. And what's that thing? Walters, look. I see it, Kent. Coming right down the strait. It's a native kayak. Eskimo canoe. Well, I wonder what he's after. He's a scout. Look at him drive that kayak. Say, I reckon he don't see them walruses. He better watch out. Quick. I'll go down one side of that little point. You go the other. We'll catch him and make him talk. Oh, Kent, I'm sorry. I can't make it. What? I reckon I'm just about all in, Kent. Oh, he just fainted. He'll be all right.
And is that a bit of luck? Superman can do so much better than Clark Kent. And with Walters out of the way, who'll be the wiser? Off we go. Down to that point. He can't see me now, but I'll be able to see him and jump out at him when he comes by. This'll do it. Now then. Oh, he's certainly traveling. Must be out for exercise. And he doesn't see those walruses. Oh, what's the matter with him? He's heading right past them. Why, the fool! Oh, that old bull's getting ready to charge. He's after the kayak. Oh, he's got him. I think it's time Superman took a hand in this. Up we go. Up. Faster. Certainly going to be close. Got to hurry. He's closing in. Paddle, you fool. Now then, down. Oh, he's got the kayak. He's upset it. Down, faster. No, you don't. I want this man myself. Get away from here. Go on, beat it. Let's get this man before he drowns. Get down in that kayak right now. Come on, I said, get out. All right, if you won't leave, I will. Got to pick this fellow up and take him ashore. Now then, got him loose. Turn him over. Oh, great heavens. It's not an Indian at all. What? It's Professor Peters, and he's half drowned. Well, I got Peters and Walters on my hands now. Up we go. Back to the hut. Up, and away.
All right, Professor. How's it going now?
Mr. Kent, I can't thank you enough. That bull walrus.
They're killers, too, them bulls. Say, do you mind telling us what in thunderation you was doing paddling that kayak?
Doing? When?
Just now, when we looked. You were standing down that strait like the devil was after you.
My dear Captain Waters, the devil was after me. The devil chief of the Cunalaka Indians.
What? He's coming this way? The old medicine man? Professor, you've actually seen him?
Yes, Kent, I've seen him. The chief who never dies. When I last saw him, he was preparing a tribal sacrifice.
What? A sacrifice?
Just so, Captain. One in which poor Ray Martin and I were to be the central figures.
Leaders, what are they going to do?
Oh, my dear fellow, it's much better not to ask.
Do you know?
Yes, I have seen the preparations. Just before I escaped. It was one or the other of us, Kent. Martin is sick. I went for help.
What's that? Martin's sick? Peter, that sacrifice. When are they going to do it?
I think I heard them say noon.
Noon? Walters, you've got to watch. What time is it now? Kent, you can't do anything. The professor and me can't walk. And anyway... Oh, what time is it, man? 11:30. Professor, there's Indian camp. Where is it? How far away?
Oh, Kent, you can't do it. It's horrible, but you can't.
All right. Where is it?
It's up the coastline, but it's 20 miles. You can't possibly get there.
Kent, what are you doing? Come back. What do you think I'm doing? I'm going to get Ray Martin.
I know, but you can't.
Kent, you're out of your mind. One man against the tribe. Well, maybe they haven't got guns.
I know they haven't, but you can't get there in time, Kent. You really, you can't do it.
Well, they may be late. May not start at noon. I'll take the dogs. You and Walters stay here in the hut. You said follow the coastline, eh? All right, so long.
Kent, wait a moment.
You can't possibly do it. Wait a minute. Can't make it, eh? Well, we'll see if I can. Gotta take these dogs part of the way, just for the sake of appearances. After that, well, we'll see if Superman can't beat the clock. All right, come on your feet. Chico, Frisco, up. All right, now, get it up. Out you go. Hush. This is something like about 50 times faster than dogs. Let's see now. Peter said 20 miles up the coast. Ought to be there. Huh, what's that? Smoke. That's it. That's the camp, all right. Got to hurry. See, they're all out there. Got some kind of an altar. Big stone. I'll circle over and see what they're up to. Oh, the devil. What are they up to? There's Martin, laid out on that stone. Who's that coming now? Good heavens. Peters was right. Now's the time, all right. Well, I'll strike them first. And if that doesn't work, well, down we go. Down. Sorry, boys. Afraid I've got to break up the party if you don't stand back with those clubs. Watch it, you. Oh, you would, eh? Well, let's see you stop this. There, that's all for you now. Can't stop any longer. Ray, are you all right? Ray. Sick, he's almost dead. Ray, it's Clark Kent. You're saved. It's all right. Let me in those ropes. There we are. That does it. Up we go. And just in time. Up. Got to make time now. He's in a bad way. Got to get back to the sled and pack him in blankets. Faster. Even then, I don't know. Faster. There they are. Now, down. There they are. Now. That's it. They're all covered up. Ray, are you all right? Ray, Clark Kent. Ray, don't you know me? It's Kent. Clark Kent.
Kent. Good old Kent. No, you've gone.
Ray, you bet I came. Oh, you'll be all right now. Everything's going to be all right.
No.
No use. I'm going, Kent. Going fast.
No.
Listen.
Ray, no, you're not going.
Listen,
No.
Kent. Listen, please, Kent.
All right, Ray. What is it?
Map. Map, Kent. In pocket. Map.
A map. All right. Forget the map, Ray.
No, Kent. Map. Shows way to the secret gallery.
What?
Gallery. Listen, Kent. Gallery where treasure, Kent. Look up the north. Ice caves. Far down in ice.
Oh, Ray, never mind the treasure. Do you think we care about that?
Gold. Gold. Emerald, Kent. Take map and ice. And that's not all. Look out, Kent. Careful. Craig.
What? Ray, what did you say?
Craig. Alonzo. Craig.
Ray, what about Craig? Where is he?
Yes. Alonzo. Craig.
Yes?
Look out. Craig.
Ray Martin. Ray, what is it? Ray, what about Alonzo Craig?
No use. Whatever it was, we'll never know. Not now. Alonzo Craig. What weird, unbelievable truth had Ray Martin discovered in his long, dying watches at the Cunalaka Indian camp? And what of the map and the fabulous treasure of the North? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for a great metropolitan paper. Still in the wilds of Ellesmere Land, Kent and Captain Walters have joined the museum scientist, Professor Peters, in an effort to find out what has become of Alonzo Craig, famous Arctic explorer, missing 3 years, and also to investigate the mystery of the Cunalakas and their sacred treasure. When we last saw him, Kent had just rescued Ray Martin, fellow reporter from the Indians, only to have Martin die of exhaustion after gasping out a vague warning and telling Kent of a secret map that would guide him to the treasure hoard. As our story continues today, Kent has returned to the lonely igloo that serves as a base. He and Walters and Professor Peters are poring over the mysterious map Ray Martin gave Kent before he died. Listen.
My dear Captain Walters, you're quite right. It's as plain as day. Martin found out, heaven knows how, the secret of the Indian treasure, and he made this map. But why only half of it? We can't get anywhere with this. Just a moment. There's writing on it. The entrance is here. The sunken temple of ice. White terror. White terror? What did he mean? There's something missing. Kent, my dear fellow, this map does us no good whatsoever. It's not complete. Here, let me see it again. Think you dropped something. It's that ring. The one I sent down to Paula Craig. It fell out of my pocket. Wait, Scott. The ring? Wait. It's broken. What happened to it? No, it's not broken. It opened up. There's a secret compartment back of the seal. Now, look. There's something inside the compartment. Kent, do you mean to say you've never opened that ring before? I never knew it could be opened. Professor, Walters, look here, will you? Oh, my land. It ain't another map, all folded up into a little wad. Oh, no, wait a moment. It's not another map.
Kent, it's the missing half of the map we were just looking at.
Professor, you're right.
Match them up. There you are. That's it. Now, Martin's map, complete.
Wait, that ain't possible.
Sure it is, Walters, don't you see? Martin made the map during those weeks when he and the professor were held prisoners. He found out about the secret compartment, and he hid half the map in the ring.
I know, Kent, but I don't understand.
The Indians robbed you and Martin of everything you had, didn't they?
Yes, indeed they did, of every last thing.
All right, that proves it. Martin made his map. He hid half of it in the ring. Then the Indians robbed him. Whichever one got the ring brought it down to Port Ormond and sold it to Captain Walters, not knowing it contained a secret compartment.
Godfrey, it don't hardly seem possible.
Well, maybe not, but it's just what happened, all right. What about the map, Professor? Can you make it out?
Kent, it shows a perfect route from here to a place called the Cliffs of Ice. And it says that's where we'll find the treasure.
A route. Could we follow it with the dog team?
I don't see why not. Captain, look here.
Hey, I reckon we could at that. What's that writing?
Here. The treasure exists. Look in the sunken temple. The witch doctor guards it constantly. Beware the white terror.
What's it mean?
Enter from the valley of the cliffs. Take care, Alonzo Crag. And that's all. Right there, the writing stops.
I don't get it at all. What's this about Craig?
We'll never know that. Come on, we're on the right track anyway. I'll go harness the dog.
Northward over 50 miles of ice fields, into the mountains of the Cunalaka. While the Arctic twilight fades into night, Kent, Peters, and Captain Walters arrive at last in the valley of the cliffs. And the trail vanishes. No sign of a clue. No opening in the overhanging wall of jagged ice. Tired, worn, the men come together again after fruitless hours of searching.
Oh, let it go, Walters. Look, there's the professor. Maybe he's found something.
It ain't likely. Hi there, Professor. Any luck?
No, my dear Captain. No luck at all. No, I'm afraid Ray Martin's map will miss a necessary clue.
We'll wait for daylight. Maybe we'll be able to see better. Anyhow, there's been no sign of Indians. That's something.
I imagine this must be a sacred valley. They probably don't come near it.
What's that?
Oh, it's them dogs. They're fighting again. Lend a hand now, quick, before they chew each other to bits.
Oh, I say, look. Chico's broken loose. He's out of the toilet, Walters. He's running out. Catch him, Walters. Whistle at him.
Walters, whistle at that dog.
Chico! Come back here, Chico!
Confound that dog.
Walters will get him. There, he's answering the whistle. That's all right.
Okay. Jump, quickly. The cliff. Look out, jump. Look out. Great Scott. What happened? Part of the ice cliff broke away and very nearly fell on us. My dear Kent, that was a very narrow shave.
Hey, what's going on? Glory, look at that cliff. Who did it?
You did it, with your whistle. What? Beyond a doubt. When you whistled, my dear Captain, the high, shrill note jarred loose a portion of the ice cliff.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's a well-known scientific phenomenon. The shrill sound set the ice vibrating and broke the cliff loose. Wait a moment. Where's Kent?
Hey, come here, Peters. Walters. I think I found it.
You found it? Found what?
Hey, look, there's a great big hole.
Professor, Captain Walters, this is it. The entrance to the sunken temple Ray Martin mentioned on his map. Look at that hole. It opened up when that ice cliff fell.
The entrance? Good grief, that can be the entrance. Hey, where are you going?
Inside, of course. Come on, bring your flashlight.
You'd better be careful, Captain. No telling what this may lead to.
I tell you, this can't be the temple. Why, my land, you don't suppose them Indians knock half the cliff off every time they go into the temple, do you?
Never mind. May not be the regular entrance, but it'll do. The cliff fell down and exposed the gallery. Look, it's been carved, too. This place didn't just happen. It was cut right out of the ice.
Yes, sir, he's right. Look at that. It's an altar, and this passageway is running out through the wall.
Walter. Kent. We come directly into the middle of the Temple of Ice. And up there above us, you can see the sky through that huge opening. You note how the echo has stopped? And somewhere, probably very near us, is the sacred treasure.
What was that?
Laughing. It sounded like someone laughing.
Someone? That wasn't nothing human. That wasn't.
Quiet. Listen, both of you. What was it Martin said? The witch doctor guards the treasure.
Do you think? Listen. That was the witch doctor of the Cunalakas, the ruler of the tribe who never dies. And he's somewhere hidden in these ice caves.
Look, you two stay right here. I'm going to look for that thing, whatever it is. Wallace is right. It's not human.
Kent, don't be a fool.
Don't you do it, Kent. Stay here now. Keep quiet. Turn out the flashlights. I'm going to catch that thing and see what it is.
Look there on the other wall. Kent, great heavens, look. It's the devil himself.
Out with the lights, quick.
Now then, let's see if Superman can't catch a witch doctor. Thing I can see in the dark. Ah, there he goes. Down that corridor. Too late, my friend. You can't get away. Faster. Now then, got him. Oh, he's strong. Oh, strong as an elephant. Now you can't choke me. Come on to that. Out where I can see you. Oh, all right. You asked for it. See how you like bouncing off a nice wall. See how you like this. That fixed him. Devil or witch doctor, whatever he is. Now to make sure. What's this? Great Scott, what the... Why, it's not possible. It can't be.
Kent, where are you? Look out, Kent! He's coming! The White Terror! Kent!
Now what? Something's gone wrong. Well, I'll leave you here for the minute, my friend. You won't come through till I get back. Something's attacked Peters and Walters. Sounded like an animal. Huh? There he is. Faster!
Kent, where are you? Look out!
Stay back, both of you! Stay back! Now then, first the devil and a bear. Oh, a bear, bigger than anything I ever saw. Here he comes. Back you go. Back. Try to claw me, will you? Not this time. Get out of here. Go on, get going. I like animals. I don't like to hurt them unless I have to. Glad that bear turned tail. Now, back to Peters and Walters as Clark Kent.
Walters? Professor Peters, where are you?
There, Kent. Are you all right? Kent, show light.
What happened? This way, Professor. There, follow the flashlight. It's safe enough now.
Almighty. What was it? Kent, are you all right? Great heavens, what was that thing?
That was the White Terror Ray Martin warned us about. A full-grown white polar bear.
I know, but what did you do? We heard a fight.
Oh, I drove him off. Hit him on the snout, luckily. Never mind that now. Something much more important. Look here.
Where? What is it?
Hold the light, Walters. There.
Well, what of it? It's that ring again.
No, it isn't.
What?
I found the witch doctor, and he was wearing that ring. Peters, Captain. That ring belonged to Captain Cragg. And I can tell you something else, too. I'm sure of it. Walters, listen. Fair hair, taller than I am by half a foot.
And what are you saying?
A deep scar running all the way along his right jaw. Who answers that description, Walters?
Kent, you've seen him. Where is he?
Back there in the ice caves, unconscious.
Oh, Kent, what are you talking about?
Professor, he's raving mad. Bewitched, if you like, out of his mind. But that witch doctor, the medicine man who never dies, the ruler of the Cunalakas, is the missing explorer, Captain Alonzo Cragg. It's he. Cragg, he came too. He's getting away. Peters, Walters, follow me. After him. Come on, Walters. Come on.
Unbelievable mystery in the sunken temple of the Cunalaka Indians. Captain Alonzo Cragg, famous explorer missing over 3 years, has become the witch doctor who never dies. What has happened? What strange northern magic has entered his mind and soul? And the rescue party find him in the sunken caverns of the ice cliff. Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive. He came to Earth from interstellar space to walk the Earth disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Sent to search for Alonzo Cragg, famous explorer who has been missing for over 3 years, Clark Kent is in the wilds of Ellesmere Land in the far north with Professor Peters and Captain Ike Walters, navigator. Hearing that Crag has been captured by Indians, I have penetrated to the sunken temple of the Cunalakas, far down in the ice beneath the valley of the cliff, where the witch doctor who never dies keeps watch over the mysterious treasure of the tribe. When we last saw him, Kent, as Superman, had overpowered the witch doctor, only to make the incredible discovery that the witch doctor was Alonzo Crag himself. The explorer, evidently demented, had feigned unconsciousness and made good his escape in the twisting caverns of ice. As our story continues today, an hour has passed. Captain Walters has been sent up to the surface to bring back food and lanterns. Kent and Professor Peters have built a fire and are anxiously awaiting his return. Listen.
You notice where we have our fire built, Kent? Apparently on the altar of the temple.
What about it?
Well, there seems to have been fire here before. That accounts for the wood.
I wonder what they do down here.
Oh, native rituals, dances, something of that sort, I imagine. Possibly in connection with the treasure.
I wonder if Ray Martin was right. If there really is any treasure.
Find Alonzo Crag, Kent. Find out how he was turned from a man in the prime of life into the witch doctor of the Cunalakas. If you can find that out, discovery of the secret of the treasure will be very easy.
I never should have let Crag escape.
You quite sure the witch doctor was Crag?
Positive, Professor.
It's amazing. Simply amazing.
How do you explain it? What's the answer?
It's hard to say, Kent. I don't believe in magic.
No, nor I.
But there's something here we don't understand. Either Crag has lost his mind or he's under the influence of some terrific force or drug.
Well, if that's true, what chance have we even if we do find him?
Kent, I don't know. It all looks hopeless. Kent, what's that? That grinding. Wait a moment, don't move.
Professor, behind you. Back at the altar.
Good heavens, what is it?
In the light of the fire, look. Professor, a whole section of the ice is swinging to one side. It's a door. It's an opening door.
Kent, look. That was no accident. Look into the opening.
There's a passageway.
I think we'll find, Kent, that passageway leads into the treasure chambers of the Cunalakas.
Yes, but how? What made it open? I don't understand.
The heat of the fire, Kent. It's part of the ritual. When they lit their fire on the altar, just as we lit ours, the heat started the mechanism that opens the ice door.
Professor, that's your light?
Yes, but it's going dim, but still and on, it may do.
Well, come on. We're going through that opening. Follow me.
Right. Yes. What do you see? Where does it lead? Leads into a room. Look, Kent, this is it. Look at those carvings on the wall, cut from the living ice. And there in the corner, it's another altar. And there's something on it. It's a chest, an old wooden chest. 17th century. Maybe older. Spanish or Portuguese. Professor? I'm going to break it open. Oh, it's Walters will only come back. This flashlight is getting weaker and weaker. I can't wait for Walters. Come on, lend a hand, Professor. Kent, you can't possibly do it. I think I can. Anyway, I can try. Think of the wood box. All right? Here it goes. Kent, my dear fellow, how in the world? It's open. All right, Professor. Throw back the lid. Great heavens. Look. It's true. There is a treasure. Oh, and what a treasure. Oh, diamonds. Hundreds of huge diamonds and emeralds. Look at that green fire. Look. Oh, look, there's more underneath. Red and blue. There must be rubies. And there's gold. Look at all that stuff. Oh, Kent, it's unbelievable. Incredible. It simply can't be true. And yet it is. What? All the money in the world wouldn't buy 1/4 of what's been locked away in that chest for who knows how many years. And it's ours, Kent. Just think of it. It's all ours. I can't believe it, Kent. We really must be dreaming. Up there, Professor. What's the matter with you? To get it out. To get it out. That's what we've got to do, Kent. Quick. Now. Wait. Get it out. Kent, it's not possible. It's incredible. And it's all ours, Kent. Don't. Okay. I'm joking. Now. Collapse. Something queer about this. There's a strange odor in the air. What was that? Crag! The witch doctor. He's outside in the temple. Oh, that's the game, is
us come in here, then he shut the ice door on us. We'll see how much difference that makes to Superman. Crag tried to knock us out with some kind of gas. Got Peters, all right. Good thing he can't see what happens next. Here it goes. Hard. Almost as hard as steel. Can't stand up against this. Now then, once more and we're out. There. That does it. Where's that witch doctor now? Oh, throwing knives at me, are you? Well, that's just too bad, my friend, because it shows me where you are. And this time you won't get away. Up, there he goes. Down that gallery. Faster, faster. Now then, I don't want to hurt him. Crag gone mad. Down we go. Down. Crag. Alonzo Crag. Stop it, you fool. You can't get away. And don't throw that knife either. I said stop. Doesn't know what he's doing. Crag. Captain Crag. Oh. Strong. Stronger than man I ever saw. They've done one. I gotta do something. I have to stun him. I hate to do it, but... that does it. He's out cold this time. Now, back to Peters. Here we go, Crag. Back up the gallery. Up. Faster. Now, there's the glow of the fire. Just around that corner. Have to come down here. Peters has come too. I can't let him see me. Down.
Kent, where are you? What's happened?
Coming, Professor. This way. Bring your light, will you?
Kent, what happened to me? Everything went black. I must have collapsed.
Professor, your flashlight, where is it?
I don't know. I've lost it, Kent. I don't understand it.
Neither do I, Professor. There was something in the air of that room. But look what I have here.
What are you carrying? Come nearer the fire. Good heavens.
See, Professor? This is the witch doctor. Did you ever know Captain Crag?
Well, Kent, I can't believe it. It's not possible.
Look at him. I caught him and knocked him out. I had to do it, Professor. He's a madman, a regular fiend.
Oh, heaven help him. Kent, you are right. It is Alonzo Crag.
Give me your belt, quick.
What are you going to do?
Tie him up, of course. Can't have him running off again. Quick, he's beginning to move around.
Kent, the poor fellow. What can we do?
Get him out of here. And back to civilization, where he can get medical treatment. Oh, what's keeping Walter so long?
He ought to be back any minute now.
Meanwhile, we've got a madman and millions of dollars in gold and gems on our hands. That's it, Professor. Yes. Tie the belt around his feet. Good and tight. If we ever get out of this, he'll thank us for it.
I see. But Kent, what about his hands?
My own belt's taking care of that. There. All right. Now then, come back into that treasure chamber. Oh, you needn't worry. Whatever it was that knocked you out is cleared off by now.
Well, if you say so, Kent. Why, that tremendous gate, it's completely shattered.
Yes, isn't it? Must have fallen. Well, then we go.
What are you going to do?
Professor, I'm going to get that treasure chest out of there just as fast as I can. Come on, give me a hand here.
Oh, but Kent, you can't move it. It's not possible.
Oh, yes, we can. It's on a sled, don't you see?
Right.
Come on. It's moving already. Slide it right along in the ice. Careful now. All right. Get through, and I'll push him in back.
Right.
Ready? There
It's moving, isn't it? Right. Really, it slides quite easily.
I told you, Bud. Oh, all right, that'll do. Hold it. Stop it right here by the water.
Aye. Now what? You know, I'm getting that worried about Walter.
So am I. He's been gone over an hour. I don't like the look of things at all. Well, all right. Now then.
Well, what are you doing now?
Putting the witch doctor, Crag, whichever you want to call him, right across the sled on top of the treasure chest. There. Now, Professor, you and I are going to drag this whole business out of here.
Oh, no, Kent, we can't make it.
Oh, yes, we can. Anyway, we've got to try. Can't wait any longer for Walter. We may meet him on the way up.
Oh, but Kent, we don't know the way out. We don't even know which way Walters went. Wait a moment. Listen, Kent.
What's that? The Indians. They're coming. They're coming down into the temple. Professor, quick. Lend a hand here. Grab hold of the sled.
Kent, if they catch us in here...
Oh, stop for that, Professor. We've got to get out. We've got to get Crag out, too. Pull, will you? Pull.
Kent, we can't do it. No, not that way. That's where they're coming from.
The gallery, quick. Hey, who's that coming? It's Walter. Hurry, Professor. Walter, hurry. Walter, hurry.
Trapped in the depths of the sunken temple of the Cunalakas, caught with the sacred treasure and the unconscious form of the witch doctor, who is Captain Crag, bound hand and foot on the sled. What can be done? How can Superman and his companions escape to the surface of the ground? And even if they do, what then? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of... Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from the outer reaches of the universe with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among human beings disguised as Miles Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Kent had captured the Indian witch doctor and found that he was the missing explorer, Alonzo Cragg, completely under the effects of a native poison. As our story continues today, Kent and his friends have brought Cragg and the fabulous Indian treasure safely out of the sunken temple and back to their igloo camp. But an Indian war party is close on their trail, and as Kent remains outside on watch, Captain Walters and Professor Peters hurriedly pack up food and supplies, while beside them the unconscious form of Cragg, still bound, moans and tosses in rising delirium.
Professor, what do you think them devils done to Cragg?
Captain, I have no idea. Impossible to say. Maybe in some sort of hypnotic trance. I doubt that. He'll be out of it by now. Or it may be some drug, Indian poison, something that we know nothing whatever about. Professor, what if it is? I mean, some drug. What can we do? That remains to be seen, Captain. But I fear, I doubt very much. Poor fellow. 3 years of this. Listen, the dogs. Where's Kent? What are they yelping for? Kent! All right, Captain. Kent, what's going on? Are we starting? Can we make it? Can the dogs make it, Kent? Are they rested? The dogs might make it, but we're not starting. Not now. What do you mean? Listen. Too late. We're caught, huh? The Kunawakas are coming down the trail. We've got to stay where we are and make a stand. But we can't do that. They'll kill us. They'll murder every last one. Now they'll do the same if we try to leave, and quicker. Get that axe, Captain Walters. Knock a hole through the wall. Just a small one. I'm going to give them a taste of this rifle. Hurry it up.
Trapped in the igloo, Kent and his comrades hold off the hostile Indians. Night falls, and the Indians make camp outside, waiting, watching.
Kent, what's the time? A little after midnight, Professor. Something wake you up? I don't know. What's going on? No change. I'm keeping watch. As far as I can tell, the Indians have made camp in a circle about 100 yards away. They mean to starve us out. How many of them are there? I can't be sure. I think it's just a small war party. The rest of them are back at the temple. That's not my real worry. But what do you mean? How's Captain Cragg? Well, it's a question if he'll ever recover, Kent. He's getting worse. There's only one thing to do, Professor. If there is some secret, some way of bringing Cragg back to health and reason, the Indians are the only ones who know it. And I'm afraid Cragg is doomed. Well, get some sleep, Professor. I'll call you when it's your turn to go on watch. All right, Kent.
Sleep steals again through the dim interior of the tiny igloo, where hope is all but dead. But outside, high over the ice fields of Ellesmere Land, a dim shape hurtles through the night. Superman, red cape streaming in the wind, returns to the sunken temple in the cliffs of ice to force the secret of Cragg's madness from the Cunalaka Indians. We find him now in the heart of the secret ice cave.
They're still there. I can hear them chanting. Ah, there they are. And they see me. Now, down into the middle of the temple. Down. Where's your chief? I want to talk to him. And put down those spears. Drop them.
White man, you take pleasure. We kill you, white man.
Oh, you want to fight, do you? I said drop those spears. All right, if you insist on it. All right. Now, where's your chief? Don't try to get away. All right, Chief. You and I are going to talk. What have you done to Alonzo Cragg?
You let go. I kill you.
Not this time. What have you done to Alonzo Cragg? Quick.
He's white captain. You'll never know that, white man. I never tell you.
Oh, yes, you will. You'll tell me right now.
I tell you, no. He medicine man. We make him medicine man. He stay medicine man till he die.
You tell me what you've done to Cragg, or you'll die right here and now.
You think so, white man. Go and kill me. Kill all Indians. But you'll never learn secret of Kunalakat. Never, never. White man, he stay medicine man till he die.
Hold Cragg, Walter. Don't let him hurt himself. He's getting delirious.
He wasn't as wild as this last night.
I tell you, there's going to be a crisis. He can't go on as he is now. Oh, where on earth is Kent?
Peters, how is Captain Cragg?
Man,
Godfrey, mighty.
Well,
where you been?
Mind that now. How's Cragg? But Kent, what did you do?
Peters, how's Cragg? Never mind the question.
Kent, he's worse. You see for yourself. He's mad, delirious.
I'm afraid of that. All right, here. You hold him, Walter. All right.
Thank you.
Professor Peters, help me get his mouth open.
Hey, what? Kent, what are you going to do? What's that powder?
I said hold him. Now then, Peters.
Yes.
Oh, no. Just a second now. Do your best, Peters.
Oh, he's locking his teeth. There you are, quickly.
There. That's good. You got most of it. All right, now water. Make him drink. Force it down his throat. Quick.
Kent, what is it? Where did you get that powder?
Never mind. There's one chance in a million. More water, quick.
Kent, what was that stuff you gave him?
Look. Look at him.
He's turning white. Kent, what have you done?
The only thing I could. If I've killed him, but we had the chance. Kent, Professor, listen. Walters, get the rifle. It's the Indian. Careful, Walters. Watch what you're doing. Kent, they're coming. They're coming sure enough. Hand me the gun. Here you are, quick. No, Walters, don't shoot. Don't. What do you mean, don't shoot? They're right on top of us. They're coming right for the igloo tent. They're here. Kent. Walters, give me that gun. Give it here. What are you thinking of, Kent? They're coming right in. They'll kill us.
White man, we come.
So I see. You'll have to wait, Chief.
We no wait. Where is white captain, medicine man?
Lying right there. See for yourself.
You wait too long. We do what we say.
You wait until I see what happens. If the captain recovers...
Where is treasure? We take treasure now.
Captain Cragg! Look at him. He's trying to get out. Cragg. Alonzo Cragg.
What is it? What happened?
You see, white captain speak. You give us treasure, we go.
Cragg. Captain Cragg, it's Walters. Old Ike Walters. Kent, he knows me. Chief, I'll do what I said. You've done your part. You see that chest? Take it. It's yours.
Kent, have you gone out of your mind? That's the Indian treasure.
I know it, but I promised.
White man, now we go. Let you go in peace.
Kent, what have you done? What is it?
Captain Cragg, take it easy. It's all right. Walters, how is he? Kent, he's weak, but he knows me. Say, I reckon he'll come out of it after all.
Kent, I don't understand.
Professor, I'm sorry. I did the only thing there was. I went to the Indians. They refused to give me the antidote to the drug. So I bargained with them. I promised to return their treasure if they gave me the antidote.
What is it? You gave them back the treasure? All those gems? That gold?
Well, it was theirs anyway. We had no right to it. Yes, I gave them back their treasure, Professor, for Captain Cragg's life. And it was the best bargain I ever made. Look at the Indians, Professor. They're going back to the Valley of the Ice Cliffs, back to their country. And we're going back to ours with Captain Cragg. Come on, we'll get the dog time.
That foghorn. Last time I heard it, Kent, was over 3 years ago. It's like coming back from the dead.
Well, we're glad to have you back, Captain Cragg. Oh, and that reminds me. This ring. I took it from you in the cave.
No, Kent. I want to say something to you.
Oh, please, Captain.
No, don't worry. I'm not going to even attempt to thank you. There aren't words in the language for that. But I do not want you to return the ring. I want you to keep it.
Captain, it's a family heirloom.
I know. My father gave it to me years ago. He valued it above everything else in the world. And so do I. That's why I want you to have it, Kent.
Captain, now look here.
No, but when you saved a man's life, and more than that, you can't refuse him one small favor.
Well,
Please, Kent. I want you to have this ring. It carries the initials of our family. And there's a secret opening in the back of the seat. Here. Give me your finger.
Captain, I don't know what to say, really.
We won't either of us say anything, Kent. We can't. But I want you to remember that this ring is a symbol. It's a symbol of the saving of a man's soul.
Captain Craig, I'll keep this always, right? Oh, look. Look, there's Captain Walters waving to us from the bridge. We're nearing land. Come on.
The mystery solved. Captain Alonzo Craig returned to health and sanity after 3 years of living burial. And Clark Kent with another amazing, sensational story for the Daily Planet. But even while the expedition makes its way back to civilization, another assignment, even stranger and more bizarre, is taking form. Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands, leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, and walks about among human beings disguised as Clark Kent, news reporter for a great metropolitan paper. As our story opens today, Clark Kent is on his way through the city room of the Daily Planet toward the private office of editor Perry White. As he is about to knock, he realizes that Lois Lane has approached, apparently headed in the same direction.
Hello, Miss Lane.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kent.
Hey, you're looking great. Oh, what's new?
Ask me later after I've seen the old man.
White? Well, that's where I'm headed myself. He just called me.
He just called me, too. Say, what's the big idea?
Haven't you heard? Conference of Leaders of American Journalism.
Oh.
Well, here we go. Come in.
Oh, hello, Kent.
Oh, Clyde.
You too, Lois. Fine. Come in. Close the door. Now, Lois, I'm entirely too old to lose my sleep on account of any members of your family.
My family, Mr. White. Oh, you must mean Uncle Horace.
Right. I do mean Uncle Horace.
Look here. If this is a family row, Mr. White, maybe I'd better run along.
Now, you stay where you are, Kent. You're in this, too, or you will be.
Who's Uncle Horace, Miss Lane?
Uncle Horace is Dr. Horace Morton, one of our leading private meteorologists.
Our leading wit? He's a scientist. He studies all about the weather.
He does more than that, Kent. He's probably the world's most accurate forecaster. His record of accuracy is simply amazing, and he won't tell us a word about it.
Secret system, eh?
Oh, Uncle Horace is just old and crotchety. He never reads the newspapers, and he doesn't like journalists. I know what you're leading up to, Mr. White. You want me to go out and get an interview from Uncle Horace on how he does it. But it just isn't any use.
Just the same, young lady, that's where you're going. You and Kent.
Oh, please, Mr. White, I haven't seen him for years. I doubt if he even knows I exist.
All the more reason for calling on him. Charming niece, doting uncle, show him what he's missed. Now, seriously, Lois, it's got to be done. If I'm right, there's a red-hot story.
All right, Mr. White. I'll try. You know.
Never mind the buts. That's your assignment from now until further orders. You understand, Kent?
Now, look, Mr. White, bring me up to date, will you? Where is this old this distinguished old scientist, and what does he really do?
Well, I can answer the first part of that, Mr. Kent. He lives on top of Music Mountain, outside of New Birmingham.
Just like a murder mystery, Kent. All alone by himself, except for Elmer Rogers.
Huh? Who's Elmer?
Assistant, handyman, secretary, chauffeur, grass cutter, comet catcher.
All right. Now, what about Dr. Morton? What's the real setup?
Kent, it's amazing. No one can explain it. Dr. Morton's weather predictions over the past year have been practically 100% correct.
How do you know he isn't just lucky, Mr. White?
Oh, don't run down your family, Lois. Accuracy like that isn't luck. Matter of fact, he's admitted that much himself.
Oh, he has, eh?
But that's all. He won't say another word. And it's important. If some definite workable system exists for really forecasting the weather, it's got to be known. Why, confound it, the man doesn't realize what he's holding back. Apparently, he can't see what it might mean to human beings all over the world. And that's what I want you to point out to him.
Marching orders, Miss Lane. When do we start?
Right away. Motor to New Birmingham. And go from there to Music Mountain. Oh, come, Lois. Don't look so sour.
Oh, I'm not sour. Just resigned. Come on, Mr. Kent. Even if nothing else happens, they say the view from Music Mountain is lovely.
You get more than the view or don't come back. And, oh, yes, give my regards to Uncle Horace.
Good grief, Mr. Kent. Did you ever see it rain harder in your life?
Well, to put it in words of one syllable, no.
Where in the world did it come from? Just a little while ago, it was perfectly clear. And the weather report on the radio said it was going to remain clear.
Wonder what Uncle Horace's weather forecast was. Well, if we have any luck, it won't be long till we know.
Hey, where are we?
Outside of New Birmingham. Hey, look at that rain, will you? Seems to be getting worse. Now I'm going to pull up a bit till it stops. I only hope it keeps up.
You only hope it keeps up. Why?
Well, haven't you heard? If it keeps up, it can't come down.
Oh, just one more like that, Clark Kent.
I know. You'll walk home. Hey, look, someone's coming.
Yeah, with his headlights on. He's coming fast.
I'll switch my lights on, too. I don't want him to hit us.
Where they're stopping. Look, they jumped out of the car. They're running this way.
In all this rain. What's the dickens do you suppose?
Get out of this car. Come on, make it fast.
What's the big idea? Who do you think you are?
Come on. I got no time for back talk. Get out of the car.
See, you...
Mr. Kent, look out. He has a gun.
We want this car. Come on.
Mr. Kent, do as he says. Don't argue.
Come on, you heard me. Make it fast. Come on. Okay, then.
Well,
Come on.
don't make him angry. Let him have a car if they want it. Mr. Kent, what do you think it is?
I think it's some kind of a getaway, Miss Lane. They're one jump ahead of the police, and they think they can break up their trail by switching cars. Let's get in their car, quick.
What are you going to do?
I knew it. They've taken the keys. You stay in here and keep dry, Lois.
Well, you get in here, too. Mr. Kent, wait.
You'll be all right. I'm going to beat it back to the nearest phone. Now, wait right where you are until I get back. Now, then. Thank heavens for the storm and the fog. You can't see me changing to Superman. Back to the nearest phone, eh? I think not. I'll settle with those birds myself. Up we go. Up and away. I don't know what's happened, what they've done, but they're outside the law, that's plain enough. And they've stolen our car. They won't get away with it. Too bad if I have to smash it up. Ah, there they are. Going like the devil, too. Down. I'll drop down in the road ahead of them and make them stop. Now then. Here they come. 70 miles an hour. Oh, so you won't stop, eh? We'll see about that. See how you like hitting a Superman. Here they are. Now! Off into the ditch.
Save the guy!
Catch them before they come up the run. Don't try to run. There we are.
Get away! Quick, man, beat it!
Beat it, eh? Not this time. And don't pull that gun. Here come the police. Just to make sure they find you when they get here. That does it. He's out but not hurt. Here comes the law. Got to get back to Lois. Up we go. Up. Afraid our car's wrecked for keeps. Too bad. Well, we'll get the police to take it back to town. Then we'll get another car and head for Music Mountain.
Late the following evening, Kent and Lois Lane in another car ascend the dark and winding road up Music Mountain.
Boy, some road, I'll say. Wonder how your uncle ever gets down to civilization.
What?
I say, I wonder how your Uncle Horace gets down to town for his beans and bacon.
Oh.
What's the matter? Not sick, are you?
Oh, no, I'm all right.
You've been awfully quiet lately. Sure you feel all right?
Certainly I'm all right. Say, are we almost there?
We're almost up the mountain. I suppose the road ends at the observatory. Yes, there it is. Through the trees ahead.
Oh, yeah. I guess that must be it. Mr. Kent, look, wait a minute.
What?
Stop the car. I want to talk to you before we get there.
Well, sure, but what's the idea?
Mr. Kent, I've been thinking. There's something I ought to show you.
Something you ought to show me? What are you talking about?
Look, this piece of paper. I found it in the car. You know, the bandit car.
Well, what is it? Let me see it.
There's writing on it. Read what it says.
Switch on that flashlight, will you? Thanks. All set. Professor promises storm at 3:30. Be ready to go when it hits. Hey, that's mighty queer, Lois. You say you found this in the car?
Yeah, after you went looking for the police.
They said those fellows had pulled a payroll hold-up and made their getaway in the thunderstorm. Gee, you don't think...
I know. We're wondering the same thing. The professor. Mr. Kent, would that mean Uncle Horace?
Great Scott.
Oh, if it did. Oh, no, I can't believe it.
Oh, of course not. No, you've got it all wrong.
No, but Mr. Kent, what else can it mean? The Professor promises storm at 3:30, and just before 4 when we met them on the road and they took our car. Mr. Kent, you don't think there's a connection between Uncle Horace and those payroll bandits, do you?
Come on, Miss Lane. There's the observatory. Now, you let me take that paper and just forget about it. Come on.
Mr. Kent, it's all dark. There isn't a light anywhere. So gloomy. The whole place is gloomy. So worried and afraid.
Now, here, pull yourself together. What are you afraid of?
I don't know. I just have a feeling something's wrong. Something's happened.
Oh, nonsense. Ah, here we are. I'll knock.
Listen, anyone coming?
Don't think so. Yes, there is, too. Yeah, he's right back at the door.
Who's that? Who's there?
Uncle Horace? Is that you?
Uncle Horace. Are you looking for Dr. Morton?
Why, it's Rogers. Rogers, don't you remember me? Lois Lane? You're think to see me, but I do think
Lois
you might...
Lane. Oh, Miss Lois, thank heaven you come. Come inside, quickly, before he hears you and comes down.
Oh, what's the matter?
Inside while I close the door. Go. Miss Lane, Miss Lois, you don't know what it means to see somebody I can talk to.
Oh, Rogers, what's the matter? You sound absolutely terrified.
Terrified? Wait when I tell you. Oh, Miss Lois.
Someone's coming. Down those stairs.
It's him. He heard you knock. I can't tell you now. He's coming. Now, don't say a word. Remember, not a word. Not one word.
Sudden, unexplained mystery at the observatory of Dr. Horace Morton, high on the lonely slope of Music Mountain. What had happened? What terrible secret does the assistant Rogers wish to share with Lois Lane? And what is the connection, if any, between Horace Morton, world-famous scientist, and the thunderstorm bandits of New Birmingham? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive. He came to Earth from the planet Krypton, and who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Sent by Editor White of the Planet to interview Dr. Horace Morton, well-known weather forecaster, and uncle of Lois Lane, Kent and Lois had had a strange adventure on the road. Fleeing payroll bandits seized their car during a violent storm, leaving behind them a fragment of a note which indicated there might be a connection between the crime and Dr. Morton. On their arrival at the lonely observatory on Music Mountain, Kent and Lois were received by Morton's assistant, Elmer Rogers, in a high state of nerves. But before Rogers could tell them the cause of his alarm, Dr. Morton appears at the top of the stairs. As our story continues today, some few minutes have passed. Dr. Morton has taken Kent and Lois to his laboratory, while Rogers has returned to another part of the building. The clock strikes the half hour. A telephone bell rings. Rogers answers. Listen.
Hello, Morton Observatory.
Hello, who's this, Rogers?
Yes.
This is Mr. Collins.
Oh, yes, Mr. Collins.
Dr. Morton there?
Why, he has visitors just now, sir. Is there something I could do?
Visitors? What visitors?
His niece, Miss Lane, and a young gentleman named Kent, a newspaper man.
Newspaper man? Morton's not giving out any interviews, is he?
Oh, no, sir. He hasn't yet. Of course, I don't know. Miss Lane works on the same paper.
No interviews, Rogers. Make sure Morton understands. Syndicate can't afford to have any news get out right now.
Oh, I'm sure Dr. Morton understands that, Mr. Collins.
All right, never mind that now. What I really called about was the forecast. You're absolutely sure?
Yes, sir. So far as I know.
Fog and hail in New Birmingham at approximately 10:45 tonight. Is that right?
That's what Dr. Morton said.
What's the time now?
Just 10:30.
Please please remind Dr. Morton that the syndicate is checking all this very carefully. If there's a slip-up, they probably won't want to go on with it.
He hasn't failed yet, sir.
I've just checked the weather station. They swear that it'll be clear with rising temperatures.
Fog and hail, that's what Dr. Morton said, sir. But I'm a little worried.
Worried at what, Rogers?
At what happens at these demonstrations, Mr. Collins. For example, the thunderstorm yesterday afternoon.
What about it?
There was a holdup, a payroll robbery.
Pure coincidence.
Then the hailstorm last week at Norfolk. Right in the middle of it, a jewelry store on Main Street was robbed in broad daylight.
Forget it, Rogers.
But I can't forget it, Mr. Collins. It almost looks as if someone knew what was going to happen. As if they used Dr. Morton's demonstrations to...
I said forget it. You know what depends on this, Rogers. If Morton can prove what he says, the syndicate will back him to the hilt. If not, well, it's all over.
Just the same, Mr. Collins. I don't like it. If anything happens tonight...
Well, what about it? If something does happen tonight, what do you do?
I shall go straight to Dr. Morton and tell him what I think. That he's being used. Improperly used.
I wouldn't do that, Rogers. I really wouldn't.
Wouldn't you?
Oh, not for a minute. Now, just stop and think. If he's being used, the gang is pulling off this stuff, and you went and stopped it. Well, just consider what your life would be worth.
Good heavens. You think they'd...
I think you probably run a terrible risk, Rogers. I really do. What's the time now?
Why, 10:35.
10 minutes to go. I hope Dr. Morton's prediction is correct.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sure it is, sir.
Very well, that's all, Rogers. Only remember what I said. Good night.
10:35, 10:40. Meanwhile, in the main room of the observatory, Dr. Horace Morton entertains his guests. Lois Lane, his niece, and Clark Kent.
Please, Uncle Horace, you wouldn't want us to have made the trip just for nothing, now, would you?
My dear Lois, a great part of my time in the past few months has been given over to foiling the designs of newspaper people.
Oh, Mr. Kent, isn't he dreadful? See what you can do.
Oh, really, Dr. Morton? You've done such wonders in meteorology, forecasting the weather so accurately. I give you my word, they're talking about it everywhere.
And now, flattery. No, my boy, it's no use. No use whatever. When I get ready to describe my work, I'll do so in detail, and not before.
Uncle Horace, have you some secret system?
Possibly.
The best weather bureaus in the world are only about 85% accurate, Doctor. And you're right 95% of the time.
95, my dear boy. I'm 100% accurate.
Well, how in the world do you do it?
Oh, Mr. Kent, isn't it exciting? You do it with all those wheels and machines and instruments, Uncle Horace?
Certainly different from any observatory I was ever in.
I won't answer questions, but I might give a demonstration.
Really, Uncle Horace?
Morton's mystical meteorology. Also fortunes in tea leaves. What's the weather doing outside at the moment, Mr. Kent?
I'd say it was clear and cool.
Well, clear and cool.
Uncle Horace, what are you doing?
Adjusting the instruments, my dear. Don't come too close. Part of the Morton system is the free use of electricity.
Electricity?
Good heavens. Well, what a weird light. What's that for, Uncle? What are you doing with those levers?
Directing the mechanical calculators. Please stand where you are, Mr. Kent.
Oh, don't worry. I'm too interested to move even if I wanted to.
Uncle Horace, what happens now?
Well, first of all, we might check. See what my colleagues and rivals have to say. There's a telephone extension there on the table, Mr. Kent. Call this number and get the latest weather report.
All right.
West and southwesterly southwest wind. Tonight clear and cool. Tomorrow fair.
Well, clear and cool.
Dear. Now, let's see what the Morton system says. I think we have enough to go on by now.
Can you make out what he's doing?
Not very well. Looking into some kind of a glass thing on the table. Might be a camera.
I think, what do you want a camera for?
Most interesting. And once again, I fear the usually respected authorities are wrong. Dear me, yes, quite wrong.
Well, what is the weather going to be, Uncle Horace?
Fog and hail, my dear. And almost at once. Thick fog and rather severe hail. Now, if you'd excuse me for a few minutes.
Oh, surely, sir. We'll be all right.
Oh, don't let us bother you, Uncle Horace.
I shan't be long. Possibly you'd like to go out on the balcony, through the French doors there. If you want anything, ring for Rogers.
All right. Come on, Miss Lane. Let's do a little observing ourselves out on the balcony.
Ooh, clear and cool. Well, it's cool enough. Mr. Kent, what do you make of it?
I'm darned if I know. But I'll tell you this. Something awfully funny going on around here.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But all that machinery and the electricity.
Oh, that's for the weather forecasting. He said so himself.
Oh, bunk. Don't you believe it. I've been in weather bureaus before, and I never saw anything like that. They use barometers and wind speed indicators and charts and stuff like that.
He made a forecast. He didn't use the machinery. How did he do it?
Well, that's what gets me. As far as I could see, he didn't do a thing. He just grabbed it out of the air. And, of course, you realize he was laughing at us all the time.
Yeah, he certainly was having a whole lot of fun.
And if you ask me, he didn't make a forecast at all. He just said so to throw us off.
He's a queer person, Mr. Kent. Mm-hmm. It's cold and clammy. Why, what's happened? Look, you can't see the stars anymore. What is it?
Well, for the... Great Scott, it's fog. A thick bank of fog has just drifted right down on top of us.
Fog? Why, that's just what he said. Ow!
What's the matter?
Something hit me on the head. Ow, there it is again.
Hey, something hit me, too. Miss Lane, it's hailstones. Hailstones as big as marbles.
Mr. Kent, fog and hail. It's just what he said. And he was doing something with all that machinery.
Well, I guess he was, all right. He certainly did make a bang-up forecast. Ow. Here, let's get inside before we get rain.
Okay.
Come on.
I'll close the window.
All right. Well, I'll say this much, Miss Lane. Your old Uncle Horace is right on the ball, all right. He sure called the turn.
See how popular he must be with the regular weather people.
Oh, and how? Calls them up, gets their report, and then makes monkeys out of them.
Just look at that storm. And it came up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And suddenly. Oh, isn't that lightning?
Yeah, there's the thunder. Well, you usually get thunder and lightning with hail.
Mr. Kent, just look at that. Out through the window. Those hailstones are almost big enough to break the glass.
Yeah, and the fog. Hey, you can't see your hand before your face. Well, even if we don't smoke out the secret of what your uncle's doing, Miss Lane, we'll have a swell eyewitness story. White'll love us.
Oh, what was that? It sounded like a shot.
That's what I thought myself. Wait, you stay here.
Where are you going?
I'm going to see if anything's happened. I'm going to find Dr. Morton.
Oh, call to him. Uncle Horace.
Dr. Morton.
Uncle Horace.
Dr. Morton. Oh, it's no use. Whoever he is, he doesn't hear us.
I'm coming with you, Mr. Kent.
All right, come on. Where did you think that noise came from? Inside or outside?
Inside. Come on, down these stairs.
Not the way your uncle went. Come on, we're probably on a wild goose chase.
Oh, wait. Wait, don't get too far ahead of me.
All right.
Mr. Kent, what's the matter? What are you looking at?
Miss Lane. Wait, don't come down here. Go back. Go back upstairs.
Say, what's the idea? If there's any excitement, I want to be in on it.
No, Miss Lane, go back, please.
Oh, Kent, what's the matter with you?
I told you not to come down. I told you.
Who is it? What's happened? Oh, quick, let's do something.
No use. It's Rogers. Elmer Rogers.
Is he?
Yes. He is. Shot dead from close range. And there's the gun that did it. But why? Answer me that. And another thing. Now we'll never know what he wanted to tell us when we came in.
Another mystery. Who or what killed Elmer Rogers? What was the secret he wanted to tell Kent and Lois? And meanwhile, where is Dr. Horace Morton? And what is he really doing in the lonely observatory on Music Mountain? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, mighty champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from the outer reaches of the universe with a physical structure never before attained by mortal men. Superman, who is stronger than a locomotive, faster than a speeding bullet, and who walks about among human beings disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw them, Kent and Lois Lane were at the observatory of Lois's uncle, Dr. Horace Morton, for an interview on the amazingly accurate Morton system of weather forecasting. As soon as they had arrived, they realized something was wrong. Elmer Rogers, Morton's assistant, had started to warn them, but suddenly stopped. Later, a possible connection had appeared between the Morton Observatory and the lonely slopes of Music Mountain and an outbreak of crime in the nearby towns. Finally, during a heavy hailstorm, which Dr. Morton had correctly prophesied, Kent and Lois heard a shot. Running to investigate, they discovered Elmer Rogers, the assistant, lying dead on the floor of his room. As our story continues today, a very few seconds have passed. Kent and Lois Lane are bending over the still form of Rogers while the hail beats outside, and Dr. Morton is nowhere to be found.
Miss Kent, listen, that hailstorm is still going on.
Never mind the hailstorm, Miss Lane. I told you not to come down here.
I'm sorry. I'll be all right. It's just so sudden. Roger's shot. Who do you think did it and why?
Can't tell you that, Miss Lane. But I can tell you how. There's the gun. See? There under the bench. Don't touch it.
I won't. What are we going to do?
Nothing for the moment. One of the first things I'd like to know is... Listen, is that someone coming?
Yes, down the stairs.
Must be your uncle.
Uncle Horace! Uncle Horace!
Lois, my dear, where are you? I declare, I was afraid you'd run off.
We're down here, Dr. Morton. Something's happened. Please be ready for a shock.
A shock, my boy? What are you talking about? Good heavens.
Oh, Uncle Horace.
Kent, what's happened? What's the matter with Rogers?
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Rogers has been shot. Killed.
Killed? Elmer Rogers? Why, that's not possible. It can't be. Great heavens. How did he do it?
How did he do it? Uncle Horace, you mean you think he did it himself?
My dear Lord, what else? Yes, and there's the gun he used to do it with, too. See, right here.
Don't pick it up, Dr. Morton. Please, let it alone.
Don't pick it up? Nonsense, my boy. How am I going to look at it if I don't pick it up? Hey, look, see for yourself.
All right. The damage is done now.
What's he talking about? What damage?
Uncle, if there were fingerprints on the gun, you'd foiled them by picking it up.
Fingerprints? Oh, that's quite so.
Clark, what are you going to do now?
Notify the police. That's all there is to do. And the quicker the better. Would you mind phoning them, Dr. Morton?
Police phone? Why, certainly.
Just tell them Mr. Rogers has been killed and ask them to get here as soon as they can.
But, look here, Kent. Must we have the police? Do you think it's really necessary?
Why, Uncle, of course it's necessary. Please hurry and telephone.
I'm sorry, Dr. Morton. There's no way out. The telephone's upstairs, isn't it?
All right. If you think it's the thing to do. Oh, poor Rogers. Poor fellow.
What do you make of that?
Mr. Kent, I don't understand it. He ought to be all broken up. Rogers has been with him for years, but he isn't broken up. He's quite calm.
Isn't he? I don't like to say it, Miss Lane, but he acts like a man who's trying to be broken up.
What do you mean?
I think you know. You and I, the doctor, and Elmer Rogers are the only 4 people on Music Mountain. That is, as far as we know. If Elmer Rogers was killed, one of us killed him.
Oh, no, Uncle Horace couldn't have done it.
Your uncle was out of the room when we heard the shot. Where was he, and what was he doing? And he was pretty cute about picking up the gun, too.
What do you mean?
I mean, if there were 2 sets of prints on that gun, Rogers and somebody else's, and that somebody else happened to be Horace Morton, well, you've got a perfectly legitimate explanation now. The prints got on the gun when he picked it up.
Clark, it's not so. I don't believe it. And anyway, how do you know Rogers didn't do it himself? You remember how strangely he acted when we got here.
Not strangely. Frightened, Miss Lane. And frightened of what? Why did he stop talking? Because he saw Dr. Morton coming.
Here he comes again.
My dear Kent, most unfortunate. But we can't get the police. We can't get anyone.
Oh, what's the matter?
Apparently the storm has broken down the wires. Sharp but severe.
What? You mean the line's dead? You can't get the operator?
Believe me, I can't get a soul.
Mr. Kent, there's only one thing to do. You've got to get down the mountain to New Birmingham while Uncle Horace and I stay here at the observatory.
Leave you here?
You must. I don't mind. I'll be all right.
No, she's right, my boy. That is, if you feel you must go at all.
Go ahead, Mr. Kent. Take the car and go down and bring back the police. We'll stay right here while you're gone.
Well, all right. But don't take chances. Keep your eyes open, Miss Lane, and be careful.
Hurry, Mr. Kent. Uncle Horace will look after me, won't you, Uncle?
Bless my soul. Certainly, of course.
Very well, I'll go. Out this door right here. Leads to the road, doesn't it?
Yes. Where's your car?
Down around the turn. We walked the last few steps. Hello, the storm stopped. Still foggy, though, but the hail's gone.
Hurry. Hurry down and hurry back.
I hate to do it. It's probably safe enough.
If he did kill Rogers, he wouldn't dare do anything to his own niece. That would pin it on him for keeps. I think I can make better time to New Birmingham as Superman. Get down and back faster than they imagine. All right, this ought to do it. Up we go. Up and faster. Faster. Down the mountain like a bullet. Out. Out and away. Flashing through the night air, red cape streaming in the wind, Superman streaks down the mountain and out over the streets of New Birmingham, searching for police headquarters. But suddenly he sees lights, crowds, hears shouts, desperate calls. Police lines fighting to keep back a frenzied mob. Down he sweeps, and down. What's that? Looks like something's happened at the bank. And if I want police, this is where I'll find them. I'll duck down into that alley and come out again as Clark Kent. Down, down. There. Don't think anybody's seen me. What in thunder's going on? Well, I'll soon know. Just as quick as I can get hold of an officer. There's the police sergeant right now. Hey there, Sergeant! Sergeant!
Out of the way, young fella, out of the way. Can't stop now. Get back.
Officer, listen. There's been a murder up on Music Mountain. I've just come down.
Well, what's that?
I say there's been a murder on Music Mountain in Dr. Morton's observatory.
Well, who is it? Quick.
Morton's assistant, Elmer Rogers.
Wait, you say he's dead?
Shot through the heart.
Well, if he's dead, it'll have to wait now. If we don't work fast, there'll be 3 men dead right here in town.
What's happened? I'm a reporter.
Oh, a reporter. Okay. Well, there was a divil of a big hailstorm, and right in the middle of it, a gang tapped the bank.
What? The gang held up the bank during that storm?
Yeah. They held up the bank, got away clean, and left 3 special officers in the vault, locked in with a time lock.
What? 3 men locked in a vault? Officer, how long have they been there?
I don't know. Maybe half an hour, maybe less. And they'll suffocate if they ain't out of there pretty quick. And the time lock's set for tomorrow morning. What? We can't do a thing. We can't use dynamite. They'll die. Every last one of them.
Sergeant, that vault, where is it?
What's it to you? You can't do anything.
Where is it? I've got to know.
Right over yonder, under the main part of the bank. Hey, where are you going? Hey, what about that murder? Hey!
Can't stop now. This is more important. A bank holdup during that hailstorm, eh? I wonder if that had anything to do with what Rogers wanted to tell us. And that note Lois found. I'll have to go into that later. Right now, my job is getting into that vault. Back to that alley, quick. Dynamite may not be able to reach that vault, but I think Superman can. Here we are. Down, down. Now then, it ought to be right under here. 10 feet of earth, 3 feet of steel and concrete. Well, here goes. Hidden in the darkness of the alley, Superman applies his terrific strength to tearing into the earth above the vault. Muscles of steel, hands and fingers like steel talons rip through earth and stone. Dust and debris rise in a whirling cloud, and suddenly Superman finds himself at the face of the vault. Now then, sheet steel and reinforced concrete. Almost in. Oh, I can hear them gasping. Once more. Made it. Into the vault. There they are, out cold, dying from suffocation. The fresh air will fix that. Now what? Well, I could take them out the way I came in, of course, but there's a crowd in the bank. I think it would be simpler to knock the door of the vault out. All I have to do, really, is grab hold of the edges and heave. Locks are giving way. I bet they'll be surprised out there. Hope they have the sense to stand back. Here goes. Once more, and we do it.
Hey! What's happened? What's going on? Who's that guy? Where'd he come from? Hey!
Sorry, gentlemen. Can't stay. Got business elsewhere. Now, back the way I came in. Out to the alley. Out, and away! They'll talk about that forever, but they won't connect it with Clark Kent, and that's all that matters. Now, back to the observatory and Lois. Up we go. Out of the alley. This does it. Away! Up, faster, and away! Back up the mountain goes the winging shape, while in the streets of New Birmingham, stunned crowds sway and cluster about the bank, watching the prisoners in the vault come out as men rescued from the dead. Police organize for a hurried trip to Morton Observatory, but Superman is there far ahead of them, sweeping down out of the darkness to the doorway before the house. There we are. Hope Lois is all right. Down we go. Down. Now, up to the door, and then back to Clark Kent.
Miss Lane! Miss Lane, it's me. It's Clark Kent. I'm back. Open the door. That's peculiar. Great Scott, I hope... Why, the door isn't even locked. It's open. Where are they? Lois! Lois! Dr. Morton, where are you? Dr. Morton! Great heavens, they're not here. What could have happened? The place is empty, deserted. Lois! Lois Lane! Lois! Lois! Lois!
Mystery piling on mystery. Kent returns to find the observatory empty and deserted. Where are Lois and Horace Morton? Who killed Elmer Rogers? And what sinister connection is fast taking form between the Morton weather forecast and the dark forces of the underworld? Tune in and follow the story of Superman. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, mighty visitor from another world, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by quakes and explosions, and who walks about among human beings disguised as Clark Kent, news reporter for a great metropolitan paper. Sent to investigate remarkably accurate weather predictions by the famous meteorologist Horace Morton, Kent and Lois Lane have run head-on into mystery. Elmer Rogers, Morton's assistant, has been murdered during a violent storm. And when Kent went down the mountain to inform the police, he found that thieves had broken into the New Birmingham Bank and locked its officers in the vault. Superman rescued the imprisoned men and then raced back to the lonely observatory, only to discover that Lois and Dr. Morton were nowhere to be found. As our story continues today, the police have arrived, and Kent is explaining the situation to the sergeant in charge. Listen.
Listen, Sergeant. During the storm, Miss Lane, she's Dr. Morton's niece, she and I were in the laboratory, up there at the head of the stairs.
Yeah?
Well, we heard a shot. And when we came down here to see what had happened, we found Elmer Rogers.
Shot?
Shot and killed. With a revolver that was lying near him on the floor.
Wait a minute. You say that you and Miss Lane... Where was Doc Morton?
He came in while we were bending over Rogers. He'd been out.
Out where?
I don't know.
Okay. Then what?
Well, I told him to telephone the police. But he came back after a while and said the wires were down. So I left him here with Miss Lane and hurried to New Birmingham myself. I told the police, then came right back. And here's what I want to tell you. There isn't a sign of either Miss Lane or Dr. Morton. They've simply vanished.
Huh? Well, where are they going?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Okay, we got to look around. Maybe they're hiding. You been over the place, upstairs and down?
Everywhere except the cellar, if there is one.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. Where's the door?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe through here. You want to take a look at Rogers on the way?
What do you say, Devlin?
Not much, Sarge. We got him all right. Shot from close by. We'll take the gun back and check it for print.
Wait a minute. What's this here? Where'd this dirt come from?
Oh, that's kind of gravel-like. He had it in his hand.
Had it in his hand? Well, what is it? Here, you take a look.
Where'd it come from? Looks like black dirt.
Yeah. You ever seen it before?
No, if he had it in his hand when Miss Lane and I looked at him, I guess we missed it.
If he had it in his hand. You don't think somebody put it in there later, do you? What's the matter?
Shh. Keep quiet.
Well, what's up? What do you hear?
Beyond that door, just behind you. Someone is coming up a flight of stairs.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Bless my soul.
Dr. Morton.
Morton? Are you Doc Morton?
Of course. You went to get the police, didn't you, Kent? You know, I'd completely forgotten.
Dr. Morton, where is Lois?
Lois?
Yes.
Dear me, isn't she upstairs in the laboratory? That's where I left her.
She is not in the laboratory.
No? Then she's probably in bed. Sensible girl. Too much excitement. People getting killed, calling police.
Dr. Morton, Lois is not in bed, as you know perfectly well. Where is she?
My dear Mr. Kent.
I left her here with you while I went to get the police. Now she's gone. Where is she?
I give you my word, I haven't the faintest idea.
Come on, Doc. What have you done with her?
What have I done with her?
What were you doing down in the cellar?
My dear Kent, Your tone. I don't like it.
I don't care whether you like it or not. What were you doing down in that cellar?
Devlin, go down them stairs and see what you can find.
Okay, Sarge.
Now then, Doc, come on, speak up. Didn't expect us to get here so soon, did you? You thought you'd get away with it. Well, come on, let's have it.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
I want to know what you were doing down those cellar stairs.
Well, if you must, I have a small chemical laboratory. When Lois and I were left alone, I advised her to find a book. As I recall, I left her reading.
You left her. Where'd you go?
I remembered I'd been working on an experiment, a new step in the breakdown of pitch blende.
A what?
I doubt if you'd understand. You know the new Birmingham refinery?
The refinery?
Yes.
Sure, yes. What of it?
I have some acquaintance with the director, Mr. Milo Fales. At his request, I have been investigating the breakdown of pitch blende ores into radium.
Radium? You mean there's a radium refinery in New Birmingham?
Yeah, that part of it's straight enough, but the rest ain't. I don't believe a word of it. Come on, Al.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. I just thought of something. Where's that gravel? Here. Dr. Morton, look at this stuff. You know what it is?
Where did you get that, Mr. Kent?
It was in Roger's hands when he was killed. What is it?
Pitch blende, Mr. Kent. The same very valuable pitch blende ore that I worked with alone in my cellar laboratory.
You mean he stole it?
It would seem so.
Okay, that's enough for me. Method, that there gun. Motive, on account of he stole the radium. Opportunity, when you sneaked out and left Kent and Miss Lane alone. You're coming with me, Doc.
And just what are you talking about, officer?
You heard me. You're coming down to jail, and you're coming now. Oh, yeah, Devil?
Ain't nothing down there, Sarge. Just a little room and a bench with a lot of bottles and stuff.
Wait. Any place to hide anything?
No, it ain't more than 12 feet square. Cut right out of the rock.
Get my coat, Devlin. All right, come along, Doc.
I protest. Most emphatically. This is an outrage. Monstrous. I shall complain.
Okay. Complain to the judge. But you're coming with me, and you're coming now. Hey, Devlin, you stay here and search the place.
Okay.
You too, Kent. We want you for a witness. I'll send the coroner up.
Sergeant, look. Tire tracks.
What?
Tire tracks, the car.
What are you talking about? What car?
Oh, forget it. I made a mistake.
Devlin, you get out after that girl. Search the house first, then the woods. If you don't find her, we'll be back with a posse. I'll see you later.
Come on back inside. You'll get soaked.
No, you go ahead. Search the house. I'll look around outside. I don't mind the rain.
Well, holler if you find anything.
Find anything? I should say I have. Good thing that sergeant didn't question me. I almost gave myself away. Calling attention to those tire tracks, I almost blurted out that Lois's car was gone. Then they'd start asking me what I used to get to town in. Let me look at those tracks. Down the road. Looks like a skid. It's traveling fast. Here, what's this? More tracks. There was another car here. Those aren't Lois's tire marks. Her car left in a hurry, and the second car went after it.
Well, I think it's time Superman took a hand and went after them both. Up we go. Up, and away.
Far ahead on the narrow, twisting mountain road, wet and treacherous, Lois Lane desperately urges her car to its highest speed. Behind her, a second car, long and black and low, relentlessly closes in. Suddenly, the silver glitter of water, a narrow bridge. The second car creeps up, while high overhead, Superman streaks through the stormy sky.
There it is. That's Lois's coupe. And she's driving it, but who's that chasing her? Great Scott, they're going at top speed, both of them. They're on the bridge. The second car's trying to pass. What? He's crowding Lois into the bridge. Gotta get into this. Down. They're forcing Lois over. Oh, she's crashed. She's going through the rail. She's in the lake. I'll have to let those other fellows go. Gotta get Lois down into that water. Faster.
Oh, what's happened? What was it?
Lois, Miss Lane, you're all right. Just take it easy.
Oh, Clark, Mr. Kent, the car. What happened?
You had a nasty spill. A car shoved you into the lake. Luckily, I got there in time to pull you out.
But
But where are we now?
It was the strangest thing in the world. Just as I pulled you out, this fellow came along in his truck, and he's giving us a lift into town.
Sure thing you know, mister. I'll have you up to that there hospital in no time.
Miss Lane, how do you feel?
I'm all right. But those men, where are they?
What men?
The ones that were chasing me. Oh, Mr. Kent, just after you left, 2 men came in a car. They were the ones who killed Rogers. I heard them. They didn't know I was there, but...
You heard them confess to the murder? Lois, Miss Lane, who were they?
Oh, I don't know. They were after Uncle Horace, but he was down in the cellar. He never even knew.
Well, then what he said was true. He didn't do it.
Do what?
Kill Rogers. The police thought your uncle murdered Rogers because he'd stolen some radium ore.
Oh, no. Poor Uncle Horace. Mr. Kent, it wasn't that at all. I heard the whole story. Those men, they were using him. They were criminals.
You mean... Wait, Scott, you mean they were committing crimes when they knew there were storms coming? Lois, Miss Lane, that explains everything.
Oh, it was more than that, Mr. Kent. Uncle Horace, he didn't just forecast when storms were coming. He made them.
What? But that's not possible.
Oh, but it is. It is. I heard everything before they saw me. Uncle Horace made the storms. And he never knew what they were doing, but Rogers knew, and he said he'd tell, and that's why they killed him. Oh, Mr. Kent, Uncle Horace, where is he now?
He's in jail, but he won't be there long. Hey there. Never mind the hospital. Drive straight to the jail.
Jail?
Yes.
Okay, mister. Right near there now.
Good. But, Lois, there's something I don't understand. Why were these men after you?
Oh, they heard me, and I ran for the door and the car. I just got away, but they came after me. I drove as fast as I could to get to town and the police, but they came alongside on that bridge.
Oh, never mind. I know what happened after that. And boy, was it lucky. Oh, look, here we are. There's the jail. Police headquarters. What? Oh, what's happened? Look at that crowd.
Mr. Kent, what is it?
Well,
Hey, what's all the shooting for?
There's the man I want. Sergeant! Sergeant!
What the? Hey, Kent.
Yeah.
Where'd you come from? Say, don't tell me you got the Lane girl.
Sergeant, here she is, and she's told me the whole story. Morton didn't commit that murder. We've got to get him out. Where is he?
Where is he? That's what I want to know myself. Doc Morton's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
What do you mean?
I mean he's been snatched, taken away. Listen, I got him down here and put him in a cell. Then came the biggest explosion you ever heard.
Explosion?
There was a gang after him. They broke into his cell, and now they got him. Kent, if you know anything at all, who are they? What's it all about? Who's got him? And what are they going to do next?
One mystery solved, only to lead into another. Horace Morton, famous scientist, revealed as the man who has found the secret of actually creating weather. But what of the mysterious group who have stolen him away? What do they intend doing? And what unbelievable climax lies ahead? Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky. Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, stronger than a locomotive, faster than an airplane, who came to Earth from the planet Krypton and who walks about among men disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Kent and Lois Lane have discovered that Dr. Morton, Lois' uncle, actually created the weather he forecast, and that a mysterious group headed by a man named Collins was using him for its own evil ends. When we last saw them, Kent and Lois Lane had come to the jail to bring about the doctor's release, only to find that Collins had been ahead of them, flown in the jail walls, and vanished with the old scientist in his power. As our story continues today, some time has passed. The desperate search for the missing Dr. Morton has produced nothing. And meanwhile, a new danger threatens. Listen.
Where are we?
Right in the narrowest part of the valley. The radium plant's right there ahead. That's the gate.
Why, Mr. Kent, the radium plant's right against the steepest part of the mountain. It's right under it.
Exactly. So is that little settlement. Workers' houses, mostly. I tell you, Miss Lane, Music Mountain is actually moving. And if it comes down any further, well, there's going to be a real panic.
But I don't understand. What's doing it?
Here, look up. And you see all that slope of loose rock? Well, it's moving, that's all. It's on the way down.
Yes, but why?
Search me. Maybe it's because of all that rain. Got things loosened up. Say, look. They're beginning to get people moved out already. Look at those trucks. And isn't that a big busload of kids there?
Oh, Clark, those poor people. They must be frantic.
I guess they are, all right. They're in a mighty dangerous spot. Well, we've got to get going.
Who's this man we're going to see?
Milo Fales. He's the acting head of the radium refinery.
Oh, I didn't know they found radium down here.
Well, they don't. But they send the pitchblende ore down here to be refined. Remember what your uncle said that night they arrested him?
I wasn't there.
He said he'd been doing some work for Fales, trying to find a simpler refining process. And I just happened to remember it myself.
What do you mean?
Well, Lois, we've tried everything, and we've come up against a blank wall. Not a single lead. Your uncle's just vanished. Well, this is our last chance. Fales may know something or remember something. Let's go down and have a talk with him. It's worth a try.
Don't go that way.
Say, I beg your pardon.
What? Keep out of the way, please.
Mr. Kent, what's it all about? This place is like a madhouse.
We're moving, young lady. Got to get this whole plant cleaned out and packed into trucks before that mountain comes down on top of us. So if you don't mind...
I'm looking for Mr. Fales, Milo Fales.
I'm Fales. What's on your mind? Only make it fast.
Mr. Fales, I'm Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet.
Sorry, no time for the papers. You have to excuse me. Hey, Mike! Mike, not that one. Get the cases packed up first.
Mr. Fales, we don't want an interview.
Right.
This lady is Miss Lane, Lois Lane, and she's a niece of Dr. Horace Morton.
What's that? Niece of Morton.
We don't want to bother you, Mr. Fales, but if you could tell us anything...
Here, come in my office. There's much noise out here. You can't hear yourself think. Now then, how much do you know?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Fales, we don't know anything.
Absolutely not a thing. And we can't find out anything.
What made you come here?
Because on the last night we saw Dr. Morton, the night he was brought down to New Birmingham, he said he was working on a pitch blend process connected with a radium refinery. And he said he was doing it for you.
Oh, I see. That's the way it is, eh?
Mr. Kent just remembered it, Mr. Fales, and he thought, rather he hoped, you might possibly be able to shed a little light on what's happened to my uncle.
I know it's just a shot in the dark, but believe me, we've tried everything else.
That's what brings you here, eh? Well, all I can say is I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't tell us a thing?
Miss Lane, I only wish I could. You say you haven't any idea at all where your uncle is?
No, Mr. Fales, I don't even know if he's alive.
Oh, yes, he's alive. I mean, he must be.
But you don't know anything more about him?
Mr. Kent, that was the name, wasn't it?
Yes.
My connection with Dr. Morton was really nothing more than casual. Less than that. He was interested in chemistry, and he thought he might be able to help us.
Help you how, Mr. Fales?
Well, we refine radium. Very difficult process. Over 35 different steps. And Dr. Morton thought he might be able to find a simpler process.
Radium? That's very valuable, isn't it?
Valuable? Look here, young lady. Just look out this window. You see those trucks?
Yes. What about them?
They're piled with pitch blende ore, about a quarter refined. Can you imagine what that stuff is worth, just as it is?
The pitch blende ore as it stands on the trucks?
As it stands on the trucks, 25 tons of it. Mr. Kent, that stuff is worth, refined down, as it is right now, about $30,000 a ton.
Great Scott.
Maybe you see now why we're breaking our necks to get it out, before that mountain comes down and buries the whole works.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Fales, you go right on about whatever you were doing.
Miss Lane, if I could do anything to help you find your uncle, I'd talk all day. But I can't, and I can only say I'm sorry. Hello. Dale speaking. Yes? Yes, I know. Well, it isn't raining now, is it? All right. All right, I know. Just as fast as we can. Well, I can't work miracles. Keep your eye on it. Let me know. That's our engineer up on the mountain. He says there's not much time. So I'll set to come sliding down some more.
Oh, Mr. Fales, what's doing it? What is it?
Miss Lane, you can lay it all to the weather. The more it rains, the faster Music Mountain slides. Right now, it's only 50 feet from our rear wall.
How fast is it coming now?
So far, about 20 feet a day. But if it rains much more...
But it isn't raining now.
No, not here. But up on the mountain, it's raining cats and dogs.
Oh, those poor people in the settlement. What'll happen to them?
Nothing, if they keep moving. If they stay where they are, well...
Oh, it's dreadful, Mr. Kent. Isn't there anything we can do?
Miss Lane, we're newspaper people. All we can do is write it up.
Well, I'm going to help them. I don't care. If you think I can just sit back and write about it, you'll... Mr. Fales, thank you so much.
Thanks for nothing, eh? Sorry, Miss Lane. Oh, you can go out quicker by that side door. I'm going to stay here a minute. Joe! Joe, make it fast. Get that stuff loaded, ready to go. Go on, move now.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Lane. I thought maybe we'd get a lead on your uncle.
Well, it wasn't your fault we didn't. Come on, I do want to see what's happening to the poor people who are trying to move.
Out of this door, he said. Golly, look at those trucks. That stuff's really worth what he said. Great Scott, Miss Lane, do you realize its value? Over $750,000.
What? That black stuff?
Right there in front of you. Say, if anything happened to it...
Well, what's the matter? Why are you standing there like that? Mr. Kent.
Lois. Miss Lane, did it seem to you that Mr. Fales, the manager... Well, did it strike you that he was worried when we first came in?
Worried?
Yes.
Well, of course he was worried. If the mountain comes down, it'll ruin his refinery.
No, I didn't mean that. He was worried about us. And then later on, he seemed to think everything was all right.
Worried about us? What do you mean?
I don't know. It just flashed on me. Look, will you? Look at those women.
Oh, those poor things. Mr. Kent, I'm going down to help them. Come on.
No, you go on. I'll stay here a minute. I want to think. Go ahead.
Well, what are you going to do?
Nothing. Just stand right here. You go on. I'll join you in a minute. I just want to work something out.
Clark Kent, I believe you're losing your mind. You're acting perfectly mad.
No, go on. Go ahead, please, Miss Lane. See if you can give those folks a lift. Look at the kids running around in circles.
Poor youngsters. Well, call me when you're ready to drive back for supper.
All right. Thank heaven she left. Didn't think she'd do it.
No, I didn't just think of something, Miss Lane. I heard something with Superman's sensitive hearing. I heard voices. Voices traveling over telephone wires. Wait a minute. There they are. They come right out of the brick wall. They're the wires leading from Fales' office. He's still talking. And I'm going to listen.
Never mind all that stuff about catching the girl, Fales.
But I tell you, they came here. They only just left. They're looking for old man Morton.
Let them look. They'll never find him. Not till everything's finished. Do they suspect anything?
No, I don't think so.
Why did they come to you?
On account of the radium. Seems he mentioned it to... Collins, listen. Has he got it? Has he found out a new way of refining?
I told you I'd take care of that, didn't I? Well, I have. Fales, it's in the bag. If you can work it right from your end, we'll make a fortune. What about the trucks?
Loaded and ready to go. But listen, what about the mountain? I just got a report from the engineer. Unless there's more rain, it won't come down.
Don't worry. There'll be more rain. When's the best time?
Send the trucks out? Make it 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock? Okay, Fales. At 10 o'clock, there'll be the biggest rainstorm you ever saw.
Collins, what's the scheme? How'll it work out?
Have those trucks at the right place on the road, and trust me for the rest. We'll block them off with the mountain and raid the whole lot of them. Okay, Fales, that's all.
Okay, Collins, remember, 10 o'clock tonight's the time.
The devils. That fellow Fales is working hand in glove with the group that's taken Morton. And Morton himself. I can't believe it. Yet I don't know.
Why, Clark Kent, honestly, there is something wrong with you. You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Seen a ghost? Well, no, not exactly, Lois. I've just been thinking. I've been working things out.
Working what things out?
Things that are happening. Miss Lane, don't ask me how I know. Just take my word for it. There's a plot on to steal that radium ore and to wreck this whole settlement to make it look plausible this very night.
What? Mr. Kent, what? Well, how do you know? It can't be.
But it is. And I'll tell you something else, too. Your Uncle Horace, Dr. Morton, is right in the thick of it. Now then, let's figure out what to do.
How much can Superman in the person of Clark Kent really tell Lois Lane without giving away his secret? And will she believe what he tells her? And even so, what can they do to prevent the climax fast approaching when Music Mountain comes rolling down on the settlement? Tune in and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, mighty champion of the weak and the oppressed, who came to Earth from the planet Krypton and who walks about among men disguised as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. Slopes of Music Mountain, softened by heavy rains, have advanced on the town of New Birmingham, and particularly on that part surrounding the plant where precious radium is refined from the ores of black pitch blende. While Lois Lane helps frantic women pack up their belongings and get children safely on buses, Kent has found that truckloads of pitch blende ore worth thousands of dollars are being moved from the refinery that night, and that the mysterious group which works through Dr. Horace Morton plans to bring on a violent storm that will make its plundering easy. Not knowing how or where they plan to strike, not being able to tell Lois how much he knows, Kent works on, assisting the desperately hurrying families. Not much time to go. He knows the wreckers plan to strike at 10 o'clock. And so far, Lois refuses to believe him. Listen.
Oh, Miss Lane, I don't know what to do. Where's Jimmy and Susie?
Now, Mrs. McNamara, everything's all right. Your husband's gone on ahead with the furniture.
The children, Miss Lane. I can't leave the children.
They'll be all right. They're on the bus, aren't they?
Well, they're on the bus, but I don't know. Oh, listen to it. That's the mountain. It's moving.
Nonsense. That's just thunder, Mrs. McNamara.
Lois, remember what I said. There's a storm coming up.
Don't bother me about that now. Go ahead, Mrs. McNamara. You get on that bus, too. It's the last one. Go on.
Oh, Miss Lane, it's a blessed angel you've been helping us like this. You come, too.
No, I'll be all right. We've got a car. Is everybody on? Go ahead, driver. Go on. Well, thank heavens we got them off. Whatever happens now, they won't be caught here.
Lois, Miss Lane, I just thought of something else.
Mr. Kent, it's no use. I just won't believe my Uncle Horace is mixed up with any gang of criminals. You can talk until you're blue in the face. But unless you've got something better to go on than a hunch, I'm not going to...
Now, look here. You admit he can control the weather. You told me that much yourself.
Well, I know, but...
Well, then you also know that he's with the gang. Now, what if the gang is making him do it? What if they plan to bring down the mountain and block those trucks, maybe tonight? Yes, and all those people on their buses, too, and the kids.
Clark, they wouldn't do that. They couldn't.
Well, they might. And if they were, what could we do about it?
Oh, it's too terrible. What could we do?
Lois, I've had an idea. If there is anything in this, if your uncle is back of all this rain, where would he be working from?
Well, how should I know?
Well, nobody knows, but we can guess. All his equipment is back up at the observatory, isn't it? Right on the mountain itself.
Oh, but Clark, he couldn't be there. They've had a guard up there ever since he disappeared.
Oh, I know, but guards can fall asleep, can't they? And anyway, we don't really know where his scientific stuff is or how he works it. It might be somewhere out in the woods.
But, Mr. Kent...
Even if the guard's right on the job, the place is locked and he's on the outside. What if there's a secret entrance? It's not impossible.
Well, there might be. Oh, I don't know. What do you think we ought to do?
What's the time?
Wait. 9:15.
They're pulling it off at 10.
What? What are you saying?
Nothing. Look here, Miss Lane. Are you game for something?
You know I am. What is it?
I want to go up to that observatory right now and look it over. You never can tell. We might find something.
Yes, but what if we don't?
Well, we're no worse off, are we? Come on. Back to the car and let's go. We can make it in half an hour, storm or no storm.
Listen. Thunder. There is a storm.
Yes, or else it's the mountain starting another slide. Come on. Here's the car.
Well, here we are back again. Find anything on your side?
Shh, quiet. I think I saw a light.
Did you? Where?
I'm not sure. Look here. I'm going to try and break in. Maybe I can pry open a window.
Do you think it's safe?
Well, that won't be if the guards catch us. You go back to the road and keep an eye out. Hurry.
All right. If I see anything, I'll either whistle or come back. Be careful, please.
There she goes. Good girl. Plenty of grit. But I don't want her around when it's time for Superman to act. Did I see something? I'll say I did. Got to get around the corner. There's a light in the cellar. I didn't notice that window before. It was hidden behind a bush. Here we are. Now, let's see. Great Scott. Collins is down there, the gang leader, with a gun. Yes, there he is, the devil, standing right back of Morton. Morton's working at his equipment. And there's the police guard tied up in a corner. Well, my friend, you won't be carrying your plans much further. I'll get down where you are, right through the wall, in one crash. Here goes. Out for the light. Don't use that gun, Collins. Don't do it. I warned you. All right, take it. Now then, where's that lamp? Oh, never mind. I can see all right. Dr. Morton. Dr. Morton.
What is it? What's happened?
Dr. Morton, it's me, Clark Kent. I guess there was an explosion. The whole wall went out. How are you? Are you hurt?
Collins. Watch out. Collins.
Oh, don't worry. He's out like a light.
Mr. Kent, Clark, what's happened? I heard the crash.
Lois, right down here. Down that hole. It's all right. Bring your flashlight.
Lois. Oh, thank heaven you come. Quick.
Uncle Horace, are you all right? Oh, Clark, what's happened?
They carried me off. Made me work. Made me create bad weather. Lois, they're criminals. And that man, Collins, he's the head. Oh, be quick. Don't wait.
Dr. Morton, what do you mean?
The final storm. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock tonight.
What?
Uncle Horace, it's 10 o'clock now.
Trucks loaded with radium. They're going to bring down the mountain. I've called up a storm. It's coming.
Kent, not only the trucks, the buses, all the children. Oh, Uncle, stop it. Turn it back.
Dr. Morton, stop the storm.
I can't. It's gone too far. If you come 5 minutes sooner.
Listen, Clark, it's coming. It's here.
Dr. Morton, where is it going to happen? Where are they going to catch the trucks? Quick, now, quick. Maybe I can head them off.
The Forest Hill Pass, beyond the refinery.
Forest Hill Pass?
But you can't stop them too late. The whole side of the cliff is loose. They'll block the trucks and steal everything.
Lois, you stay here. Watch your uncle. Untie Devlin there in the corner. Then have him tie up Collins.
Oh, Clark, hurry. Hurry, you may be in time. All those children.
I'll hurry all I can. Out the way I came in.
There. Out we go. Forest Hill Pass, eh? Superman against the mountain. Not much time. Got to hurry. Out and up. Faster.
Down the wind, faster than an airplane, Superman streaks toward the narrow cut known as Forest Hill Pass. Can he make it in time? Already the line of trucks creeps up the slope. Behind them, the swaying, rocking bus, brightly lighted. Eager boys and girls, knowing nothing of the treacherous mass of rock and earth poised on the heights above.
Now, you keep quiet. Oh, I declare it's more than I can stand. Shut your noise, all of you. Oh, look where we are. Look out the windows. If it isn't Forest Hill Pass. Oh, children, we'll be safe out of here before we know it. Oh, look, it's starting to rain again.
There are the trucks, right in the pass. And there's the school bus right behind them. Great heavens, look at that rain coming down in sheets. And there comes the mountain. It's moving. Got to get there. Down. Those men on the trucks, they've stopped. They're running away. Well, I can use those trucks myself. If I can stop that slide just for a minute, the bus can get through. Down. Oh, it's coming. If I can fling the trucks in the way, make a barrier. Too bad about the radium ore. I'll dump that. Maybe I can hold the mountain long enough for the buses to get by. Now. There goes one truck. And another. Maybe I can make it yet. Still coming down. And here's the bus with the children in it. Now. Quick. With another truck. There, that ought to do it. Hurry. It stopped for a second. Keep that thing going. Keep that bus going. You'll make it. Hurry. Made it. They're safe. The bus with the children got through. They're all right. They got through. Okay, Music Mountain, come ahead and do your worst. You can't hurt anybody now.
Another cup of tea?
No, thank you, Lois. I'm feeling much better now. But what about you, Mr. Kent?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Splendid attempt you made, Kent. I mean, to get down the mountain last night.
Well, as it turned out, I didn't have to warn them. The trucks were wrecked, but the children got through, and after all, that was the main thing.
It was very strange about the trucks, wasn't it? They looked as if someone had just picked them up and thrown them right at the mountain.
Quite so. Being considerate enough to dump them carefully first. How do you explain it, Kent?
Me? Gosh, I don't explain it. I can't. But what about you, Dr. Morton? What about the Morton system of weather control? Now, don't forget, Lois and I want a good long interview about that for next Sunday's paper. How about starting talking right now, huh?
No, I think not, Mr. Kent. I'm sorry, but I think not.
Why, Uncle Horace, what do you mean?
Lois, I've made up my mind. I think the weather is best left to nature. When we try to interfere with nature's way of doing things, we make only trouble.
But, Doctor, look here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I realize I owe you much, but I owe humanity more. My secret is one that is better left unknown. The Morton system is dead, forgotten, destroyed. My story, I'm afraid, is one which will never be printed.
So ends the adventure of Dr. Horace Morton, the man who made the weather. Kent and Lois are disappointed that they will have no story for Editor White. But another assignment is close at hand, even more thrilling, more dramatic. Tune in next time and follow the story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And now, Superman, strange visitor from another world, champion of the weak and the oppressed, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As our story opens today, the huge presses of the Daily Planet are working at top speed. A horrible catastrophe has struck the manufacturing town of Melville, and Terry White, editor of the Planet, has ordered an extra edition of the paper. At the same time, he has instructed Clark Kent and Lois Lane, the Planet star reporters, to hurry to Melville for an eyewitness story of the catastrophe. As their car speeds out of the darkening city, they discuss their assignment together.
How long will it take us to get to Melville, Mr. Kent?
About an hour. If we make good time. Mr. White wired the owner of the factory, a man named Holbein. He's probably expecting us. Poor fellow must be all broken up.
Well, what caused the explosion? I didn't get the details.
Well, there aren't many details. The explosion occurred in a doll factory and killed 13 employees. That's all we know. What sort of an explosion could wreck a doll factory and take such a terrific toll of life is a mystery to me.
Every assignment you go out on seems to have mystery connected with it, Mr. Kent. I sometimes wonder whether you don't manage to create the mystery.
What do you mean?
Forget it. Not worth discussing, really. Well, how about stepping on it? I'm anxious to get this thing over with and get back to town.
Joe, I told you to stay at the factory to keep people from snooping around.
I know, Mr. Holbein, but this telegram came and I figured it might be important. You don't have to worry about the factory. Nobody's snooping around.
Good. Joe.
What's the matter, Mr. Holbein?
Listen to this telegram. Clark Kent and Lois Lane, Daily Planet reporters, will arrive Melville 8 tonight to get a complete story, factory explosion. Your cooperation will be appreciated. Perry White, editor.
Reporters, huh? Well, you'll handle them okay. Just like you handle the chief of police and them fire inspectors.
This is different, Joe. This reporter, Kent, I've read about him. He won't be so easy to handle. No, we can't take any chances, not now.
Well, they're coming. You can't stop them.
We have to stop them. Listen to me. There's no train until 10, so it means they're coming by automobile. You will meet them before they reach the bridge and see that they turn back.
Suppose they don't want to turn back.
There can be no such thing. You will tell them the road is closed. If that doesn't work, do the next best thing.
You mean?
I mean, accidents can happen. Very serious accidents.
I get you.
Now remember, Joe, they must not reach Melville under any conditions. Under any conditions.
Well, you must have taken the wrong road back at that fork, Mr. Kent. We've been riding more than an hour.
Oh, I'm sure this is the right road. Are you getting tired?
No, just bored. What's that up ahead? Red light?
Yeah, someone's waving a lantern in the middle of the road.
Now, don't tell me we have to detour. That's all I need to make the trip perfect.
Well, I don't see any construction. Now, what's the trouble?
Where you headed?
Melville. We're reporters, Daily Planet.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'll have to turn back. Road's closed.
Oh, can't we possibly get through?
Not a chance, lady. River went over its banks. Road's 4 feet deep in water.
Well, there isn't any water here.
You're on a hill, mister. The river's down in the valley.
Oh, but we've got to get through. We're covering a story, that factory explosion in Melville.
Nothing to it, mister. Boiler blew up. No story there.
Well, then let's turn back. We've wasted enough time.
Just a minute. Isn't there another road we can take?
Nope. This is the only one goes into Melville. Well, I gotta be getting back. Sorry.
Well, I don't see the point in sitting here staring into space, Mr. Kent. Turn the car around.
Oh, wait. This doesn't look like a hill to me, and I don't see any valley below.
All of which proves what?
Well, it may prove nothing, but I'll find out soon enough. You stay here. I'll run up ahead and have a look.
Clark Kent, you're an obstinate fool.
Be back in a minute.
She can't see me around that bend. Lucky, too. This looks like a job for Superman. Well, here goes. So, the road's flooded, is it? Not a drop of water. The river is just what it should be. I thought that man with the lantern was lying. But why? What's his purpose in trying to keep us out of Melville? Wait. Here he comes now. He might not be willing to talk for Clark Kent, but he'll say plenty for Superman. I'll just drop down on the road. Good evening.
Hey, where'd you come from?
Never mind that. I understand you've been telling people this road is flooded. What's the big idea?
Listen, I ain't got time to fool around with no guy in a masquerade costume. Beat it.
Not before you answer a few questions.
Beat it, I said. Go on before I let you have it.
Put that gun back in your pocket. It might go off.
That's what it's for. Now, scram.
I said put that gun up.
Stand back or I'll shoot. Stand back.
Go ahead. Shoot. Those bullets bounced off my chest, and you're lucky they didn't snap back and take your eyes out. Now, it's my turn. Number one, you're getting rid of that gun.
No. Oh.
Number two, you're going to talk or I'll break you apart.
Let go.
Now, who sent you to stop us on the road?
Nobody.
Oh, you're lying. Maybe this will loosen your tongue.
Don't hit me again. Don't. I'll talk.
All right, make it fast. What's behind all this?
It ain't my fault, mister. I'm getting paid.
Who's paying you and why?
Give me a chance, mister. I'll tell you.
You had your chance and missed it. Now it's too late. Miss Lane is coming up the road. I'm afraid I'll have to put you to sleep.
No, don't.
Sorry. Next time, don't wait so long.
Mr. Kent!
Can't let Lois see me this way. I'll duck behind a bush and change back to Clark Kent again.
Mr. Kent, where are you? Why don't you answer?
Here I am, Miss Lane.
Well, what happened? I heard shots and cries for help.
Well, that man who stopped us on the road wasn't telling the truth. The road isn't flooded at all.
But the shots, I heard 2 shots.
He pulled a gun and fired at me. Fortunately, he missed. We had a fight, and, well, I guess I knocked him out. There he is on the grass at the side of the road.
You knocked him out.
Well, he sort of ran into my fist. Let's get back to the car. The sooner we reach Melville, the better.
Well, what about the man?
Oh, he'll come to, all right. Come on.
Say, what's this all about, Mr. Kent?
I don't know, but looks like someone's trying to keep us from reaching Melville.
Why?
That's what I can't explain. Here, get in.
Mr. Kent, have you told me everything?
Of course.
I don't like this at all.
Well, whether you like it or not, Miss Lane, you're in for mystery. And unless I miss my guess, plenty of mystery.
Hello?
Hobart. This is Joe.
Yes?
They got through. The reporters. A fellow and a girl. They're heading for Melville.
You fool. I told you to stop them.
I couldn't. The big guy grabbed me and...
Never mind. Now listen to me. Take the back road and get here before they do. Come to my house. No. Go to the factory and keep watch there, you understand?
Yeah, sure.
And this time, make no mistakes.
That must be Holbein's doll factory across the street. Not much of it left, is there, Miss Lane? Just one wall standing.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yes.
Nothing but loose bricks. What do you intend doing?
Oh, I'll look around. Must be a watchman or a caretaker. You wait here in the car.
Just a moment, Mr. Kent. If you think I came along to watch you get a story, you're crazy. Go ahead, mess around in that pile of bricks. I'm going up to interview Mr. Holbein at his home. Come on.
Lois, wait. Oh, the silly little fool. Hope she doesn't get into trouble. Oh, well, might as well look around. Oh, that explosion, whatever it was, certainly wrecked this place. Hello, here comes someone. Watchman, I guess. Oh, no, it's the man who stopped us on the road, the fellow I hit. If he recognizes me...
Hey, what do you want?
Me? Oh, nothing. I'm just looking around. A terrible explosion.
All right, keep walking, mister. Hey, wait a minute. Ain't you the reporter?
Reporter? No, I'm a traveling salesman. I sell ties. I've got some samples at my hotel if you're interested.
Never mind. Keep moving.
Yeah, sure. Good night. Boy, that was a close shave. He knew he'd seen me before. I just stuck around the corner here out of sight. Now, off for these clothes. I think it's high time Superman did a little investigating. Something hidden under that pile of bricks, and I have a faint idea it may be a clue to the cause of the explosion. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Up, and away!
You have a cigarette, Miss Lane? Perhaps a drink?
No, thank you, Mr. Holbein. Now, you were about to tell me how the explosion in your doll factory occurred.
Oh, yes. Well, it's not easy to talk about, Miss Lane. All those poor people.
Well, what caused it?
The boiler. Yes, the boiler in the basement blew up. All of a sudden, Miss Lane, without warning. Oh, it was terrible.
Were you in the factory at the time, Mr. Holbein?
No, but it would have been better if I had been. Yes, much better. For 20 years, I've made dolls, pretty dolls, and then comes this.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Mr. Holbein. You're not to blame. Well, I think I have enough information. I'll go back and pick up Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent? The telegram had said Mr. Kent was coming.
Yes, he stopped off to look at the factory. He's probably rummaging through the bricks.
What?
I said he's probably rummaging through the bricks.
Oh, he is he?
Of course, he won't find anything.
I'm not so sure about that.
Well, Mr. Holbein, what do you mean?
If my man Joe doesn't take care of him, maybe he will find something. So in case he does, I think you'd better stay here.
Let me by.
No, I'll keep you here just in case. And the door's locked, Miss Lane. Don't waste your time.
Let me out of here. You can't do this.
I can do this and more.
Why are you holding me here anyway?
Because you come snooping into my business, and I don't like to have people snooping.
Well, then you're hiding something. Something about the explosion.
Yes, I am hiding something. And if your friend, Mr. Kent, finds out what I'm hiding, you will never leave this house alive.
Will Superman find anything in the ruins of the doll factory? And if he does, will it mean death for Lois? How far does Holbein dare go to guard the mystery lurking behind the shattered walls of his doll factory? And what is that mystery? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman, courageous visitor from another world, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who came to Earth when the planet Krypton was destroyed by giant quakes, and who now mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, a mild-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. When an explosion wrecked Hans Holbein's doll factory in the manufacturing town of Melville, neither Clark Kent nor Lois Lane, sent to cover the story, suspected there was anything sinister behind the unfortunate accident that took a toll of 13 lives. But mysterious things soon began to happen. An attempt was made to stop Kent and Lois on the road, but Superman took a hand. Arrived in Melville, Kent remained at the ruins of the doll factory, while Lois went to interview Hans Holbein, the owner. Learning from Lois that Kent was at the factory, endeavoring to determine the cause of the explosion, Holbein immediately imprisoned her in his house and threatened her with death if Kent discovered anything in the factory ruins. Leaving Lois bound and gagged in a closet, Holbein hurried to the factory, where Kent, as Superman, has already burrowed deep down into the pile of bricks, searching for evidence.
Listen, Joe. Where are you, Joe?
I hear it, Holbein. What's up?
Keep that light out. Where's the reporter, Kent?
Reporter? I ain't seen no reporter.
Well, he's here snooping around. You didn't see him?
Say, wait a minute. I thought that guy was him.
Who are you talking about?
A guy came up the street about 10 minutes ago, and he looked like the same guy I stopped on the road, that reporter. But he said he was a necktie salesman.
No, you fool. It was Clark Kent. Where'd he go?
I told him to beat it, and he did.
You sure?
Positive. I seen him turn the corner.
What's that noise?
Noise? I don't hear no noise.
Keep that light out. Now, listen. You hear it?
Yeah. Now I hear it. Maybe it's rats.
Give me that flashlight. Follow me quietly.
You think it's that reporter, Mr. Holbein? I got my gun in case.
Quiet, you fool. Don't move. Now, do you think it's rats?
No. That ain't rats. It must be him. Kent, on the other side of that pile of bricks. I'll fix him, Mr. Holbein. One slug from this 38 now. There are other ways, better ways to use a gun is stupid. Back to the street quickly. Here, the shadows. Now, listen to me. We must work fast. I'm listening. That wall, the one that's still standing. It has a crack in it, hasn't it? Yeah, big crack. The fire inspector said it'll have to be torn down in the morning before it topples over. It'll topple over tonight. An accident. What? I don't get you. The wind could make it fall. And would it be our responsibility if that reporter, Kent, was underneath it when it fell? But the wind ain't strong enough to topple it. And we'll help the wind with a small amount of dynamite. Have a stick placed in the crack. That'll make the wall topple now. Sure. We can muffle it so nobody will hear the charge go. You're a smart boy, Joe. Sometimes. Now, there's one more thing. That girl, Miss Lane. She could be snooping around the factory, too, when the wall topples. Sure she could. All right. Take my car and go for her. She's locked in the hall closet, tied up. Here are the keys. Now, hurry. But don't let anyone see you. I'll wait on the corner. Okay. I'll be back before you know it.
Oh, this is dusty work. I'm near the basement now. It would have been much easier to plow right through these bricks, but I had to be careful that watchman or whatever he is didn't hear me. Now to get these beams out of the way. There. That does it. All clear. What's this? Oh, the boiler, eh? The one that was supposed to have blown up. Didn't blow up at all. Evidently something else was responsible for that explosion. Something Holbein would like to keep undercover. Well, it won't be undercover very long, not if I have anything to do with it. Here, this looks like something. Broken packing case. Well, I'll rip some of these boards off. Case of dolls. Most of them are crushed. This is the pretty one. Blonde hair and a blue dress. Too bad the body's cracked, or I'd save it for Lois. Hold on. Something queer about this doll. What's that inside the body? That's a metal cylinder. Wait a minute. They all have metal cylinders. Now I'm beginning to understand a few things, and I think this is a job for the police. I'll just take some of these unusual dolls and discuss the matter with the chief of police as Clark Kent, reporter. Holbein, things don't look so good for you. Up, and away!
Red cape streaming in the night wind, Superman wings through the darkness, convinced he has stumbled on an important clue to the mysterious explosion in the doll factory. 5 minutes later, as Clark Kent, Daily Planet reporter, he is talking with the local chief of police in the latter's office.
As I said, Mr. Kent, there's not much we know about Holbein, except that he rented the factory a year ago, set up machinery, and began making dolls. Harmless enough business, if you ask me.
Harmless enough on the surface.
What do you mean by that?
Here, Chief. Look at these dolls.
Yeah?
Let me open one. There. See what's in it?
Yes. Powder. Grayish-black powder. Looks like pepper.
But I can assure you it isn't. Here, we'll just pour a few grains into this ashtray.
Kent, it may be dangerous.
Don't worry, Chief. Now we'll touch the flame to the few grains of black powder in the ashtray.
Kent, be careful. Kent, are you all right?
I'm all right. Chief, there's enough of this powder in each of these metal cylinders to blow a battleship apart.
What?
It's the most powerful explosive I've ever seen. And Holbein was packing it inside dolls.
But why, Kent? Why?
That's what we have to find out immediately. At least we know what caused the factory explosion. Someone must have set this stuff off accidentally.
I'll have Holbein picked up and brought down here. He's got plenty to explain.
No, wait. That's not the way, Chief. We mustn't let him think we know as much as we do. It would be better if you and I had a little private talk with him.
Yes, maybe you're right. Chances are we'll find him at his house. You know, Kent, never in all my life would I have suspected anything like this.
Clark Kent's plan is a good one. But unknown to him, Hans Holbein has already set his devilish scheme of destruction into action. At this very moment, he is huddled in the shadow of the factory wall that is still standing, while Joe, his helper, widens the crack in the wall with a mallet and spike.
You say the girl, Miss Lane, fainted, Joe?
Yeah. She was out cold when I opened the closet. Made it easy to handle.
You took off the ropes and the gag before you put her inside under this wall, didn't you?
Sure.
Good. It must look like an accident. Is that reporter still in there snooping around? He must be. He didn't come out on the street. There now. She's ready for the dynamite. I wrap the stick in cotton batting and muffle it. Here she goes. Put a long fuse on it, Joe. 5 minutes. Time enough for us to get back to the house. Good. I better light the fuse. What time is it? 5 minutes to 10. That means she'll blow at 10 sharp. Here she goes. Joe, a car coming up the street. Quick, this way.
Well, if Holbein isn't here at the factory, Chief, we can question his watchman. He's the same fellow who tried to keep Miss Lane and myself from entering Melville.
I can't understand Holbein's not being home, Kent. Particularly since you say Miss Lane went up to interview him.
Oh, that's what worries me. Her car was parked in front of Holbein's house, but the place was empty. We searched every room after we climbed in that open window.
Well, don't worry. Let's look around here. Hello? Anybody here?
No answer. Let me have your flashlight. I know the way over these bricks.
Where's that watchman you were talking about?
Oh, I don't know. He seems to have vanished. I don't like this.
What do you mean?
Well, Holbein gone, Miss Lane gone, and the watchman gone.
We'll find them all.
Chief, wait a minute.
What is it?
Do you hear something? A faint sputtering?
No. No, I don't. Where's it coming from?
Over there.
Oh, that's a blank wall. The only one left standing. Fire department condemned it. They're going to tear it down in the morning. You still hear that sputtering?
Yes, faintly. You didn't leave your car running, did you?
I can't remember. Chances are I did. Say, you've got good hearing if you can catch that motor rattling. It's pretty quiet.
No, it's not a motor. It's a sputtering, a hissing. I'm going over and investigate. What's that?
Town hall clock.
What time is it?
Must be 10 o'clock.
Chief, what's that over there?
Looks like a woman's shoe.
It is a woman's shoe. One of Lois Lane's shoes. Chief, Lois is somewhere around here. Maybe behind that wall. She's in danger.
10 o'clock, and the fuse is burned down to its last fraction of an inch. Only a few seconds left for Superman to snatch Lois from disaster. What happens in these fleeting moments? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics. Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! And now, Superman, strange visitor from another world who has come to Earth as champion of the weak and the oppressed. Superman, who can bend steel in his bare hands and race a speeding bullet to its target, and who mingles with ordinary men disguised as Clark Kent, meek-mannered reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper. As you remember, Clark Kent and Lois Lane, a girl reporter for the Daily Planet, were sent to Melville, an upstate manufacturing town, to investigate a mysterious explosion in a doll factory. Hans Holbein, owner of the factory, claimed the explosion was due to a boiler that blew up. But Kent, as Superman, found otherwise. Digging in the bricks, Superman discovered a case of dolls. But they were not ordinary dolls. The body of each doll contained a metal cylinder filled with a dangerous super explosive, enough to blow up a battleship. Taking his evidence to the police, Kent enlisted the aid of the chief. In the meantime, Lois Lane, who had sought an interview with Holbein at his home, is in the clutches of the doll factory owner and his helper, Joe. Unconscious from fright and apprehension, Lois was carried into the dark ruins of the factory and placed beneath a dynamite-loaded wall that is timed to collapse at 10 o'clock. Unable to locate either Holbein or Lois at the doll manufacturer's house, Kent and the police chief rushed down to the factory to find them there as the town clock tolls the ominous hour of 10. Listen.
Chief, this shoe I just picked up, it belongs to Lois Lane. She's here somewhere.
But where, Kent? Where?
I don't know. Maybe behind that wall. I'm going to look. You stay here, Chief.
All right.
Keep that light out. I'll call if I need you. That sputtering I heard before must be a fuse. But where? Where? Something's going to happen. When it does, I must be prepared. As Superman.
I'll make the change now, just in case. Now for a look around. What's that near the wall? Great Scott, it's Lois. Lois Lane stretched out on a pile of bricks. The wall, it's toppling over. Chief, go back. Run, the wall's coming down. Gotta get Lois before that wall crushes her. Falling, not a second to spare. Quickly.
Kent, is she all right?
Yes, Chief. That wall missed us by an inch.
I don't understand it. I thought you were both caught under it. It's a miracle, nothing but a miracle.
Guess we were lucky at that. You see, I was right. I did hear sputtering. The sputtering of a fuse. Someone put dynamite in that wall to make it collapse.
Not just someone, Kent. It was Holbein and whoever's working with him. I'll see that he goes up for attempted murder if it's the last thing I do.
Help.
She's coming, too.
Oh, help.
Oh, no, everything's all right, Miss Lane. Just take it easy.
Oh, Clark. Mr. Kent. What happened?
Oh, that's what we'd like to know.
How did you get here, Miss Lane?
I don't remember. I was interviewing that man, Holbein. I told him Mr. Kent was at the factory looking around. He got very angry. Wouldn't let me leave. I fought with him.
Yes, what happened?
He tied me up and put a gag in my mouth. And I guess I fainted.
I get it now. They brought her down here.
Never mind about that now, Chief. The important thing is to locate Holbein. I'd better take you to a hotel, Miss Lane.
Oh, no, you won't, Clark Kent. This is my assignment as much as it is yours. What's this about dynamite?
Well, it's a long story, and you must be tired. I'll tell you some other time.
No, so you'll tell me right now. Why did Holbein flare up when I told him you were looking around the factory, huh?
Because he was hiding something. That factory explosion wasn't caused by a boiler blowing up.
Not by a long shot. It was those dolls.
Dolls? What do you mean?
The dolls Holbein made were only a blind. Each one of them was loaded with a grayish-black powder. A deadly, high-powered explosive.
Enough to blow this whole town sky high.
Yes, but why? What was his object?
That's what we don't know, and won't know until we get our hands on Holbein. And the sooner we do that, the better. I think we'll go back to his house, Chief. Maybe he's there now.
Oh, hold on, Kent. There's something I forgot to tell you.
Huh?
Clean slipped my mind in the excitement.
Well, what is it?
Holbein owns a plane. A two-seater monoplane. Keeps it at the Sudbury Airport.
What?
I'll wager he's heading there right now, figuring on skipping.
Why didn't you tell me? Here, we've been wasting all this time. Where is the airport?
Sudbury. It's 5 miles west of Melville on the turnpike. We can drive there in 10 minutes.
I can get there faster alone. See you later.
But now, doesn't that beat all? How on earth does he expect to get there faster than a car will take him?
Oh, it isn't to get there faster, Chief. Just first, to hog all the glory. Where's your car?
It's just down the street.
Well, come on. We're racing to the airport.
No sense all of us going to one place. Maybe it would be better if we took a run up to Holbein's house on the chance he's there. Sort of cover all possibilities.
Why, he won't be there. He'll be at the airport, and Ken will catch him. He's just that lucky.
Can't tell that Holbein's slick enough to think he can talk himself out of this without running away. Come on, Miss Lane. Won't be anything more.
Oh, all right, but I'll bet my last dollar Clark Kent comes in with Holbein in a story.
Both Lois Lane and the chief of police are in for a none too pleasant surprise. For even as their car speeds through the darkness, Hans Holbein nervously paces the living room floor of his house, while Joe, his helper, stands at a window with drawn blinds. Listen.
Well, all clear, Mr. Holbein. Stop worrying. Not a chance of this being pinned on us.
Yes, that's what you think. But that car, the one that drove up to the factory while we were fixing the dynamite in the wall.
Well, what about it?
It was a police car. I saw it.
Well, listen, you can talk those cops out of anything. Take it easy, Mr. Holbein. Just take it easy.
What time is it?
At best 10.
7 hours. That's a long time.
What's going to happen in 7 hours?
It'll be dawn. We go to the airport, take the plane, fly to the island. There we'll be safe until this blows over.
What about the rest of the dolls buried under the bricks?
Aye.
Going to leave them there with all that stuff in them?
Well, it can't be helped.
But if the wall toppled over on them two reporters, the fellow and the girl, they can't do any talking.
Well, I'm not sure what happened. I can't take any chances. There's too much at stake. Look out the window again, Joe.
Yeah. Still clear. No, wait a minute. There's a car coming up the street.
Who is it, Joe? Who is it?
How can I tell from here? She's slowing up, stopping at the curb.
It's a police car. No, it can't be.
That's what it is. Two people getting out. Looks like the chief and Holbein. It's that girl reporter. Yeah, you see, the wall didn't fall. She got away. Shh. Coming up the walk. Stand back. This 38 will finish him fast. No, Joe. Not with a gun. Here, let me talk to him first. Here, you hide closet, quick.
Open up, Holbein.
One moment, please.
Come on, open up. All right. No funny work now, Holbein. I've got you covered. Up with your hands.
I don't understand.
You will soon enough. Close the door, Miss Lane. Now, what have you got to say for yourself, Holbein?
I'm sorry, but you'll have to explain.
Explain what? The dolls with the black powder inside them?
Yes, and tying me up and throwing me into a closet?
Holbein, we've got you dead to rights. I'm arresting you for manslaughter because 13 people lost their lives when your factory exploded. And if that isn't enough, I'll hold you for the attempted murder of Miss Lane.
That's what you think, Copper.
Joe, don't shoot.
All right, then he gets it this way. Now it's your turn, sister.
Joe, stop.
What do you want her to do, blabber her mouth off?
Put down that gun, Joe.
All right, it's your funeral.
The chief, he's hurt.
Stay right where you are, Miss Lane. You've caused me enough trouble. You and your friend. Now I'll see to it that you remain harmless for a long time.
You can't get away with this.
And on the
you can't get away with this. No, let me go.
Watch, you'll scratch your eyes out.
Let me go. I tell you, let me go.
Chair.
No.
Now, keep quiet. Now, Joe, pack up the bags quickly.
Where are we going?
To the island. We can't wait for dawn.
You're not taking me to any island.
Shut up, sister. We'll take care of you later.
I'll handle this, Joe. I know what I'm doing. Now, pack up the bags and make it fast.
You can't get away with this. You can't get away with this. Let me go. Let me go.
Meanwhile, at the Sudbury airport, Superman finds Holbein's plane still in its hangar and no sign of the doll factory owner. The wind swiftly back to Melville. Red cloak streaming in the wind, his powerful figure shrouded in protective darkness.
The chief must have thought I was crazy to run out on him the way I did. Lois must certainly think I'm trying to hog the story. Well, there are times when what people think is unimportant. I wonder where Holbein did go. It wasn't at the airport, that much I know. I searched the place high and low. Look, there are the lights of Melville up ahead. There's the main road. I can see a car running along it. I'll drop down and have another look at the factory. Maybe he's there. Down. No, nobody there. Might as well try the house again. Probably find Lois and the chief there. Faster! Faster! Here we are. Right in Holbein's front yard. I'd better change back to Clark Kent before going in.
There, that does it. Now, up the steps. No answer. That's funny. I'll try again. Well, if you won't open for Clark Kent...
You'll open for Superman. Here goes. One more. There, that does it. What the... The chief on the floor. Chief, what happened?
Holbein. Man came out of closet.
Yes?
Slugged me.
Chief, what happened to Lois? Miss Lane?
Don't know.
Lois! Miss Lane, where are you? She's gone. Holbein's gone. Oh, why did I ever leave her? Now there's no telling where she is. Wait, hold on. There's something written on the table. Written with a lipstick. Am on island. It's a message she left for me. Am on island. Yes, but what island?
What island is Lois Lane on? Is it the same island to which Holbein and Joe fled? Some bleak, desolate stretch of sand far out in the ocean? What can Superman do in the face of this new development? This new danger? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action... Presenting the transcription feature, Superman!
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Now, Superman, strange visitor from the destroyed planet Krypton, who has dedicated his existence on Earth to championing the weak and the oppressed. Superman, valiant fighter for truth and justice, who mingles with ordinary men disguised as mild-mannered Clark Kent news reporter for the Daily Planet. As you remember, Clark Kent and Lois Lane were sent to the manufacturing town of Melville by editor Perry White to investigate a mysterious explosion in Hans Holbein's doll factory, an explosion that took a toll of 13 lives. Kent, as Superman, discovered the cause of the catastrophe and enlisted the aid of the Melville chief of police to bring Holbein and his helper Joe to justice. But the one mistake Superman made was to separate from Lois Lane and the police chief in his search for Holbein. When Superman returned to Holbein's house, he found the chief severely hurt from a blow on the head, and Lois Lane missing, together with Holbein and Joe. As our story opens today, editor Perry White, who has come to Melville in response to Clark Kent's urgent call, is seated in the waiting room of the Melville Hospital with Kent, waiting to talk to the chief of police. Listen.
Dr. Parker wanted in surgery. Dr. Parker wanted in
Kent, I don't understand it. It's like a mad dream, a nightmare. If I'd thought for one moment that you and Lois were going to run into anything like this, I never would have sent you up here. Never.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Mr. White. Who could have suspected that Holbein was packing a dangerous high explosive inside his dolls?
No, I still can't believe it.
Well, you saw one of the dolls. They were all alike. Each one contained a metal cylinder filled with some new explosive. Why, just a few grains of it almost blew up the police chief's desk.
But, Kent, what was his object? What's his game?
Well, we won't know that until we lay our hands on him. And when we do...
Oh, I don't care about Holbein anymore, Kent. The important thing is to find Lois. Where can she be?
Well, I told you all I know, Mr. White. When I got to Holbein's house after searching for him at the airport where he kept his plane, the chief was stretched out on the floor, half conscious, and Lois was gone.
But she left a message.
Yes, written in lipstick on the table. All it said was, "Am on island."
Yes, you told me that. But it isn't much help. Now, I've studied the map carefully, every inch of it. There isn't an island off this coast, not one within 1,000 miles of Melville.
The man at the airport said Holbein's ship only had a cruising range of 500. Well, maybe the chief can help us.
I hope so, Kent. Oh, what's keeping that nurse?
Oh, here she comes now.
All right, Mr. White, you can see the chief of police now.
Good. Come on, Kent.
All right.
I certainly hope the chief can give us a clue of some kind. And if he can't...
Here we are. This is his room.
Hello, Kent.
Hello, Chief. Well, this is Mr. White, editor of the Daily Planet.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. White.
You had a pretty close call, Chief.
Yes, and if Mr. Kent hadn't come when he did, I probably wouldn't have been here to tell the tale.
Well, we only have a few minutes, Chief. Doctor's orders. Perhaps you'd better tell us what happened.
Well, when you left for the Sudbury airport to try and find Holbein, Miss Lane and I decided to go to Holbein's house on the chance he might be there.
He was there, wasn't he?
Yes, he and his helper, Joe. I had Holbein covered all right until his helper leaped out of a closet and hit me over the head with the butt of a gun. Then everything went black.
You didn't hear them say anything about going to some island and taking Miss Lane with them?
Not a word, Kent.
Well, tell me this, Chief. What did Holbein do with the dolls he made in his factory?
He shipped them to the city by boat.
By boat?
Yes, he had an old 80-foot commercial fishing boat. Rebuilt it and used it to ship the dolls.
Well, where is the boat, Chief?
Well, the last time I saw it, it was tied up at its Water Street dock. I think it made a trip a few days before the factory explosion.
You sure Holbein shipped the dolls to the city, Chief?
I'm not sure of anything now, Kent. Not after what you discovered. The high explosive inside the dolls.
Could it be possible, Mr. White, that Holbein was taking the dolls to this island Lois mentioned in her message, and not to the city?
What island? There isn't any island.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. White. I've got an idea. Assume Holbein was transporting these deadly dolls to some island off the coast. If he used the rebuilt fishing boat, there's probably a navigation chart aboard.
You mean a chart that will tell us where the island is?
Exactly. Maybe the island's too small to appear on a map.
Say, Kent may have something there, Mr. White.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down and search the boat. Every minute we lose may be a minute of horror for Lois.
You say Holbein's boat is tied up at the foot of Water Street, Chief?
Yes, I think it's called the Agnes Cave.
Well, come along, Kent.
All right.
We'll let you know if anything develops, Chief.
All right, Mr. White. In the meantime, I'll send out a 5-state alarm for Miss Lane. Good luck.
Thanks, Chief.
I certainly hope your idea is good, Kent. Because if it isn't, I won't know where to turn next.
Dr. Henderson reports to Ward 3. Dr. Henderson reports to Ward 3.
Well, there's the dock, Mr. White. And a fishing boat tied up alongside. Must be Holbein's. I guess I'd better park here and we can walk across the street.
Heavy mist over the harbor.
Yes. We're lucky it's dark and misty. All right, this way, Mr. White.
You sure that's Holbein's boat, Kent?
Yes, I can see the name on the bow. Agnes K.
Doesn't look like there's anyone aboard.
We'll find out soon enough.
Looks like a sturdy boat.
Yeah, it is. Here, climb over the rail, Mr. White. Easy. Drop down quietly. There we are. Now to look around. Keep low, Mr. White. I can see a light in one of the cabins under the pilot house.
What'll we do?
You climb back up on the dock and keep a lookout. I'll see who's in that cabin. Here, I'll give you a hand. There. That does it. Now call me if anyone comes.
Take care, Kent. Take care.
Mr. White can't see me from the dock, so I think it's time to change to Superman. Whoever's on this boat may be dangerous. There we are. I'll just move along here in the shadows and look through the window. I hope it's Holbein. If it is... No, it isn't Holbein. It's a dark-skinned man, Spaniard or an Italian, playing solitaire. Wonder whether he'd like company. Well, we'll see. Good evening.
Hey, what do you want here?
Oh, just looking around. You the only one on the boat?
Yeah, now you get out. You get off of this boat.
Put that knife away, my friend. You may cut yourself.
Now you get out, I say.
Oh, it's fights you want, eh? All right, come and get it. Try this. And this. Now for the finishing touch. Now, let's see what we can find. That safe looks promising. Locked, eh? Well, it won't take long to open. Here goes. That was too easy. Like opening a sardine can. Well, seems to be plenty of stuff inside. What's this all rolled up? Why, it's a map. A geodetic chart. Yes, this is it. Just what we need. Now to change back to Clark Kent and call Mr. White. Mr. White! Mr. White!
Coming, Kent. Kent, are you in trouble?
No trouble, Mr. White. Come inside here under the light.
Say, what happened to that fellow on the floor?
Oh, he came after me, stumbled, and hit his head. Here, look. Look at this chart.
What does it mean?
See this neck of land running out from the mainland?
Yes, I see it.
Well, it's at least 50 miles long, right out into the ocean.
Still don't understand.
Here, now look close. Way out at the very tip. 2 penciled lines have been drawn across the land, and it's marked channel. Now, that means someone, maybe Holbein, dug a channel across the neck of land, surrounding the tip completely by water and making it an island. The very island we're looking for.
Kent, I believe you've hit on it.
I won't waste another minute. I'll go down to the airport, hire a plane, and go after Lois.
Now, hold on, Kent. I'm going with you.
But, Mr. White...
You heard what I said, Kent. I'm going with you. I won't rest easy until I see Lois alive.
Speeding to the airport, Clark Kent and Editor Perry White hire a seaplane and wing out into the fog-bound night. At the same moment, on a tiny man-made island 50 miles out in the ocean, Hans Holbein and his helper Joe listen to a police call on a powerful shortwave radio.
Team Division 421, calling all Coast Guard stations and police boats, reported missing Lois Lane, Lane, newspaper reporter, height 5 feet 4 inches, weight 110 pounds, black hair, brown eyes, last seen wearing tweed suit, brown shoes, watch all fishing boats and private planes. I will repeat, Marine Division 421.
I don't like the way things are shaping up, Mr. Holbein. What do you mean? That Lane girl. Keeping her here ain't doing us no good. She'll just draw the cops like honey draws flies. Well, what can we do with her? Well, the barometer's fallen. That means a storm coming up. The tide's running out. I'm for putting her in a rowboat and letting her go. Out to sea. Hey, maybe you're right. Get her, Joe. Come on, sister. You're going for a little ride. Come on. We've decided not to keep you here any longer, Miss Lane.
That's very sweet of you.
We're letting you go.
Let me go, will you?
Come on, here. Bring her along, Joe.
Stop it. Let me go, I tell you. You can't do this.
Never mind. You're going like this.
You can't do this. This is another one of your tricks.
There ain't no trick, girlie. You're just going on a sea voyage. Here's the rowboat. Get her in.
No, you can't do this.
Come on, get in. Make it fair.
Oh, no.
Take the oars out, Mr. Holbein.
No.
Okay, shove her off. There she goes. She won't bother us again.
Alone in a small open rowboat with a storm brewing on the dark sea. How will Lois Lane keep the tiny craft afloat until help arrives? Is help near at hand? Or will Clark Kent and Editor White be unable to find the tiny man-made island in all the far-reaching darkness? Tune in next time and follow the thrilling story of Superman.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. Presenting